An orange figure ran quickly towards his small and dirty residence. Because of the class assignment today, he met new companions such as the arrogant Suzuki, the cute Sakura, and Kakashi teacher, so he was very happy. The child on the street pulled his father's hand and said coquettishly, "Dad, I want to eat a lollipop." Naruto's steps slowed down immediately, and he couldn't help but look in the direction of the voice, and a sense of loneliness instantly hit him. But he has gotten used to it, and walked slowly to the door of his house and said, "I'm back." Even if no one is destined to answer, Naruto will still say it every day, pretending that someone is waiting for him in the house. When Naruto put his hand on the handle, the door opened by itself. The person who opened the door also had short golden hair and a signature cat beard. The man's smile was extremely gentle. "Hey, Naruto, welcome home." There was also a black-haired woman with the white eyes of the Hokage clan in the house, cleaning the room. Hearing this, she put down her broom, looked in the direction of little Naruto and said, "Naruto, welcome home." Instantly, tears filled his eyes, and he lowered his head and bit his lips tightly to prevent himself from crying. An unbelievable word came out of his mouth: "Dad, Mom." Hinata and Naruto looked at each other. Hinata covered her mouth and chuckled, and Naruto also smiled helplessly. But he didn't mean to deny it at all, because there was no need. Only Naruto knew how much little Naruto longed for his parents. Last night's quiz game was still vivid in his mind, but Naruto, a guy with a big nerve, didn't take it seriously. Last night, the entire ninja world was pulled into the same dream. There were so many people that they couldn't even find the people they were familiar with in it. What if someone didn't sleep? Then they would be forcibly pulled into this dream. Using the time of dreaming on weekdays to complete a quiz game will not affect the work during the day. If you don't even want to do this, then the Lord God doesn't have to be polite, just force it in. At that time, it was the first time such a thing happened, and there were no familiar people around. There were strangers everywhere, and the scene was in chaos. They whispered to each other, shouted, and walked around randomly. Little Naruto just thought it was a strange dream, and there was no one familiar to him around. There were ordinary people living in the ninja world, and ninjas from other ninja villages. What made little Naruto at a loss was that there was an extremely beautiful big sister, who looked at little Naruto with disbelief in her beautiful eyes. With her little hand covering her mouth, she seemed to recognize little Naruto, but Naruto did not recognize her. She was the queen of the ancient country of Lulin, which is a country that has long disappeared in today's ninja world. Of course she remembered Naruto, or rather, she recognized Naruto as a child at first sight. It was Naruto who saved the queen and her country in the Lost Tower. At the very end, she wanted to give Naruto a hug but didn't have time, and when Naruto went back, he had forgotten everything that had happened. Little Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment. "Big sister, do you know me?" The queen said gently, "My name is Sarah, we will meet when you grow up, and thank you, Naruto." Naruto was at a loss for words by the changes in front of him. This dream was so strange. People who did not belong to this time and space appeared here, and Naruto certainly would not notice this. But somewhere there was a great ninja wearing the robe of the 7th generation, who had already noticed this. He saw many people he had helped in the 4th Ninja World War, but now they looked very young. "Where is this place, Boruto, Himawari, Hinata, where are you?" Then the 7th generation's eyes calmed down, and he saw a beautiful woman with a face as white as snow floating in the air. The 7th generation shouted in shock, "Kaguya! Kaguya!" There were also Uchiha Madara with a hedgehog head, Hashirama, and the mysterious man with a black background and red cloud pattern. Those who did not belong to this era or were hidden very deeply were pulled out one by one. A majestic voice sounded, "Everyone from all time and space in the ninja world, I have gathered you here just to invite you to watch some shocking scenes. For some of you, it will happen in the future, but for others, it will happen in the past. I let you watch these scenes in advance to see how you can change history. Similarly, everyone living in the future world will witness it with me and even participate in it. Before the formal start, you need to answer a question for me. I will give you a generous reward if you answer it correctly." Then the Lord God began to ask questions. What is the most popular food in Konoha? Most people in this special space have not sorted out their thoughts yet. No one answered the Lord God's question, and no one dared to be the first to speak out. The children hid behind their parents, and the adults were terrified. At this time, a ninja who was the first in unexpectedness said without hesitation, "Of course it's Ichiraku ramen." In fact, little Naruto never thought about whether Ichiraku ramen was the most popular in Konoha. Every time he went there, Ichiraku ramen was quite deserted and there were empty seats. There has never been a time when they need to queue. It was simply because little Naruto loved Ichiraku ramen the most, so he didn't care whether he answered the question or not. Since someone asked what was the most popular food in Konoha, the first thing Naruto thought of was his favorite Ichiraku ramen, so he subconsciously said it. Kakashi recognized Naruto's voice and said in disbelief, "That's Naruto." Suzuki looked worried. "That idiot." The voice of the Lord sounded again, "Congratulations, you got it right." Then an image appeared in everyone's mind. A cute boy with golden hair was standing at the door of Ichiraku ramen. It was raining outside, and he seemed to want to hide from the rain at the door of the store. Naruto was very young at that time, and at the same time very cute. His innocent big eyes made people feel distressed. "What's wrong, Naruto? Do you want to eat ramen?" Naruto was startled. "Forget it, I don't have any money. Give it to me when you become Hokage successfully." Little Naruto's face was full of expectation. "Really, where the leaves dance, the fire will also continue. The flames will illuminate the village, and the leaves will sprout new buds." That was Iruka's childhood, crying. The Sandaime invited him to eat ramen, stroked his head and comforted him gently. Then Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Sakura, Sasuke, Hinata and other familiar figures appeared in Ichiraku ramen one after another. There was also a red-haired woman with a big belly. She covered her mouth with a look of discomfort after eating 2 bites. A blonde man gently helped her out of Ichiraku ramen. Finally, on the eve of Naruto's wedding, Uncle Ichiraku wrote a small card for Naruto to eat as a permanent wedding gift. After eating Ichiraku ramen, little Naruto became lively again, chattering, "Are you a ninja too? You must be very powerful, right?" The 7th Hokage grinned. "Well, of course, I am a super powerful ninja." Little Naruto became interested. "How powerful?" This question stumped the 7th Hokage. "Well, you will know later." Looking at the interaction between little Naruto and the 7th Hokage, Hinata just found it funny, covering her mouth with a smile. They soon arrived at the 7th Hokage's house while chatting. "Here we are, this is it, Naruto, this will be your home from now on." Looking at the home that is not luxurious but very warm, little Naruto's face is full of expectations. "This is my home," Hinata said gently. "Yes, come in and take a look, the room has been prepared for you." "Great," little Naruto shouted and rushed in happily. The 7th Hokage and Hinata looked at each other. Maybe this is not bad. After the excitement, little Naruto looked at the 7th Hokage happily. "I said that. As he was talking, little Naruto had a constipated expression on his face, and the thick-skinned 7th Hokage looked puzzled. The attendant Hinata guessed why, and said with a smile, "If you don't know how to call us, just call us big brother and big sister." Little Naruto was actually very sensitive to emotions, and he could clearly feel who hated him and who had good intentions towards him. However, the kindness he felt from the 7th Hokage did not seem like a father treating his son, so he did not dare to call him father rashly. But it didn't matter whether they were his parents or not, as long as they truly cared about him, that was enough. "Big brother, since you are also a ninja, can you teach me some powerful ninjutsu?" The 7th generation suddenly became interested, and a long list of ninjutsu names flashed through his mind, such as Raiznan, and Raiznan. The only difference is the prefix, Big Ball Raiznan, Wind-style Shuriken, etc. But the 7th generation shook his head soon. "No, your master is someone else, he is a very great ninja." Naruto did not intend to change the trajectory of his life. If he taught him, what if he could not meet Jiraiya, who was one of the most important people in his life? In the spiritual world, the 2 foxes were also fighting. "Asshole, who are you? Why do you have my breath on you?" The future Ninetales looked disdainful. "I am your future self, of course I have your breath, and I advise you to help Naruto more and stop making trouble." "Bullshit, how can I surrender to humans? This is absolutely impossible." The future Nine-tailed fox didn't bother to pay attention to it, because it knew that the current Nine-tailed fox couldn't be persuaded by a few words. It had hatred for Konoha in its heart, and also for Naruto's father, Minato Namikaze. Hey, why are you silent? Since you are my future self, find a way to let me out." Future Nine-tailed fox said calmly. "No, I think it's better for you to stay locked up. Bastard, I'm going to kill you." That night, everyone in the ninja world fell asleep and entered the mysterious space again. This time, the Lord God did not appear, and the quiz game did not continue. The 7th generation guessed that this might be a fixed place to enter every night. Even if the Lord God did not play the quiz game, they would be pulled here. At the beginning, everyone's position was random. This time, people gathered together according to their own ninja village or their own organization. The Akatsuki organization gathered, but they found that there were many more people in the Akatsuki organization, such as the other 6 paths besides Pain, and a sickly person with red hair. Deidara began to shout, Hey, who are you? Why are you wearing the clothes of the Akatsuki organization? We are all S-level rebels in the Akatsuki organization. You look so sick that you will fall down at the slightest breeze. Can you do it?" Hearing this, before Konan could scold him, Nagato opened his eyes, and the pair of circle eyes made Deidara panic. Deidara immediately admitted his mistake. Okay, it seems that you are also an S-rank rebel, I recognize you. A similar scene also appeared in Konoha. There were many more people in Konoha, such as Boruto and Himawari, but unfortunately people in the past could not see them. For example, Kakashi could not see the Kakashi who became the 6th Hokage, but the 6th Kakashi could see people in the past. Suddenly, the 6th Kakashi's eyes froze. Is that Naruto? Feeling Kakashi's gaze, the 7th Hokage scratched his cheek. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, I'm so sorry, Konoha village will be left to you to take care of for the time being. Kakashi remembered the wish that little Naruto made yesterday, and he figured it out in an instant, so that's how it is. The 7th Hokage Naruto stated his purpose. Kakashi-sensei, do you still remember Zabuza and Haku? Now little Naruto and the others are about to carry out this mission. I decided to intervene to save them and let them join Konoha. Hearing this, Kakashi's thoughts were also pulled to the distant past. They are really old friends, so you must want to save Jiraiya too. The 7th Hokage's eyes were firm, of course. Kakashi smiled and his eyes narrowed completely. Go ahead, come on, I support you, don't worry, I'll have me in the future of Konoha. With the promise of Kakashi-sensei, the 7th Hokage can finally let go and show his fists. Then the 7th generation Naruto returned to the Konoha ninjas of the 3rd generation, and said to Kakashi with his back to him, also, take good care of Boruto and Himawari, please. In the Konoha village, little Naruto stayed with Sasuke and Sakura beside Kakashi. The 7th generation walked slowly over, rubbed little Sasuke's head hard, and messed up his stinky hairstyle. Little Sasuke angrily kicked Naruto's hand away, and took a stance as if he wanted to attack. Hey, what do you want to do? The 7th generation smiled, and in the future Konoha area not far away, a man in black with only one eye exposed looked speechless. Naruto, you guy. The 7th generation smiled and said, hello, Sasuke and Sakura, I will be the guardian of this child from now on. After that, the 7th generation pulled little Naruto to his side. Please take good care of me in the future. Knowing the inside story, Kakashi was also speechless. Naruto, this guy, will he still want to bully Sasuke when he grows up? In another place, the wife of the Hokage of Konoha, the White-Eye Princess, came to the small circle of the head of the Hyuga family and greeted respectfully, hello, father. At this time, the head of the Hyuga clan still had a rigid face. He already knew it, because Hinata also returned to the Hyuga family as soon as possible. The head of the Hyuga clan still couldn't believe it. I really didn't expect that you would marry that kid, and that kid really became Hokage. I have 2 lovely grandchildren. I really want to meet them. Hinata smiled gently and said softly, since father wants to see your grandson, granddaughter can of course, or come to my house tonight. I have their photos here to show you, and there are photos of father together. Hearing this, although Hinata Hayashi still had no expression on his face, his heart had already been eager to move, and he didn't want to leave. Yesterday, when Naruto went to see the 3rd Hokage and Heite Kakashi to explain the situation, Hinata went to the Hyuga family to find her father to explain the situation. In fact, when Hinata Hayashi heard that Hinata was married at first, he was very upset, but he didn't show it in front of Hinata. When he first met Hinata, he felt that this person must have some kind of relationship with him, and he was full of good feelings for her. After learning that she was Hinata Hayashi was even happier. His eldest daughter turned out to be so beautiful and charming, so he wanted to try Hinata's skills to see if she had trained well over the years. Then, he was beaten. Although Hinata is a good wife and mother, she fought against Atsutsuki Tonari with Naruto when she was young. At that time, Naruto was the main force, but her soft-step double lion fist also had a very good performance. After seeing Hinata's strong strength, Hyuga Hayashi became more and more happy, but she felt particularly unhappy when she thought that she married Naruto, a bad boy. In Hyuga Hayashi's impression, little Naruto is really just a naughty child, with no strength, and the last among his peers. He is far worse than Hyuga Neji, at least that's what Hayashi really thinks at the moment. Besides, Hyuga Hayashi didn't know that Naruto was Minato Namikaze's child, and very few people knew about this. Hyuga Hayashi had nothing to do with Minato Namikaze, so naturally he wouldn't guess this from the details. Hinata knew that her father's wish was to strengthen the Hyuga family, so she smiled and said, Father, don't underestimate Naruto-kun. He is the future 7th Hokage, who pacified the 4th Ninja World War. His achievements have even surpassed the 1st Hokage, and he is the child of the 4th Hokage. Hearing this, Hyuga Hayashi was shocked and speechless, especially the last sentence. Naruto was actually the child of the 4th Hokage. It was so obvious that he didn't think of it. He always thought that Minato Namikaze's child was sacrificed with Kushina before he was born. Then Hinata wanted to reveal more future information, but she found that she couldn't say it, as if some unknown force prevented her from revealing future information. The sight returned to the main god space. At present, Hinata's existence was only revealed to Hyuga Hayashi. She hadn't had time to reveal it to her sister Hyuga Hanabi, and Hyuga Neji. But at this point in time, her relationship with her sister Hanabi and brother Neji was not good, and it was probably useless to say it. Hinata Hayashi whispered, I will definitely visit you when I have a chance in the future. Hinata understood that her father probably wanted to see what his future grandson and granddaughter looked like and whether they had the outstanding ability to inherit the Byakugan of the Hyuga family. Hinata also whispered, okay, father, I will definitely treat your father well. Although it is still unclear who the Lord God is and what his purpose is, it might be nice to have a place to communicate with all the people in the ninja world before going to sleep at night. On the other side, the 5 Hokage had already started to communicate, but they were tit for tat with each other and had no intention of uniting to deal with unknown forces. Suddenly, the seventh Hokage saw a young and beautiful woman, and he was stunned. But little Naruto chirped, "Sister Sarah, we meet again." But Sarah also stared at the seventh Hokage, her eyes full of loneliness. "So you are married?" She just saw with her own eyes that the seventh Hokage greeted a Byakugan woman, and then the Byakugan woman went somewhere else. Seeing their intimate behavior, they seemed like an old married couple. But the seventh Hokage was speechless. "I think you look familiar, but I can't remember who you are." Sarah smiled. "It's normal that you can't remember. In order not to change history, the blonde ninja of Konoha erased your memories," Sarah said slowly. "You are incomplete now because you are missing a memory." At this time, Hinata came over with a cold face. "Naruto-kun, who is she?" Queen Sarah responded sharply, "I have known Naruto for 50 years, and he even hugged me like a princess." It was over. The jealousy was overturned, and the wife-controlled Naruto's face suddenly fell. "Hinata, listen to my explanation, I really don't remember. You know, Naruto had a lot of peach blossoms before getting married. It seems that the seventh generation has never mentioned these things to Hinata. Now these little secrets that Naruto has never cared about have been exposed by the main god Space. It seems that there is another fiancé that Jiraiya teacher has arranged for him." Naruto complained in his heart, "Please, don't show up again, I really only like Hinata." Little Naruto understood, and rubbed the seventh generation's arm with a sly smile. "Brother, you are so fickle, you obviously have such a beautiful wife." Naruto began to be in a dilemma, he didn't know what to do. In the seventh movie of Naruto, The Lost Tower, Sarah likes Naruto, and the audience can almost see it. It's a pity that they couldn't be together. It's so romantic and unforgettable to cross time and space. Naruto didn't show whether he liked Sarah or not, but he said that he seemed to have a sweet dream, a very sweet dream. Now the main god Space has messed up Naruto's life. First, he traveled to the third generation, and then a woman he didn't know appeared in front of him, and Naruto himself felt as if he really had something with this beautiful woman. It's hard to explain, and Naruto is almost desperate. P.S. Please give flowers and collect. The author will definitely write this book carefully. Once there is a chance, he will explode. This book has just been released today and it is the 4th chapter. Why is it the 7th generation crossing? I believe everyone can see that changing history is the key. The kind-hearted Naruto has the motivation to change those tragedies, such as Haku and the chapter of Zabuza, which impressed the author. There are too many people who deserve happiness, such as Conan, etc. Summon the 7th generation at the start. Chapter 5 MTL Books Logo MTL Books Report Settings Term Replacer Toggle Play / Pause TTS Add to Library Reading History Chapters Toggle Invert Mode Previous Next 5 Chapter 5 When Naruto was caught between two beauties and was in a dilemma, it was the end of the main god Space that saved him in the end. Naruto, who returned to reality, felt afraid of the main god Space, but Hinata was next to him, or should I say, on his bed. After all, they slept together and were then pulled into the main god Space together. Hinata's face was frosty. "Naruto-kun, what's going on with that girl?" The henpecked husband, who was the same as the 4th generation, began to sweat. "Hinata, I really don't know, I don't remember, but I do feel that I have seen that girl, but I can't remember, maybe my memory has been erased," as she said. Hinata is not a girl who cares about every penny, and even if there is something, it was before they got married. At least Hinata has never seen that girl after they got married, and even before they got married. Since even the main god exists, it is not so difficult to accept that Naruto's memory has been erased. Hinata is helpless. She knows Naruto's character and he really doesn't have so many tricks. Naruto is now middle-aged, and he must not have any sparks with the mysterious girl. After all, the appearance of the mysterious girl was just a small episode and would not affect their married life. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Then Hinata, I should set off. Today is the first time I have performed a mission to the land of waves when I was a child. Hinata exclaimed, I haven't made breakfast yet. Then Hinata hurriedly got dressed and went downstairs to cook. Fortunately, little Naruto was still sleeping in and it was in time. At this time, the 7th generation fell into deep thought. He seemed to have really forgotten something very important. But Naruto, who is middle-aged, does not want to bring any changes to his life, but if he doesn't think about it, he always feels sorry for the mysterious girl. Forget it. When there is a chance in the future, I will ask the 3rd generation about the ninjutsu of erasing memory. Today's little Naruto is different from the original. At least he will not get a stomachache from eating expired milk, nor will he go hungry because he has no money to eat, or they can only eat instant noodles. When Naruto woke up, he was greeted by 2 warm greetings. "Naruto, you are awake, come and eat." The table was unusually rich. Hinata took great pains for this meal. After all, this was her future husband, so she had to be more attentive. Hinata smiled gently. "Naruto, come and try it. Although the ramen I made by myself may not be as good as Ichiraku ramen, you should not eat instant noodles in the future. If you want to eat ramen, I can also make it for you." Naruto was almost moved to tears. To be honest, the ramen made by Hinata was not worse than that made by Uncle Ichiraku, and it was better with full ingredients. The taste was different, but both were delicious. Hinata smiled. Naruto, you must be a good man with a single heart when you grow up. Naruto naturally agreed, but the seventh generation was embarrassed. It seems that Hinata really cares about that matter. After all, their newlywed life has been so happy so far, and suddenly one day Hinata learned that Naruto seemed to have other confidants when he was young, who loved her husband. How could she bear this? While little Naruto was so moved, Hinata said, by the way, there is something I want to ask little Naruto. Little Naruto patted his chest and said, just tell me, no matter how difficult it is, leave it to me. Hearing this, Hinata smiled more gently. There is a shy girl named Hinata in the Hokage family. She is my sister. You must take good care of her in the future and never let her get bullied. Please, Naruto-kun. Little Naruto began to feel elated and patted his chest. Don't worry, sis. I will never let anyone bully her. The seventh generation couldn't stand it anymore, I said Hinata. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that he couldn't call her Hinata in front of little Naruto, so he skipped the name and continued, from childhood to adulthood, every time you were bullied, I stood up to protect you, right? I have done this a long time ago. After dinner, the seventh generation went out with Naruto, and little Naruto asked curiously, brother, what are you going to do when you go out? The seventh generation smiled and said, it's a small matter, you should go to teacher Kakashi. Before leaving, the seventh generation squatted down and opened the little Naruto's ninja tool bag, stuffed a kunao shuriken into it. Take these, practice well, and become a powerful ninja. In fact, one of the kunao shuriken that Naruto stuffed in was transformed from his shadow clone. Feeling the bulging ninja tool bag, little Naruto was ecstatic. In fact, ninja tools are quite expensive. Naruto doesn't have many, and this is the first time it is full. This sense of happiness is no less than eating Hinata's ramen. It turns out that boys like to play with these little things. The seventh Hokage saw a familiar figure, Dasna, on the street. Sure enough, is the Land of Waves about to begin? You should know that Naruto attaches great importance to the mission of the Land of Waves this time, and cares a lot about Zabuza and Haku, but he gave this mission to his shadow clone to handle, because his original body has more important things to do. He wants to meet Orochimaru. In the future world, Orochimaru helped a lot in the Fourth Ninja World War, and he was specially taken care of afterwards, allowed to move freely in Konoha village, and the wanted order was cancelled. And it's the she next to the female character, cultivated an excellent boy, who was Boruto's friend and a young junior that the seventh Hokage is very optimistic about. Besides, Jiraiya teacher also hopes that Orochimaru can return to Konoha. At present, before he has caused great damage to Konoha, meeting him once may change a lot of things. In fact, Orochimaru is also difficult to find, because he has several experimental bases. Moreover, his whereabouts are not fixed, and he likes to kidnap children everywhere. At the same time, he has first-class escape ability and many means of saving his life. Orochimaru seemed to be in a dead situation several times, but he finally survived and lived to be a mother in the seventh generation. But even if Orochimaru has been cleaned up in the future world, the seventh generation is not very familiar with Orochimaru. Orochimaru is not interested in Naruto. Naruto also keeps a distance from Orochimaru. Many of his perverted hobbies are not understandable to normal people. For example, he likes to do human experiments, and the seventh generation also turns a blind eye. As long as she is not a Konoha ninja, it doesn't matter to her. And he also likes to turn himself into a woman. Uncle Snake becomes Aunt Snake, and she is still very beautiful in Boruto. She is caring for her children and is already a qualified mother. The reason why Naruto is confident in finding Orochimaru is of course because of Sasuke. In Shippuden, Naruto found Orochimaru's base and then went to look for Sasuke room by room. Although Orochimaru has many experimental bases, Naruto is sure that this is the largest base of Orochimaru. It is very likely that Orochimaru is hiding here, so Naruto's real body set out. Naruto thinks it is better to go to deal with Orochimaru in person, and the clone may not be able to handle it. Although the shadow clones are also very powerful, they have a fatal flaw, which is that they cannot be attacked. Orochimaru is a genius ninja who is not inferior to Jiraiya. Naruto, the seventh generation, is not sure that he will not be attacked when facing him. Kakashi class. When Naruto arrived, Kakashi, Sakura and Sasuke were waiting for him. Kakashi was very upset. Naruto, you are late. It was always Hide Kakashi who was late, but today, Naruto stood him up. Naruto looked embarrassed, but his face was full of happiness. Kakashi did not mean to blame him, and pointed to Dasna beside him and introduced him. This is the client of our mission, Mr. Dasna from the Land of Waves. Dasna's attitude was very bad. Shorty. Naruto was instantly furious. Who are you calling a shorty? However, it seemed that everyone at the scene could not find anyone shorter than Naruto, and even Sakura was slightly taller than Naruto. Naruto was immediately hit. The whole journey was just like the original historical process, except that Naruto was late and the seventh Hokage followed him secretly. On the way, they were still attacked by the Mist Shadow Chunin. It was obviously the first time for Naruto to fight in actual combat, so he was so scared that he could not move, and became a burden. On the other hand, Sasuke had an extremely eye-catching performance. Originally, this was just a mission to protect Dasna from harassment by a bandit group, but they encountered an attack by ninjas, and the difficulty of the mission was suddenly increased from C level to B level, and B level missions were not allowed for genin. Kakashi was also worried that these newcomers would be in danger, and Sakura also backed out, so she wanted to terminate the mission on the grounds of taking care of Naruto and returning to Konoha for treatment to force out the poisonous blood. Naruto, whose self-esteem was frustrated, gritted his teeth and inserted the kunai into his left hand. Even Kakashi was shocked by this scene, and Naruto said in pain, "Why am I always dragging my feet, damn it?" Sakura said worriedly, "Naruto, what are you doing? I have obviously tried very hard, completing various tasks every day, and training in ninjutsu alone. I don't want to wait any longer for others to take action. I will not be frustrated again, I will not run away, and I don't want to lose to Sasuke, so I swear on the pain in my left hand that I will protect the uncle and continue the mission." Kakashi still cares about his teacher's child after all, so he squatted down to help Naruto check his injuries. Suddenly Kakashi's face was serious, because the power of the Nine Tails was slowly healing Naruto's wounds. This was not intentional by the Nine Tails, but the passive ability of the Nine Tails. The two foxes began to communicate again. Although they were shadow clones, the shadow clones also had the power of the Nine Tails in their bodies. "Hey, my past self, this mission is crucial. You will be overwhelmed by Naruto's anger. Please don't let Naruto lose his mind and give him more powerful power." The nine-tailed demon fox roared, "Asshole, I won't listen to you, you are a traitor who succumbs to humans." The future nine-tailed fox looked like a wise man and gave advice, "Really? In fact, there are other more harmonious ways for Jinchuriki and tailed beasts to live a comfortable life. Since you live together day and night like brothers, why can't you be companions? One day when you think like this, you will find that the world is beautiful." "Ridiculous, is this what you think? You want me to be a companion with this little bastard?" Future Ninetails didn't want to persuade him anymore. "You might as well give it a try, simply give him stronger power, just as a way to protect him. If he dies you will die too, right? Although the Nine Tails will not really die, it is indeed not good for the Nine Tails if the Jinchuriki dies." The Nine Tails was silent. He hated his future self very much, living like the person he envied, the person he hated the most. The Nine Tails could feel that he and the seventh Hokage were almost one, and as long as the Nine Tails wanted, they could go out for a walk and chat at any time. But he had been bound for hundreds of years, from the body of the first Hokage's wife Mito Uzumaki, to Kushina's body, and finally to Naruto's body. He had endured loneliness for who knows how many years. Perhaps in order to show off his past self, a nine-tailed demon fox in the form of chakra appeared on Naruto's body. This chakra was very gentle and weak, even Kakashi could not detect it, but the nine-tailed demon fox was different, he could feel it. The nine-tailed demon fox was extremely envious, just as I thought, it could move freely and was not sealed at all. Is this my future self? His expression looks relaxed and lazy, as if he is enjoying a leisurely and happy retirement. The nine-tailed demon fox was itching with envy, it could even detect other things besides laziness. For example, strong self-confidence, and the desire for the strong in the eyes. The nine-tailed demon fox has fought against everyone, including Uchiha Madara, Kagayaheim, and other monsters. "I am so awesome, the nine-tailed demon fox, am I proud of being so awesome?" At this moment, it actually wanted to brag to its past self. "Damn it, why can't I say anything?" as if a mysterious force is pressing my throat. Apparently, revealing too much about the future is forbidden, as that is the power from the Lord God. Later, because the limelight was stolen by Sasuke, Naruto was very unhappy, and he was nervous and on high alert all the way. Suddenly Naruto shouted, "There!" A kunai shot towards the bushes, and Kakashi was stunned. Naruto pretended to be relaxed. "What? A mouse?" Sakura yelled, "There's nothing here, don't let us misunderstand." However, Kakashi's eyes narrowed, because he also felt as if someone was staring at them. Suddenly, Naruto fired another kunai, and Sakura thought Naruto was crazy again and kept complaining. Kakashi pushed aside the grass and walked over. The kunai was fixed at the root of the tree, and right below the kunai was a shivering rabbit. Sakura immediately frowned, "Look at you, you scared it so much." Naruto quickly picked up the little white rabbit and comforted it with tears. Kakashi, who has always been smart, immediately found something unusual. Such rabbits basically appear in cold areas, so how could they appear here? A ninja with a bandage wrapped around his mouth stood on the tree, staring at Naruto, looking unhappy. That was Bai's rabbit, which was placed here for him to take care of. If it was killed by the reckless Naruto, Bai would be sad. Bai is naturally not here at the moment. If he was here, he would not let the little rabbit run around. The seventh generation hiding in the little Naruto's ninja bag was very emotional. It turned out that the rabbit was raised by Sister Bai. He should be called Brother Bai. It seems that Naruto is one of the few people who knows Bai's gender. After all, Bai told him in person. Then Zabuza appeared, and his appearance was domineering. A big knife attacked, Kakashi ordered everyone to lie down, and then the big knife was stuck in the tree, and Zabuza appeared at the handle of the big knife in an instant. By the way, the two Chunin's who were solved by Kakashi on the road were Zabuza's subordinates, who were purely used as tools without any feelings. Although Bai was also a tool in Zabuza's mouth, Bai was different. Zabuza had feelings for him. He taught Bai all his skills, and Bai was like his son. He kept saying that Bai was just a tool and would be thrown away after use, which was cold and ruthless. But when Bai really died, he burst into tears. Kakashi recognized him at first sight, the fugitive ninja, Mamakai Zabuza. He is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist village. Kakashi's expression became extremely serious, and he carefully pulled up his eye patch to reveal the Sharingan, which is unique to the Uchiha clan. This was also the first time Sasuke knew that Kakashi had the Sharingan, and began to explain the special abilities of the Sharingan. Later, Zabuza also joined in the commercial praise, Konoha technician, copy ninja Heite Kakashi who has copied thousands of ninjutsu. I didn't expect to see the legendary Sharingan so soon, what an honor. This was also the first time Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke heard about Kakashi's strength, and this was said by the enemy. The battle was about to break out, and this was also the first time Kakashi's class encountered a strong enemy. The 3 genin didn't want to be dragged down and moved in unison to protect Dasna. At this time, the future Nine-Tails teased 7th Hokage, the one called Zabuza, I'm afraid he won't last more than 1 round in your hands. The shadow clone was speechless, that's too bullying, and I don't want to interfere too much with Naruto's growth. I don't want him to live under the protection of the strong. As soon as the voice fell, Zabuza instantly appeared on the water surface, injected a lot of chakra and said in a deep voice, ninjutsu, mist hidden technique. Naruto said in disbelief, disappeared. Even the calm Sasuke was sweating coldly at this time, such a strong murderous aura. It feels like I will be killed if I don't pay attention. Zabuza's first confrontation with Kakashi was also very exciting. When you think I have been taken down by you, haha, it's actually a water clone. Kakashi, sorry, mine is also a water clone. Zabuza sneered, humph, mine is still a water clone. Then Kakashi deliberately let Zabuza kick him away and wanted to hide in the water. Zabuza's mist hidden technique is indeed troublesome, and he needs to think of a countermeasure. But he never expected that Zabuza had already set up a water prison in the water, and Kakashi was trapped, so he could only let Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura face Zabuza. The 7th Hokage was quite speechless and complained to the Nine-Tails, why did it seem that Kakashi could fight evenly regardless of the strength of the opponent? When Kakashi was trapped by Zabuza's water prison technique, the fledgling genin trio had to shoulder the burden. Zabuza was like a big boss to young Naruto as soon as he walked out of the novice village. The oppression he brought to young Naruto was really no less than that of 6 Paths Pain. Pain was indeed very strong, but Naruto in the future was also very strong. But now Zabuza was very strong, but Naruto was very weak. Naruto could not defeat Zabuza at this time, and the oppression was still fresh in the 7th Hokage's memory, because that was the first strong enemy he faced when he was still very weak. Zabuza's strength was beyond doubt, as he could force Kakashi, who was praised as a genius since childhood, into this state. If Kakashi was a genius, Zabuza was also a genius of the Hidden Mist village. Before he became a ninja, he killed all his classmates who took the exam together alone. It's not that Zabuza is cruel by nature, but that the Hidden Mist village is such a place. Although Kakashi won the final victory, the Sharingan played a crucial role, and it was not easy to win. But at the same time, the existence of the Sharingan will also cause Kakashi to lack chakra, and he has to carefully calculate the consumption of chakra in every battle. So the existence of the Sharingan can be said to have advantages and disadvantages. In the middle and late stages, Kakashi's plasticity is far greater than that of Zabuza. However, he still relied on the Sharingan to purify it into a Mangekyo and gained a new ability, Kamui. It is impossible to win in a head-on battle, so what should he do? Sasuke was the first to rush up but was strangled by the throat and thrown to the ground, while Naruto had already fallen to the ground and trembled because of fear. What should I do? Is this the strength of a Jonin? If this continues, I will really be killed. No, we have to run quickly. Little Naruto's expression was distorted by fear, as if he would pee at any moment. The 7th Hokage's face flushed with shame. How could I not remember that I performed so badly against Zabuza when I was a child? The future Nine-Tails started laughing. Naruto, I had forgotten it too. It's really funny to see your distorted expression of fear again. The 7th Hokage couldn't help it. He wanted to rush up and beat Zabuza to death, to tell Naruto that he was not scary at all. When he grew up, he fought against 6 Paths Pain, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, and Kageyama, all of whom were 100 times stronger than Zabuza. And Naruto defeated all of them. But there was no way. This was the first actual combat of little Naruto, and it was inevitable that he behaved like a chicken. Why was Sasuke still calm? Because he had been scared by Uchiha Itachi once, and he was used to it. To be honest, the sense of oppression that Zabuza brought to Sasuke was also very strong, but it was far less than that of Uchiha Itachi. So this is the relationship between Naruto and Sasuke. The only difference is that Naruto was scared for the first time, while it was not the first time for Sasuke, so practice makes perfect. Naruto trembled and wanted to stand up and run away, but he suddenly felt pain in his left hand. He remembered that not long ago he had just sworn to the pain in his left hand that he would not be frustrated or escape, but in the blink of an eye, facing Zabuza, he wanted to run away? Little Naruto was filled with shame. He shouted to give himself courage and rushed in the direction of Zabuza. There was no doubt that this was a free move. Little Naruto was beaten and flew away in an instant, bleeding. Sakura said anxiously, "You actually rushed up alone, what are you doing? Even Sasuke is not his opponent. No matter how powerful you are, we genin cannot defeat you." This time Naruto did not lie on the ground and tremble. He stood up tremblingly and put the fallen ninja forehead protector on his head again. Little Naruto said in a serious and low voice, "Hey, remember this, remember me, the man who will become the Hokage of Konoha Ninja Village sooner or later. I am Konoha Ninja, Uzumaki Naruto." Zabuza's forehead was bulging with veins. He was really angry now, because of this kid who was beaten and still seemed extremely arrogant. Little Naruto was full of confidence, as if the person who was lying on the ground and trembling with fear just now was not him at all. It has to be said that little Naruto's growth is too fast. He broke free from the shadow of fear in his first actual combat. But Sasuke was still afraid of the man who had brought him infinite oppression, Uchiha Itachi. Little Naruto has already thought of a countermeasure. "Sasuke, put your ear closer." Even Sasuke admired Naruto at this time. This guy can still think of a countermeasure in this situation. The seventh Hokage had already guessed what it was, and he was impressed. Although he was still beaten in the new confrontation, Naruto relied on multiple shadow clones to create an opportunity for Sasuke to turn Naruto into a wind shuriken and throw it out. Zabuza dodged it easily and then looked disdainful. "Shuriken? No, it's a shuriken shadow clone, and there is also a humph. You are still too naive." Zabuza showed an extremely perverted and terrifying expression. Sakura figured out the meaning of this expression. He dodged again. At this time, an unexpected plan appeared. The Fuma Shuriken transformed into Naruto and threw a kunao at Zabuza. The kunao thrown by the little Naruto not only forced Zabuza to leave the water prison technique, but also injured his cheek, causing a line of blood to flow. Zabuza was extremely angry. He grabbed the rapidly spinning Fuma Shuriken and attacked Naruto, who was falling freely after throwing the kunao. He shouted with a ferocious face, "You little devil." Naruto's face showed horror again. This was an attack that he could not avoid. Kakashi and Zabuza started the second round of fighting. They first used weapons to fight. After neither side could gain the upper hand, the two distanced themselves. Then, it was a duel of ninjutsu. Zabuza began to make hand seals. Kakashi also began to make hand seals. And the steps were the same as Zabuza, perfectly copying all of Zabuza's seals. The two of them finished the hand seals almost at the same time. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Kakashi used the ninjutsu that Zabuza was good at, but the two fought evenly. Zabuza was extremely annoyed, and when the water escape disappeared, the broadsword blocked his view and slashed at Kakashi under the cover of the waterfall. And Kakashi's physical skills were also first class, and he easily defended it. Then the two of them once again distanced themselves and circled around each other. The movements of the two were in perfect harmony, like twins who had been separated for many years. It should be said that Kakashi was deliberately imitating Zabuza, which brought great psychological pressure to Zabuza. It was as if he was fighting against himself, and suddenly the two of them stopped at the same time. One hand was making seals and the other was pointing to the sky. It was still the same action, with perfect timing and consistent movements. The pair of scarlet Sharinans were still staring straight at Zabuza, and Zabuza began to sweat coldly. He felt an incomparable sense of oppression. Zabuza complained in his heart, "This guy, he completely saw through my actions." Kakashi said calmly, "He completely saw through Nanny, this guy, can he even see through my mind?" Zabuza was extremely annoyed, "Damn, this guy." Kakashi said the second half of Zabuza's inner thoughts, "The eyes look so arrogant." At this time, Kakashi had the upper hand both in strength and in mind. Zabuza once again made hand seals and prepared to release a large-scale ninjutsu. He was confident that the power must be stronger than Kakashi's copy. However, Zabuza's little thoughts had been firmly grasped by Kakashi. Kakashi seized Zabuza's daze and released it first. Water escape, waterfall technique. The strong current rushed Zabuza into the water, and a whirlpool had formed in the water. Zabuza was carried along by the current and completely lost his ability to move. When the ninjutsu ended and Zabuza emerged from the water, Kakashi threw a kunao and stabbed it into Zabuza's arms and legs. It's over. Why? Can you see the future? Your future will be death. After saying that, Kakashi raised his kunao, preparing to stab Zabuza's vitals. 2 iron needles, also called senbon, pierced into Zabuza's neck first. Bai, who was disguised as a hunting ninja from the Mist Shadow Village, appeared and said without a trace of emotion, "Really, he's dead." The sudden appearance of the mysterious man surprised everyone, even Kakashi was no exception. When their Team 7 worked hard to beat Zabuza, the opportunity to finish off the enemy was taken away by someone else. Fortunately, this is the world of Naruto, not a game, otherwise this action would be a great vengeance. Kakashi jumped down from the tree and went forward to check. He is indeed dead. Then Kakashi looked at the masked ninja. He lowered his head slightly. "I've been waiting for an opportunity to kill Zabuza." The 7th Hokage hiding in little Naruto's ninja tool bag certainly knew that this chasing ninja from the Mist Shadow Village was just in disguise. Perhaps, when facing a strong enemy, or when Zabuza was about to be defeated, they would use this trick to escape. Generally speaking, other ninjas would not go against a chasing ninja from a ninja village. Killing the chasing ninja would be like poking a hornet's nest, and there might be a steady stream of chasing ninjas. But little Naruto still couldn't accept it. He pointed at the masked ninja angrily. "What the hell are you doing?" Naruto looked at Zabuza's body, panting. Kakashi said, "Don't worry, Naruto, he's not an enemy. What I want to say is not this, but that Zabuza, such a powerful Zabuza, was killed by him. He is such a powerful guy." Little Naruto couldn't accept it. He, Sasuke and Kakashi, the guy who fought so hard to defeat, was easily killed by a kid who was about the same age as him. Then aren't we just like the clown idiots? Kakashi walked towards Naruto and rubbed his head. "In this world, there are some brats who are younger than you, but stronger than me." When saying this, Kakashi thought of Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke also had an unhappy look on his face, and Naruto also had no fighting spirit and was hit. The white seal instantly appeared in front of Zabuza's body and carried him up. "The battle between you should have come to an end. I must take his body away as soon as possible. After all, he has buried too many secrets of the Kirigakage village. I will get rid of him. Thank you." After Bai left, little Naruto was still very unwilling and hammered the ground. If Zabuza's head was taken by teacher Kakashi, Naruto would be much happier, and it also meant the hard work of their Team 7. But it was taken by a very young kid, who might even be younger than Naruto. The reason why Bai looks older than Naruto is just because he looks too much like a girl. If it was a female with Bai's height, she would definitely be an adult. But if it was a boy, he would obviously still be a child. It's just that Naruto is too short, so Bai looks very tall. Kakashi encouraged, "Well, the mission is not yet completed. Let's go to Dazna's house as soon as possible to rest for a night." Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke sent the unconscious Kakashi to Dazna's house. At this time, everyone knew what would happen in the Grey Night. Sasuke spoke first. "Naruto, Sakura, what do you think of the main space of God?" The nervous Naruto said, "It's amazing. Anyway, go to sleep quickly. Let's go into the main space to talk." Sasuke said again, "Naruto, you got your first wish, and your wish was to have a family, right?" Little Naruto nodded. "Yes, he helped me realize it, didn't he?" But Sasuke said again, "But didn't you find that the uncle looks a lot like you, the same blue eyes, the same cat whiskers?" Sakura interrupted, "What's the matter? Doesn't this just prove that he is Naruto's father?" Sasuke shook his head. "I don't think that guy is Naruto's father. On the contrary, I think he is the grown-up Naruto." Hearing this, Naruto's forehead was covered with cold sweat. How is it possible? The 7th generation who was eavesdropping secretly was anxious. "Damn Sasuke, he has been so annoying since he was a child." The 9-tailed fox teased, "7th generation, what are you going to do? Your true identity is going to be guessed." In fact, the 7th generation didn't care whether his true identity would be guessed or not. He was just worried about little Naruto. And Sakura also covered her mouth. "No wonder, I think that big sister with white eyes is very similar to Hinata when she grows up, with a gentle appearance." In fact, after Naruto and Hinata got married, Hinata would occasionally get angry. There was even one time when Naruto talked back to his son Boruto, and the two began to make trouble unreasonably and were driven out of the house by the angry Hinata. And Boruto was actually very afraid of his mother getting angry. What he feared most was his sister Himawari and his mother Hinata when she was angry. When Himawari was angry, she rubbed the 7th generation with one finger and pressed on a key acupoint. At that time, even the 9-tailed fox was severely injured. In fact, little Naruto had already made this guess, and his expression became depressed. He actually hoped that they were his parents, not himself and his future wife. But when he thought about his future wife being Hinata, little Naruto's face turned red. Then Naruto broke his wild thoughts. "Who cares? As long as they are really good to me, that's enough." Sakura and Sasuke also expressed their understanding for Naruto, who had no parents since childhood. "Well, maybe this is not bad." Then the three of them fell asleep and entered the main god space. Kakashi also woke up in the main god space, and subconsciously rubbed his Sharingan. "Sure enough, the eyes of the Uchiha clan still consume too much chakra on me. The moment the 7th generation entered the main god space, he ran to the future ninja area. He wanted to find Sasuke to ask about the situation. Sasuke, a man in black, had a cold face. "You said you didn't find Orochimaru's base?" Sasuke was speechless. "That was the base established by Orochimaru within 2 years of me leaving Konoha. Of course, I can't find it now. What should I do? The timeline is about to enter the Chunin exam when Orochimaru invades Konoha. I have to change history." Sasuke shook his head helplessly. "I can't help you either. I don't care how many bases Orochimaru has. You should ask Orochimaru himself." Hearing this, the 7th generation Naruto began to feel embarrassed. Will she tell me? The 7th generation Orochimaru was an elegant and beautiful mother. To be honest, Naruto was not very good at getting along with such an Orochimaru. Sasuke shook his head again and again. "Don't look at me. Since Orochimaru started to train children, I have never talked to her." Naruto had no choice but to face Orochimaru alone. So when Orochimaru heard about Naruto's intention, he used ninjutsu to transmit a research project to the 7th generation's mind. The 7th generation couldn't understand it either, and didn't understand what Orochimaru meant. Orochimaru said calmly, "If you had seen me in the past and passed this research material to him, he would not have attacked Konoha." Although Orochimaru was wearing 2 earrings at this time, and her skin was as white as jade, she was really a great beauty, but her voice was still the kind of magnetic voice of Uncle Snake. In fact, Orochimaru didn't care about gender. Sometimes he was a man, sometimes a woman, and sometimes he was a legendary creature that did not exist in this world, the Yamata no Orokai. His current body was just his favorite, the body of a young woman, with smooth and white skin like jade, full of vigorous vitality and youth. Orochimaru's wish when he was young was immortality, and he had achieved it, and even his strength was improved. She explained, "It contains research data on immortality." At the same time, Orochimaru said, "Are you sure you want to change history? In fact, I attacked Konoha for another purpose, to stimulate Konoha. Konoha during the 3rd generation was too corrupt and old. From today's perspective, my purpose at that time has been achieved. I just like to see a ninja world full of possibilities." The 7th generation whispered, "I will persuade the 3rd generation to retire and let Tsunade take over." Orochimaru sneered, "What if he doesn't want to?" The 7th Hokage affirmed, "No, you think too darkly of the 3rd Hokage, he is not a power-hungry person. Yes, the 3rd Hokage just couldn't find a candidate for the 5th Hokage, and he didn't want to be the first Jiraiya. Tsunade, the 2nd, was afraid of blood and didn't want to be a ninja anymore because of the death of her lover and brother, and she was addicted to gambling. Maybe her addiction to gambling was the truth. Originally, Orochimaru was a good candidate and almost the chosen one, but he defected from Konoha because of human experiments." The 7th Hokage was chatting with the beautiful Snake Auntie, but the Snake Auntie's voice was still Orochimaru's. This scene was really eye-catching in the eyes of the future Konoha ninjas. The voice of the Lord God sounded again. "Everyone in the ninja world, I believe everyone has gotten used to this space." Someone asked, "What exactly is this space for, and why do you want to pull us in?" "I just want to have a good sleep. I thought today would be the same as yesterday, just chatting in the Lord God space." But the voice of the Lord God appeared again, and everyone's expression became serious. This was an existence that they, including Uchiha Madara and Kagaya, could not see through. The Lord God patiently explained, "The purpose of my creating this space is just to gather everyone in the ninja world, so that everyone can get together and chat when there is no question and answer game. It seems that I need to explain the special features of this space. I think some people have discovered that the ninjas from the past and future can see the ninjas in the main storyline, but the ninjas in the main storyline cannot see the ninjas from the past and future. The ninjas in the main storyline refer to those from the Sandaime period. The ninjas from the past and the future are watching you, so you must behave well." The Sandaime and Kakashi, little Naruto suddenly felt terrified. It turned out that so many people were watching him, but he didn't know it. At this time, Queen Sarah in the Lost Tower asked, "But I should be a person living in the past, why could I see Naruto when he was a child?" The Lord God said, "Because you are special, you live outside the main storyline. You reminded me, maybe I should correct this mistake. I will transfer you to the main storyline, are you willing?" Sarah didn't understand, but in order to meet Naruto in reality, Sarah said without hesitation, "I am willing. When the Lord God space ends, you will live in Naruto's home because you have a connection with little Naruto." Sarah smiled happily when she heard that. "Thank you, Lord God." Hinata was stunned, and the 7th generation was also stunned. Hinata looked at the 7th generation expressionlessly. The 7th generation hurriedly explained, "Lord God just said that he has a connection with little Naruto, and it has nothing to do with me." The reason why Sarah agreed is very simple. Even after Naruto traveled through time and space to save her and killed Centipede, the country still perished. Without economy, armed forces, or any resources, it could not develop. Although Centipede was an evil man, after his death, the only armed forces disappeared, and other countries could not be deterred. The people migrated, leaving only the ancient city of Lulin and her, the Queen of Lulin. The people of Lulin wanted the queen to go with them, but she was unwilling to give up this place. She wanted to wait for someone. So several children who had fought with her, including several orphans, wanted to stay and accompany Sarah. Sarah also adopted them as her own children and acted as their mother. Now she wants to find that young man. In the main god space, Sarah said goodbye to those children and asked them to migrate with the people. After she left, there would be no ancient country of Lulin in the future. The main god said again, "So what questions do you have? Can I still wait for that person?" The Lord God smiled and said, "You still have a chance, wait for him to grow up in 2 years." Sarah blushed instantly, and Hinata finally stopped staring at the 7th Hokage. But Hinata began to worry, what if her past self could not compete with Sarah? If not, she must supervise little Naruto after returning. After arranging Sarah, the Lord God said again, "Then everyone in the ninja world, let's start today's question and answer game. Question: is the person in the picture a man or a woman? Since the answer is too simple, with only 2 choices, I will set up a penalty mechanism. Those who answer incorrectly will die. To the one who answers correctly, I will grant one of the bloodline limits of your choice. You should know that the Sharingan is also within the range of bloodline limits, and it is also the strongest known bloodline limit. After all, when the Sharingan is purified into a Mangekyo, a special ability can be obtained. And the Sharingan itself is also extremely powerful, so this reward is not to be underestimated." The picture began to move. In the woods full of birdsong and flowers, a person in flowery clothes was squatting down with a small basket to pick herbs. It was a medicinal herb for treating external injuries. Zabuza was shocked. "Bai, isn't that your clothes?" Bai was also puzzled. "I do have this clothes, and I'm planning to put it on tomorrow, disguised as an ordinary villager to pick herbs, to avoid being discovered that I'm a ninja." A bird flew onto the woman's shoulder. The woman looked back and smiled very gently. She seemed very happy about the bird's closeness. In the main god space, there was an uproar. "Wow, so beautiful, what a great beauty." The Lord God also said that since the answer is too simple, those who answer incorrectly will die, so isn't the answer obvious? Naruto doesn't need to watch the next scene, isn't it obvious? This person is. Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi who were beside him slapped him, and then quickly covered their mouths. The 3 were frightened. If they answered wrong, little Naruto would be dead. How could they answer carelessly? And the picture continued. Of course they had to keep watching to get more information. Suddenly, the little sparrow on the woman flew away and flew to another person. He was wearing an ugly orange suit and was very short. It was hard to believe that he was already 15 years old. Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke were shocked. And little Naruto also broke free from the restraints of the 3 and exclaimed, "Isn't this person me?" A pair of beautiful big eyes in the picture were staring straight at him, actually staring at the Konoha forward protector on his head. After the woman recognized little Naruto, she fell into memories, and her memories could even be seen by everyone. That was when she wore a mask to kill Zabuza, and little Naruto yelled at her, "What are you doing?" Kakashi in the main god space also saw this scene, and he was shocked. Zabuza is not dead after all, they are in the same group. Naruto, run away. Sakura and Sasuke were also very worried. At this time, Naruto in the picture fell asleep in the forest because of overtraining. The woman slowly walked towards Naruto. She stood in front of Naruto, lowered her head, and her expression was hidden under her long black hair. The picture gave a close-up of the kunai in little Naruto's hand, and the urgent drumming seemed to foreshadow that she was going to commit a crime. The woman stretched out her hand and slowly leaned down towards Naruto. Kakashi's forehead was bulging with veins. "Naruto, run away." Sakura was almost crying. "That man is in the same group as Zabuza, wake up, Naruto." Little Naruto was speechless, but soon he joined the shouting. "Idiot, wake up." The woman's snow-white jade hand grabbed Naruto's neck. Looking at the scene in the picture, little Naruto's face was pale, but Bai was still very gentle. Although the person in front of her was an enemy, she still couldn't bear to attack the sleeping little Naruto. The hand grabbing Naruto's neck could clearly feel the woman's struggle, and then she gave up and pushed instead. Her voice was still so gentle. "You will catch a cold if you sleep in a place like this." It is no exaggeration to say that if Bai hadn't been soft-hearted, there would be no Shippuden later. Naruto woke up slowly, and she saw an extremely beautiful face staring at her intently. Suddenly, the tense drumming sounds in the picture disappeared, and melodious and soothing music sounded instead. The nervous expressions of everyone in the ninja world suddenly relaxed. Little Naruto rubbed his eyes sleepily. "Who are you?" Bai smiled gently. Little Naruto blushed immediately, because she was really too beautiful. It is difficult to find a few people in the entire ninja world who can surpass Bai in appearance. Little Naruto, who was watching the video, also brought his own emotions into it. He blushed even through the screen, feeling like he was in love. He scratched his cheek embarrassedly. "Did you wake me up, big sister?" Hearing this, little Naruto, who was watching the video, was ecstatic. "I know, the answer is Before he could continue, another slap was given, and the three people sealed Naruto's mouth in unison. The little Naruto in the picture asked embarrassedly, "So what are you doing here?" Bai replied, "Picking herbs." Little Naruto was puzzled, "Picking herbs?" Bai gave another gentle smile, and it was obvious that she really liked to laugh. "Yes, that's it, to treat injuries or cure diseases or something." Then little Naruto helped to pick herbs together. The scene was particularly warm. It was hard to imagine that they were enemies. "Big sister, it must be hard to come here so early in the morning to collect herbs." Bai asked back, "You are the one. What are you doing in a place like this so early in the morning?" Little Naruto grinned, "Training." Bai was stunned, "Are you a ninja or something else? Look at the forehead protector on your head." Little Naruto blushed again. It was the first time that he was called a ninja. He was really happy. "How is it? Does it look like it? Does it look like it?" "Yes, I am a ninja." "Really? You're really awesome." Naruto was a little embarrassed and a little proud, scratching the back of his head and laughing. Sakura's head exploded when she saw the video. "Why are you laughing so foolishly? He is Zabuza's accomplice. Doesn't he know that you are a ninja?" The woman asked back, "But why do you have to practice?" "Because I want to be stronger." "But you look strong." "It's not enough, I have to become even stronger." The woman narrowed her eyes. She remembered that she became stronger as a tool of Zabuza, and said expressionlessly, "Then why?" "Because I want to be the most powerful ninja in Konoha village, so that everyone can recognize my strength. And now, I want to prove something to someone." Naruto was referring to Sasuke, the fact that he was not a coward. "Is that for someone, or for yourself?" Bai's question made Naruto look confused. She covered her mouth and chuckled. "Why, is my question weird?" The ninja world was in an uproar again. "So cute, how could she be a boy with such a cute smile?" Bai asked again, "Do you have anyone very important?" After that, he entered Bai's memory, a dirty little beggar on the street, staring at the pedestrians coming and going on the road with empty eyes. Yes, that kind of eyes, that is Bai's eyes at this moment. Her eyes have always been empty since she was a child. The main god's space, wow, so pitiful. Is this her childhood? Suddenly a passerby walked over and threw a bag of garbage, and the little beggar moved instantly, and she immediately went to look for the garbage bag. It turned out that she had been squatting next to the trash can. Everyone in the main god's space changed their mentality again. Too pitiful, too pitiful. My wife was so pitiful when she was a child. No, I have to marry her quickly and come to my house to live a rich wife life. You fart, that's the wife I want to marry. You all shut up. That's the woman I like. A dog barked at the little beggar, and the little beggar looked at the dog expressionlessly. Then the scene switched, and the stray dog cried out in pain. It was kicked by the little beggar. Obviously, although she was in a very poor state, she was not weak. After driving away the stray dog, she began to search the garbage dump again. Then he squatted by a bridge. He seemed to have seen someone very important to her. His eyes were full of the light flashes in the sky, and the white in reality also flashes the same light. Bai broke free from her memories. Her expression was depressed at first, then firm. People will only become stronger when they protect something important. Naruto was stunned for a moment, but it was true. Kakashi said to Zabuza, "I will never let you kill my companions." And when Naruto protected Iruka in the Book of Sealing Incident, "Don't attack Iruka, or I will kill you." Therefore, Naruto also agreed with Bai's statement, "Well, I know this very well." Hearing this, Bai's smile was extremely sweet. At this time, the picture was still. The voice of the Lord God sounded again. "Then the question is the person in the flowery clothes in the picture a man or a woman?" The whole ninja world shouted, "If this is a man, I will eat shit. She is so cute and beautiful. I must marry her. I want to marry her too. Wife, wife, wife." There was a lot of shouting. Zabuza looked at Haku and said, "You seem to be quite popular." Zabuza was teasing. Upon hearing this, Haku immediately blushed with shame. Then Haku said in a low voice with embarrassment, "Lord God, let me answer. He is a man." The whole ninja world began to laugh at this masked guy. "Ha ha ha, how could he be a man?" Hey, no, wait, this mask seemed to flash by in the video just now. He seems to be the real person. The Lord's voice sounded slowly and steadily. "Congratulations, you answered correctly." Finally, the she with the female character was replaced by the he with the single character. Next, the answer is revealed. The screen started moving again. At this time, Bai was ready to go back. He picked up the bamboo basket, turned around, and encouraged, "You will become stronger." Then he walked in the direction he came from, his face expressionless again, and his eyes became empty again. "Let's meet somewhere again if we have the chance." In fact, he had already expected that if they met again, they would probably have to separate life and death. The ending was sad, he died. If Bai had been a little cruel to the two genin of Konoha, there would really be nothing later. After all, Bai was too kind and soft-hearted. He did not kill the two with one blow, and was slowly dragged to the plot. Naruto smiled and watched Bai leave. But soon Bai stopped, without turning his head, and said, "Oh, by the way, I'm a man." The answer has been revealed. This is what the person in the picture said personally. Naruto was dumbfounded. How is it possible? Obviously more lovely than Sakura, how can it be a man? Sakura in the main god space roared at Naruto, obviously more lovely than me, what do you mean? The entire ninja world was as dumbfounded as little Naruto. You must be kidding, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. But, even if he is a man, so what? He is so handsome, I still like him very much. That's right, do you want to marry a fat woman or a white man who looks cute? I was speechless. If that's the case, I also choose Bai. Ignoring the noise of the people in the ninja world, the Lord asked, so, what bloodline limit do you want? Bai looked at Zabuza's hesitant face, and Zabuza said without hesitation, choose the Sharingan. Bai followed Zabuza's advice and said to the Lord, I choose the Sharingan. The Lord smiled, your wish has been fulfilled. This is a pair of eternal Mangekyo, and it has recognized its master. It cannot be taken away by anyone except you. Hearing this, Bai looked regretful, Mr. Zabuza, I wanted to give you one. Zabuza looked disdainful, I don't want your things. Hearing this, Bai smiled happily. They are just like this, both wanderers in the world, sharing the joys and sorrows, going hungry together, and working as killers to make a living together. They often share things together, and this is the bond between the two. Bai's beautiful eyes suddenly turned into a permanent kaleidoscope. The pattern of Bai's kaleidoscope is snowflakes, which really fits Bai's bloodline limit, the ice shield. The Lord God said, the Sharingan I gave you has the ability of the Chakravartin, which fits your bloodline limit very well. It can summon a shadow with the same strength as your body. Your opponent can't see it, only the Rinnegan can see it. And as your proficiency increases, your shadows can increase to a maximum of 4. Ninjas didn't have any special reaction yet, but Uchiha Madara was completely shocked. Chakram Hell is a unique ability of his Sharingan. He didn't even use it when fighting Hashirama. This is a special ability that he awakened in his later years. It can be said that this is the last card that Uchiha Madara has kept, and the 7th Hokage knows what Chakram is. Back then, Uchiha Madara fought against successive Hokage alone, and Kakashi's team relied on Chakram, and his Chakram shadows are exactly 4. Although Haku only has 1 shadow, it still makes Uchiha Madara very unhappy. At the same time, the old man Uchiha Madara, who was lingering on in the main storyline of Naruto, set his sights on Haku, and after Obito, he found a new chess piece. But unfortunately, his Sharingan was bound to the Lord God, and no one else could take it away and use it. Otherwise, Haku's beautiful Sharingan would soon belong to Uchiha Madara. Although the 7th Hokage was happy for Haku when he saw this, he began to get nervous. No, history has changed now, and Haku's strength has greatly increased. This is not an opponent that the 2 genin of Konoha can defeat. Although he arranged a shadow clone to protect Naruto, the original plan was only to protect Haku at the critical moment. But now Haku was expected to beat the 2 genin of Konoha. What should he do? Should he take action in advance? At the end of this quiz game, the reward was won by himself. Wasn't that a bit of cheating? Of course he knew his own gender, but no one was jealous of Bai, and most people were really happy for Bai. Although Bai's memories are very common in the entire ninja world, he is particularly pitiful because he is Bai, probably because he is so handsome. As expected, appearance is justice, and as long as you are good looking, you will naturally get more attention. If the passersby back then knew that this little beggar would be so beautiful when he grew up, there would definitely be many people rushing to adopt Bai. A man in the main god space regretted, I was the man who went out to throw away the garbage in the middle of the night. If I had known that he would look through my garbage, I would have taken him home. Tisk, you pervert, why did you take him home? Is it because he is good looking? Then the main god space ended and everyone returned to reality. Zabuza took a deep breath as soon as he returned to reality, because he was really seriously injured, which might affect his future ninja career. Both arms were pierced with kunao, which damaged a lot of nervous system. If he didn't find a way to treat it, his arms might be disabled. Bai with Sharingan hesitated for a moment and said, I'll go out to collect herbs. Zabuza said slowly, you are hesitating. Are you afraid of seeing the kid in the ugly orange suit? Bai was silent for a moment and then nodded, yes. You can't bear to kill him. Bai lowered his head with a guilty look on his face, I may really not be able to kill a child like that. Zabuza snorted coldly, you should run and kill him now. Your weak character may change with your character, you can't survive in this cruel world. Zabuza stood up with his body still injured, if you still can't do it, I'll go with you, I'll do it, although I'm injured, but it's more than enough to deal with that little brat. They knew that the encounter between Bai and Naruto in the picture happened in the future, or it should be said that it was not long after. So if they ran to the same place, they might still be able to see little Naruto. But Bai shook his head, Mr. Zabuza can't go, since we know what happened in the future, Kakashi and the others must know it, maybe Kakashi will ambush nearby. Zabuza said angrily, so, you are still soft-hearted, you may be stronger than me now, but I can use your weakness to kill you at any time. If you want to become a qualified tool, you must abandon this woman's kindness, your weakness, and your kindness. There is nothing wrong with what Zabuza said, because in the original main storyline, Bai died because of his kindness and could not bear to kill the two genin of Konoha. If he had used all his strength at the beginning and attacked the vital points, killing the two genin in seconds, and then helped Zabuza deal with Kakashi, his fate might have changed. Bai was silent. He watched the video and he felt that Naruto was really a great kid. How could he kill such a kid? Zabuza snorted coldly and walked out of the house. Bai said anxiously, "Mr. Zabuza, where are you going?" Zabuza didn't even turn his head back. "I'll chop off that kid's head right now and use it as a chamber pot for you." Bai said anxiously, "No, Mr. Zabuza, you will be in danger in this state." Zabuza looked at Bai coldly. "So, your choice is, do you go, or do I go?" Bai said with a blank expression and empty eyes, "I'll go. I will bring back the herbs in Naruto's body before night." Zabuza snorted, "You'd better not let me down again. With your current level, you can kill Kakashi even if you face him. Kakashi's 3 Magatama Sharingan is so terrifying." Zabuza doesn't understand what the Eternal Mangekyo is, but he is sure that it must be stronger than Kakashi's Sharingan. Obviously, the main history has changed because of the spoilers and the bestowal of power by the main god. Haku has the Eternal Mangekyo. However, Haku's Eternal Mangekyo may be the weakest in Naruto. Others have several abilities: Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, Kakashi's Kamui, and Obito's spatial ability. Uchiha Madara's ability is even more perverted. 6 Paths Pain. The eyes belong to Uchiha Madara, so Madara can master all the abilities that 6 Paths Pain has. However, Madara's other Rinnegan ability, Rinnegan Graveyard, is not possessed by 6 Paths Pain. Haku can only use Rinnegan Graveyard and the basic abilities of the Sharingan. After all, she is not from the Uchiha clan, so the functions of the Sharingan that Haku picked up are a bit less. At this time, Haku has almost made up her mind to kill Naruto, the kid in the ugly orange suit. In Haku's heart, Zabuza is above all else. For Mr. Zabuza, killing a little what's a ghost? The only difference is that the people he killed before were all ninjas with blood on their hands, but Naruto is not. He is just a child and very kind. Bai can't bear to kill him. Bai went to the grove first. As expected, because of the spoilers of the Lord, little Naruto was not there. He was protected by Kakashi. In order to complete the task, Bai became a killing tool without any emotion and chased directly to the land of waves, the home of Dazna. It happened that his target Dazna was here. Killing him would complete the task. If Kakashi and others dared to stop him, don't blame him for being ruthless. The Eternal Mangekyo ability is activated, Susanoo. Although the Mangekyo that Bai has is single function, Susanoo is a basic skill that can be used by all Mangekyo. Bai's Susanoo is a rare white color. Combined with Bai's own Kekkei Genkai, the appearance of the ice-attributed Susanoo is simply a patchwork monster. Summoning 2 Susanuos, his terrifying strength has reached a level that is incomprehensible and daunting. White-faced with such terrifying strength said expressionlessly, "For me, it is really difficult to become a ninja. I don't want to kill you if I can, and I don't want to be killed by you either." The above is almost Bai's code of conduct, and it has even been foreshadowed in Bai's memories. When Bai was rummaging through the trash can, a stray dog showed malice towards her and wanted to attack Bai. At that time, Bai also didn't want to have a dispute with this poor stray dog, but if it insisted on attacking her, then she had to be ruthless. Zabuza, who was watching secretly, gritted his teeth. "Tisk, Bai, this guy, even at the end you still don't want to fight Naruto." But Bai has made it very clear that if Naruto wants to save Dazna and draws his sword against Bai, then what awaits him will be a Bai who becomes ruthless in order to protect important people. "This time I just want to complete the mission and kill Dazna, but if you insist on drawing your swords, then I will have no choice but to kill my own soul and become a completely cruel ninja." The bridge that Dazna wants to build connects the dreams of each of us. You are building a ninja dream, and the dream of Wave Country is to get rid of shipping, and I have my own dream. From beginning to end, Bai's voice did not contain a trace of emotion, as if she had killed her soul and was mentally prepared to fight to the death. "You are fighting for your dreams. Please don't hate me. I want to protect someone who is very important to me. Act for him, fight for him. I want to make that person's dream come true. This is my dream. For this, I can be cruel and kill people." Zabuza, who was hiding in the dark, heard this, and a hint of helplessness flashed across his eyes. In fact, if possible, he didn't want to live this kind of life. From the time he picked up Bai, he knew that this child was not suitable to be a ninja. The life that really suits him should be a peaceful or even plain and safe life. Zabuza suddenly felt a little guilty, but he soon realized that he could not have such a life. And if Bai didn't make up his mind, she would not be able to survive with him. And now Bai said cruelly, "I'm going to kill Dazna now. Naruto, will you stop me?" Naruto's expression was full of disbelief, and then a face full of pain. "Why, you shouldn't be this kind of person. You obviously yearn for life so much. You are obviously a very gentle person. I don't want to fight with you." "Well, I'm sorry, Naruto. When I kill Dazna, our mission will be completed, and I will leave the land of waves with Zabuza." Seeing that Haku had already raised the sword in Suzanu's hand high and slashed at Dasna, her speed was too fast, as if she didn't want to give Naruto the opportunity to draw his sword against her. As long as she didn't fight with Naruto, even if he would hate her, Haku would do it. But Kakashi took Dasna and dodged Haku's attack in an instant. At the same time, he was sweating coldly. Kakashi almost risked his life. Just dodging was so difficult. If Haku wanted to kill himself, Kakashi knew that he would never survive. But Kakashi is worthy of being a highly conscious ninja. To protect the dignity of Konoha, Kakashi would never allow the target of the mission to be killed. Kakashi showed his Sharingan again, raised the kunai in his hand and pointed it at Haku. No matter how strong the opponent is, you must have the courage to show your weapon. This is a real ninja. Haku said calmly, Kakashi, if it were you, I would kill you without hesitation. At this time, Bai's target of attack turned to Kakashi. After Kakashi's death, no one could threaten Zabuza. Even if Zabuza was already injured, with Konoha's 3 genin and Sakura being a complete burden, who could defeat one of the 7 ninja swordsmen? At this time, the 7th Hokage who was secretly watching finally decided to take action. Because the situation was beyond the control of Kakashi, Naruto knew that the Eternal Mark Mangekyo was not something that Kakashi's 3 Megatama could deal with. And he wanted to knock Bai out in an instant, because he didn't want others to know that he was secretly following to protect Naruto. If little Naruto knew that he was actually invincible, his mentality might change for the worse. He might become weak, always expecting himself to save him, and unable to become stronger. So, the 7th Hokage was about to use the 6 paths mode. In a breath of time, a golden light flashed. People always misunderstand that after the battle with Sasuke, their 6 paths power disappeared, but Sasuke's Samsara Eye was still there. In fact, it was not. His 6 paths power was always there, but he was not using the Fairway Jade anymore. The Fairway Jade has a characteristic that it cannot be repaired after being destroyed. After many high-intensity battles in the future, Naruto's Fairway Jade was only 2 left. The 2 Fairway Jades, one on the left and one on the right, hung on both sides of his head, looking too shabby. A majestic and heavy, incredibly huge chakra wave appeared from little Naruto. At this time, the future Nine Tails said, "Let me take action. I will give Naruto the power and let him enter the Nine Tails mode." It is indeed much better to let the Nine Tails take action than the 7th Hokage. The only worry is whether the Nine Tails can handle it. After all, this Nine Tails is not the real body, but only part of the Nine Tails chakra. The Shadow Clone 7th Hokage worriedly said, "Can you do it? He has the Eternal Mangekyo, and his ability is the Rinnegan." After Haku aimed at Kakashi, 2 huge white Susanos raised their swords at the same time and threw them at Kakashi as kunai. The 2 weapons were too big to hit Kakashi, but then a huge ice mirror appeared in the sky. It was a mirror created by Haku's blood limit ice shield. Secret technique of ice, magic mirror ice crystal. Each mirror is larger than Bai's Susanoo, and its range is so large that it blocks out the sky and the sun. All places covered by the range, including the entire village, became Bai's attack target. Kakashi said in disbelief, What is this, such a large-scale ninjutsu? Does that kid have enough chakra? Could it be that the Sharingan not only did not weaken Haku's chakra, but strengthened it?" Kakashi was immediately jealous. Then Haku's original Susanoo entered the ice crystal and transformed into countless Susanoo. The shadow summoned by the Rinnegan still remained on the battlefield. He had just obtained the Eternal Mangekyo, but he had already exerted extremely powerful strength. Haku in the mirror used his soldiers to condense a senbon that matched the size of Susanoo, and then countless huge senbon stabbed at Kakashi. Watching Kakashi-sensei being beaten by countless huge senbon, he had no power to resist. At this time, the aura of little Naruto was constantly rising, and he was extremely angry. "You are not allowed to hurt Kakashi-sensei. Haku has people he wants to protect, and Naruto also wants to protect his own Kakashi-sensei. At this time, Haku is hurting his Kakashi-sensei. Although he doesn't want to fight Haku, he must stop Haku. In Naruto's body, what are you doing? How dare you extract my chakra?" The future Nine Tails said slowly, "You have a lot of chakra, don't you? Lend me some. I'm just a clone, and my chakra is not enough to deal with the current Bai." The Nine Tails was very proud. "Even if you are the future me, you can't just draw my chakra casually." "But he has the Sharingan. You hate the Sharingan, don't you? Just lend me your chakra and let me deal with him." The future Nine Tails is well aware of its own thunderness, and can only appease such a Nine Tails. "Don't worry, I will definitely teach the guy with the Sharingan a lesson for you, just donate your chakra." The Nine Tails snorted coldly. "Okay, let me see how much you are capable of." Soon the golden coat covered Naruto's whole body, and the future Nine Tails said, "Go, fight, and save your teacher Kakashi." Naruto couldn't believe it. Why did he have such power? Is this the power of the Nine Tails? But why is this power so gentle and so comfortable? The Nine Tails in Naruto was also shocked. "That is the power of the old man's 6 paths. Why do you have it?" "It naturally came from Naruto. Naruto and the Nine Tails are inseparable. Their chakra is shared, so it can also simply use part of the Six Paths power to enter the Six Paths mode. However, the Six Paths mode is not the Six Paths Sage mode. Without a sage, it can be said that there is a world of difference. This is just a weakened Six Paths Sage mode. In addition, Naruto cannot condense the Seeking Truth Jade again because there is no yin attribute chakra in his body. It is impossible to use the 5 elements to combine yin and yang to synthesize the Seeking Truth Jade, so this is really one less. Although the 7th generation cannot attack directly, he can still call on the Nine Tails chakra to condense a giant chakra hand. So, Senjutsu Tailed Beast Ball Raisin Shuriken, the huge palm transformed by chakra was condensed. Kakashi can be said to be stunned. This is the power of the Nine Tails? But why does the skill he uses look so much like the Rasengan? But Kakashi soon figured it out. The existence of the 7th Hokage was not hidden from Kakashi, so he also knew about it. So that's how it is. Has the grown-up Naruto been protecting me in secret? It seems that after growing up, Naruto has become friends with the Nine Tails. Little Naruto simply thought that this was the power of the Nine Tails. The future Nine Tails urged him, "Go, little Naruto." Little Naruto was full of energy. Okay, the sage technique Tailed Beast Ball Rasengan was not thrown out. If it was thrown out, the village would be gone. Then the giant chakra hand with the Rasengan was controlled by the Nine Tails and slapped towards Susanoo at close range. Even though Naruto's physical skills were average in the Sage Fox mode, he could move like teleportation with the Nine Tails blessing, and his speed was incredible. The huge and bulky Susanoo could not avoid the combined attack of Naruto and the future Nine Tails. The Shadow and Susanoo summoned by the Will Brave were turned into ashes the moment they were hit by the Raisin Shuriken. Then the huge and hard Magic Mirror and Ice Mirror were also ruthlessly smashed by the Nine Tails' huge palm. The Nine Tails' domineering and tyrannical power was not something Shiro could contend with. Although he had the Ikkyu Mangekyo, he was not Uchiha Madara. The ending was already doomed. Sasuke looked at the little Naruto who stole the limelight, gritting his teeth. Damn it, this last place guy is actually stronger than me. After the mirror was broken, Bai's true form could not be hidden, but as soon as it appeared, the huge Susanoo was torn into pieces by the future Nine Tails like a toy. Bai has good plasticity, but now he is just a kid. Facing the future Nine Tails, this is an opponent that he cannot defeat even if he has a Mangekyo. After the defeat, Bai even had the intention of dying. After the Susanoo was torn into pieces, he fell from the head of the Susanoo in a free fall without any resistance. The golden little Naruto was roaring and rushing towards Bai. Naruto rushed towards Bai at a very fast speed but just jumped high and caught Bai in midair. He never thought of hurting Bai. Bai said calmly, "Why don't you kill me?" Naruto just looked at Bai firmly, "Because I want to save you." Bai's tone was still calm. People often misunderstand me. It is not mercy to sympathize with an enemy who should be killed and let him live. No dreams, not needed by anyone, just living, the pain of being alone. Naruto looked at Bai angrily. "What do you want to say? Zabuza doesn't need weak ninjas. Your strength has taken away my reason for existence. I don't want to live anymore." Naruto's eyes were filled with shock, and he screamed hysterically, "Why do you do that kind of thing for that kind of person? Is the only person who is important to you the guy without eyebrows? He takes the bad guys' money and helps them do things." Although he wanted to tell a very tragic story, Bai still had a blank expression on his face. "A long time ago, I had other important people. They were my parents. I was born in a small snowy village in the land of water. Although we lived a poor life relying on farming, my parents were content with the status quo, but they were very happy." Naruto gritted his teeth. "I didn't even have parents when I was young, but I still made it all the way with a heart that wanted to be recognized by the whole village." Bai continued, "But when I just remembered, my father killed my mother and even wanted to kill me." Naruto was shocked. How could it be? Parents have always been an unattainable existence in the heart of little Naruto, until the appearance of the 7th Hokage in Hinata, who filled the gap. But after all, the 7th Hokage and Hinata are not his real parents, and their concern for him is different after all. For example, if Naruto grows up and becomes stronger, the 7th Hokage and Hinata will not be happy for him from the bottom of their hearts, but will feel accustomed to it and will only encourage him simply. Real parents will be happier than their own children. They will be extremely surprised. Seeing their parents who are happy and working hard because of their own growth is also a great encouragement for children. This kind of feeling can only be given to Naruto by his real parents. Bai's narration continues. The land of water, which has experienced a long civil war, is very taboo about people with bloodline limits. Bloodline limits refer to a unique ability passed down from generation to generation. These people with bloodline limits will be used by others and involved in various disputes. They are considered to be like killing machines, extremely terrifying existences. After the war, people with bloodline limits must hide their power and live in anonymity. As long as their secrets are known, only death awaits them. Both Haku and Sasuke have bloodline limits, and they both have tragic pasts. The Uchiha clan was also feared and guarded by Konoha because of the Sharingan, and eventually the tragedy was caused by fear and misunderstanding. My mother is a person with a bloodline limit. She hid her secret, fell in love with my father, married him, and lived with him and raised their children. She must have hoped to live a quiet and simple life forever. White memories, a cute and beautiful little boy with long hair condensed a water ball floating in the air. The little boy was ecstatic when he found out that he had such a talent. He happily showed the water ball to his mother. "Mom, look, it's amazing, isn't it?" However, her mother was hysterical and pushed her child. Why is it that even this child is? Then she slapped the boy hard in the face. Bai was stunned, but he didn't cry. He kept an expression of incomprehension. But soon her mother sobbed and apologized. I'm sorry, Bai." It seemed that she was not apologizing for slapping Bai, but for passing on such a disaster ability to you. Only when Bai grew up did he understand what his mother was apologizing for at that time. Later, my father killed my mother. He cornered me and tried to kill me. When I came to my senses, I had already killed my father. From that time on, I felt painfully that I was completely unwanted, as if my parents didn't want me and wanted to get rid of me as soon as possible. If I hadn't exposed my mother's secret, I would have lived a quiet and happy life with my father. Naruto recalled his shocked face when he was a child, and thought to himself, isn't this the same as me? At this time, Bai's voice finally had some emotion, a voice that was a little excited and beautiful. You once said that you wanted to be the most powerful ninja in the village and have everyone recognize you. At this time, if there is someone who recognizes you from the bottom of his heart, then this person is extremely important to you. Naruto thought of Iruka-sensei. Iruka was so special to Naruto. In fact, Naruto vaguely felt a trace of fatherly love from Iruka-sensei. Zabuza knew that I was the one who inherited the bloodline limit, a power that everyone in the Land of Water hated, but he took the initiative to accept me. I traveled and wandered with him, so he was the most important person to me. One day, it was snowing on the bridge in the Land of Water, and a little beggar sat on the side of the bridge with lifeless eyes. Zabuza said calmly, a little kid like you, who is not needed by anyone, will eventually die on the streets. Bai smiled, and this smile will remain exactly the same even if Bai grows up. Pure and beautiful brother, you and I have the same look in the eyes. Zabuza was stunned for a moment. It was really similar, that kind of lifeless eyes, as if not caring about anything. It was exactly the same. Kid, do you want to be needed? Bai, who was expressionless and eager to die, cried out when he saw someone walking out of the forest. Za. Mr. Zabuza. The moment Zabuza walked out, Naruto immediately raised the kunai in his hand and aimed it at Zabuza. Little Naruto in the fairy fox mode brought great psychological pressure to people. Zabuza ignored Naruto's defensive posture and slowly walked towards Bai, but Bai blocked in front of Zabuza again in an instant. If Zabuza died, he would not live either. But he knew that as long as Naruto wanted to kill Zabuza, he could not protect Zabuza. Bai's voice was extremely low. Mr. Zabuza, I'm afraid we will die here. But Zabuza said to little Naruto, I decided to give up this mission and no longer work for Kado. Kakashi didn't say anything. To put it bluntly, they didn't need to fight to the death, and there was no such great hatred. Their goal was only to protect Dazna. Since Zabuza gave up the mission on his own initiative, he could not pursue it. In fact, the main reason was Naruto. Naruto obviously didn't want to attack Bai. Fighting would only make little Naruto sad. And Kakashi had also watched the video in the main god space, and he didn't hate Bai. Bai looked at Zabuza in disbelief, and was actually a little moved. Mr. Zabuza. Bai knew how much hiring fee Kado was willing to pay Zabuza, so it could be said that it would not be a problem for him to retire after finishing this job. In the future, he only needed to hide his identity to avoid being discovered and hunted down by the hidden mist village. Zabuza said arrogantly, I'm not doing this for you. It's just that Kado is not worth risking our lives for. After Bai found out that he and Zabuza were both safe, he felt relieved and suddenly felt dizzy. He fought with little Naruto in the fairy fox mode, although the future Nine Tails had shown mercy and did not hurt her life. But the shock wave of the battle with the Nine Tails was not something he could withstand, as he was already exhausted. When he saw Zabuza and found out that they were all safe, he could no longer hold on and fainted. Zabuza immediately helped the injured Bai up. Hey, what's wrong with you? Kakashi said calmly, maybe you're tired. Launching such a large-scale ninjutsu is not something a little kid like him can withstand. Anyway, help him to rest first. Then the future Nine Tails returned to the 7th Hokage, and little Naruto stood by Haku's bed with a worried look on his face. This made Zabuza very unhappy, but he seemed to be thinking about something in the depths of his eyes. If Haku could follow little Naruto, it might be a good thing. Zabuza was a traitor who escaped from the Hidden Mist Village. He carried too many secrets on him, and the Hidden Mist Village would not give up hunting him down. Just like Sasuke, if Naruto hadn't stopped him, he would also be hunted down by Konoha Village. Leaving the ninja village without permission is a traitor and will be wiped out. Because the ninjas of this village know that there are too many secrets of our own ninja village. If this information is sent to the hostile ninja village, it will cause great trouble to the village. At night, the main god space descended again. After the ninjas fell asleep, they were teleported to the main god space. This teleportation location was the location where they left the main god space last time. So Zabuza stayed with Bai, and Bai was also conscious in the main god space. Zabuza explained, after the battle with Naruto, you consumed too much chakra and fatigue caused you to faint. You are currently sleeping in Dazna's house to recuperate. Bai asked, so, we and Kakashi's team are no longer enemies? Zabuza nodded, yes, we gave up the mission. Although Bai still had a blank expression, he was obviously very happy in the depths of his eyes. Today, another quiz game is coming. The magnificent voice of the main god spread throughout the space. Question, Bai and Zabuza both died. They met Kakashi in the Fourth Ninja World War. They reminisced about who. Everyone in the ninja world was immediately shocked. Lord God just said Bai is the beauty in the question yesterday. What beauty? He is a man. But Haku and Zabuza were shocked. Mr. Zabuza, we will die? The picture appeared, but it was directly the picture of the Fourth Shinobi World War, and all the dead were resurrected. And the Haku in the picture, with black whites of eyes, brown eyes, and pink lips, was even more beautiful than when she was alive. It should be said that the style of Haku is more beautiful and moving. I have already accepted the fact that Haku is a man, but now I am shaken again. Such a beautiful Bai, is he really a man? But Bai was more concerned about another thing. Master, I want to know how Mr. Zabuza and I died. The Lord God paused for a few seconds and agreed to this. Well, the plot will seem more coherent, but now history has changed, and the future will also usher in changes. Bai breathed a sigh of relief when he heard it, but he still wanted to know what the ending of himself and Zabuza would be if history had not changed. The video began to play, and Bai in the picture was still defeated by little Naruto. Sasuke was lying on the ground with thousands of stabs all over his body, and his life or death was uncertain. Naruto recognized Bai and his face was in pain, and Bai was already in a state of wanting to die. I killed someone very important to you, there is no need to pity me, do it, sorry, I'm going to dirty your hands, is there no other way besides this? Bai did not resist and waited for Naruto's final blow. Yes. Little Naruto gritted his teeth, damn it, if we met somewhere else, we might be able to become friends. Looking at Naruto rushing towards him to launch the final attack, Bai still cares about Naruto in his heart. Please hold on to your dream, thank you, you will become stronger. As Naruto got closer and closer, Bai closed his eyes and waited for death. The people who were watching the video burst into tears. Ah, you can't die, Bai, who is this kid in an ugly orange suit? Little Naruto was confused. Are my clothes ugly? Little Naruto is just a rookie, but has he offended the entire ninja world by trying to kill Bai? You know, Bai has become the wife in the hearts of many people in the ninja world. Even Mei Terumi of the Land of Water was gnashing her teeth with anger. Damn it, my Land of Water actually let such a genius run away, and this guy is so beautiful. Just when the entire ninja world, including little Naruto himself, closed their eyes and dared not watch anymore, Bai's heartbeat suddenly quickened, and his eyes fixed, as if he had a premonition of something. Zabuza was in danger, and Bai took action instantly. He grabbed little Naruto's hand that was stabbing out the kunai. There is no doubt that if Bai took out the Senbon and attacked little Naruto at this time, little Naruto would not be Bai's opponent. Sure enough, it was because Bai let the two genin of Konoha go. Even Sasuke, who was lying on the ground dying, was actually still alive. Bai whispered, I'm sorry, Naruto, I can't die now, Zabuza needs me. After speaking, Bai made a seal with one hand, and this move shocked the entire ninja world. Damn, this kid can actually make a seal with one hand. Then Bai disappeared instantly. Perhaps it was a relief for little Naruto that he didn't have to kill Bai with his own hands. Kakashi on the other side of the screen had already condensed Reikari and rushed towards Zabuza quickly, preparing to launch the final attack on Zabuza. At this time, Zabuza's limbs had been bitten by Kakashi's ninja dog and he was unable to move. The demon Zabuza uttered his last sigh. Is it over? However, an ice crystal began to condense from the air, and at the critical moment when Kakashi's Reikari was about to hit Zabuza, Bai appeared. He stood in front of Zabuza, and blood splattered in an instant. Reikari completely penetrated Bai's body. Kakashi widened his eyes. This scene seemed familiar. Kakashi was completely stunned. The impact of this scene on Kakashi was at the level of a nuclear bomb. It was also Reikari, and it was the same person who risked his life to protect something and stood in front of his Reikari. The same posture penetrated the same position, and Kakashi thought of linear Zabuza's eyes were full of struggle and disbelief, and the struggle in his heart was overwhelming. But Bai still had a breath, and he used the last of his strength to grab Kakashi's hand. Kakashi's hand had pierced Bai's body. He wanted to pull it out, but he couldn't because it was held by Bai's hand. Bai said with a faint voice, Mr. Zabuza. Zabuza understood what Bai meant. How could he miss this opportunity to kill Kakashi? Humph, you said I will die in the future, Kakashi, your words fell through. On the other side, Naruto found that Bai had disappeared, and looked left and right for Bai. At this time, the fog dissipated. Kakashi, Bai, and Zabuza, where the three stood, blood was gushing down. It was Bai's blood. Little Naruto was shocked, and Kakashi explained, he actually rushed over to protect Zabuza without hesitation. Zabuza closed his eyes. Kakashi said again, this child, he is dead. However, Bai's eyes were still looking at Kakashi, without resentment, only sadness. He didn't know if he could protect Zabuza after his death. All the ninja creatures in the main god space were now completely in tears, and ordinary people also covered their mouths with heartache. This child is too pitiful, the world of ninja is too cruel. Kakashi, who was watching the video, was also deeply moved. Like himself in the video, he remembered a girl who was also killed by him, Reikari. And a certain masked ninja clenched his fists. As expected of you, Kakashi, you have such a cruel heart. He is Uchiha Obito, and the Bai in front of him also reminds him of Rin. Bai, like Rin, is so kind and gentle. The key is that they were both killed by Kakashi. At this time, Zabuza sneered, hee hee, well done, Bai. Kakashi looked at Zabuza expressionlessly, and the next moment Zabuza drew out the beheading sword on his back without hesitation. Kakashi couldn't move at this time, he was shocked. Are you going to chop this child together? Really, I found a treasure. At the very end, you created such a good opportunity for me. Haku is already dead, but his hand is still tightly grasping Kakashi's hand, making him unable to pull it out. The next scene also explains why Zabuza reacted like this. This is the conversation between Zabuza and Haku after he picked him up and was about to leave the land of water. Bai, I'm sorry to say that I have to abandon the kingdom of water tonight, but I will definitely return to this country. I will take control of this country, and for this I don't need words of comfort or encouragement that won't work. What I really need is. Shiro replied, I understand. Don't worry, I am Mr. Zabuza's weapon. Zabuza smiled, good boy. Zabuza closed his eyes and slashed at Kakashi and Shiro, but the scene of himself and Shiro together flashed through his mind. The next moment, Kakashi picked up Shiro and dodged Zabuza's attack. He missed the attack, and for some reason his speed seemed so slow. Perhaps he missed the attack on purpose. After falling far away, Kakashi stared at Shiro and closed Shiro's eyes with his hands. After Haku's death, Zabuza seemed absent-minded in the battle with Kakashi, and all his attacks were dodged. However, Kakashi easily defeated Zabuza. Kakashi said coldly, you can't defeat me now. What are you talking about? Kakashi continued, you haven't noticed what true strength is. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Zabuza's forehead. Goodbye, demon. Kakashi held two kunai and stabbed at Zabuza, while Zabuza's sword slashed at Kakashi from behind. Kakashi dodged but gave up the chance to kill Zabuza, and stabbed the kunai into Zabuza's sword-holding hand. Zabuza's last arm was also crippled by Kakashi. In this way, you won't be able to use both hands, and you won't be able to make seals. Haha, a sudden voice interrupted the fight between the two. So, what happened? It was Kato, who walked into the battlefield wearing small leather shoes, attracting Kakashi's attention. How intense the battle was. I'm very disappointed, Zabuza. Behind Kato stood a dense crowd of rogue ninjas, so he dared to rush into the battle so arrogantly. Speaking of which, I still have a score to settle with them. Kato remembered that Zabuza had threatened him with a knife on his neck, and that Haku had pinched his arm and made him unable to move. During the conversation, Kato had already walked in front of Haku's body and stepped on Haku's pretty face. Kato said in a low voice, this brat broke my wrist. Kato's actions made Naruto exclaim, and Kakashi also stared at Kato coldly. Zabuza's face was already gloomy to the extreme. Stepping on her was not enough, Kato rubbed Haku's pretty face with his crutch. Humph, is this guy dead? In the main god space, this Kato is such a beast, I'm going to kill him. Kato was also in the main god space. He silently took off his hat, covered his face, and sweat ran down his forehead. Naruto in the picture couldn't help it anymore. Asshole, what the hell are you doing? Naruto wanted to rush up and fight desperately, but was stopped by Kakashi. Then Naruto looked at Zabuza again. You also say something, he is your companion, right? Shut up kid, Bai is dead. Are you indifferent to the way the body was treated? Just like Kato used me, I also used Bai. When Zabuza first picked up Bai, he had the original intention of using his bloodline limit. But as they get along, it is unknown whether this feeling has changed. But at least Zabuza will not admit that he cares about Bai. What I want is his ability, not himself. I have no attachment. The people in the main god space were in an uproar again. Is this still human? It's worse than an animal. Naruto couldn't believe it. You bastard, are you serious about saying this? Kakashi said, shut up, there is no need for you to argue with this guy. But Naruto remembered that Haku died for Zabuza, and he cared so much about Zabuza before he died, and he was still indignant. He obviously likes you so much. People can only become stronger when they want to protect something important. Bai's words came back to Naruto's mind, that guy even lost his life for you, are you really indifferent? Naruto was already in tears, would he become so cold-blooded after becoming a ninja? Bai in the main god space lowered his head sadly, but Zabuza didn't want to explain. Zabuza in the picture said coldly, "Kid, stop talking." He didn't even turn his head, but his tears had already fallen to the ground. When Bai in the main god space discovered this scene, he turned his head and looked at Zabuza, who was watching with him. "Mr. Zabuza." Zabuza roared, "Shut up." The voice was filled with tears. It was obviously just a video. "Oh my god, it's so embarrassing. I, the demon, have lost face." The screen finally showed Zabuza's face, and the demon was already in tears. "Haku, not only for me, but also for you," he made up his mind to fight. "I know, that guy is just too gentle. It's great that you are the final opponents." Zabuza's legs could not move, he tore off the bandage on his mouth with his mouth. "Yes, kid, the result is the same as you said, ninjas are also human beings, it is impossible for them to be completely emotionless tools." Zabuza said to Naruto with tears in his eyes, "Kid, lend me your kunao." Naruto threw the kunao to Zabuza in disappointment, who caught it with his mouth. The drums of battle sounded, and the real manly fight had just begun. Zabuza, who had no arms, bit the kunao in his mouth and rushed towards Cardo and his many men. Cardo's mob was no match for Zabuza, even if he had no hands. Zabuza rushed into the crowd as if there was no one in the crowd, killing and rushing all the way, and just like that, he came in front of Cardo. He stabbed the kunao into Cardo's chest. "I never thought of going to the same place as Bai, you, go to hell with me." Cardo had no power to fight back, and was stabbed several times on the body by Zabuza's flexible mouth, and kicked into the sea. With a look from Zabuza, Cardo's men retreated in fear and made way for Bai's side. He stumbled and staggered towards Bai, but fell halfway due to excessive blood loss. "Goodbye, Shiro. Thank you for all the time, and I'm sorry." Kakashi came in front of Zabuza, and Zabuza said with a weak voice, "Kakashi, I want to ask you a favor." Kakashi said he understood. "Oh, got it." After that, he helped Zabuza to pull out the various weapons and swords on his back, picked up Zabuza and put him next to Shiro's body. It began to snow, and the villagers said, "It's snowing. It's snowing in this weather." Zabuza looked at the sky. "Shiro, are you crying?" Finally, Zabuza was placed next to Shiro by Kakashi, and Zabuza's tone was more gentle than ever before. "You have always been with me, at least in the end, I will be with you." Zabuza stretched out his almost useless hand tremblingly, and gently stroked Shiro's cheek. "If possible, I want to go to the same place with you." The sun shines on Bai, but Bai sheds a tear. Naruto bursts into tears. These words, "born in a place where it often snows." How did Haku and Zabuza die? The Lord God has released a video to answer this question. In other words, if the Lord God had not revealed the plot in advance and changed the future, the two of them would have died like in today's video. Haku faced Zabuza with an extremely gentle smile. "It's great that the two of us are still alive and didn't die like in the video, Mr. Zabuza." Zabuza was relatively silent. Really. After watching the video, Zabuza has faced his own heart. He cares about Haku very much and wants Haku to live a good life. He doesn't want him to live with him at the risk of dying at any time. Zabuza suddenly spoke up to answer, Lord, I want to answer the question." This time the Lord God was stunned for several seconds, probably because the video of the Fourth Ninja World War had not been played yet, and Zabuza started to answer. The Lord God said, "Okay, but in order to avoid someone answering randomly and wasting time, the wrong answer will die." Haku looked at Zabuza worriedly, and Zabuza said without hesitation, "It's Naruto. If we meet Kakashi many years later, we will definitely talk about Uzumaki Naruto." The answer is correct. Now let's reveal the answer. The video shows the Fourth Ninja World War 2 years later. In the video, Haku and Zabuza are standing together. I have to sigh again that Haku in the video is so beautiful. I don't know who put the pink lipstick on her lips, or maybe Haku's lips are originally this color. She is so sexy. After they were resurrected and attacked by the allied ninja forces, Haku said calmly, "Although we have no grudges against you, our actions have nothing to do with our will." As he said that, he rushed towards the allied ninja forces. The people in the main god space began to exclaim, "Those are the ninjas of Konoha, and the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village are standing together, and there is only one word, ninja, on their forehead protectors. What is going on?" The ninjas of the 5 major countries whispered to each other, "It's impossible, it's fake, we have grievances with each other, how can we just unite together casually? Yes, what kind of enemy can make us put aside our grudges and unite together?" Soon Kakashi appeared in front of Zabuza. After the resurrection, Haku and Zabuza looked at each other with wide eyes, and instantly recognized Kakashi. The video gave Haku a close-up of his face, and instantly made everyone in the ninja world who were watching the video fall in love. "Mr. Kakashi?" Afterwards, although both sides used their weapons to block each other's weapons, their bodies were out of control, but they chatted with each other. Haku fell into memories and remembered his encounter with Naruto in the jungle. Zabuza asked first, "He defeated us, and now his size and reputation should have grown a lot." Kakashi replied, "Ah, that bridge was named Naruto Bridge, and now people in the village use words like hero and miracle boy to call him." The 7th generation who was watching the video was also stunned. It turns out that Kakashi teacher once met Haku and Zabuza in the 4th Ninja World War. The 7th Hokage lowered his head, and when he raised his head he smiled gently. "That's great, Kakashi-sensei, but it's a pity that I was learning how to control the tailed beasts with Killer Bee at the time. I wanted to meet them too." Bai in the picture smiled with satisfaction after hearing about Naruto's growth. He. Kakashi added, "Thanks to you, he found his own way of ninja, and he also swore an oath in front of your grave. From then on, he became an outstanding ninja." Bai said in a positive tone, "Then, he can become even stronger." Another close-up of the face, people can clearly see his long eyelashes, beautiful eyes, and pink lips. The 7th generation actually blushed a little. Such a beautiful appearance and firm belief in him made the 7th generation very embarrassed. Hinata said expressionlessly, "Naruto-kun, why are you blushing?" "Oh, am I blushing? Don't get me wrong, he's a man." Hinata snorted coldly, "Where have you been these days? I didn't see you. Maybe you don't know that Sarah has already lived in our house." The 7th generation looked embarrassed. "I'm looking for Orochimaru. As for Sarah, wait for little Naruto to come back and let him deal with it himself. After all, I already have a family, right Hinata?" Hinata's face was cloudy. "You mean, let little Naruto have 3 wives and 4 concubines?" The 7th generation was about to cry. "Just forgive me, Hinata, you also know that I am already a middle-aged man. I have Boruto, Himawari, and you. I can't mess around." In the future ninja area in the distance, Kushina was holding Himawari, and Namikaze Minato was holding Uzumaki Boruto, watching Kakashi's class and little Naruto, and would also look at the 7th generation in Hinata. Boruto said, "Grandpa Minato, Dad seems to have completely forgotten me." Namikaze Minato said gently, "But with me accompanying you, Boruto, you won't feel lonely, right?" Boruto said excitedly, "Among all the previous Hokage, the one I admire most is you, Grandpa. And when I eat instant noodles, I always draw my father's card, but never my grandfather's card. I'm so angry." Sunflower lay happily in Kushina's arms. "Grandma, tell me more stories about you and Grandpa." The 7th generation had seen his parents a long time ago, and his obsession with his parents had completely disappeared, or he was completely satisfied. So he didn't even think that his parents might be in the main god space, and the same was true for Minato, Namikaze and Kushina. What they couldn't let go of was little Naruto, not the 7th generation. The 7th generation was already an outstanding ninja, and they wanted to see their grandchildren more. Namikaze Minato looked at the embarrassed 7th generation helplessly. "This child, let's meet him when he remembers you." Boruto said excitedly, "Grandpa, I want to learn Flying Thunder God and Big Ball Whirlwind Maru, please teach me quickly." During the conversation, the video had already played to the final battle, and history was surprisingly similar. Kakashi used Reikari on Zabuza, who was reincarnated by the Impure World reincarnation, but was blocked by Haku again. Haku's hand once again fixed Kakashi. Would Zabuza miss this time? The answer is no. Zabuza's body was no longer under his control and had completely become a tool without emotions. Not only did Zabuza miss, he also separated Haku's body, and the broadsword hit Kakashi's abdomen at the same time. After that, Kakashi took Haku to the opposite side again and gently put Haku down. The Impure World reincarnation paper slowly repaired Haku's body, and Kakashi smiled gently. "Naruto's first enemy was you, it's a blessing." But Zabuza didn't reply. He was completely controlled by the Impure World reincarnation and couldn't speak. So sad, Zabuza raised the broadsword in his hand indifferently, and Kakashi made a seal again, condensing Reikari. This time Haku fell down, and no one would help Zabuza block Reikari. Kakashi defeated Zabuza and told the truth of the past. "Back then, when you swung your sword at Haku, you hesitated. And you failed to completely hide the sadness in your heart for Haku's death. But now it's different. You have become a tool without feelings. Let me put an end to you." In the video, when Kakashi and Naruto left the land of waves, Naruto smiled and said, "Although they are enemies, I like them." The video ended, completely putting an end to the Land of Waves mission. The Lord said calmly, "Then Zabuza, you answered the question correctly, and I will reward you with a wish." "What is your wish?" In the Lord's space, Haku was also waiting for Zabuza's wish, and both of them received the Lord's reward. Bai smiled very sweetly. "That's great, Mr. Zabuza." Zabuza also expressed the wish he had already thought of. He said firmly, "My wish is to transfer Bai's feelings for me, and my experience with Bai, to Naruto." Hearing this, Bai widened his eyes in disbelief. "Mr. Zabuza, why is this?" Bai collapsed. He could no longer maintain his indifferent expression and lifeless eyes. His eyes became extremely panicked for the first time. "No, Mr. Zabuza, you can't make such a wish." Bai began to sob, and then burst into tears. "Zabuza." Seeing that Zabuza was indifferent, Bai looked at the empty main god space again. "Lord God, please, cancel this wish." Zabuza lowered his head, as if he had completely lost his soul, and the most important thing was about to leave him forever. And Kakashi was also very moved. Zabuza, you. Zabuza whispered, I'm sorry, Haku, I'm being hunted by the hidden mist village. If you follow me, you have to kill people. I don't want you to kill your soul and then go fight the enemy. Zabuza's eyes were filled with tears. I'm sorry, Haku, please leave me. God knows how much pain Zabuza felt after saying this, but if Haku follows Naruto, he can live a safe and stable life. Maybe Zabuza doesn't know that Naruto will face all kinds of powerful gods in the future. If he knew, Zabuza would definitely not make such a wish. The Lord God said calmly, your wish has been fulfilled. The next moment Haku stopped crying and struggling. He didn't know who the tearful uncle in front of him was. Haku looked at him strangely, then turned around and began to look for Naruto. Naruto-kun, where are you? Zabuza clenched his fists and gritted his teeth to strengthen his heart. He was an exiled rebel ninja, and his goal was to expand his power, overthrow the Kingdom of Water, become the leader of the Kingdom of Water, and change the cruel system of the Kingdom of Water. But in fact, Zabuza no longer needed to do this, because Mai Terumi had already taken office, and she would abolish those cruel systems. Even Zabuza had entered the eyes of Mai Terumi, and she wanted to recruit a powerful ninja for the Kingdom of Water. Then let Zabuza fight for the Kingdom of Water. After all, Zabuza's life is inseparable from fighting. Perhaps this is also a good destination. Bai did not find Naruto in the main god space, because the main god space is too large. But the next day, Bai woke up from a coma and saw little Naruto guarding his bed. He smiled gently, Naruto-kun. Little Naruto shuddered instantly. Brother Bai, what nonsense are you talking about? Kakashi stared at Bai intently, and Bai got off the bed very politely and saluted Kakashi. Teacher Kakashi, thank you for taking care of Naruto-kun. Kakashi looked embarrassed. No. Sakura and Sasuke also stared at Bai with a ghost expression. Bai felt a little embarrassed by being stared at, and turned to look at little Naruto. Naruto-kun, did I do something wrong? Little Naruto was at a loss. No, you did nothing wrong. Kakashi sighed. Well, such a gentle child, let's arrange for him to be a doctor in Konoha. Kakashi no longer wants Shiro to fight, and Naruto probably doesn't want him to fight either. Although Shiro has gained the eternal Mangekyo and is very powerful, Kakashi and Naruto really can't bear to see Shiro pick up a weapon to fight. At most, they can use Shiro as the last secret weapon in times of crisis, but at other times, they hope she can open a small medical shop and buy some herbs or something. Kakashi pulled Naruto aside and whispered, you also heard Zabuza's wish in the main divine space, and now you are his master. Naruto said angrily, I don't treat Shiro as a tool, I only treat him as a partner. Kakashi anxiously covered Naruto's mouth. Don't speak so loudly, idiot, what if Shiro hears it? You don't want such a kind-hearted Bai to continue fighting, do you? Naruto nodded vigorously. Yeah, Kakashi said with a painful expression. How about this? I have some savings here, I will lend it to you first. Let Bai open a herbal medicine shop, help people treat diseases and so on, be a doctor to earn some money to support himself. How about it? But you have to pay me back after you make money. Kakashi was really a little scared. His intuition told him that Haku would redefine what a booming business is. Kakashi's forehead was covered with cold sweat. I hope my intuition is wrong. Haku is so cute and beautiful. The injured ninjas in Konoha will definitely seek him out for treatment. Therefore, Haku should really be doing a prosperous business and making a lot of money just like what Naruto said. Kakashi smiled. As a major shareholder, wouldn't it be normal for Kakashi to share some of the dividends with him? Maybe this is a very good investment, and by then his wife will be settled. Ugh, he once made an agreement with Obito that whoever marries a wife will be a dog. The 7th generation hidden in Naruto's ninja tool bag showed a relieved smile. Although the ending of Haku and Zabuza was not what he imagined, joining Konoha together. However, he was also very relieved about such an ending, or rather, it was more perfect. Haku doesn't have to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. He will open a herbal medicine shop in Konoha to help injured ninjas or civilians heal their diseases. Haku is definitely capable of doing it, because Haku is an outstanding ninja and he has learned a lot of things, including various kinds of treatments. And these are all taught to her by Zabuza, but it's a pity that Zabuza chose to leave alone. But this seems to be in line with Zabuza's character. It is impossible for him to lose face and hide in Konoha. Then, the shadow clone is removed. Somewhere far away from Konoha, the 7th Hokage was looking for Orochimaru in each laboratory according to the address given by Ant Snake. The shadow clone shared his memory with the 7th Hokage. Is that so? That's great. I will definitely invest in Bai's herbal medicine shop when the time comes. However, all the savings he had accumulated as Hokage were managed by Hinata. How could he ask for it back? Don't worry about it for now, I'll go check it out after I return to the village. Now that the mission in Wave Country is over, the Chunin exam will start soon, and we must find Orochimaru as soon as possible. On the other side, Kakashi's Team 7 brought Bai back to Konoha, and Bai followed Naruto quietly along the way. This undoubtedly doubled the sense of security for Team 7. Bai, who was gifted by the Lord God, his combat ability is definitely the best in Konoha at present. Konoha Hokage Building, 3rd Generation Grandpa, we are back. Kakashi delivered the task, and the 3rd Generation Hokage smiled kindly. This must be Bai. I know everything in the Lord God space, so Bai, Konoha welcomes you to join. If it were anyone else, it would be extremely difficult to leave their own ninja village and join another ninja village, but Bai is different. There is no need to test his character. There is no need to send Umbu to track and monitor him. Bai is definitely an extremely kind child. And even if the Umbu were sent to monitor, if Bai really wanted to hurt Konoha, no one in Konoha would be able to stop him. The Susanoo he mastered is absolutely invincible at this point in time. Only 3 years later, Naruto will grow up to become the hero of Konoha in Shippuden, and then Bai will be surpassed. The Sandaime left Kakashi behind, and he had something to ask Kakashi. Kakashi also knew why he was left behind. 3rd generation, is it because of Bai? The Sandaime nodded slightly. The ability of the Lord God is obvious to all, and Zabuza of the Hidden Mist Village made that kind of wish. I believe Bai is also devoted to little Naruto, and I don't doubt whether he will hurt Konoha. To be precise, as long as Naruto doesn't want to hurt, Bai is safe. If Naruto wants to protect Konoha, Bai will be a great helper. Kakashi asked, since the 3rd generation Lord sees so clearly, why did you keep me here? The 3rd generation Lord said in distress, I am thinking, what kind of identity should be given to Bai, so that he can stay in Konoha and integrate into Konoha, and at the same time let the villagers of Konoha recognize this child. Kakashi's eyes were bright. 3rd generation Lord, Bai has the knowledge to identify herbs, why not let him open a herbal medicine shop, and he can also help people see a doctor and treat injuries. Hearing this, the 3rd generation Lord was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Great, let's do this, I will also sponsor some. Kakashi's eyes narrowed with a smile. 3rd generation Lord, I believe that with Bai's gentle and kind character, he will definitely attract a large number of customers, and he will definitely have a prosperous business and make a lot of money. The 3rd generation Lord was moved. Don't say anything, you need the geographical location of the herbal medicine shop, and I will find a way. Originally, they just wanted to do good deeds, but after discovering the business opportunities, Kakashi and the Sandaime, who had always been very poor, were tempted. The Jonin Kakashi and the Hokage Sandaime were actually quite poor. Kakashi spent all his money on ninja tools. The Sandaime was a poor Hokage, and his hobbies were just to peek into the women's bathhouse with a crystal ball and smoke. How much money could he spend? Finally, they were about to seize an opportunity to get rich overnight and reach the pinnacle of life. The Sandaime was old, but he had to work for the wood. He was thinking about Yewan. Although Kakashi didn't care about money, if he had money, he would treat Naruto to ramen every day. This is Minato's child, and he wanted to take good care of him. Bai and little Naruto were walking on the way home, and passers-by cast friendly glances at Bai. Bai, with a blank expression and empty eyes, didn't look like a smart kid who could make money. Little Naruto laughed very heartily. That's great, Bai. Kakashi will sponsor you to open a medicine shop, so I will lend you the few savings in my wallet. Bai smiled and shook his head gently. No need, Naruto-kun. Little Naruto said with a smile, it's okay, brother Bai, just pay me back when you make money, and treat me to ramen. Open a herbal medicine shop to treat people's illnesses? Bai's pupils showed a yearning look, and then nodded vigorously. Okay Naruto-kun, I'll treat you to ramen every day after I make money. Hearing this, little Naruto couldn't stop laughing. Don't let me down, Haku, ha ha ha, eat ramen every day, ah ha ha ha. P.S. Before creating, I referred to many Naruto settings. In addition, the author's memory was fuzzy due to the long time, so he mixed up the ages. At this time, Naruto should be 12 years old, and Haku is 15 years old, 3 years older than Naruto. But when reviewing the anime, Kakashi said that Haku is younger than Naruto. I always thought that Naruto was 15 years old and Shippuden was 17 years old, but in fact, Shippuden was only 15 years old, and Shippuden was 3 years later. I can't just make a mistake. When little Naruto brought Bai back home, he felt a terrible smell of gunpowder. The two women did not interfere with each other, but the atmosphere was extremely terrible. It is conceivable that Sarah was thrown into Konoha by the Lord God and had no source of income, but she was unwilling to eat the food cooked by Hinata. Fortunately, the 3rd generation was very decisive and paid a fixed salary every month, even if she did nothing. If nothing else, it was to help the Lord God wipe his ass. This was a person arranged by the Lord God. He couldn't starve to death after coming to Konoha. Hinata resisted the sourness in her heart. Naruto, you are back. How are you going to deal with this woman? Little Naruto was surprised. It's Sister Sarah. We have met several times in the Lord God space. Sarah smiled happily. Little Naruto, you are back. Little Naruto said strangely, then Sister Sarah, why did you appear in my house? Sarah blushed immediately. It was true that she lived in someone else's house. As a queen, she couldn't raise her head. But then Sarah said arrogantly and confidently, it was arranged by the Lord God. He said that Naruto and I have a destiny, so he arranged me in Naruto's family. If you have any objections, go and ask the Lord God. It was like a huge mountain pressing down on her, and Hinata didn't dare to drive Sarah away because of this. Little Naruto waved his hands repeatedly. Of course I don't want to drive Sister Sarah away. I'll be very happy if there is one more companion at home. Hinata said coldly, this woman doesn't want to be your companion, she wants to be your wife. Hearing this, little Naruto's face turned red. What, wife? Sarah also blushed and retorted arrogantly, no, Naruto has done me a favor, I just want to repay Naruto, washing clothes and cooking for Naruto is no problem. Bai shook his head seriously, no, I should be the one who cooks for Naruto. I am Naruto's tool. In addition to being his weapon, of course it also includes washing clothes and cooking and all other housework. Sarah and Hinata said in unison, why are you, a man, butting in? Bai, who has red lips and white teeth and looks more beautiful than the two of them, was speechless. There is no doubt that Hinata's appearance is definitely at the forefront among Naruto, especially when the 4th Ninja World War just ended. At that time, Hinata simply killed all the female Naruto and was so beautiful. But in Boruto, Hinata's looks plummeted. Although she is still very beautiful, she no longer has the stunning feeling when she first fell in love with Naruto. She is already a mother of 2 children, and even Naruto has become an uncle. Looking at the young and beautiful Sarah, Hinata actually doesn't want to compete with Sarah at all. Sarah is still just a child in Hinata's eyes. However, Hinata is worried that she will not be able to compete with Sarah at this stage. After all, whether it is the Hinata in the 3rd generation or the Hinata in Shippuden, she is ordinary and has no shining points. She has a bad personality and is timid. Can she really attract Naruto's attention? She is already a wife, at least the 7th generation is hers, and no one else can take him away. Hinata calmed down and said to Sarah, even if you have had an unforgettable experience with him, I have experienced much more with the 7th generation than you. Because of the Lord God and because of little Naruto, I can allow you to live in our house, but you have to figure out who is the mistress of this house. Hinata at this time was extremely strong, worthy of being the mistress of this house, and she could also control the 7th generation. Sarah also understood and began to give in. Okay, of course the mistress is you, I'm not interested in uncles. Sarah looked at Naruto who was still blushing, and Sarah was a little embarrassed. Hinata was so bad that she actually revealed her ultimate goal in one sentence. But Naruto is still a 12-year-old child now. It's so shameful to think about being a wife to such a young child. So Sarah coughed, little Naruto, don't get me wrong, I'm temporarily living here because of the Lord God's arrangement, and you can treat me as your sister in the future. Sarah smiled very gently, I will take good care of you like a sister. Hinata was full of black lines. She seduced my husband in front of me. But her husband was not Naruto, but the 7th Hokage. Although they were essentially the same person in different periods. But now that the Lord God is involved, history will inevitably change, and they can no longer be regarded as the same person. Because they are the same person with different experiences, are they still the same person they know? And Hinata also knew that she only needed to cherish the present and the 7th Hokage. As for what would happen to Naruto, whether he would really become a scumbag and start a harem, although she was very angry, Hinata had no choice. The only thing she could do was to go to the Hyuga family and train little Hinata very strictly and harshly. She not only had to teach little Hinata all the ninjutsu she knew, but also had to dress her up. Let little Hinata grow her hair long so that she could show her charm as soon as possible and firmly grasp the heart of little Naruto. Sarah also knew that if she really wanted to marry little Naruto or something, she could not offend Hinata. Hinata was still very important in the heart of little Naruto, and he and the 7th Hokage were like family in the heart of little Naruto. So Sarah flattered, the 7th Hokage will always be yours, and no one can take it away, so, can little Naruto, can you? Sarah's face flushed, Hinata snorted coldly, I can't control little Naruto, you can decide what you want to think of him. It seemed that Hinata acquiesced, but then Hinata's face became serious, but, I was also in Konoha village when I was a child. I will not let her lose to you. She will definitely win the heart of little Naruto. In an underground laboratory far away from Konoha, the 7th Hokage walked into Orochimaru's laboratory with a calm expression. Orochimaru was still concentrating on his work and was not disturbed at all. This was the confidence of one of the 3 ninjas. He could escape from any enemy even if he couldn't defeat him, and the 7th Hokage stood calmly behind Orochimaru, patiently waiting for Orochimaru to finish the experiment. It was this action that prevented Orochimaru from attacking secretly. He smiled grimly, a visitor is a guest. This is the first time someone has come to visit my remote little place. As a Hokage, the 7th Hokage does not need to wear a ninja village forward protector. Among Naruto, only ordinary people or the kage of each village do not need to wear a ninja village forward protector. There are also some other mavericks who do not participate in ninja village disputes. Therefore, Orochimaru could not tell from the 7th Hokage which village he belonged to. The 7th Hokage said seriously, Orochimaru, you must have succeeded in killing the Kazekage. Hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes condensed. Very few people knew about this matter. It should be Orochimaru himself who told him. He did not tell anyone. After all, he still needed to disguise himself as the hokage. The seventh Hokage said calmly, "Stop your plan." Orochimaru stared at the seventh Hokage with his snake eyes coldly. "So you want to stop me?" The seventh Hokage shook his head slightly. "If I wanted to stop you, you would have lost your ability to move." Orochimaru laughed disdainfully. "Ha ha ha, so arrogant." Orochimaru's eyes condensed and a small snake bit towards the seventh Hokage's face at a very fast speed. However, the seventh Hokage not only did not move, but he did not even blink. The small snake was cut off by the chakra arm that instantly stretched out from the seventh Hokage. Orochimaru showed horror on his face. Is this the power of the Nine Tails? Orochimaru was completely shocked. "Who are you?" "I am the seventh Hokage of Konoha village Nani. Since the fourth Hokage died, the third Hokage is still in power." I remember now, you were summoned to this era because of the wish made by the fox boy." As expected of Orochimaru, he has a high IQ, and he quickly guessed where the seventh Hokage came from, but this was also because the seventh Hokage did not intend to hide it. Facing a Hokage, Orochimaru knew very well that no Hokage was easy to deal with, especially when the opponent suddenly showed up. Although the hokage died at the hands of Orochimaru, there were many calculations involved. Orochimaru had never considered confronting a village kage head-on. Besides, this guy still has the power of the Nine Tails, and it seems that he can use it freely. This is the first time that Orochimaru has met such a tricky guy. The seventh Hokage did not look for Orochimaru to fight. He said calmly, "Your purpose of going to Konoha is to take Sasuke away. I allowed it, but I won't allow you to hurt the third Hokage." Orochimaru has already prepared a means of escape. In terms of who has the best means of escape in the entire Hokage, no one dares to claim to be the best if Orochimaru claims to be second. Because only Orochimaru likes to escape, and other people's special skills are not for escape. For example, Minato Namikaze, his flying thunder god, if he wants to run, no one can catch him, but his special skills are for fighting, not for escape. The seventh Hokage hurriedly stopped Orochimaru. "Don't run. If you dare to run, my legs will be broken." Because the seventh Hokage knows that Orochimaru has a way to repair his broken leg, and he will not show mercy. Following the seventh Hokage's words, the seventh Hokage entered the Sage Fox mode, and could vaguely feel a mysterious power of the six paths. Although it was very weak, it did exist. It's just that Orochimaru has not seen the power of the six paths yet, so he can't recognize it, but even the oppressive feeling of the Sage Fox mode is almost suffocating. Naruto now, let alone Orochimaru, even the leader of the Akatsuki, Pain, would be killed instantly. Orochimaru swallowed, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Then the seventh Hokage threw out a scroll. In the scroll was the knowledge taught to him by Ant Snake, which was recorded on the scroll by the seventh Hokage. Orochimaru caught it. The seventh Hokage said, "It contains what you want most right now, immortality. With it, you may be able to cure Kimimaro." Orochimaru was completely shocked. This person even knew about Kimimaro. Orochimaru coveted Kimimiro's body, but he had to give up because he was dying. The seventh Hokage warned, "Even if you cure Kimimaro, I advise you not to take over another body. Whether it's Kimimiro's blood limit or Uchiha's blood red eyes, they are all garbage on outsiders." The seventh Hokage simply said a little more, wanting Orochimaru to completely give up the idea of taking over Sasuke's body. The blood red eyes have to evolve into the Mangekyo to be more powerful, but the side effects are huge. Above it is the eternal Mangekyo, and the evolutionary conditions are extremely harsh. Above the eternal Mangekyo is the Rinnegan, but there is no need to tell Orochimaru about this. The seventh Hokage said again, "You can take Sasuke away, still with the purpose of taking over another body, but privately teach him ninjutsu to help him become stronger." Orochimaru had never been commanded by anyone before, and a sense of humiliation that you told me to do something surged in his heart. "Why should I listen to you?" The seventh generation said calmly, "Because I am stronger than you, and I know your last plan failed, and you found a better plan and devoted your life to it. Trust me, I will not harm you, but will help you. So keep in touch. Here is a spiritual scroll. We will rely on this to communicate in the future." Then the seventh generation disappeared. Orochimaru stared at the seventh generation's leaving figure, then opened the scroll and immediately found that Sia was really fragrant. There are many things written on the scroll given to Orochimaru, all of which are closely related to the study of life. And these contents are exactly what Orochimaru is most interested in, including how the future Snake Auntie will become young. At the same time, when the scroll is fully opened, there is also a message from the seventh Hokage. "If you don't want to lose your men, don't send them to Konoha and bring Sasuke back personally, otherwise the whole army will be wiped out. Also, I have marked you. I believe this little trick can't be hidden from you. It won't be difficult for you to remove it if you spend some time, but I hope you keep it so that I can find you at the critical moment, especially when a mysterious organization invites you to join. I will know their location." That was part of the Nine Tails chakra. Orochimaru was shocked. He really didn't find out when the seventh Hokage took action. but after a careful inspection, he found the location of the chakra. It is indeed not easy to remove this chakra, but Orochimaru has many means, and he has several ways to remove it. He was hesitating whether to listen to Naruto or not. The choice is in his hands. Keeping it is equivalent to joining forces with the 7th Hokage, but Uncle Snake doesn't know his details at all, and it is impossible not to be afraid. Uncle Snake is very cautious and wretched, but the 7th Hokage is really a great temptation to him. First of all, he is very mysterious and powerful, knows a lot of secrets, and has no ill will towards him, so he is worth winning over. Snake does not reject cooperation, but he hopes that in this kind of cooperation, he is stronger than the other party, or is evenly matched. But the 7th Hokage is really hard for him to see through, and Snake has no confidence in cooperating with him. He has also cooperated with Danzo of Konoha, but Snake is confident that Danzo cannot outwit him, and even Orochimaru can unilaterally tear up the cooperation at any time, and Danzo can't do anything to him. But the 7th Hokage is different. He is completely unpredictable. Snake considered it for a long time, and in the end he did not eliminate the 7th Hokage. The mark left behind. But he also kept a trick. If this body of his died, he could be reborn somewhere else at any time, but his strength would be greatly weakened. It could be regarded as the last means of saving his life. Since he still had a trump card, he would take a gamble. He hoped that the benefits that the 7th Hokage would bring him would far outweigh the disadvantages. After leaving Orochimaru's laboratory, the 7th Hokage quickly headed for Konoha. He could not teleport or perform space ninjutsu, so he could only fly to travel. That's right, since entering the 6 Paths Sage mode, Naruto has learned to stay in the air and can also fly for a short time. But the speed is very slow, so he still needs to use his feet. The power jump combined with the air stay can achieve the purpose of traveling quickly. Looking at the entire ninja world, there are only a handful of ninjas who can stay in the air and float in the sky, among which Onoki, 6 Paths Pain, and Uchiha Madara are relatively famous. But when it comes to speed, the 7th generation is faster, like a golden flash, not a teleportation like the 4th generation. It's an extremely fast speed, a fast sprint with afterimages plus flying. It's a pity that this trick has only been shown once in Boruto. When the 7th generation returned home, he instantly turned into an amiable uncle. Wife, I'm back. Since there is another person named Hinata in Konoha village, Naruto had no choice but to ask his wife to distinguish them to avoid little Naruto's suspicion. Seeing that there were so many more people in the house all of a sudden, the 7th generation laughed dryly. Haha, it's so lively. Sarah was not happy with the 7th generation. He had completely forgotten her and even got married and had children. She could only look forward to Naruto growing up and becoming the hero in his mind. Naruto was very happy to see the 7th generation. Brother, you are back. Let me introduce you to Bai. You will be my partner from now on. Really? The 7th Hokage smiled dotingly and rubbed little Naruto's head. You must cherish it. At the same time, the 7th Hokage looked at Bai with gentle eyes. Hello, Bai. Bai smiled gently at the 7th Hokage. Thank you for your care, Naruto-kun. It seems that Bai's feelings have only been transferred to little Naruto, and the 7th Hokage breathed a sigh of relief. Then the 7th Hokage remembered Kakashi's suggestion that Bai open a medicine shop, and he was very interested. Bai is of great significance to the 7th Hokage. He is the first strong man he encountered when he embarked on the road of ninja. Bai and Zabuza are both very kind in their hearts. The first opponent they met was them, which had a great impact on the future life of little Naruto. Let him understand that ninjas also have feelings and fetters, and Bai's gentle and beautiful smile will always remain in the 7th Hokage's heart. Seeing Bai alive and well at this time, the 7th Hokage is so relieved. That's great, Bai. Kakashi said he would sponsor you to open a herbal medicine shop, right? Little Naruto was surprised. Brother, how did you know? The 7th generation casually blamed Kakashi. Of course Kakashi told me. Little Naruto took out his frog wallet, opened it and saw that there were 500 taels in it, and took it all out without hesitation. Then I, Uzumaki Naruto, will invest 500 taels. The currency of Naruto refers to the Japanese yen. 1 tael is equal to 10 yen, which is equivalent to about 300 RMB, which is very poor. The 7th generation looked at Hinata with an expectant expression. Then how much should we pay? Hinata hesitated. She didn't think that this investment could pay off. She couldn't let the 7th generation do whatever it wanted and make their family unable to make ends meet. Hinata thought about it. If she took out 10,000 taels, her family wouldn't be hurt, and she wouldn't feel bad if it was lost. So Hinata stretched out a finger. 10,000 taels. Little Naruto had never seen so much money before, and couldn't help shouting, wow, so generous. Hinata blushed. Not too generous, it was only 5 or 6,000 when converted into RMB. It should be enough to run a store for a long time, as prices were generally cheaper during the 3rd generation's time. Because Bai's funds have been raised, he can open a herbal medicine shop. Kakashi, the Sandaime, the 7th Hokage, little Naruto, and even Hyuga Hayashi, all gathered at the 7th Hokage's house. Hearing that Bai's herbal medicine shop is right across from the main gate of Konoha, Kakashi exclaimed. Saname, what kind of interests did you sacrifice to get the store from Hayashi? The Saname smiled very gently. No, Hayashi also values Bai. When he heard that Bai was going to open a store, he transferred the store to Bai for free. Hayashi had a blank expression and pretended to be indifferent. It's just a favor. Hinata covered her face. It didn't matter that her own store was transferred to Bai. After all, it was a one-handed out and one-handed in. It was just transferred from the Hokage family to Naruto's family, and it was still her own. But, wouldn't the scene be too big? The third Hokage, the head of the Hokage family, and the seventh Hokage all strongly supported Bai. What kind of charm does Bai have to get the support of so many big people? In fact, this was just a deal. Only Kakashi, Naruto, and the seventh Hokage truly supported Bai. The third Hokage hoped that Bai could integrate into Konoha and protect Konoha. As for Hayashi, he was the future father-in-law, so it was okay to improve Naruto's favorability in advance. Bai's pretty face was full of helplessness. He had never been cared for so much in his life. Naruto smiled at Bai. That's great, brother Bai, you can become a pharmacist who saves the dying and the wounded. Bai showed a yearning look, a pharmacist who cures diseases and saves lives. On the day the herbal medicine shop opened, it was called a gong and drum to the sky, with a huge crowd of people. Bai's herbal medicine shop opened in Konoha. The third Hokage cut the ribbon, and Kakashi led a team of senior ninjas to applaud. The rest of the people were attracted spontaneously out of curiosity. Bai's status in Konoha is not ordinary. It's not that the forces behind him are so difficult to mess with, but that Bai has now become a big star in the entire ninja world, not just Konoha. Everyone knows him. This is the advantage of being on TV. Bai has become a celebrity. Hinata also began to sigh. Could it be that Bai really has a talent for making money? Hinata's intuition told him that Bai was really not suitable for doing business, nor for getting along with others. If she opened a store to do business, she would definitely go bankrupt. But now, there are huge crowds of people, gongs and drums are rising, the third generation cuts the ribbon, and the senior ninjas applaud. Little Naruto leads the 12 little warriors of Konoha, and the cheers continue. The scene is so grand that even Bai can't help but smile. That smile is so gentle and sweet. He feels really warm in his heart, and he is so happy that he can't express it. The seventh generation wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. That's great, it's really great, Bai, you can finally live for your own career. Bai's tears flowed out like money, and the emotions in his heart are simply indescribable. The orphan who picked up garbage to eat in his childhood, erased his own soul, followed Zabuza, and completely regarded himself as Zabuza's tool without mixing his own feelings. But now, he was so shocked by such a touching scene that he was speechless. So many people were cheering for him, so many people were welcoming him. As he cried, Bai's Sharingan began to rotate, and new abilities besides the wheel grave hell were awakened. Snow was falling all over the sky, beautiful beyond words. Bai's Sharingan pattern was snowflakes, and such an ability was simply perfect for Bai. Will grave hell was like something the Lord God was too lazy to think about and forced on Bai, but now the ability was awakened by Bai on his own. This is a scene ability. Under this snowy scene, the ice attribute ninjutsu is amplified. The Sharingan is a pair of emotional eyes, and often only sadness is extremely contagious, thus awakening abilities. Joy and emotion are not good, because they are too weak, but Bai is different, and has always sealed his emotions. Once his emotions burst out, they are not weaker than sadness, and he is not opening his eyes, he is already an eternal kaleidoscope. But this touching emotion helped Bai comprehend new abilities. Looking at the snow flying all over the sky, the Sandaime sighed. It has been many years since it snowed in the land of fire. It's so beautiful. The children of Konoha were overjoyed, laughing and playing in the snow. Bai's herb shop is divided into 2 floors, the second floor is the residential area, and the first floor is the herb shop for business. Kakashi and the 7th Hokage taught Bai how to face the patients who come to see a doctor and how to charge for treating people. Bai has a strong learning ability, and the 3rd Hokage sets the price for Bai with reference to the prices of Konoha Hospital. Hayashi sent people to purchase tables, chairs, benches, and medical supplies. Konoha has unobstructed supply channels, with the most favorable prices and the best quality. With such a powerful business partner, Bai will definitely not lose money this time. In the afternoon, the wounded came here. A young man was working in the fields and suddenly cut his finger, bleeding profusely, but he did not cry, but was ecstatic. Haha, I can go to Bai for treatment. However, when the young man arrived at the herb shop, there was an endless stream of people coming for treatment, and there was a long queue. Minor injuries like the young man's were also cheap to treat, charging 20 taels, which is equivalent to about 12 yuan. Disinfection, spreading the prepared herbs, and then bandaging, are quite affordable, and you can't do these things well at home. And Bai is worthy of being a powerful ninja. He is extremely fast and serious and rigorous. He bandages tightly. For some minor symptoms such as colds and fevers, he can just take the herbs home and boil water to drink. After Haku's herbal medicine shop started to operate normally and patients began to come in one after another, Hyaga Hayashi left. He had to go to the 7th Hokage's house to see the photos of his future grandson and granddaughter to see if they had inherited the Byakugan of the Hyaga family. The 3rd Hokage also returned to the Hokage building to work because he had to be busy with the affairs of the village. The 7th Hokage, Kakashi, performed the shadow clone technique to help. There was no way because there were too many wounded, and their real purpose was not to seek medical treatment, they just wanted to see Haku. The aunts and uncles were heartbroken for the boy who once shone brightly in the main god space. Such a cute child, but his life experience were so miserable. The 7th Hokage did not expect that after Haku's affairs were exposed to the whole ninja world, there would be such a reaction. Then, if Danzo, the Dark of Konoha, was exposed, would he become a rat crossing the street and be beaten by everyone? Little Naruto was also busy helping in the herbal medicine shop, but when the Konoha villagers saw little Naruto, they immediately showed disgust in their eyes. But in front of other adults, it was not convenient for them to drive Naruto away, so they had to endure it. I'm afraid that except for the sharp perception of the 7th Hokage, Kakashi, and Bai who were busy didn't notice it. Naruto's happy face suddenly dimmed. Brother Bai's herbal medicine shop opened, such a grand scene, it was simply a celebration for the whole world. But he couldn't laugh happily, and was still hated and disliked, which made Naruto very sad. Naruto patiently bandaged the wound for an uncle and reminded him if it is not infected, this kind of wound will heal quickly. The uncle looked impatient. I know, it's so unlucky, it's not Miss Bai who bandaged me. Most of those who came to seek medical treatment still called Bai little sister, people are always willing to believe what they believe. How could such a cute girl be a boy? Maybe Bai in the video just deceived Naruto. The uncle paid the money with an unhappy look on his face, and as soon as he ran to the door of the herbal medicine shop, he tore off the bandage and threw it into the trash can. A look of disgust. Little Naruto was even sadder, he began to doubt himself. The 7th Hokage found out and squatted beside little Naruto to comfort him. Don't be sad, that's their prejudice, sooner or later you will prove yourself, break this prejudice, and get everyone's recognition. The 7th Hokage's words really touched little Naruto's heart, he swept away the haze and became smiling again, nodded vigorously, yeah. Since the wounded were unwilling to be bandaged by him, little Naruto would not do such a thing. On the other side, a man was receiving bandage treatment from Bai with a happy face. Bai was about to take the bandage, and a small hand handed the bandage to him. Bai looked up along the arm, but it was the smiling face of little Naruto. Bai also smiled gently, and then the two began to cooperate tacitly. Shikamaru and Koji passed by here and saw little Naruto who had found a sense of existence. They laughed. This guy Naruto, this is the first time I've seen him so happy. Koji replied. When I saw him eating ramen, he was not as happy as he is now. However, not all adults have such good self-control and can ignore little Naruto. In the eyes of some people, especially those who lost their loved ones in the Nine Tails Rebellion, they look at little Naruto as if they saw bacteria and plague, the dirtiest and most disgusting thing in the world. Don't use the bandages that this beast has touched to bandage me, my hands will rot. The air suddenly became quiet, and you could hear a pin drop in the bustling herbal medicine shop. Kakashi looked over in disbelief, and all the villagers watched quietly. In fact, they thought so too, but someone with low emotional intelligence said it out loud. They really hope to see Kakashi and Haku drive little Naruto away, so that they will feel better. It's like the shark fin in the throat has been pulled out, comfortable and happy. They didn't even understand why there was a bad apple like little Naruto in Bai's herb shop, a warm and holy place like heaven. This bad apple polluted the whole sky. How they wished he could disappear from this world. But little Naruto opened his eyes wide, as if he was about to cry, but he was so sensible that it made people feel distressed. He said to Kakashi, the 7th Hokage and Bai with a dry laugh, it's okay, I'll just leave. If this was someone else's herb shop, Naruto would argue a few words unconvinced. But this was Bai's herb shop, and he didn't want to affect Bai's shop because of himself. Crack! A clear and pleasant sound was heard, followed by the man's shrill scream. Kakashi was shocked again. Bai, you can't do this. The man's hand was still held by Bai. When he made little Naruto sad, Bai couldn't help but crush his bones. At this time, Bai's pretty face was frosty and terrifying. Who are you calling a beast? At this time, this person remembered that Zabuza had transferred Bai's feelings for him to the demon fox boy. No one would doubt how deep Bai's feelings for Zabuza are, because everyone in the ninja world has watched the video of the main god space. That video undoubtedly showed Bai's strength, not to mention that he also obtained the eternal Mangekyo Sharinan bestowed by the main god. That is also the most feared power by the people of Konoha under the nine-tailed demon fox. At this time, the pain in his arm and the fear in his heart made his face distorted. Snot and tears flowed out uncontrollably. I was wrong, Bai, the beast is talking about myself. The other wounded saw this and showed fear on their faces. It turned out that Bai was not as harmless and kind as she appeared in the video. If anyone dared to hurt the person most important to her, she would turn into a ferocious beast and fight back. Kakashi looked at Bai in astonishment, and his tall and majestic figure suddenly collapsed. Zabuza had found Kakashi in the main god space, hoping that he could take good care of Bai. Kakashi gladly accepted, but now, Kakashi felt that things might be bad. When that man called Naruto a beast, Kakashi already felt a chill down his spine. He wanted to act quickly and teach this bastard a lesson. For example, twist his wrist, making him feel very painful but not broken, then threaten him to leave this place. In short, he could achieve the same goal of helping Naruto, but he would not make a big deal and ruin Bai's shop. Yes, if Bai took action now, the reputation of his shop would be ruined in an instant. Let's look at them again, the wounded, because Bai's deeds in the main god space were exposed to the whole ninja world, and they wanted to see Bai with the mentality of following an idol. Now that Bai's powerful side has been exposed, everyone was instantly silent, with fear on their faces. Especially when Bai was extremely angry, that pair of strange scarlet Sharingan flashed a faint cold light, and the emotion of fear was immediately implanted in everyone's heart. It turned out that Bai was the same monster as the demon fox boy, and equally terrifying. No wonder Bai's father wanted to kill Bai, they were also extremely afraid of that kind of power. With the two bloodline limits mixed together, Bai's lethality might not be weaker than the nine-tailed demon fox. Bai stood up for little Naruto, which made little Naruto feel extremely guilty. When Bai took action, the way those people looked at Bai was very familiar to little Naruto. He took Bai's hand with a guilty look on his face. I'm sorry, brother Bai, if I didn't come today. If I don't come, nothing will happen. Bai looked at Naruto's gentle smile reappearing. I will be sad if Naruto-kun does not attend the opening ceremony of my new store. The third generation observed the situation here through the crystal ball, and he quickly brought people here. He looked depressed, and his shoulders also slumped. It was all his fault, it was his fault, he did not establish the correct image of Naruto in the hearts of the people of Konoha. Naruto should be a hero. He sacrificed a lot to protect Konoha and seal the nine tails in his body. They are both heroes and should not be hated by others. But he has no choice, he can't make public the identity of little Naruto as the son of Hokage. Once it is made public, assassinations will continue. The fourth generation is a hero admired by everyone in Konoha, but in other ninja villages, he is a big worry and the murderer who killed their family. The flames of hatred will continue, and will implicate and burn little Naruto. This is why he can't make little Naruto's affairs public, and can only watch the prejudice of the villagers of Konoha against little Naruto coldly. And now Bai gave little Naruto. Standing out has offended the ordinary people of Konoha. Ordinary people will be wary of Haku, so how can Haku find a sense of belonging in Konoha? The cause of all this is that he did not fulfill his duties as a Hokage and did not have the correct values to lead everyone. The Sandaime blamed himself very much, waved his hand and asked the medical ninja he brought to treat the guy whose hand was broken by Haku. Hate him? The Sandaime also hated him, but he could not blame him. Because his parents, as ninjas, died in the Nine Tails Rebellion, he implicated Naruto in his anger. Even if he wanted to blame, he could only blame him as the Hokage if he traced the source. It was he who gave the order to conceal Naruto's identity as the son of the fourth Hokage. If this matter was announced in Konoha, the hostile eyes towards little Naruto would inevitably disappear, and instead be replaced by pity. But compared to the eyes of others, the Sandaime was more worried about the covetousness of ambitious people and the assassinations born out of hatred. The hand is broken, the bones have been crushed into powder, it cannot be cured, and it needs amputation. The judgment from the medical ninja made the injured man burst into tears. His heart was greatly shocked, and he pointed at Bai with trembling fingers as if he had lost his mind. You beast. Bai had a blank expression, but his hand slowly raised. Seeing this, Kakashi stimulated his muscles with lightning chakra. He grabbed the man's collar faster than Bai and threw him out of Bai's herb shop. Kakashi's eyes were cold. I understand the pain of losing your loved ones, but you shouldn't implicate Naruto. He is my subordinate and you have to get through me first. A Jonin attacked an ordinary person in front of ordinary people. You can imagine how much impact this will have on Kakashi's reputation. But Kakashi doesn't care. The one who doesn't care about his reputation the least is probably Heitei Kakashi. His master, his mistress, Obito, Rin, his father Heitei Sakumo, all his friends and relatives, have all left him. Kakashi doesn't even understand what the point of his survival is in this world, so how could he care about his reputation? From the very beginning, Kakashi had decided that he would be the villain, but it was a pity that Bai acted too quickly, and Kakashi couldn't react at all. After all, Bai was holding his hand at the time, and if he wanted to crush it, as long as he exerted force with his hand, how could Kakashi have time to stop him? The Sandaime sighed, give him a pension. Then he sighed and left the place. After the Sandaime left, everyone left one after another. No one wanted to be treated here with Bai anymore. Naruto felt extremely guilty. I'm sorry, brother Bai. Bai smiled gently, it doesn't matter, as long as Naruto-kun comes to me for treatment every time he is injured, I will be very happy. All the fanfare and crowds of people eventually became a bubble, and deserted herb shop became the norm after people left. The eyes of the seventh generation were full of sadness. Even though his strength was at the top of the ninja world, he didn't know how to deal with such things. Bai had just opened the shop and something like this happened. Bai had to close the shop for rectification. It is conceivable that when the shop reopens in the future, the grand occasion of huge crowds of people will not appear again, but it is also good this way, for peace and quiet. Bai likes quietness, he actually doesn't like noise. Crowds of people are good, but Bai actually prefers quietness. So Bai also comforted Naruto with these words, with a gentle tone and a beautiful face. Little Naruto blushed again, and all his guilt and sadness disappeared immediately. He said in a panic, "It's good that you are fine. Since Brother Bai doesn't suggest it, I have to cheer up." Then little Naruto said with a red face, "It would be better if Bai was a girl. If Bai was a girl, I would not like Sakura." In other words, if Bai was a girl, Naruto would like Bai, because Bai is cuter than Sakura. Fortunately, Sakura is not here, otherwise she is not even as good as a boy, and I am afraid she will be sad. Bai was a little angry when he heard that. Of course, he would not blame Naruto, but his smile also disappeared. "Really? You prefer me as a girl?" In the picture of the main god's space, Bai said to Naruto when he turned around and left the grove. "By the way, I am actually a man." At that time, the tone was obviously not very friendly. Obviously, Bai did not like being treated as a girl. Little Naruto also clearly felt that Bai seemed to be angry, and apologized repeatedly. "I'm sorry, Bai, of course Bai is a boy, but, Bai is really too cute." The seventh generation covered his face, embarrassed to death. He felt like he was socially dead. Fortunately, Hinata is not here, and there are people here who don't understand him, so it's not a big problem. At the same time, the seventh generation is also worried. What if little Naruto is turned gay by Bai's beauty? Bai is really very, very beautiful. There is no second beauty like Bai in the entire Naruto. When she first appeared, the gentle and beautiful image of the big sister next door has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. The seventh generation also admitted that Bai at that time really left a deep impression on him, and he has not forgotten it until now. So the seventh Hokage was really worried that Haku would turn little Naruto gay. What if little Naruto fell in love with Haku, fell in love with a man? The seventh Hokage immediately thought of Orochimaru. Well, it didn't matter, because Orochimaru was already his teammate. The seventh Hokage could feel that Orochimaru did not erase the Nine Tails chakra that he had left in his body, which also showed that the two had reached some kind of tacit understanding. So let's just wait and see. If things really develop to a certain point that cannot be reversed, let Orochimaru help. Of course, in addition to Orochimaru, many people actually think of the Lord God first, but it is too wasteful to wish to change personality like the Lord God, and the Lord God's reward is still quite difficult to get. The Lord God will set a threshold for questions that are too simple, such as death for those who answer incorrectly. This leads to many people who can guess what the answer is, but they dare not answer. They have to wait until the person concerned answers, so the rewards for the two tasks were taken by the two parties concerned, Haku and Zabuza. At night, at Hinata's house, Hyuga Hayashi was calmly drinking wine. The seventh generation was stunned and said, "Dad, why are you here?" Then the seventh generation hurriedly covered his mouth and accidentally let the cat out of the bag. But little Naruto didn't care. Hinata just smiled helplessly. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the seventh generation drove Naruto back to the room, ready to have a good chat with Hyuga Hayashi. Hyuga Hayashi also came for this. He put down the wine glass with a stern face. "The boy's name is Boruto, and the girl's name is Himawari, right?" The seventh generation was embarrassed. "Dad, it seems that Hinata has told you everything." Hyuga Hayashi asked again, "What are the talents of these two children?" Thinking of the two children, the seventh generation showed a fatherly smile. "As for Himawari, she has amazing talent. It's funny that she could rub me unconscious with one finger when I was not on guard, and made me miss the inauguration ceremony of Hokage." Hearing this, Hyuga Hayashi was shocked. "How can you be so weak? She is only 10 years old." The seventh generation scratched his head. "Ah, this." Then the seventh Hokage thought of Boruto again, and his face fell. As for Boruto, the seventh generation ate his meal expressionlessly. "I love him too, but he is completely different from me when I was a child. He is very talented but doesn't know how to work hard. He has lived a life of luxury since he was a child. His father is a Hokage, and his grandfather is also a Hokage. He is like a big star in Konoha. Everyone surrounds him and pampers him. Especially during the Chunin exam, he cheated, which really disappointed me. But he has a really strong learning ability and quickly learned how to work in a team. Together we defeated the strong enemy. He is a child with unlimited possibilities. Anyway, I really hope that he can grow up quickly and get rid of that carefree look." Hinata Hayashi was very irritable during this period, and he slammed the table and stood up. "How can you spoil my grandson like this? Hearing you say that, he is almost a waste. The seventh generation gritted his teeth and stood up and said loudly, "It is you, the father-in-law, who dotes on him the most. Every time he comes to the Hokage family, you have to hug him and even kiss his face disgustingly." Hearing this, Hinata Hayashi was shocked. How could it be possible? Disgusting kissing of the face can't be his style. Hinata Hayashi looked at Hinata, wanting to confirm whether what the seventh generation said was true. Hinata nodded helplessly, yes, their father dotes on them the most. Hinata Hayashi's face turned red, and he was petrified on the spot. P.S. Please give me flowers, rewards, and collections. I am a little ashamed that I can only update 3 times a day. I am busy recently. My grandfather is in the hospital for maintenance and my father is going to take care of him. So the author has become a coolie and has to deliver goods under the scorching sun every day. The things are very heavy. The heavy objects produced by the factory have no time to eat early in the morning, so I have to drive a tricycle to deliver them to other factories. I am not crying miserably, but I promise that when my father comes back and the author is free, I can update more frequently. Also, little Naruto will definitely become a scumbag Naruto. I hope this is not a poison point. The demon which will also appear. You can judge according to the timeline. The reason why Sarah appeared in advance is because of her special nature, which involves time travel. That night, Hayashi Hinata slept in the guest room of the 7th Hokage's house. At 12 o'clock in the evening, the main god space descended. The whole ninja world has become accustomed to this main god space. It descends every night and pulls everyone into this space. Although you can touch each other in this space, it is invalid to attack each other, and it will directly pass through the other's body. This judgment indicator is based on bleeding and loss of vital signs. When there is no quiz game, everyone will chat in it. Now the 7th Hokage knows that the next step is the Chunin exam. He needs to find Orochimaru in the main god space to have a good chat about the corresponding plan. But before the 7th Hokage can find Orochimaru, the voice of the main god sounded again after a long absence. Everyone in the ninja world showed ecstasy. After the initial fear, everyone has become accustomed to the existence of the main god. It is also known that every time the main god speaks, there will be a quiz game. Many people want to get rich overnight and become stronger overnight, and they are looking forward to this quiz game. Even the 7th Hokage began to look forward to it. He wanted to participate in the quiz game this time. The premise is that he is sure to answer correctly. After all, many simple questions and answers will result in death if the answer is wrong. The boundless voice of the Lord God sounded. The quiz game begins. As soon as the Lord God's voice fell, a picture appeared in the air. This person belongs to Konoha and is also a powerful figure. Shinmura Danzo question: why is Shinmura Danzo, the Dark of Konoha, the representative of the root, wearing bandages? If you answer the question incorrectly, you will die. After hearing this, most of the people in the ninja world reacted in despair. Ah, of course he knows about this kind of thing. The reward will be snatched away by the person involved again. The Sandaime said with a smile, "Old buddy, it seems that the reward this time belongs to you. The ninja belonging to the root, great, it's really great, Danzo-sama, you must know this kind of question." Someone was sweating profusely. Although he still had no expression on his face, he was already panicking inside. The 7th generation sneered twice. He knew the answer to this question. He thought sarcastically, "It seems that Danzo-sama will not answer, so let me answer it." This is the first time that the 7th generation has participated in a quiz game. He said without hesitation, "The answer to this question is Sharingan, because Danzo-sama transplanted all the eyes of the Uchiha-kian people to himself. The whole arm is Sharingan. He wants to conceal this and doesn't want others to know." The whole ninja world was in an uproar after hearing this, and Shinmura Danzo was even more shocked. Who is this person, and why does he know? The Sandaime was also extremely shocked. When Shinmura Danzo wanted to attack the Uchiha clan, the Sandaime knew about it and even acquiesced. Why did he acquiesce? The reason was very simple, because the Sandaime was the disciple of the second. And the second, Senju Tobirama, hated the Uchiha clan and was extremely wary of it, and wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible. As a disciple of Senju Tobirama, it was reasonable for him to inherit his teacher's attitude towards the Uchiha clan. But the Sandaime was finally, is kind, he has never thought of really dealing with the Uchiha clan. Originally, when he knew that the Uchiha clan was about to rebel, he had no reason to protect the Uchiha clan. Is an Uchiha clan loyal to Konoha, and proposed a plan to use Koto Amatsukami to control the Uchiha clan and stop the rebellion. The 3rd generation has agreed to this matter, and has even stopped Danzo, who wanted to attack the Uchiha clan. But he really didn't expect that Danzo attacked the Uchiha clan not to protect the safety of Konoha, but for the Sharingan. The 3rd generation took a step back. Danzo, is this true? Everyone in Konoha stepped back, isolating Danzo and forming a big circle. Danzo Shinmura had nowhere to hide. Someone laughed, "Obito, bring him to me, I must have this person." Obito also laughed. I'm missing an eye. Uchiha Madara in the old man's state smiled and said, okay. At this time, Uchiha Madara was ambitious. His plan was to let Nagato use the reincarnation technique to resurrect him when his life came to an end. In fact, in the Fourth Shinobi World War, being resurrected by the impure world reincarnation was just a backup plan. But no matter what, as many Sharingan as you want, it is a scarce resource. Otherwise, when you have no eyes to use, you will always think about digging out other people's eyes. Uchiha Madara in the old man's state coughed. He was not in good health. It must be as soon as possible. Konoha will definitely take action against Danzo. We have to get him before him. Remember not to cause trouble. The Akatsuki organization is still recruiting and preparing, and lacks talent. Obito narrowed his eyes and said calmly, why don't we go find those who were given power by the Lord God? They are strong enough. Uchiha Madara thought of Bai, but it was a pity that Bai's sense of belonging was already in Konoha. They only recruited those rebel ninjas who had no sense of belonging to the ninja village, and Bai was not a good choice. Now the middle-aged man who answered the question correctly and was about to be blessed by the Lord God, did not wear a forehead protector on his head. It depends on what the Lord God will give him. If he is strong enough, it is worth recruiting. Only a few people in Konoha know about the existence of the 7th Hokage, and the Akatsuki organization naturally does not know. If you want to recruit talents, but recruit the 7th Hokage, will he agree? In fact, he really will. It should be said that the 7th Hokage is looking forward to being invited to join the Akatsuki organization. When the question was answered, the Lord God began to reveal the answer as usual, and the video began to play. The video was very short, only a few seconds, but it was extremely eye-catching. I will take your Sharingan. Shimura Danzo greedily stretched out his hand to Shisui, wanting to dig out his eyes. However, Shisui instantly released an illusion and killed him instantly, and the hand reaching out as Shisui was also caught. Sorry, this is just an ordinary illusion, you will be clear soon. Then Shisui turned and left. At this time, Danzo was still a powerful ninja after all, and he still had some fighting power. This deliberately released illusion lasted only a few seconds before it was broken. He was unwilling to give up, so he moved his fingers and instantly appeared in front of Shisui and attacked him with an uppercut. After a series of combination punches, he performed an extremely skillful eye-popping action, as if he had practiced it countless times. After taking off one of Shisui's eyes, he was very decisive and stuffed it directly into his own bandaged right eye. Shisui was shocked. The ninja world was in an uproar. Why is this person so skilled in poking other people's eyes? Sharingan, he will be a replacement for my eye. Then, give me the other eye too. As soon as he finished speaking, countless root jonin appeared beside Danzo and began to bully the weak with their numbers. First they launched a sneak attack and then used their numbers to bully the weak, trying to take away the opponent's eyes. The people of Konoha were all dumbfounded. This is too despicable, too disgusting. Is he worthy of us calling him sir? At the same time, Uchiha Itachi of Akatsuki had an unprecedentedly ferocious and terrifying expression. He knew that Shisui's eyes were taken by Danzo, but he didn't expect it to be in this way. And knowing is one thing, seeing it with one's own eyes is another. In Itachi's impression, Shisui is just like Itachi in Suzuki's mind. He is Itachi's elder brother, a brother that Itachi relies on and dotes on him. Itachi wanted to kill Danzo immediately at this time, but he exchanged the demise of the entire Uchiha for the survival of his brother Suzuki, and he could not betray Konoha. He promised the Saname that he was a rebel ninja on the surface, but in fact he was an undercover agent of Akatsuki. The video was not over yet, and then another picture appeared. It was Shimura Danzo who encountered a strong man, and he took off the bandage on his hand calmly. At that time, he had succeeded and killed the Uchiha clan. His arms were covered with Sharingan. The picture stopped abruptly, and it was not revealed who the strong man he encountered was. The 7th Hokage certainly knew that the strong man he encountered was Suzuki, and now the little Suzuki was so shocked that he couldn't speak at all. Originally, Suzuki was dumbfounded when he heard what the 7th Hokage said, and now seeing the picture, the whole person was shaking. The raging anger and hatred had nowhere to vent. He roared and shouted as he rushed towards Danzo Shimura, attacking desperately. But this is the main god space, and all attacks that will cause serious injuries to people are invalid. Minor injuries are still allowed, but this kind of murderous attack will go straight through the opponent's body and can't hit anyone at all. Then Suzuki disappeared instantly, and the main god said calmly, he affected the distribution of rewards. I have moved him out of the main god space. He can still participate tomorrow. Then, start distributing rewards. Although he was a little worried about little Suzuki, the 7th generation still cared about what he could get. He really wanted to get a wish, so that he could revive his parents. But there were not many opportunities to get rewards for making random wishes. He waited for a while, although it was only a few seconds, but the 7th generation felt like a year. He really hoped that he could get a chance to make a random wish, but unfortunately it was not reward. Pick a chakra quality you don't have. This kind of reward is too bad compared to the previous ones. Everyone in the ninja world felt sorry for the 7th generation, but in fact it was more because the reward had become worse. They were worried that they would get this kind of rubbish reward if they answered questions in the future. However, the 7th generation's eyes lit up. I have wind, fire, light, thunder, earth, and no attributes. I also have yang attribute in my body. I only lack yin attribute chakra. The Lord God was very calm. Your wish has been fulfilled. However, after hearing the 7th generation's narration, Uchiha Madara was shocked. There are many people who have all 5 elements, but there are very few people who also have yin and yang attributes. Currently, only the 6-path sage is known. Later, Kaguya was also like this, and Uchiha Madara who entered the 6-path sage mode was also like this. But currently it is known that there is really only the 6-path sage, and you can imagine how much this bonus is to Naruto. Obito also said in disbelief, then this person, I want to invite him to join the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Madara nodded, at all costs. When the 7th Hokage obtains yin attribute chakra, it also means that the 7 attributes are mixed, and the truth-seeking jade can be born. Kaguya-sama, Uchiha Madara in the 6-path sage mode, the black sticks and black balls they use, Naruto can synthesize them infinitely, and there is no need to worry about using one less. Fortunately, the 7th Hokage did not synthesize the truth-seeking jade on the spot, otherwise it would really scare Uchiha Madara. Being able to use the 7 changes of chakra and being able to master them proficiently are completely different, and the gap is also a world of difference. In the eyes of Uchiha Madara, the current 7th Hokage is gifted and has unlimited possibilities, but he still can't use his own power. Such a person is just right as a chess piece. In fact, even if this middle-aged man has all 7 attributes and enters the 6-path sage mode, Uchiha Madara will not be afraid, because he has the Rinnegan, currently the most powerful power in the entire ninja world, that is a power that only gods possess. After giving the reward, the Lord God calmly said, the question and answer game is over, and I look forward to the next game. Then the voice of the Lord God disappeared, and the 7th Hokage was surrounded by the elite Jonin of the 3rd Hokage. Asuma, what is the yin-yang chakra attribute? I have never heard of it. The 3rd Hokage, who was a ninjutsu doctor, was also puzzled. The first thing the 7th generation did when he returned to reality was to run to his yard and study the newly acquired yin attribute chakra. The 6-path sage gave Naruto and Sasuke the power of yin and yang. That power was very powerful, but it was also consumable and could not be regenerated. During this period, the 7th generation entered the 6-path sage mode without the samsara eye. Those floating and seeking truth jades were things that the 7th generation had long been familiar with. Once a person learns something, it is difficult to forget it. The 7th generation has always been unable to synthesize new ball path jades due to the lack of yin attribute chakra. It is also impossible to enter the 6-path sage mode and can only enter the weakened version of the 6 paths mode. Although yin attribute chakra has been obtained now, there is still a long way to go before the understanding of yin and yang escape. Among them, yin escape represents the power of the spirit, and yang escape represents the power of the body. The combination of the two is yin and yang escape, which can create everything from nothing and give life. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the ultimate ninjutsu. Since ancient times, the Senju clan has inherited yang escape and has powerful physical energy. The Uchiha clan inherited yin escape and has powerful spiritual energy. This can be said to be the most core worldview in the ninja world. The yin-yang dun used by Nagato, 6 paths Obito, 6 paths Madara, Black Zetsu, and Kaguya at Satsuki were all incomplete. Later, Naruto obtained the power of the 6 paths from the 6 paths sage. Although it was something that could not be regenerated and would disappear after use, it was orthodox. And Naruto also obtained the ultimate ninjutsu of yin-yang dun. He used the yang dun technique to give life and save the dying Kai. He also created an eye for Kakashi. But the yin-yang dun at that time was not realized by Naruto himself, but the 6 paths sage transmitted this power to him, and it would disappear after use. It can be said that yin-yang dun is the strongest power of the entire Naruto. His power is even above Kaguya at Satsuki, because yin-yang dun can seal Kaguya at Satsuki. At this time, the 7th generation easily synthesized the Bulwei Jade. There is no technical content. As long as there are 7 attributes of the Bulwei Jade, it can be synthesized casually. In the final battle, after Obito left the 6 paths sage mode, his Bulwei Jade disappeared. But he was able to penetrate Uchiha Madara's body and draw power from him to recondense the Bulwei Jade. The 7th generation condensed a black jade stick for seeking the truth, which made him love it so much that he couldn't let it go. This might be the strongest weapon. Ordinary ninjas, even elite jonins, would die if they were touched by his black jade stick for seeking the truth. The 7th generation felt that there was little hope for him to learn yin-yang dun, but just by condensing the jade for seeking the truth, his main god reward was far better than Bai's eternal Mangekyo. Only those who don't know the goods would think that the main god's reward was just a change in the nature of chakra, which was too bad. But the 7th generation could be said to be ecstatic, which was almost what he wanted most. Of course, the future Suzuki's samsara eye was also very enviable. However, he now had something that the future Suzuki didn't have, the ball jade, which made the 7th generation extremely proud. Hinata made breakfast and whispered, "Husband, come and eat." After saying that, Hinata blushed. They almost never called each other in this way. It was still like when they were children, calling each other by name. But now, in the era of the 3rd generation, they didn't want to have unnecessary explanations because of the name issue. At the dinner table, the 7th Hokage asked, "By the way, Naruto, the Chunin exam is about to begin, right?" Naruto nodded vigorously. "Brother, I want to be a big star in the Chunin exam and crush Suzuki. Can you give me special training?" When he heard about crushing Suzuki, even the 7th Hokage couldn't help but be moved. But in the end he shook his head, because his mentor was about to appear. It was during the Chunin exam that Jiraiya returned to Konoha and taught Naruto summoning. Then he challenged Gaara, paving the way for the deep friendship in the future. These histories, about the growth of Naruto and the growth of his friends, the 7th Hokage didn't want to change. Seeing that the 7th Hokage shook his head and was unwilling to give him special training, Naruto pouted angrily. Bai smiled sweetly and said, "Naruto-kun, how about I give you special training?" Hearing this, Naruto instantly became energetic. In Naruto's heart, Bai was more powerful than the 7th Hokage. After all, the 7th Hokage had never taken action in front of him, but he had a deep understanding of Bai's strength. In the dark of Konoha, Shinura Danzo was restless. The root ninjas were collectively guarding Shinura Danzo. They were a group of dead servants who were brainwashed by him. They were not loyal to Konoha, but loyal to Danzo himself. If Danzo was dealt with rashly, Konoha would suffer heavy losses. It must be admitted that Konoha's position as the leader of the 5 major countries is inseparable from the root power of Shinura Danzo. For these reasons, even if it was discovered that Shinura Danzo had a big problem, the 3rd generation did not intend to deal with him. He just pretended that the incident in the main god space had never happened, and Danzo knew this very well. The 3rd generation would not settle accounts with him because of a family that had long been extinct, and cut off one of his arms to cause Konoha to lose a powerful force. What Shinura Danzo was really worried about was the revenge of the remnants of the Uchiha clan, that is, Uchiha Itachi. A spiral ripple emerged from behind Danzo, and a man wearing a vortex mask appeared at the opening of the mask with a scarlet Sharingan. However, this person was not Uchiha Itachi, whom Danzo feared the most. "You, who are you?" "I, Uchiha Madara, have come to reclaim the eyes of the Uchiha clan." "You are not worthy of possessing the eyes of our clan." Danzo was extremely shocked. "Impossible. Uchiha Madara has been dead for a long time." The whirlpool began to expand and absorbed Danzo Shinura's entire body. When he opened his eyes again, a strange man with circle-shaped eyes stared at him expressionlessly. The masked man said in a low voice, "Pain, this man is difficult for me to deal with. He can use Izanagi. Please seal him with the black stick." The moment he saw Pain, Danzo exclaimed in disbelief, You are the leader of Akatsuki, Yahiko, you should be dead." Danzo narrowed his eyes. "It's a ninja tool, who transformed Yahiko's body into a ninja tool, the remnant of Akatsuki?" Pain widened his eyes, and stared at Danzo with cold eyes. Obito decided to slip away. "Then, I'll leave this place to you, I'll leave first." Pain is not an opponent that Obito can defeat. Although Obito is also one of the masterminds behind the scenes, Pain's eyes belong to Uchiha Madara. On the surface, Obito obeys Pain, but secretly he is in the same group with Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. Even if Obito can't beat Pain, if Pain doesn't act according to the plan, Obito has the help of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu and is capable of taking away his Samsara Eye. Nagato is nothing without the Samsara Eye, that is just the power of Uchiha Madara. In fact, if the Samsara Eye is given to Obito, he can play the power of this pair of eyes more perfectly. But Obito was unwilling. The harm of the Samsara Eye to people was too great, and Obito did not want to be a tool of Uchiha Madara. It was just that their goals were temporarily the same, and they worked together for the Mooneye project, but he was unwilling to use the Samsara Eye Samsara natural technique to personally revive Uchiha Madara. So let Nagato be the tool who sacrificed himself to revive Uchiha Madara. At present, Obito was just a higher level tool in Uchiha Madara's heart, and he didn't even have to be a tool. As long as the goals were the same, Uchiha Madara was happy to help Obito. Nagato, Pain and the others were different. They were purely pawns to be used. Even the establishment of the Akatsuki organization was in Uchiha Madara's plan. This organization could be called anything, but its final responsibility must be to collect S-level rebel ninjas in the world and finally capture the tailed beasts for the Mooneye project. And now it seems that Danzo is involved in Yahiko's death, and Nagato must be unable to tolerate it. Obito did not want to stay and watch the show, lest it affect himself. Danzo thought that he was at a disadvantage because he didn't understand the ability of the masked man. When he came to his senses, he found that he had moved to another place. But he didn't think that he had no strength to fight. He was also a well-deserved cage-level strength. The chakra nature he was best at was the wind attribute, and wind was the most powerful of all chakra properties. And Danzo's understanding of wind escape was beyond ordinary people's imagination. The attack power of his wind escape vacuum bullet was really amazing. The air blown out of his mouth was like a bullet, and it could even split the rock. Put the shuriken on the fingertips and blow it with your mouth, and it will immediately form a wind blade outside. Although the destructive power is far weaker than the wind escape shuriken, his ninjutsu consumption is extremely low. As long as there are shurikens, as many as he can blow out. And his trump card 4 symbol seal, a ninjutsu launched at the cost of sacrificing himself, has a destructive power of the level of destroying the world. Danzo's strength is really good. With the many trump cards he hides and doesn't use easily, he has surpassed the 3rd generation hokage. Even now that he seems to have entered the enemy's base camp, he still doesn't take pain seriously. Humph, remnants of the Akatsuki organization, I knew that you would threaten Konoha one day. Pain said without any emotion. So, what role do you play in this? Old man, why should I tell you? Pain had no expression on his face. Forget it, the truth doesn't matter anymore. 10,000 things attracted by heaven. Danzo was immediately attracted by a strong gravitational force and couldn't break free, but he was worthy of the cage level strength and began to form seals in midair. Wind style, vacuum wave, a devastating air wave flew towards Pain. Pain absorbed it instantly, and then Danzo had no chance to release the next ninjutsu. He was sucked in front of Pain. One hand firmly clamped Danzo's neck, and the other hand stabbed a chakra black stick. This black stick can disrupt the chakra in the body, and no ninjutsu can be released or even unable to move. No matter what role he played in Yahiko's death, he will now become the backup bank of the Akatsuki organization. He will be raised by the Akatsuki organization like a pig until all his Sharingan are taken away, then he would have lost the value of existence. Danzo was killed instantly, and the result was obvious. It was impossible for him to be hit by Pain's ninjutsu, Tensei, and immediately choose to sacrifice his Sharingan to use as an Agi. But Pain's black stick has an extremely powerful confinement effect. Once hit, the battle is over. This was due to Danzo's carelessness and lack of intelligence, but more of it was because he was too weak. There is no doubt that Danzo is a very powerful cage-level strongman, but in front of the Rinnegan, even a cage level will be killed instantly. There were 4 murderers who killed Yahiko back then, and Nagato only knew. He will never know about Hanzo and the other 3. Danzo seems to be involved as well, but no matter what role he plays, Nagato doesn't want to ask anymore. Because even he doesn't have the ability to make people tell the truth. And Danzo doesn't look like the kind of person who would make the bad things he has done public. Therefore, it's not that Nagato doesn't want to know, he just doesn't want to waste his breath. Anyway, Danzo will definitely die if he stays in Akatsuki. Outside the house, Uchiha Obito looked at the sky of the hidden rain village that has been gloomy for many years. All his actions are only to create a world with Rin. In the world of the Moon Eye, Rin, Kakashi, Minato, and Kushina will all exist. For this reason, no matter how many people he has to kill along the way, even if he kills his own acquaintances, he will not have any psychological burden. Because in the world of the Moon Eye, they are all still alive. The main god space once made him feel strange. What would happen if he answered the question correctly and let the main god resurrect Lin? But he quickly abandoned this idea. Even if Lin could be resurrected, she still could not stop the hatred and war among the countries in the ninja world. After dealing with Shinura Danzo, Pain came to the rooftop. The masked man was soaked in the rain and his back was indescribably lonely. Madara, I want you to bring another person with you. The masked man turned back and scratched his head embarrassedly. Oh, boss, I don't have any special ability. Pain was stunned for a moment before he reacted. You are, a Fae? A Fae said in a lively tone. Madara is really unmotivated. He went to rest. So, what task does the boss want to assign to me? Pain hesitated. Nothing. Ah Fae wailed. Don't be like this, at least when I'm about to be attacked, that guy will use ninjutsu to protect me. Although I'm a rookie, I'm also invincible. Pain said expressionlessly, let him come out and talk to me. The next moment, the masked man's voice became extremely low. You want to see the blonde middle-aged uncle who answered the question correctly in the main god space, right? In fact, I also want to meet him. He is one of the few people in the world who possesses all 7 chakras. Unfortunately, I don't know where he is, so Pain, you arrange for intelligence personnel to investigate. Suddenly Pain paused. Orochimaru, what is he doing in the hidden rain village? Hasn't that guy already quit the Akatsuki organization? The masked man immediately became interested when he heard it. That venomous snake actually dared to show up in front of the Akatsuki organization. Is he tired of living? When the 7th Hokage found Orochimaru, he thought that Orochimaru had not yet joined the Akatsuki organization. As long as he waited, Orochimaru would definitely contact the Akatsuki organization. But he was actually wrong. Orochimaru had been a member of the Akatsuki organization a long time ago, when Uchiha Itaka's partner was still by Wajuzo. It was just that later, he withdrew. From the beginning to the end of Naruto, Orochimaru had never joined the Akatsuki organization. He joined the Akatsuki organization earlier. Then Obito hid behind the scenes again and handed over the control of his body to White Zetsu, also known as a Fi. Many people mistakenly believe that Uchiha Madara is Obito, who likes to act crazy and stupid and is very naughty. In fact, since Rin's death, Obito has always had a low voice, never laughed, and never been lively. The person with a lively personality has always been the White Zetsu who coexists with Obito. The White Zetsu in Obito, also known as a Fi, has always been like this. He likes to call Deidara Sr., the one who always likes to make Deidara angry is this White Zetsu a Fi. In fact, Deidara and a Fi have a good relationship. However, Obito, the real owner of this body, has never had any intersection with Deidara, and has never even spoken to him. The person who picked up the Jade Maiden Ring of the Red Sand Scorpion and wanted to join the Akatsuki organization was also a Fi. Since then, a Fi has become an official member of the Akatsuki organization, but now a Fi is only a trainee of the Akatsuki organization. The members all know him, but now that the Akatsuki organization is full, a Fi has not been allowed to join. Only the leader Pain and Konan know that there is another person in a Fi's body who is called Uchiha Madara. He is not pretending to be crazy or stupid, nor does he have a dual personality, but Obito's body is shared by two people. Obito disguised himself as Uchiha Madara, and White Zetsu played a Fi. The next moment Pain and a Fi appeared in front of Orochimaru and blocked his way. Pain said expressionlessly, "Orochimaru, traitor of the Akatsuki organization, what is your intention in coming here?" Orochimaru said innocently, Hey, I haven't done anything to hurt Akatsuki." Pain said dissatisfiedly, "You attacked Uchiha Itachi, and Akatsuki prohibits internal fighting. Besides, leaving without my permission is a betrayal." After feeling it carefully for a moment, Pain said coldly, "It's a shadow clone. Do you think you will be safe by sending a shadow clone?" Orochimaru immediately softened. "Oh, don't be angry. If I want to rejoin Akatsuki, will you agree?" Pain said coldly, "Akatsuki is already full." Orochimaru said regretfully, "But they haven't grown up yet, and haven't become independent ninjas. Even Uchiha Itachi and Deidara are still minors." Pain was silent. What Orochimaru said was true. It was too early for Akatsuki to capture the tailed beasts. The members were not strong enough. They had to continue to train and gain experience and collect information about the Jinchuriki. But then Pain shook his head firmly, "But I don't trust you. You must have other purposes. Last time it was Itachi's Sharingan, what about this time?" In fact, it was quite casual for Pain to recruit people to join Akatsuki. Even after the death of Scorpion, even people like a Fi could join Akatsuki. Basically, as long as you have the strength and are willing to join Akatsuki, anyone who is clean and does not belong to other villages can join. If you are not strong enough, you will be an extra staff member of Akatsuki, and those with strong strength will be given a ring to become a formal member. After applying to join Akatsuki and being rejected repeatedly, Orochimaru said helplessly, "In fact, I came here this time to bring some information to Akatsuki." Pain said with interest, "Tell me about it." Orochimaru said grimly, "In the main god space, there is a middle-aged uncle with 7 chakra properties. I know where he is." Nagato was very interested in this person, so he asked again, "I am more and more confused about what your intention is." "Let us join Xiao." Moreover, the Sharingan was provided for me to study. The Akatsuki organization must be able to get it, such as Danzo Shimura. Pain and a Fi looked at each other, and a Fi said in an exaggerated tone, "Ha, you are talking about Danzo, he was just locked up by our boss." The 7th generation had hinted to Orochimaru that the Akatsuki organization seemed to be doing something terrible. Although the 7th generation had not told Orochimaru about his desire to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization, as a retired member of the Akatsuki organization, Orochimaru still knew many of the Akatsuki organization's secrets and locations. Therefore, he easily thought of a way to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization, which was to rejoin the Akatsuki organization. As for the 7th generation's joining, he just asked for him by the way. After joining the Akatsuki organization, he would collect intelligence and report to the 7th generation. If he was in danger, he could also ask for the 7th generation's support. This is much better than fighting alone. Orochimaru often chats with the 7th generation through the summoning scroll. This remote communication method is quite demanding. Both of them must have huge chakras and meticulous chakra control. It cannot be widely popularized among the senior ninja group. It consumes too much chakra and is not very convenient to communicate. It is not worth the loss. When Boruto came to the period of long-distance communication, it was much more convenient to communicate remotely. It all relied on Ino as a transit station for remote communication. Originally, Orochimaru proposed the conditions and provided the Sharingan for him to study, but it was just a cover. He needed a motive to join the Akatsuki organization. You can't say that the motive is to be an undercover agent. Orochimaru was actually very interested in investigating and studying the Akatsuki organization. As a scientific researcher, the mysterious Akatsuki organization has too many incredible things to attract Orochimaru, but the previous Orochimaru didn't have this ability, and he didn't even dare to appear in front of Pain since he left the Akatsuki organization. But even if Orochimaru said a seemingly reasonable motive at this time, Pain still refused. No, the Akatsuki organization doesn't need you. The reason is very simple. Orochimaru always likes to be weird and can't command him. He agreed verbally but didn't take any actual action. No leader would welcome such a guy who doesn't obey orders. As for finding him and then killing him, Pain is not interested either. Anyway, Orochimaru is not a threat to the Akatsuki organization. Even if he is not a friend, he will not be an enemy, and sometimes he can even have some small cooperation. That's why he was allowed to leave the Akatsuki organization without punishing him. Tell a joke. Pain is actually a leader who values the harmony of members of the organization. Pain said expressionlessly, "You just said that we are worthy of him." Orochimaru smiled, "That's right, that guy is far stronger than me." Pain interrupted, "Isn't this normal? Who can you beat among the members of Akatsuki?" Orochimaru stopped laughing. It was true that Akatsuki was full of tough guys. He didn't even have the confidence to fight them evenly. The scorpion of the red sand could summon hundreds of puppets. Which of Deidara's C3 and C4 bombs was not a range attack with amazing destructive power? Not only that, he could also fly. Orochimaru was not only confident that he could escape from the hands of Akatsuki, but also very confident. However, if he fought head-on, he would forget it. Orochimaru said calmly, "He has the strength of Kage, is proficient in using wind escape, and now he has gathered yin and yang chakra, his strength will be even higher." Pain was speechless. Who in our Akatsuki is not Kage level? Pain looked at the masked man. "Even if Fi is invincible, although his combat power is a little weak. Even I don't have the confidence to kill him." He was referring to the masked man controlled by White Zetsu. His combat power was extremely weak, but he could also use the masked man's spacetime ability to virtualize entities. If Pain's attack could not hit him, he could not be killed. Ah Fei scratched his head in embarrassment. "Ahaha, boss, you are too kind, too kind." Orochimaru hesitated. "So, neither of us can join Akatsuki?" Pain shook his head. "I didn't say he couldn't, but I have to see him in person and try his skills in person. He only needs to last half a quarter of an hour in my hands, and I will allow him to join Akatsuki." Pain didn't care whether the blonde middle-aged man had other purposes for joining Akatsuki. He was confident that all those with ulterior motives would bow down in front of his powerful strength. As for Orochimaru, a man with ulterior motives, Pain had begun to dislike him, didn't want him, and refused to let him join. For a guy who didn't even listen to his orders, it was already a great blessing for Orochimaru to be alive. How could Akatsuki accept Orochimaru again? Orochimaru looked up to the sky and roared, "Seventh generation, you heard it, show up." Orochimaru's real body is currently in Konoha. How could he come to Akatsuki without a trump card? And this trump card is the 7th generation, or more precisely, the 2 shadow clones of the 7th generation. One of the shadow clones was going to fight with Pain, and was destined to be released after the fight, and synchronized the memory with the 7th generation. The other shadow clone continued to stay to negotiate, but this approach was too pretentious and too arrogant. If Pain knew that the one fighting with him was only a shadow clone of that person, what would he think? The 7th generation shadow clone entered the Sage mode in an instant after it appeared, and the speed was so fast that it didn't even take time to condense. The 7th generation Sage mode can be said to be perfect, and his proficiency is far above his mentor Jiraiya. There is a characteristic of the Sage mode: the more proficient and advanced it is, the more human-like it is. In other words, the fewer frog characteristics there are on the body, the shorter the time it takes to condense the Sage mode, and the stronger the strength. As soon as the 7th generation appeared, he looked at Pain and blurted out a word, "Boss." Pain said disdainfully, "Calling you boss now is a bit too confident, wait until you can hold on for half a quarter of an hour before talking." Konan slowly walked over and looked at Pain in surprise. "This condition is too harsh, isn't it? The other members joining us don't need to fight you." Konan looked at the 7th Hokage with sympathy. He was the first person to be taken special care of by the leader Pain. He was in contact with the Akatsuki organization through his relationship with Orochimaru. If he had come here on his own, he might have easily joined. The Akatsuki organization never investigates the background of its members. Their leader Pain believes that no matter what purpose they have, he can crush them with his absolute strength. But Orochimaru is hated by Pain, and he is also worried about the people he brought with him. He wants to test their skills to see if they are fakes. The 7th Hokage grinned at Konan. "Sister Konan." For some reason, the title of the 7th Hokage made Konan feel a sense of warmth, just like family. That feeling can only be felt in Jiraiya, Yahiko, and Nagato. Pain said expressionlessly, "Come on, I'll let you have one move." Upon hearing this, the 7th Hokage's expression twisted into a ball. If he let him have one move, Pain might be dead. No matter what, Pain is also his senior brother. It would be too disrespectful to him to kill his senior brother in the second they met. So the seventh Hokage slowly condensed an ordinary Raiznon in his hand and rushed over at a normal speed. He didn't condense the Raiznon instantly, and he flashed in front of Pain in an instant. He was already letting him win. The Nine Tails mode cannot be used in front of Pain, so it's just the Cross-Eye Sage mode. Shinra Tensei, feeling a powerful energy coming towards him, the seventh Hokage stopped immediately and stepped back to create some distance. In the blink of an eye, the seventh Hokage was out of the attack range of Shinra Tensei. This time, because they didn't want to affect Konan, the range of Shinra Tensei was very small. In other words, Pain still had 5 seconds of cooldown. During these 5 seconds, the seventh Hokage had countless ways to kill him instantly. Konan also widened her eyes in disbelief. This reaction speed was too exaggerated. You know, Shinra Tensei is an instant ninjutsu that does not require hand seals. The reaction time given to people is probably only a few tenths of a second, not to mention that the seventh Hokage was rushing towards Pain quickly. Then, Pain said in a cold voice, "Tianyan of all things." The body of the seventh Hokage was instantly attracted by another gravitational force. Oh no, even for me now, this ninjutsu can still work on me. The seventh Hokage was flying in the air towards Pain. The ordinary Raiznon in his hand instantly turned into a wind-style Raisin Shuriken and threw it towards Pain. Pain stretched out his other hand and absorbed the wind-style Raisin Shuriken. A black stick was already in his hand. Konan said worriedly, "Nagato." Pain said calmly, "It's okay, I will avoid the vital points, and besides, I can heal." The seventh generation could not use the Fox mode in front of Pain, which really made him feel constrained, and many of his special skills could not be used. Then the distance between the two quickly closed. Pain's black stick stabbed the seventh generation, but the seventh generation aimed his palm at Pain, and a longer and thicker black stick condensed instantly. And this black stick quickly extended, which was much more powerful than Pain's black stick. His was a black stick of the Fairway Jade, and the Fairway Jade was a collection of chakra, which contained extremely huge energy. Things destroyed by the Fairway Jade could not be restored even by the Impure World reincarnation, which could be said to be extremely domineering. The seventh generation shouted, "Stop the 10,000 things 1010, get out of the way, you will die if you are touched by my black stick." Hearing this, Pain had no doubt at all, because he had already felt the terrible power. Pain quickly stopped the 10,000 things 1010, and Naruto instantly stepped back to distance himself. He did not want to use the Fairway Jade to destroy Pain's body. Pain's body holds a special place in the hearts of Konan and Nagato. Once it is destroyed, it will be a great vengeance. Konan is even more worried. "Nagato, stop it, he has proved his strength." Pain said calmly, "It's not even one stick of incense yet." The one stick of incense that Pain said actually means that he wants to defeat the seventh generation within one stick of incense. In these few fights, Pain only released 2 ninjutsu, and it only took a few seconds. The battle was extremely fast. Not to mention one stick of incense, I'm afraid they will be able to decide the winner in a few seconds. Pain gritted his teeth and roared, "Chibuka Tensei." The seventh generation's eyes suddenly became serious. The pre-shake time of Chibuka Tensei was too long, and he could only decide the winner within one move. The seventh generation instantly entered the ordinary 6 paths Sage mode, and the physical ninjutsu was greatly increased. Then the seventh generation roared, "Senjutsu 1000 years of killing." Pain was stunned. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The seventh generation disappeared instantly, and then Pain felt a sense of destruction from behind. The seventh Hokage formed seals with both hands. In fact, it was not a seal at all, but the opening move of the 1000 years of death. The moment he felt the meaning, he launched the Shinra Tensei again. This was also within the seventh Hokage's expectations. He used the 1000 years of death just to force out the Shinra Tensei. Let the Shinra Tensei enter the cooldown, and the next ninjutsu was assembled. The seventh Hokage quickly moved again to hide outside the range of the Shinra Tensei, and then appeared behind Pain in an instant. He jumped high and smashed the ordinary Raiznon at Pain. But Pain's Chibuka Tensei's pre-swing time ended, sucking the seventh Hokage up, and then countless rocks fell and surrounded the seventh Hokage. There was a puff, a cloud of white smoke rose, and the ultimate move was used on the shadow clone. Pain's eyes widened with disbelief. Konan was originally worried that the seventh Hokage would die, but now he was also equally unbelievable. The shadow clone of the seventh Hokage said embarrassedly, "I'm really sorry, boss. My real body is still taking care of the kids and I really don't have time to come." Pain said coldly, "With your strength, would you be willing to call me boss?" After just a few fights, Pain had already felt the man's incredible strength, although both of them held back. But even if he tried his best, this person could still pose a great threat to him. Only when the 6 paths of Pain showed up at the same time would Nagato have a chance of winning. It would be difficult to deal with this person with only the path of heaven, not to mention that he only came with a shadow clone. The seventh Hokage said seriously, "Our goal is peace in the ninja world, so why can't we join forces?" I want to join the Akatsuki organization just to have world peace and no more wars. Pain said with interest. Oh, really, but our methods are a bit extreme. Our Akatsuki organization's peace will inevitably require the use of violent means. We will declare war on the 5 major countries at the same time, and defeat them one by one. The Akatsuki organization will lead the 5 major countries. Are you willing? The 7th generation nodded without hesitation. Anyway, the Akatsuki organization will not really take action until 3 years later, when little Naruto grows up. During this period, the 7th generation has a hunch that the ninja world will usher in huge changes. He himself is a huge variable, and there is also an unpredictable and omnipotent Lord God. Pain finally nodded and agreed. Okay, from now on you are a peripheral member of the Akatsuki organization. The 7th generation's face twitched when he heard this. What? How can I be a peripheral member with my strength? Pain sighed. Then Konan, give him your ring. Anyway, you don't need to fight. Hearing this, Zionin also sighed and slowly took off his ring. He walked slowly towards the direction of the 7th generation with an expressionless face, giving people the feeling that Zionin would take action at any time. Cracks appeared on Zionin's face, as if pieces of paper, and finally all the pieces of paper gathered in Zionin's hands. The 7th generation looked nervous and couldn't help but take a step back. As a result, when she walked in front of the 7th generation, a bouquet of flowers made of paper was handed to the 7th generation. Akatsuki, welcome to join us. The 7th Hokage heaved a sigh of relief, which had made him extremely nervous. Then the 7th Hokage looked at Pain again. Does she send flowers every time? Pain nodded slowly. Yes, Akatsuki was originally an organization that was united and friendly for the same dream. Everyone lived together, just like brothers and sisters. The 7th Hokage certainly understood what this meant, which meant that the current Akatsuki had changed. It was no longer the united and friendly Akatsuki of the past, and only Konan was still persisting. Pain also just wanted to keep the members from fighting or infighting, and he no longer cared about other things. The 7th Hokage took the paper flowers handed over by Konan, as well as Konan's white tiger ring. His eyes were extremely serious and firm, as if the promises he made would never lie. Sister Konan, I will definitely go all out to end the war in the ninja world and bring peace to the ninja world. For some reason, when seeing the blonde man in front of her, Konan always thinks of Yahiko and teacher Jiraiya. Perhaps, the 3 of them are the same kind of people. Konan encouraged, do your best, I'm looking forward to your performance. The 7th generation grinned, and his smile was particularly sunny. Even Pain on the side was stunned. Some features of the 7th generation were really very similar to Yahiko. In fact, there is another person who looks very similar to them, the 1st generation Hokage Hashirama. Then Konan said calmly, come with me, I'll get you the clothes of the Akatsuki organization. The 7th generation smiled and said, okay, then I'll trouble you, Sister Konan. Konan said dissatisfiedly, you look older than me, and you will call me old. The 7th generation was embarrassed. He was already a greasy middle-aged man. Calling a beautiful girl sister, the other party might really be angry. Well then, I will call you Junior Sister Konan from now on. Upon hearing this, Konan, as well as Pain, looked at each other at the same time. What do you mean? The 7th Hokage scratched his head. Why are you looking at me like that? I have been instructed by Master Jiraiya, and you are also his disciples. Aren't we senior brothers and sisters? Konan and Pain were silent for a long time. I see, no wonder you know us. Pain also said with relief, then, your real strength may be above mine. In the previous battle, Nagato had discovered that a single 10 path was probably no match for the blonde middle-aged man. But if the 6 paths of Pain came together, Nagato would still have a good chance of winning. But now, if this person is Jiraiya's disciple, judging from his age, he should have stayed with Jiraiya to learn for a long time. Moreover, he is still in his prime middle-aged period, and ninjas in this period are generally the strongest. With rich practical experience, having seen and learned all kinds of ninjutsu, the 7th generation is about the same age as Uchiha Madara in his prime. Similarly, the 7th generation is also in such a peak period. The 7th generation did not pretend anymore, and said, that's right, even if you summon the 6 paths of Pain, you are not my opponent, junior brother Nagato. Originally, Nagato and Konan were the senior brothers and sisters of the 7th generation, but due to their current age, they had to call them junior brothers and sisters. The 7th generation revealed Pain's true identity in one sentence, and Nagato and Konan were greatly shocked. But then Nagato controlled Pain and said in a low voice, is your personality the same as that of teacher Jiraiya? If we follow our plan, we will definitely be in opposition to Master Jiraiya. The 7th Hokage thought for a moment and then shook his head firmly, I am different from him, at least I never want to be your enemy. That night, a special welcome party was held inside the Akatsuki organization. Only Pain, Konan, and the 7th Hokage were present. There was no big fish or meat. The 3 of them gathered together to grill fish and sweet potatoes without any seasoning. Konan said expressionlessly, I'm sorry, Brother Menma. We are orphans of the war and have always been used to eating these. The seventh Hokage smiled and said, "Who isn't? When I was young, I was even more miserable than you. At least you have companions, the three of you depend on each other, but I am alone, despised by the whole ninja village, without family or friends." The seventh Hokage thought of Shikamaru and Koji. "Well, I still have two friends, but they only took me to play with them because they felt sorry for me and had their own ideas. They would not follow the adults' ideas. Later, I became a ninja, met many companions, and also met Jiraiya, the teacher. For the first time, I felt the warmth of family from him." Konan smiled, saying, "We also felt the warmth of family from Jiraiya." The seventh generation, who called himself Uzumaki Menma, smiled happily. "Well, this fish is grilled well, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and it's not burnt. Zionin, you have great cooking skills. By the way, where's Nagato? Why doesn't he come along?" Pain said expressionlessly, "My legs are injured and I can't move." The seventh generation remembered Pain's leg injury, which was caused by Hanzo. Back then, Hanzo took Konan as a hostage and threw a kunao, asking Nagato to pick it up and kill Yahiko. In the end, when Nagato picked up the kunao with a look of despair and fear, Yahiko bumped into it himself. Hanzo even burned Nagato's legs, turning him into a disabled person. Konan recalled the past with a gloomy expression. Pain had always been expressionless because he was already a dead man. The seventh generation patted his chest and comforted him. "Don't worry, junior brother Nagato, wait until I learn yin-yang done, I will help you heal your legs immediately." Pain said, "Legend has it that is the power that the six-path sage can use." Upon hearing this, the seventh generation condensed the chakra black stick in his hand and handed it to Pain. "Feel it carefully, but don't touch it. This is called the ball and it is also the power of the six-path sage." Pain felt it carefully for a moment, then said in disbelief, "This is similar to my chakra black stick." The seventh Hokage nodded. "That's right, but you lack the yin attribute in your body. Even if you have the Rinnegan, you can't condense the ball." At this time, Orochimaru's shadow clone had long been dissolved, and Afiai was also driven away by Nagato. The three brothers and sisters were chatting happily. Pain had fewer and fewer topics, while the seventh Hokage and Konan were chatting enthusiastically. Konan was often amused and chuckled. Pain was like a long time ago, sitting around the campfire, quietly watching Yahiko and Konan. It was as if he had returned to the past, and senior brother Menma replaced Yahiko's role, and Konan actually had the same feeling. But both of them knew in their hearts that Uzumaki Menma could not replace Yahiko, and Yahiko was dead. They would make the world pay the price, and then exchange peace by deterring the 5 major countries. They are not the children of prophecy, so they can only end the war in their own way. In fact, their way is really it can be achieved using a method similar to nuclear weapons to deter the ninja world. Although it is ironic, it can really bring peace. Yahiko's method is naive but not wrong, and Nagato's method is extreme but more feasible. The seventh generation recalled how he ended the war that year. I am afraid that he used both Yahiko and Nagato's methods at the same time. On the one hand, the seventh generation connected the entire ninja world with friendship bonds, and on the other hand, he used his strength to defeat the powerful enemies along the way. Yahiko was not wrong, but his mistake was that he did not have strong strength. Nagato had strong strength but no bonds, and the two were destined to fail. At midnight, the seventh generation said calmly, "It's almost time to enter the main god space, so I want to remind you one last thing, be careful of the masked man." Pain and Konan said at the same time, "Don't worry, I never really trusted him." The seventh generation seemed to want to say a few more words, but in the end he was hesitant. "Okay, if he wants to hurt you, I will help you beat him." As strong as Pain was, he actually felt a warm sense of being protected. The same was true for Konan. The sudden appearance of a senior brother made them feel very close. Since he had saved Pain and Konan, wouldn't the masked man Obito go to save them? The seventh Hokage wanted to save them, but he couldn't. Obito was dead at heart. The only reason he was still alive was because of the Moon Eye project. He wanted to create a world where everyone was alive, and everyone naturally referred to the Namikaze Minato team. Obito was too difficult to save. It should be said that Kakashi was the only one who could get Obito back on track. The seventh Hokage's bond with Obito was not enough, and he had no position to persuade Obito to turn back. And the masked man was the murderer who killed the seventh Hokage's parents. Did he hate him? It can be said that the seventh Hokage hated him with gnashing teeth, but he hated Obito's stupidity for listening to the thief Uchiha Madara. However, Uchiha Madara is also a pitiful man, and the real mastermind behind the scenes is Black Zetsu. Tracing back to the source, everything was caused by Black Zetsu. Let Pain be wary of Obito, then let Obito be wary of Uchiha Madara, and then let Uchiha Madara be wary of Black Zetsu. Haha, it's really one thing after another, and the seventh generation just feels a headache. Let's take it one step at a time. For the time being, he just wants to get Nagato and Konan back on track. At least he can't let them go on the path of killing their master, and even win over Nagato and Konan to become his own people. In the past timeline, the seventh generation has already done this, convinced Nagato, and even used the reincarnation technique to resurrect the fallen ninjas of Konoha. At 12 o'clock in the evening, the 7th generation, Nagato, and Konan were pulled into the main god space and ended the conversation. After entering the main god space, according to convention, they appeared at the location where they exited the main god space last time. So the 7th generation, Nagato and Konan separated and appeared in the Konoha area. The Akatsuki organization also has its own area away from the crowd. Because they all wear clothes with black background and red cloud patterns, they are a group at a glance, so no one will approach them. At this time, the masked man was led by Obito, and he said slowly, "You seem to be chatting very congenially." Nagato said expressionlessly, "Just welcome the newcomers." The masked man reminded, "Never forget the goal of the Akatsuki organization." Nagato's eyes condensed, "You eavesdropped on our conversation," Nagato said in an affirmative tone, and the masked man did not deny it. Hee, who knows? Then, as if to ease the relationship between himself and Nagato, the masked man alienated him, "That person, even I can't see through it." His purpose of joining the Akatsuki organization may have ulterior motives. Nagato just snorted coldly and said nothing. No matter what the masked man said, Nagato still believed his senior brother Menmamor. Nagato did not doubt that the 7th generation was Jireya's disciple, because their temperaments were so similar. He and the masked man were just a kind of cooperation, using each other's strength to achieve each other's goals. The voice of the Lord God sounded, and today ushered in another Lord God game. Everyone in the ninja world welcomed it and asked, "Who are the murderers who killed Yahiko, the leader of the Akatsuki organization?" Nagato and Konan were shocked. This was almost the thing they wanted to know most now. Since Shimura Danzo's Sharingan was exposed by the Lord God, Pain had contact with Danzo, and inadvertently seemed to have solved a trace of the truth of the year. But Danzo's mouth was very tight, and Nagato directly gave up the idea of getting the truth from him, because even if it was judged that Danzo seemed to be involved, Pain would kill him sooner or later, and the truth was not that important. But if he could know, Pain did not recommend it. At this time, Shimura Danzo seemed to be a bachelor. If there was a reward for him to tell the bad things he had done, he would still be very willing. Maybe if he answered the question correctly and gained powerful strength from the Lord, he could escape from the Akatsuki organization. It was me, Danzo Shimura, and the other person was Hanzo Salamander. I first pretended to be a member of Akatsuki and killed Hanzo's men, causing them to split. This was the cause, and then it was Hanzo who really forced Yahiko to death. I was the planner, and he was the murderer. For Danzo Shimura, the sweet voice of the Lord God Naomi sounded, "Congratulations, the answer is correct." Just as Danzo Shimura was ecstatic, the Lord God said again, "It's just that there are 4 people in total, and you only answered 2, so you can only get half of the reward. Although it's only half, it's better than nothing. Now it's a gamble on luck. I hope that this half of the reward can also enhance my strength and get rid of Akatsuki." The Lord God began to announce the rewards. Those who answer all the questions correctly can get the reward of resurrecting 4 people in their village or force and family. In half of the cases, it's 2 people. Tell me, who do you want to resurrect? Instantly, the 7th Hokage's body trembled. There are 2 vacancies, which means, not only the 7th Hokage, but even Kakashi and the 3rd Hokage all stared at Shimura Danzo. It can be said that this time Shimura Danzo really made a great contribution to Konoha, and Shimura Danzo is also willing to contribute to the strength of Konoha. But the premise of this contribution is whether this person will obey him. If he resurrects 2 people for Konoha, these 2 people must obey him, Shimura Danzo, and he started to select talents from this perspective. But unfortunately, although many of Danzo's subordinates who obeyed him died, he felt that these subordinates who died for their ambitions unworthy of such a precious chance of resurrection. Shimura Danzo desperately screened in his mind who should be resurrected, who could not only help him escape from the danger of Akatsuki, but also be beneficial to him. And Kakashi also flashed the names of his teacher Namikaze Minato, his teacher's wife Kushina, Uchiha Obito, and Rin in his mind. If all the questions were answered correctly, a total of 4 people could be resurrected, and the 4 people in Kakashi's mind just happened to be resurrected. But unfortunately, the person who answered the questions correctly was not Kakashi. At this time, the 3rd generation shouted loudly, "Namikaze Minato, Danzo, please give him at least one of the quotas. If he continues to be the Hokage, no one dares to invade my Konoha." Shimura Danzo sneered, "If he is resurrected, I will never be able to become a Hokage in this life." The 3rd generation saw the reluctance in Danzo's eyes, and he gave up and said, "Then our teacher, the 2nd generation, Senju Tobirama, will also be fine. He also died young and can continue to be the 2nd generation Hokage." At this time, Shimura Danzo's eyes showed struggle. The 2nd generation died in order to save his subordinates and sacrificed himself to hold back the enemy. And Danzo was among them. He was not only his savior, but also his teacher. Of course, there should be a place for Senju Tobirama. But, he was ordered to let Sarutobi Hiruzen be the Hokage. Although he was his student and had such a relationship, it was definitely beneficial to him and could strengthen Konoha, but it would not help him become Hokage. However, he was imprisoned in the Akatsuki organization, and it seemed that only the second generation had the ability and position to save him. Then, Senju Tobirama has been resurrected, please decide your next place. At this time, in the Konoha area, Senju Tobirama's eyes were full of surprise, and the Sandame's eyes were instantly wet. He took 2 steps forward and wanted to explain something, but Senju Tobirama stretched out his hand to stop him. Monkey, there is no need to say more, I have seen and know it all. The Sandame suddenly remembered that the ninjas of the past and the ninjas of the future were also in this special space. It was just that he was in the main line and could not see the ninjas of both sides, nor could he communicate with them. At this time, Senju Tobirama came in front of Shimura Danzo again, staring at him expressionlessly. Shimura Danzo smiled hypocritically, it's great that the teacher can come back, our Konoha will definitely become stronger. In fact, if he had no choice, Danzo would not even want to resurrect Tobirama. However, Senju Tobirama was not grateful to Danzo for his resurrection, but slapped him in the face. Yes, I do have prejudices against the Uchiha clan, but I have never thought of exterminating them. Senju Tobirama gritted his teeth and said, you are my student. How can I face my elder brother if you do this? Senju Tobirama became more and more angry. After a slap, he punched again, but his fist penetrated Danzo's body. Maybe it was because the punch was very heavy, and the main god space judged that he would be hurt and was immune to this attack. Shimura Danzo found that the fist did not hit him. Not only was he not happy, but he felt cold. This means that Senju Tobirama is really very angry. Shimura Danzo immediately knelt on one knee, I'm really sorry, teacher, but you also know that Uchiha Madara is from the Uchiha clan, and I must be cruel to this clan. Senju Tobirama frowned, forget it, you get up. Even though Shimura Danzo was hidden, Senju Tobirama still had an angry expression on his face and even bore a grudge against Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo looked puzzled, teacher, don't you hate the Uchiha clan? You even proposed a policy to split up the Uchiha clan, but it was stopped by the first generation. The second generation said calmly, the main purpose of my policy is only to monitor the Uchiha clan, so that we can respond immediately when the next Uchiha Madara appears. After all, the Uchiha clan is an inherently evil clan, and there were still many followers and admirers of Uchiha Madara among the Uchiha clan back then. After saying this, the second generation gritted his teeth again, do you know, how does Big Brother see me now? He has stopped talking to me and is extremely disappointed in me. The second generation was really furious, and this is all because of you, you are my disciple, and you have done something to annihilate the clan. Big Brother thought that I instilled my prejudice against Uchiha into you. The first generation of course also saw everything in the main god space, and he really misunderstood the second generation, and the two brothers had a fierce conflict. The two have always been inseparable, and Senju Tobirama didn't even want to talk to Tobirama anymore. Tobirama tried his best to explain, but to no avail. By the way, the ninjas of the past cannot change history, they are frequent visitors to the main god space. What happened in the past has happened and cannot be changed, and they will not appear in the past when the main god space ends. The third generation smiled awkwardly, well, Tobirama teacher, please let him continue to determine the next candidate. Shimura Danzo remembered that he still had to rely on Tobirama to rescue him, and flattered, teacher Tobirama, the next candidate for resurrection will be decided by you. Senju Tobirama looked at the area that looked like the old ninjas, which was his elder brother, the Shogakyu. What do you think, brother? I'll revive you, so don't be mad at me, okay? But the Shogakyu was still depressed. I'm too ashamed to see little spots, I'm too ashamed to see him. He couldn't hear what Tobirama said at all. Tobirama gritted his teeth. Damn, is it possible to communicate well with this eldest brother? The Nidame looked at the Yondame again, what about you, do you want to see your son? The Nidame didn't know the Yondame, but they knew each other after chatting in the main god space, and he also knew the experience of the Yondame, and admired this backup very much. The Yondame smiled gently, pointed at Kushina who was very happy holding sunflowers, and shook his head. Obviously, he is henpecked and wants to accompany his wife. Besides, he has left a backup plan. In the future, both of them can see their son, so there is no need to rush. If the main god grants them another chance to resurrect next time, and both of them can be resurrected at the same time, they are willing to resurrect. Then Tobirama looked at Mito again, how about sister-in-law? Uzumaki Mito decisively refused, I want to accompany your elder brother. Kakashi wanted to revive Rin, but he was too weak to give advice on such a major matter concerning the village. In fact, not only Kakashi, but also the masked man, was also full of thoughts about reviving Rin. At this time, a little brat suddenly appeared. He grabbed Tobirama's trouser legs and choked, Uchiha clan, please revive at least one. Sakura looked at Suzuki worriedly, and even Naruto was shocked after hearing about the Uchiha clan in recent days. Tobirama glanced at the fan behind Suzuki, Uchiha brat? Why are you the only one alive? Even if Tobirama was extremely angry about the destruction of Uchiha, it did not mean that he liked Uchiha. his attitude was still the same. Uchiha had to be vigilant, but the crime was not punishable by death. But now that the Uchiha clan has been exterminated, Tobirama temporarily put aside his prejudice against the Uchiha clan and said calmly no. Sasuke gritted his teeth and said, why? That's all because of Konoha and Danzo. Does the Uchiha clan really have no value in Konoha? His request was ruthlessly rejected by Tobirama without hesitation. Sasuke actually just wanted an attitude of compensation. It's like apology is useless, but if there is no attitude of apology, it is so chilling. The Uchiha clan was destroyed because of Konoha, because of Danzo, and because of Tobirama's disciple. He already knew that Uchiha Itachi was instructed by someone, although the person who instructed him did not appear in the video. But the conspiracy has also been revealed, and the clues of the mastermind behind the scenes all point to Shinura Danzo. Although Sasuke still hates Uchiha Itachi, now Shinura Danzo has also become a person that Sasuke hates. But Konoha's attitude really chilled him. Tobirama saw Sasuke's eyes and understood almost everything. Like Uchiha Madara, what he feared most, has the Uchiha clan produced the next Uchiha Madara? Sure enough, the Sharingan is the power of evil, because he was born out of hatred, and hatred will inevitably give birth to killing. Then such a Sharingan is worthy of being the power of evil. There is nothing wrong with Tobirama calling it evil power. The orthodox Uchiha Sharingan is different from the one that Haku has. Haku's eternal Mangekyo was given by the Lord God. Whether he is good or evil depends on Haku's pure heart. Tobirama is willing to trust Haku's Sharingan, but not the Uchiha clans. Even though Tobirama seemed to have seen the next Uchiha Madara, he would not attack a little brat. He stared at Uchiha Sasuke and said expressionlessly, "Didn't you understand? I only resurrect those who are useful to Konoha and can strengthen Konoha. My eldest brother, the first Hokage, the fourth Hokage, and Mito's sister-in-law are all my candidates, but because of the existence of the Lord God space, they took the initiative to give the opportunity to others. I have a younger brother who is younger than you but died in battle. Do you think I want to resurrect him? However, he is not strong enough and cannot fight Uchiha Madara after resurrection. I have never considered him, although I feel sorry for my brother. So, what reason do you have to ask me to resurrect your people? Who do you want to resurrect, your father or your mother?" Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression suddenly dimmed, and he even gritted his teeth and cried. Tobirama is an absolutely rational Hokage, so he will not be emotional and will make choices, who is beneficial to Konoha. Even the Sandaime cannot change Tobirama's decision, and Konoha can almost trust his judgment without thinking. The Sandaime might be emotional and agree to resurrect one of the Uchiha clan, but Tobirama will not. He treats everyone equally. Whoever is strong enough will have the opportunity to resurrect. Then Tobirama looked at Heitake Sakumo. He knew this person, he was a very outstanding ninja. Tobirama asked, "Are you willing to resurrect again and fight for Konoha?" Heitake Sakumo smiled bitterly. "I'm sorry, Lord Tobirama, I committed suicide. I don't have the face to see Kakashi." The Sandaime couldn't bear to see Sasuke with a desperate face, and suggested, "Teacher Tobirama, what if it's Shisui? He is not only extremely powerful, but also has a very special ability of the Sharingan, the strongest illusion, Kota Amatsukami, which can permanently control a person and can be used twice a day." Hearing this, Tobirama was moved. "Okay, then my second choice is Uchiha Shisui." Since Shinura Danzo had given the right of resurrection to Tobirama, Tobirama's request was responded to by the Lord God. "Your wish has come true." The next moment, Uchiha Shisui appeared, and the Scarlet Sharingan returned to his eye sockets. Danzo exclaimed, My eyes." Uchiha Itachi of the Akatsuki organization also clearly felt that the Kota Amatsukami he had stored in the crow had disappeared. The Lord God said calmly, "I have reassembled the female body for you, and your eyes have returned to your body." Sasuke couldn't believe it. "Brother Shisui, sister." Everyone in the ninja world began to question the authority of the Lord God. How could he change someone's gender? Is this Lord God really reliable? Seeing little Sasuke's incredulous eyes, Shisui said embarrassedly, "Please don't blame the Lord God, it's what I meant." Sasuke couldn't understand. Why? Shisui had a smile on his face, "Because I know someone who will choose to die alone, and I want to be with him. If I were still a man, it would be strange to accompany him, wouldn't it?" Shisui looked helpless. "Actually, I really hope that Itachi can become a girl, I like Itachi so much." As he spoke, Shisui was almost moved to tears. "I actually sacrificed so much for Itachi. If Itachi turned into a girl, how nice it would be for me to be his husband." Little Sasuke was stunned. "Shisui, brother, how could you think like that?" Uchiha Itachi of the Akatsuki organization was completely stunned. He was originally very excited, but he was stunned since he saw Shisui turned into a beautiful lady. That was his brother whom he regarded as a brother and respected from the bottom of his heart. How could? But after hearing that Shisui actually had such a perverted idea, wanting to be his husband or something, Uchiha Itachi was completely broken. Hoshigaki Kisame poked Uchiha Itachi with his elbow. I envy you so much, Itachi. You actually have such a good brother, who knows that you are destined to live alone and sacrifices himself to help you. The Lord God could even do such a thing. Hashirama was instantly excited. If he and little Scabbers were, he was a married man. His wife was Uzumaki Mito. How could he think about little Scabbers all the time? Of course, Tobirama was just thinking about it casually. Since there is such a possibility, everyone would be unable to help but think about it. But Tobirama couldn't do that. First of all, it was really fun to take revenge on his stupid elder brother in this way. However, the elder brother was a married man. If Tobirama dared to mess around and caused Uzumaki Mito to become a widow, Mito would not let him go. Then Shisui's expression immediately became serious. Lord Tobirama, thank you for resurrecting me, but I can't forgive Shimura Danzo. Tobirama narrowed his expression when he heard this. With Shisui's ability, he had enough ability to become the next Uchiha Madara. Even her terribleness was above Uchiha Itachi and Suzuki. How strong is Kota Amatsukami? The whole ninja world is bragging about it. They will brag about it when they hear about it. Then in the entire main history, Kota Amatsukami was only launched once, against Kabuto Yakushi, so Kabuto Yakushi joined the final battlefield, helped Naruto and Suzuki, and became teammates. But in fact, the real horror of Kota Amatsukami is that its cooling time is actually very short, and it can be released twice a day. Control 2 people a day, which means 60 in a month. In 1 year, he could control the top combat power of the 5 great nations, which was simply terrifying. It was not about how powerful it was, but that once it was used against certain key figures, then, it would be the end. Therefore, in the entire main storyline, Kota Amatsukami was only used once. However, the loyal Shisui had already developed a grudge against Konoha. He was also a human being with feelings, and Shimura Danzo's actions made her disheartened. Now he only wanted to find Uchiha Itachi. Although he wanted to stay in Konoha to take care of little Suzuki, she could not let go of Itachi compared to Suzuki. However, Tobirama stared into Shisui's eyes and said coldly, if you dare to hurt Konoha, I will not show mercy to you. Uchiha Shisui pointed at Danzo angrily, then what about him? Doesn't it count as hurting Konoha by doing such a thing? Then Shisui looked at the Saname Third Hand. You have already promised me that I would use Kota Amatsukami to control the Uchiha, stop the Uchiha's rebellion, and thus preserve the Uchiha, but why did you let Danzo take my eyes? The Saname was speechless. Shisui was in a complicated mood. Of course, I know this is not the Sandame's fault, it was Danzo who coveted my eyes and my power and wanted to take them for himself, but you, as the Hokage of Konoha, did not stop his conspiracy. This is your dereliction of duty. The Saname felt extremely guilty. I have decided to withdraw from the position of Hokage and give it to Tobirama-sensei. Tobirama shook his head. Monkey, you are indeed old, but I don't want to be Hokage anymore, so the position of Hokage will be reserved for the time being. Then Tobirama looked at Shisui and said, Shimura Danzo is my student, but he would not cover him with mistakes, and I decided to take him out of the wood leaf. You go together. It is a bit embarrassing to stop the water first, and correct the title of Suzuki. You still call my brother. I feel awkward. I just fear that your brother will be lonely, so I asked the Lord God. Suzuki also felt awkward. I will take Suzuki to kill the group, please issue a pass. Shimura Danzo was extremely shocked. Teacher and Hiruzen, you. The Saname said calmly, if I were you, you would live in this world speechless with shame. Tobirama said calmly, if you die, it will wash away my shame and ease the relationship between me and my elder brother. Danzo Shimura was furious. The 2 people he resurrected turned out to be his stumbling blocks and wanted to kill him. If the bad things he had done had not been exposed, he believed that Tobirama would still come to save him. But now, let alone rescue, it would be good enough if he didn't kill himself. However, the next moment Danzo Shimura laughed and said, if you want to kill me, then come to the Akatsuki organization in Rain Village to find me. Hoshigaki Kisame looked at Itachi with an awkward expression. Hey, you don't seem to be calm anymore, are you looking forward to it? Uchiha Itachi said calmly, not really, but there was already cold sweat on his forehead. Hoshigaki Kisame laughed out loud. I didn't expect that the famous Uchiha Itachi would show such an expression. Then the voice of the Lord God sounded again. Then there are 2 more people. The question and answer game continues. Who are the 2 murderers? Nagato, Konan, including Shimura Danzo, the parties involved, really don't know, they are hiding too deeply. But suddenly Nagato thought of someone. He looked at Konan in disbelief. And Konan also looked at Nagato in disbelief. They seemed to have thought of the same thing, but they didn't dare to answer easily. Although they wanted to revive Yahiko, they didn't know who the masked man was. Moreover, as long as they dared to say the answer in their hearts, whether they guessed right or wrong in the end, their relationship would be broken. Nagato and Konan didn't dare to answer easily because they were not sure about the murderer. But the masked man, after seeing that 2 people were really resurrected, his heart was already stirring. Ah-Fei quickly controlled the masked man's body and took another step back. Aha, I'm just stretching my muscles. Hearing this, Konan, Nagato, and Zetsu all breathed a sigh of relief. If the masked man really participated in Yahiko's death, the world would be in chaos. If Nagato and Obito fought, the consequences would be disastrous, and both sides would inevitably suffer losses. There is really no benefit for both sides. However, the masked man stepped forward again and said in a cold voice, "Afei, you step back." Afei advised, "You really want to do this? Do you know what the consequences will be?" Obito said coldly, "I will bear all the consequences." Afei said in despair, "You should know that Uchiha Madara made a move in your heart in order to make you keep your promise." Obito didn't care at all. So what? He couldn't bear to let me die. Besides, Nagato was important only because of his samsara eye, and it doesn't matter who uses it. Afei stopped persuading him. "Okay, whatever you want. You have to know that I'm on your side, good brother," Obito said calmly. "Among the murderers who killed Yahiko, one is me, Uchiha Madara, and the other is Zetsu." Uchiha Itaki of the Akatsuki organization was still very calm. He knew the identity of the masked man, and the slaughter of the Uchiha clan was actually done by the two of them. Hoshigaki Kisame was shocked at first, and then showed a playful expression. "Itaki, this is interesting." Deidara was completely dumbfounded. Afei, what are you talking about? Afei, come back quickly. This kind of thing can't be joked about. In the Akatsuki organization, Deidara and Afei can be said to be a funny duo. Although Deidara hates Afei, he still cares about him. Although the others were also surprised, they didn't care much about Afei's true face. Afei said, "Now let's see what you will do. Are you going to go against the Akatsuki organization you founded?" Although the founder was Yahiko, the entire process was in Obito's plan. It can also be said that it was the Akatsuki organization that Obito painstakingly built. Obito said calmly, "No, at most, Akatsuki will just change its leader." Afei was speechless. "What are you sure of?" "Saying such a thing, I can get Uchiha Itake to support me, and I don't care who the others want to help." Nagato and Konan frowned instantly. They didn't expect it was really him. In order to get the reward from the Lord God, did he expose himself? He hid it so deeply. If it wasn't for the reward from the Lord God, the secret would probably never be known by anyone. The Lord God said calmly, "Congratulations, the answer is correct." Although Obito did not say his own name, saying Uchiha Madara, but he added an I in front of it, so his answer was also correct. In fact, he could also answer Afei, but Afei and he are not the same person after all. Uchiha Madara is his vest, and Obito is his real identity. Both of them can be him, but Afei is not. Ju said lightly, "This is fun. You exposed yourself just to resurrect two people. You are really good, Obito. So, who do you want to resurrect?" There are only two spots, and he had already thought about who he would resurrect. One is Rin. The other is naturally Master's wife Kushina. Although he owed a lot to his teacher Minato Namikaze, he felt most sorry for Kushina. Among Minato's 3 disciples, Kushina liked Obito the most. He thought this child was very kind. He also hoped that his children could take him as an example, with a lively and kind personality. Although a little stupid, as long as they were happy, that would be enough. If possible, he wanted to resurrect both Minato Namikaze and Kushina, but one of the spots must be for Rin. Now he has to choose between the teacher and the master's wife, and Obito will choose Kushina. Because he feels that with such a gentle person as the teacher, he will definitely choose to let his family live. He will give up this spot, but on the other hand, Obito feels very sorry for Kushina's care. So Obito said without hesitation, "I will resurrect Rin and Kushina." Kakashi's eyes widened in an instant, and he looked at the masked man in disbelief. He and Obito were the only ones in the world who were willing to revive these two people. Because Rin was extremely important in Kakashi and Obito's lives. Then in the Konoha area, an adult Rin was resurrected. In order to adapt to the current world, people who died many years ago can make some changes. Although Rin is older and no longer a young girl, girls don't like to get old. But Rin accepted it happily, just because she couldn't let go of Kakashi and Obito. Only when she is the same age as them can she participate and go. Not only that, Rin's chakra and proficiency have also been logically strengthened. As for Kushina, he can also choose to grow old and become an age-appropriate appearance. But he refused. What a joke! What kind of girl is willing to take the initiative to grow old? The moment Kushina appeared, she looked at Kakashi, who was so moved that he was about to cry. Kushina was a little embarrassed. He and Kakashi are about the same age now. The little kid back then is now taller than himself, and Kushina is full of emotion. Then she smiled brightly and said, "Hey, has Kakashi become more sunny over the years?" Kakashi was dejected and avoided Kushina's gaze. Soon, a little golden-haired kid behind Kakashi caught Kushina's attention. She rushed over without hesitation and picked up the kid. Little Naruto was hugged by Kushina. At first, he felt confused and fought back desperately. But then, he saw the gratified and moved eyes of the Sandaime, Kakashi-sensei, and the seventh sage. He seemed to understand something. He stopped resisting and quietly felt the warm embrace at this moment. He had already realized that the seventh sage and Hinata might not be his parents. But now, his real mother seemed to appear. She was resurrected, that is to say, they did not abandon him without love, but sacrificed themselves. Little Naruto could not hold it back any longer. Mom, you must be my mother, right? Kushina thought she would be calmer when she saw little Naruto again, but she couldn't help crying. He looked at little Naruto in the main god's space, stupid and reckless, just like Obito when he was a child. She looked at little Naruto with satisfaction. She had seen him and was satisfied, but she didn't expect that she would be resurrected to meet little Naruto. Sakura also said in disbelief, Is she Naruto's mother? A little Hinata hid in the Hokage family and secretly watched little Naruto. She was happy for little Naruto from the bottom of her heart. At this time, she didn't know that her attention to little Naruto was because she liked him, so she didn't feel embarrassed to see her future mother-in-law. On the contrary, Hinata, who had already married Naruto as his wife, was already shy, with tense muscles. Then, because the masked man did not say how he killed Yahiko when answering the question, the Lord God began to answer the questions. A video was played in the sky. As for Danzo, he had already explained the situation at the time when he answered, so there was no need to do it again. The picture began to play, and Zetsu and the masked man appeared instantly, stopping the original members who wanted to save the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Unfortunately, I can't let you go on. My name is Uchiha Madara, I'm not from Hanzo's side, but now, I can't let you mess things up. I have to make Nagato see the truth. The original members of the Akatsuki organization just wanted to rush over to help Yahiko, Konan and Nagato, and save their leader. If they had time, Hanzo might not have been able to kill Yahiko. But they were stopped by the masked man, who easily pierced the strongest among them with a long sword. Damn it, why is this happening? The masked man said without any emotion, let Nagato truly open his samsara eye. There is no real peace in this cursed world. Nagato should abandon his current ideals and set out for a new world. Although the original members of the Akatsuki organization were still far from being cage level, they were also elite jonins with good cooperation. Before he died, he wanted to take the masked man with him to die. Wishful thinking. The long sword still pierced his body, but he held the masked man's arm tightly, and then shouted, Big Buddha, kill me too. Big Buddha was very hesitant, but he urged, quick, quick. Big Buddha showed a painful look, see you in that world. A water prison technique trapped the two people at the same time, and the masked man did not resist at all. The water prison technique? You think you can trap me with this trivial trick? At this moment, the seriously injured ninja made a hand seal. This is not an ordinary water prison technique. Then he performed a combination of skills, just like water style Garden, fire style plus wind style will enhance the power. After he released the ninjutsu, cement wrapped around the two of them, and he wanted to drag the masked man to be buried with him. The masked man was incomparably calm, looking at his whole body wrapped. This is cement. I am a war orphan. During my wandering years, it was Akatsuki who made me see the hope of life. We are like a big family. How can I let someone like you take it away? Hearing this, the masked man narrowed his eyes. It's just a suicide attack, but as the literal meaning suggests, you and I are not from the same dimension. The masked man escaped safely through the space-time ninjutsu, and finally the spear of the water prison jutsu turned into a cement ball and fell to the ground, breaking into pieces. The big Buddha said, your death will not be in vain. However, a whirlpool appeared from behind, and the masked man appeared again, changing into a Fi and complaining, the dry skin of the cement peeled off, and it hurt so much. Seeing this, the Buddha instantly lost his fighting spirit and knelt on the ground. They really were not from the same dimension. The masked man floated in the air. Sorry, you will be caught here by me. The masked man shot out countless tree thorns, killing all the members of the Akatsuki organization in seconds, leaving the leaders of the Akatsuki organization, Yahiko, Nagato, Konan and others isolated and helpless. The trick that the masked man used to kill the Akatsuki organization in seconds was actually would release. So this is the real strength of the masked man, this is the power of Uchiha Madara. It was also the first time that the members of the Akatsuki organization saw the masked man Afei take action. Deidara widened his eyes and exclaimed, Afei, is this your power? Although Deidara felt that he could easily kill the original Akatsuki organization in seconds, the hollowing, time and space, and would release abilities shown by Obito were indeed very tricky. At this time, Pain stared at the masked man coldly. Are you really not afraid that I will retaliate against you? Hearing this, the masked man gave Pain a cold look. I don't care, let's leave our grievances to be resolved in reality. Now please think carefully, do you really want to be my enemy for a few minions? Yes, although the masked man had hurt the Akatsuki organization, he only killed the original members, not including the core members Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. But Konan was still very angry, he was the one who valued the members of the Akatsuki organization the most. Nagato said calmly, let's go back to reality and discuss with senior brother Menma, and consider whether to take action. It's not that they don't care about feelings. Even if it's not for revenge for Yahiko, they want to take action for the original members of the Akatsuki organization. However, they still have unfinished business, and it's impossible to sacrifice them casually. And they don't know who Uchiha Itachi will help and which side he will stand on. At this time, an old man with an unremarkable appearance in the crowd stared at Obito. He is a dead person in the main line, but he is classified as a mainline ninja in the main god space. He can fully understand it. After all, he will eventually come back to life. But in the real world outside the main line, he can't intervene. Zetsu not, he still has a means of intervention. At least Black Zetsu will listen to his orders 100%. But he doesn't know that when Kagaya Atsutsuki is resurrected, Black Zetsu will change his master. The masked man noticed the old man's gaze, and he admitted that he was a little nervous. But deep in his heart, he didn't want Uchiha Madara to be resurrected, so he just stayed in the main god space honestly. Uchiha Madara didn't care what Obito's attitude was. Anyway, as long as he dared to become a Jinchuriki and take away his samsara eye, then he, Uchiha Madara, would be reborn and return to reality. In the Konoha area, Kakashi also recognized linear Kakashi stayed where he was and didn't dare to take a step forward. Lin smiled, Kakashi, don't feel guilty. You must have been very painful these years. Looking at Lin, who was already an adult, but still had a pure and kind mind, Kakashi shook his head gently, I have let it go. Lin looked in the direction of the masked man and said, this person should be Obito. He is not dead. There is no trace of him in the ninja camp in the main god space. Hearing this, Kakashi's eyes widened, but then his eyes became firm. Lin and Kakashi looked at each other and walked towards the direction of the masked man. The distance between them was actually very far, at the farthest point that could be seen in the field of vision, but this distance was much closer than crossing life and death. The masked man was scared, and he began to retreat. But Kakashi and Lin's pace became faster and faster, and finally turned into a ninja run. Those who stood in front of them were all avoided, and some even stepped on their shoulders to rush towards Obito. None of them was willing to give up such an opportunity to confirm Obito. Hey, what are you doing? Don't mess around in the main god space. Fighting is prohibited here. Lin apologized, I'm sorry, let me pass, I'm really sorry. In the main god space, there is no place to hide. The masked man can't escape. If he escapes, wouldn't it be tacitly admit that he is Obito? But he doesn't want to recognize Kakashi and the others. He has killed too many people and done too many bad things for the Moonai project. Konoha can no longer tolerate him. He is already the enemy of Kakashi and Linear. There is no going back. Suddenly the masked man's voice came again, hey, you coward, why are you hiding? What do you want me to do? They are rushing over. Afei screamed in fear, what should I do? What should I do? What should I do? He hid behind Deidara, hey, Deidara Sr., save me. Deidara looked disdainful and shook off Afei's hand with disgust, it's none of my business, and Uchiha Madara, it's bullshit. While Afei was running around comically, Lin and Kakashi had already arrived at the scene. They both stretched out their hands to grab Afei. At this moment, the main god space ended, and everyone returned to reality. On the side of the 7th Hokage shadow clone, Konan and Nagato slowly stood up. The bonfire from last night had been extinguished. Konan and Nagato both looked at the 7th Hokage, waiting for his response. The 7th Hokage certainly knew what they wanted to do, but shook his head slightly, no, I'm just a shadow clone, I can't help much, and I will dissipate if attacked. Let alone Pain's 6 paths, Pain alone can break his shadow clone. It is indeed very tricky to avoid being hurt by Pain's attack. Although the 7th Hokage is very strong, he is not so strong that he will not be hurt, unless the real body comes. There is still a gap in strength between the real body and the clone. Konan said, Brother Menma, what should we do now? Do we still have to be hypocritical with him? The 7th Hokage recalled the scene he saw in the main god space, where teacher Kakashi and Lin rushed towards the masked man. This is a bond, just like the bond between him and Suzuki. The 7th Hokage believed that such a bond was enough to bring Obito back on track. So the 7th Hokage nodded slowly, yes, there should be no conflict, those two people will pull his heart back. And Nagato, don't hate him too much, he was instructed by someone, the person behind the scenes is the owner of the eyes that gave you. Nagato couldn't believe it, aren't my eyes natural? The 7th generation shook his head affirmatively, no, your eyes are the same no matter who uses them, they can all exert powerful power, but because you have the blood of the Uzumaki clan, your chakra is strong, and your vitality is tenacious, delaying the judgment of death, so you are very suitable for the samsara eye, so I gave it to you. The 7th generation said, okay, don't think about these for the time being, we still have 3 years to develop and prepare, and our battle with them may be inevitable in 3 years. Then Nagato convened an internal meeting of the Akatsuki organization, and the 7th generation also joined in on the 10 fingers of the Outer Path demon statue, replacing Konan's position. When the other members saw that Konan's position had been replaced, Phaeton exclaimed, "Where is Beihu?" The 7th generation greeted enthusiastically, "Yo, I will be a new member of the Akatsuki organization in the future." The masked man was controlled by a Fei. Oh, welcome. Although the masked man's body was controlled by a Fei, he knew everything a Fei did, saw, and got. Hearing Pain's order, he was also confused. "Nagato, what are you thinking about? Do you want that guy to look at me?" This meeting was very simple, just to inform everyone that a new person had joined and to form a team according to the convention. Then Pain said lightly, "Then let's applaud together and welcome the newcomer Uzumaki Menma." The applause sounded, and it should be said that not many people applauded. Pain didn't care much. If it was the original Akatsuki organization, the applause would be sincere and warm. But the taste of the Akatsuki organization has changed now, and even Nagato himself has changed. Uchiha Itake felt strange. Why did this newcomer show such a silly smile to him? The sudden kindness made Uchiha Itake nervous. He looked around and sure enough, this smile was shown to him. There was no way. It was impossible to respond to the smile of the newcomer. The cold Itake would not smile, so he turned his head slightly to avoid the sight of the 7th Hokage. The internal meeting was over. Back to Konoha, the Chunin exam was about to begin, and Orochimaru's plan had to be cancelled. Now that Tobirama was here, if Orochimaru dared to appear in Konoha again, and to cause trouble during the extremely important Chunin exam, he would at least have to suffer a lot before he could leave. Then what about Uchiha Suzuki's growth? He could only let him do whatever he wanted, because the future had changed anyway. And now Uchiha Suzuki had a strong backer, Uchiha Shisui. Learning from him, perhaps Suzuki's heart would not be so dark. In the Uchiha mansion, the young Suzuki pointed at the devastated family, and couldn't help sobbing when he recalled the past. "Brother Shisui, look, those were all done by Itaki." Although he had already known a little bit in the main god space, Shisui still felt short of breath when he saw the Uchiha mansion with his own eyes. At the beginning, he entrusted everything to Itake, perhaps because he was desperate and wanted to delay the irreversible moment a little longer. Maybe he was hoping that Itake could create a miracle. But unfortunately, Itake did not create a miracle. In fact, when he involved Itake, Itake had already lost. Shisui looked at Suzuki. Is this Itake's choice? Shisui didn't understand why. Was it protection and love for his brother? He exchanged the lives of the entire Uchiha village for his brother's survival, including Itake's parents. Shisui even remembered that there was a little sister in the Uchiha family who liked Itake very much. Her name seemed to be Uchiha Izumi. If nothing had happened, the two of them would definitely be together. Itake couldn't bear to kill Uchiha Izumi, and finally let Obito do it. When Izumi was dying, he still shouted Itake's name and hoped that he would save her. If everything in front of him was Itake's choice, Shisui couldn't blame him. After all, she was too selfish. Before she died, she entrusted Kota Amatsukami to Itake, hoping that Itake could create a miracle and lead the Uchiha clan to a new life. But he had to face Danzo, a man who held a heavy fist in Konoha. If Shisui and Itake had known Danzo's ambition earlier, they would definitely have taken action. It was their loyalty to Konoha that led them to their own destruction. Shisui patted Suzuki on the shoulder and said, "After you take the Chunin exam, we will set off to the Hidden Rain village to take revenge and kill Danzo." Hearing this, Uchiha Suzuki nodded vigorously. This was the first time he was so close to revenge. "And Uchiha Itake, he is going to die too," Shisui said dejectedly. "He is not an enemy. I guess he wants to exchange the demise of the entire village for a chance for you to live in Konoha." Suzuki said loudly in disbelief, "Impossible, you are lying. How could that bastard be possible?" He still remembers the cold eyes of Uchiha Itake, squatting on the telephone pole, surrounded by moonlight, and the scarlet Sharinon staring at him. Shisui said calmly, "Is it because he has always been a brother who loves you? So when he hurts you, you can't stand it, you feel betrayed. That's why you hate him so much. But it is obviously Danzo who is the mastermind behind the scenes. He is the real culprit who wants the Uchiha to be destroyed. But your hatred for Uchiha Itake seems to surpass that of Danzo. Why is that? Isn't it what I just said? Because he is a brother who loves you, you can't stand his betrayal." Suzuki was hurt. Shisui's words were too sharp. "No, it's not, it's just because. Suzuki held his head and cried. Shisui said calmly, "If you still do this, you will only cry and scream meaninglessly. I will not take you with me. I will go for revenge myself, and you will stay in Konoha." Suzuki panicked and immediately gave in. I will listen to you, brother Shisui, please take me with you." Shisui nodded gently. "Okay, but you have to promise me that when you see the enemy, you will not lose your mind and rush forward yelling. You should understand that momentum alone will not work. Danzo is very strong. I can't protect you while fighting him." Then, please seize the opportunity of this Chunin exam, become stronger, and don't become a burden to me. Sasuke lowered his head with a lonely look on his face, but after all, Shisui was a very gentle person. She smiled and said, during this period, I will train you, just like I trained your brother Uchiha Itachi. This may be Shisui's most severe time, because he knows that Sasuke's character has begun to twist and become dark. If she is still as gentle as before, it will not work, and she must be serious and strict. The atmosphere in the house of the 7th Hokage was simply boiling. Haku, Naruto, the 7th Hokage, Hinata, Hayashi Hayaga, Sarah, Kakashi, the Saname, Rin, and Kushina were all gathered together. The focus of attention was naturally on Kushina and Rin, who had just been resurrected. Kushina hugged Lin with heartache. Good child, you are resurrected too, I am so happy for you. Back then, first Obito left, and then you left too, leaving Kakashi alone, dejected all day long, and the whole person became gloomy. Later, Minato and I also left, but Obito didn't see him in the main god space, he was still alive. Damn it, this kid actually hid it from me. If he was alive, why didn't he come to find us? When he dares to show up in front of me next time, I must beat him to death. Lin smiled gently. Yeah, it's great to be resurrected again, but it's a pity that we didn't catch the masked man in the main god space, and the main god space ended. Next time, Kakashi and I must catch the masked man and ask him clearly. Kakashi also smiled rarely. It's great that the master's wife can be resurrected. Next time we must answer the Lord's question and strive for a chance of resurrection. Then we can resurrect Minato teacher and we can be happy together. Naruto was completely dumbfounded. He shouted, so, is this person really my mother? Kakashi rubbed Naruto's head. Of course it's true, it's absolutely true. You still don't want to accept it. Then Naruto pointed at the 7th Hokage, then who is this person and his wife? Hayaga Hayashi stepped forward, took Hinata's hand and said, this person is my daughter Hinata, and your future wife. If you dare to be indecisive, I will not let you go. When he said the last sentence, Hayaga Hayashi moved close to Naruto with a gloomy and terrifying expression. Kushina also looked at Hinata with a smile. It's great that Naruto will have a wife like this when he grows up. But Sarah next to her said unhappily, no, it's too early to say these now. History has changed, and I have already appeared. It's hard to say who Naruto likes now. Kushina looked at Sarah again, with a face full of happiness. Oh, so many good girls want to be my daughter-in-law, I really don't know what to do. Then Kushina looked at Bai. He is a big star, and everyone in the ninja world is moved by him. I know you, and I am relieved that you can accompany my son as a bodyguard. Little Naruto looked at the 7th Hokage with disbelief. Brother, big brother turns out to be what I look like when I grow up. The 7th Hokage was embarrassed. Sorry, I kept it from you for so long. Little Naruto couldn't accept it. Why? Why am I so ugly when I grow up? Weeaboo. Hinata's face suddenly turned black, and so did the 7th Hokage. Should they beat up little Naruto? But Kushina took the initiative and punched little Naruto on the head. Idiot, that was you. How can you scold yourself? Besides, he is already a father of 2 children, it is normal for him to be a little older, and his appearance will definitely decline, but I believe that he must have been very handsome when he was young, just like his father. Not only the 7th Hokage, but Hinata also laughed when he heard it. Yes, think about how handsome Naruto was back then, the great hero of Konoha, and even the great hero of the entire ninja world. Then little Naruto looked excited. In other words, the 4th Hokage is my father? Everyone nodded in unison, and then little Naruto cheered. The 7th generation also said, by the way, Mom, why haven't I seen Dad? Kushina's hair stood up immediately, and she pulled the 7th generation to scold him. You kid, you have forgotten your future when you came to the 3rd generation. We are the ones who comfort and take care of your 2 children for you. Kushina was referring to the main god space, where Minato trained Uzumaki Boruto every day, and Kushina was also teaching Uzumaki Himawari. Kushina found that Himawari and Boruto also inherited some Uzumaki blood. Although they were thinner and their hair was not red, their vitality and chakra were stronger than ordinary people. Such a Sunflower was also enough to learn some sealing techniques, but it was a pity that no matter how Kushina taught, Sunflower could not learn it. It seemed that Sunflower was more suitable for the Hayaga family. The Uzumaki clan could not find a successor to the sealing technique, which made Kushina very helpless. Then Kakashi and Lin came to the 7th Hokage and said, if it's you, you must know the true identity of the masked man, please tell us. Since Kakashi and Lin had already guessed it, although the 7th Hokage felt that the timing was not right, he did not intend to hide it. But when the words came to his lips, his throat seemed to be starved by some mysterious power. Well, it seems that some core secrets cannot be revealed. The 7th Hokage finally shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I can't reveal things about the future. It seems that the power of the Lord God is preventing it. Hearing this, Kakashi and Lin did not ask any more questions. It seems that they can only find the masked man by themselves. Hey, Kushina, long time no see. I'm glad to see you resurrected. The 9 tails in Naruto's body materialized in the form of chakra, and the huge fox head looked at Kushina with satisfaction. Kushina was startled. It turned out to be you, this stinky fox. Humph, do you still want to be sealed by me? I will not easily forgive you for killing me. The Sandaime, Kakashi and others were shocked. Is this the Nine Tails and the seventh Hokage's body? Little Naruto was also startled when he saw the Nine Tails for the first time. It was well known that Kyuubi was a big tsundere. It was almost impossible to get him to apologize on his own initiative, but Kyuubi knew that he had to apologize. He really owed Kushina an apology. And the seventh Hokage was his friend who was almost like a brother. For killing his friend's mother in the past, Kyuubi had to apologize. But, he was really embarrassed. He was so ashamed. Kyuubi's face turned red. Although others couldn't see it because of her red hair, it was really super embarrassing. The seventh generation also knew the nine-tailed fox's arrogant character, and took the initiative to say, "Mom, just forgive him. If it weren't for the nine-tailed fox, I would have died several times." And the nine-tailed fox was also calculated by others at that time, so he attacked Konoha. Kushina shook her head gently. "I'm not really angry. I can see that you have formed a deep bond. As a mother, I'm very happy." At this time, the future nine-tailed fox said to the past nine-tailed fox, "Hey, see, you are also eager for this happy scene now." However, the past nine-tailed fox was very irritable. If it were not sealed now, it would definitely rush out and kill everyone. He couldn't bear to see others happy. It should be said that he was jealous, and his heart was particularly irritable. But it huddled in the iron cage without saying a word. The nine-tailed fox said again, "As long as you are willing to take a step forward, you can also get joy. It all depends on you." Then the two nine-tailed foxes fell silent, leaving the joy to the people under this roof. The family cooked together happily, and Kushina was particularly excited to show her cooking skills. But when he rolled up his sleeves, he remembered that it was Minato who had been cooking all along, and she was not good at it. Hinata was more versatile in housework. He cooked with Linka and Kashi. At this time, Bai Xiao smiled very gently, and this beauty was really incompatible with his gender. Although Naruto felt very happy and wanted to keep this happiness forever, he wanted to become a strong ninja and gain everyone's recognition. In particular, he wanted to gain his mother's recognition and make his mother proud of him. For this reason, he will go all out in the Chunin exam. Naruto successfully found Sasuke and Sakura, and the three of them agreed to sign up for the Chunin exam. But along the way, some unfamiliar faces appeared in the familiar Konoha village. For example, the ninjas of the Sound village, and a kid with unusually conspicuous short red hair. Everything was just like what happened in history. Konohamaru bumped into Kankuro and was grabbed by the collar and lifted in the air. Naruto stepped forward to stop them, but was knocked away and fell to the ground. What? This is Konoha's genin, so weak. The seventh Hokage followed secretly and couldn't help but laugh when he saw the familiar scene in front of him. Gaara and his group were really arrogant when they came out of Konoha, whether it was Kankuro, Temari or Gaara, they all exuded domineering aura. "Are you bullying Naruto-kun?" At some point Bai suddenly appeared behind Kankuro, and her originally beautiful expression became eerie and terrifying. It was almost the same as Captain Yamato shining a flashlight on himself. Kankuro's eyes, which had been squinting, suddenly widened when Bai grabbed a senbon in his hand and pressed it against Kankuro's neck. Naruto is not the same as before. He has many ties around him. If someone wants to hurt him, they have to ask the people around him. Kankuro also recognized Bai and immediately gave in. The other party must have the strength of a jonin. Oh no, since he got the eternal Mangekyo rewarded by the Lord God, his strength may have reached an unimaginable level. Hug. Sorry, I'll put this brat down immediately. The abnormal conflict was resolved by Bai in an instant, but Naruto said unhappily, "Brother Bai, why are you following me all the time? It's so boring. I want to solve it myself." Bai smiled gently and returned to little Naruto without saying a word. According to the original history, Kankuro was stopped by Sasuke, and then Kankuro was very angry and wanted to summon puppets to fight but was stopped by Gaara. But at this time, Bai's appearance aroused Gaara's interest. "Boy, are you strong?" Bai still said nothing, because he knew that as long as he answered, he would probably have to fight. And Bai doesn't like to be competitive. Gaara was also bored when he saw Bai didn't reply, so he jumped down the tree and said calmly, "Let's go." The previous setback made Kankuro a little embarrassed, and he followed Gaara dejectedly. Little Naruto was indignant. "Even if Brother Bai didn't take action just now, I would definitely be able to defeat this arrogant guy." Bai apologized. "I'm sorry, Naruto." Seeing Bai apologizing so earnestly, little Naruto felt a little embarrassed. "It's okay. By the way, Bai, why don't you go to the pharmacy?" Bai said with a smile, "I have joined Konoha, starting as a genin, so I have to take part in the Chunin exam as well." Little Naruto was stunned for a moment. If he met Bai in the Chunin exam, he would be killed instantly. Bai seemed to see what little Naruto was worried about, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, if I play against Kakashi's class, I will give up." Little Naruto shook his head repeatedly. "No, if we are going to fight, we have to fight fairly. How can we give up? Isn't this cheating?" At this time, the 7th Hokage discovered Orochimaru from the Otogakure village. The 7th Hokage took the initiative to contact Orochimaru, and said incomprehensibly, "Why are you here? If you dare to mess around, you may not be able to leave Konoha." 7th generation, do you still remember the outstanding performance of the 2nd generation in the 4th Ninja World War? Such an opponent is not something Orochimaru can handle. To be honest, talents like Orochimaru can only do scientific research, and they can't be called powerful fighters. Orochimaru smiled and said, "I still want to test Sasuke in the Chunin exam and give him some power." 7th generation understood. Is it a curse? Well, it did greatly enhance Sasuke's strength in the early stage, but you should be careful. I don't want to expose the fact that I cooperate with you. Orochimaru looked at Bai, who was silently protecting little Naruto with a smile on his face, and said to the 7th Hokage, "Is that you as a child?" The 7th Hokage did not hide it. "Ah, it seems you have guessed it." Seeing that Bai and little Naruto seemed to stick together every day, Orochimaru said again, "Will you be distressed after history changes?" The 7th Hokage did not understand. "You mean, Zabuza transferred Haku's feelings for him to your childhood self, isn't it good? Although I think Zabuza's sacrifice is a bit big, he did it to make Haku happy." Orochimaru said calmly, "But he is a man." At this time, the 7th Hokage finally understood. "So what you mean by this?" Orochimaru smiled strangely. "How about I do you a favor?" The 7th Hokage hesitated. This depends on whether Haku himself agrees," Orochimaru said confidently. "Leave him to me for a while. To be honest, I am quite interested in him. When I return him to you, I promise that he will become even better." The 7th Hokage understood. "You mean, he will change his personality and return to little Naruto?" "No, changing his personality is just a gift. I can make him stronger and unleash his potential. He can't even use the Mangekyo Sharingan skillfully now." The 7th Hokage shook his head. "Forget it, he won't go with you, and you also know that his Sharingan is bound to him and cannot be taken away by others." "Well, 7th Hokage, I'm leaving first." 7th Hokage warned, "Don't cause any trouble. If you get beaten up in Konoha, I won't save you." Snake also understood and nodded. "Don't worry, I don't need you to save me. He has many ways to escape, and indeed no one can kill him easily." Since he has been warned, 7th Hokage doesn't take it to heart. The next moment 7th Hokage appeared in front of Gaara in an instant. "Hey, I have a deep connection with your Sand village. Since you are in Konoha, uncle, let me treat you to Ichiraku ramen." Temari and Kankuro shook their heads and refused. What a joke, Sand village and Konoha have always been in a hostile relationship. What he said about having a deep connection with Sand village, I'm afraid it's not a bad fate like hatred. Temari and Kankuro are very wary of 7th Hokage. Back then, Konoha's White Fang Hatake Sakumo killed people in Sand village. 7th Hokage was a little embarrassed. "Oh, since you have come to Konoha, you won't be afraid of being assassinated by Konoha's Jonin?" Temari's soul asked back, "So you are Konoha's Jonin?" Suddenly the face of the 7th Hokage turned red and white and red, and he whispered, I'm just a genin." Kankuro was not interested. "Tisk, you're still a genin in your 30s, you're living a dog's life." Upon hearing this, the 7th Hokage was furious. "Boy, don't look down on us, or the three of you try to fight with me, I won't use any ninjutsu." This time it was Kankuro's turn to be angry. "You want to beat the three of us without using ninjutsu? What a joke, you are the one who looks down on people." At this time, the one-tailed Shukaku in Gaara's body said irritably, "Don't fight this guy, he is the Jinchuriki of Kurama, although I also find it strange." In fact, in the early stage, Gaara and Shukaku's relationship was actually very bad, but this did not prevent it from warning Gaara that there was danger. The future nine-tailed fox said, "Oh, it's Shukaku, long time no see you stinky fox, I don't want to talk to you, get out, get out, get out." The nine-tails' eyes condensed. "It's been so many years, you are still so annoying." The nine-tails said lightly, "Naruto, it seems we have to teach it a lesson." The 7th Hokage was speechless. "Don't, if you two fight, Konoha will be in danger." The future nine-tails has always been very calm, but it happens that the relationship between these two is the worst among the tailed beasts. Shukaku hates the nine-tails, and the nine-tails is also annoyed by Shukaku. It was only in Shippuden, and even in Boruto, because Naruto and Gaara became friends, that they restrained themselves a little and were able to get along normally. The 7th Hokage waved to the three genin of the Sand village. "Come on, I won't use any ninjutsu to beat the three of you." Kankuro was furious, and he immediately released his puppets to prepare for a good fight with the 7th Hokage. The noise here attracted Kakashi, who saw that it was the 7th Hokage who was training three genin. He shook his head helplessly and retreated. The speed of the puppetry was indeed too slow to hit the 7th Hokage at all, and Kankuro was kicked several times. In the end, Temari also joined the battlefield, using wind ninjutsu to assist, but she couldn't move the 7th Hokage at all. Gaara didn't want to participate in order to truly show Temari what it meant to be as immovable as a mountain. He was not interested in such a childish battle at all. But the confident look of the 7th Hokage made him very unhappy, and he released sand to sweep towards the 7th Hokage. However, the speed of the 7th Hokage was faster than that of Rock Lee, who opened the 5th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, and Gaara's sand couldn't catch up with the 7th Hokage at all. At this speed, he also entered the Sage mode. He had to enter the Sage mode to fight 3 kids, but there was no other way. Relying solely on physical skills without any ninjutsu, the 7th Hokage had his limits no matter how strong he was. The Sage mode only strengthened his physical skills. Only in this way can he fight against Gaara's sand, otherwise his sand would still be very tricky. There is no doubt that Gaara was almost the most unsolvable existence in the early stage. When fighting against Kimimaro, the overwhelming sand did not look like a battle of genin at all. I am afraid that many jonin are not Gaara's opponents. Soon Gaara was injured. He was extremely angry and his emotions were out of control. Seeing this, Temari Kankuro retreated and looked at Gaara worriedly. The 9 Tails roared, "Shukaku, if you dare to come out to make trouble, I will come out today to beat you to death." Gaara, who turned into a tailed beast in an instant, stopped abruptly, and he continued. The 7th Hokage was beaten by him. The 7th generation felt that he had educated Gaara and his group. He let them know that there are always people who are stronger than them. There are many people in the ninja world who are stronger than them. So the 7th generation didn't want to fight anymore, because there was no suspense, and he couldn't kill them, and he was always showing mercy. He was even very careful about bruises, but Gaara was already angry at this time, and it wasn't that the 7th generation said he wouldn't fight. The sand rushed in like a tsunami and submerged the place. Fortunately, the 7th generation found a remote place far away from the residential area of Konoha. But even so, it was a bit exaggerated to release such a large-scale ninjutsu with the power of a genin. The 7th generation even felt that when he fought Gaara when he was a child, he couldn't use the power of the 9-tail because Orochimaru reinforced a seal on the 9-tail. It was incredible that he could defeat Gaara even with the help of the Toad boss when he was facing Gaara with the plug-in blocked. Even if the 1-tail Shukaku was temporarily banned, Gaara himself was very powerful. In fact, 3 years later in Shippuden, Gaara was captured for some reason. If Gaara had not protected the Sand Village, he would not have been captured by Deidara. The battlefield was the Sand Village and Gaara could not let go. The 7th generation really admired Gaara's talent and strength. But the game should be over. If the fight continued, a large group of jonin would be watching. It would be hard to explain why the 7th generation bullied a child. The 7th generation rushed towards Gaara quickly, so fast that he could not be seen at all, and the sand could not keep up. He said lightly, "Frog Kumite is one of the few skills that the 7th generation is good at, except for Raisnon and Shadow Clone, because the Sage State is a technique that combines powerful perception of danger and range attack. The natural energy around the operator also attacks as part of his body, and can effectively hit the opponent even if he does not touch the opponent, and there is no defense." Gaara was defeated without suspense. Before falling to the ground, he thought, why, he is so strong. The 7th generation went forward to check, but he was only temporarily unconscious and would wake up soon. Then the 7th Hokage carried Gaara and smiled while holding Temari's hand. Kankuro said, "Let's go. I'll treat you to ramen." Temari and Kankuro watched a monster-level battle. No, the blonde middle-aged man in front of him didn't look serious at all. No one would believe that he was a genin at this time. He was obviously stronger than their father Kazekage. Temari asked suspiciously, "Are you really a genin?" The 7th Hokage said awkwardly, "Yes, I went out of the village to gain experience when I was young, and when I came back, all my classmates became jonin. Are there any other genin as strong as you?" The 7th Hokage thought of someone. "There is one more, that guy is only slightly worse than me." The future 9-tails complained, "You should be talking about Suzuki, that guy is on par with you anyway." The 7th Hokage was not embarrassed and said confidently, "I have a golf ball, does he have it?" The 9-tails also said, "He has the 6 Magatama Samsara you don't but I have you, and he doesn't have a tailed beast in his body." But the 7th Hokage also admitted that if he didn't have the 9-tails, the gap between him and Suzuki would become bigger. The same is true in reverse. If Suzuki didn't have the Sharingan, he wouldn't be able to reach that height. Arriving at Ichiraku Ramen, the 7th Hokage ordered 4 bowls of his favorite char siu ramen. Temari exclaimed, "I remembered that the answer to the first quiz game in the main god space seemed to be Ichiraku Ramen, so I'd like to try it." Temari and Kankuro are essentially kind, and they let go immediately after getting a little familiar. Gaara woke up slowly, and he said coldly, "Temari, Kankuro, what are you doing?" Instantly, Temari and Kankuro both broke out in cold sweats. They were actually very afraid of this younger brother. Gaara had been leading the group along the way, but now they were eating ramen with the enemy they had just fought with. One can imagine how Gaara felt. The seventh Hokage, however, hugged Gaara in a familiar manner and said, "Hey, don't always have a stern face. How about I introduce you to a friend?" The seventh Hokage was naturally referring to little Naruto. The battle between little Naruto and Gaara during the Chunin exam was extremely exciting, but if possible, there was no need to fight to the death, although that battle had changed Gaara's character. But the real friendship was formed in the battle with Deidara. Seeing that Gaara was just sitting there but not moving his chopsticks, the seventh Hokage said calmly, "You are also eager for friends, right?" Hearing Temari, Kankuro almost laughed out loud. What a joke, the terrible Gaara actually longs for friends. But Gaara just remained silent. The seventh Hokage said again, "Uncle, I can make the thing in your body calm down. If he dares to show up, I will beat it for you until it calms down." Shukaku shouted, "What are you talking about, bastard? I'm going to kill you, kill you." Future Nine-Tails said coldly, "Shut up, I'm going to beat you if you yell again." Shukaku was quiet immediately. Future Nine-Tails said again, "Don't disturb him at night in the future, look at the kid's dark circles, you've tormented him into nothing." Because Shukaku threatened Gaara, and when he was asleep, Shukaku would come out to kill people. And Gaara also said in the Chunin exam that as a Jinchuriki, once he fell asleep, he would be eroded by Shukaku of the sand, so he needed to stay asleep to fight against it mentally. Maybe Naruto's seal is more advanced, so he doesn't have to worry about the nine tails coming out to mess up when he sleeps. Not only Temari, Kankuro, but even Gaara were shocked by the seventh Hokage's appearance of knowing everything and understanding everything. Kakashi's team and Kai's team successfully submitted their applications for the Chunin exam. The two examiners were watching them from behind the door. They were quite interested and asked, "Are these the little brats that Kakashi and Kai have been hiding all this time?" Well, in short, we have passed the stage of submitting applications, and then the two examiners lifted the transformation technique. As examiners, it seems that this year's candidates can have some fun. Sasuke was still confronting Nishi, and Sakura shouted, "Sasuke, Naruto, let's go." Looking at their departing backs, Nishi stared at Sasuke. "Is he Uchiha Sasuke?" Tenten said with a smile, "Do you care about that kid a lot?" Nishi snorted coldly, and then took the lead to walk forward. However, Rock Lee stared blankly in the direction where Sasuke left, and then his face was serious. "You go first, I have something else I want to confirm." Tenten looked at Nishi curiously. "What is it?" Nishi said lightly, "How should I know?" Then Rock Lee caught up with Kakashi's class, the guy with the fierce look in his eyes. Wait a moment. When Sakura saw Rock Lee, her expression suddenly darkened. Sasuke seemed to know that Rock Lee was talking about him, and he acquiesced to the fact that his eyes were fierce. Sasuke said calmly, "What is it?" Rock Lee looked serious. "Do you want to fight me now?" Sasuke looked indifferent. "You mean let's fight here and now?" Rock Lee jumped down from a height. "Yes, you are Uchiha Sasuke, I want to duel with you, I want to see how far my skills can go with you, the descendant of a clan known as a genius ninja." When Xiao Li said this, he looked at Xiao Ying's direction, still with a serious expression, but his face turned red strangely. "Love you, Sakura." Sakura immediately screamed, "No, no, that weird guy with drooping eyelashes. The hairstyle is not good, the eyebrows are thick and weird, I don't like anything about her." But Xiao Li kept winking at her. "Love you, love you, love you." Sakura dodged the flirtatious glances from Lee in fear, her fear was evident in her words. At this time, Sasuke didn't care that his future wife was teased, and said coldly, "You know I'm from the Uchiha clan, but you still come to challenge me. To be honest, you are really ignorant." Sasuke's expression became extremely gloomy. "Do you want to know what this name means, thick eyebrows?" Lee made a fighting gesture. "Please fight me. How lucky I am to fight the top rookie so soon. I will prove it to you, Mr. Kai." However, Naruto stopped the fight between the two. Veins popped out on his forehead. "Wait, let me deal with this guy with thick eyebrows. I can deal with him in just 5 minutes." Bai, who had been standing quietly beside Naruto, narrowed his eyes and said softly, "Naruto, please be careful. This guy is very good at physical skills and will be very difficult for your shadow clone." Xiao Li said lightly, "I don't want to fight you, but Uchiha." Naruto gritted his teeth angrily. "No matter who it is, they are Sasuke's. You are so annoying." Naruto rushed up and shouted. The seventh Hokage, who was watching secretly, asked the Nine Tails, "Did I win that year?" "Ah, I don't remember." The Nine Tails' memory is obviously better than the seventh Hokage's. "You were killed in an instant, he only used 2 moves, and easily killed you in an instant. Oh, by the way, you don't have to be discouraged, because Uchiha Sasuke was also killed in an instant." The seventh Hokage was shocked. How is this possible? I don't remember Rock Lee being so strong." The Nine Tails said lightly, "When you were young, Rock Lee was very strong, his physical skills were very tricky for you, you couldn't keep up with his speed, and your ninjutsu couldn't hit him, it's that simple." While rushing towards Rock Lee, Naruto did not forget to remind Bai, "Brother Bai, don't make a move this time, our fight is fair and just." Oh. Instantly, little Naruto was kicked away and fell to the ground, unable to get up. The seventh Hokage immediately covered his face turned red. This was too embarrassing. Was I really so weak when I was a child? At this time, Bai appeared beside little Naruto with great concern and helped him up. That extremely beautiful little face was looking at little Naruto with a worried look on his face. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Let me bandage you up. Little Naruto blushed instantly. This little injury is of course okay, there's no need to bandage it. Although he had just killed little Naruto in an instant, for some reason, Lee was in an extremely low and frustrated mood. Such a cute girl, a girl who was cuter than Sakura, actually. Although he won against little Naruto, he also lost at the same time. Lee was a stubborn person, and he would not believe that Bai said he was a boy. The depression that little Naruto had just suffered from being killed in an instant was swept away, and he was being checked for injuries by Bai with a flushed face. In fact, he was not injured at all, it was just that Bai was overly worried. But seeing this scene, the seventh Hokage's expression froze. Do I really have to think carefully about Orochimaru's proposal? The seventh Hokage is really afraid that one day, little Naruto will go down the path of liking boys and there will be no return. Bai is so cute and pretty, and to a child like Naruto, she is simply a killer. The seventh Hokage sighed, forget it, next time I meet Orochimaru, I will discuss this matter. It really won't work if it continues like this. Before little Naruto has any improper thoughts about Bai, let Bai follow Orochimaru. After defeating little Naruto, Rock Lee looked at Sasuke. I declare again, you will never be able to defeat me. If you ask why, it's because I'm the strongest genin in Konoha. This is also true. Lee, who has opened the 8 gates, is confident that he can fight against genius genin like Niji, even Chinin. Sasuke's eyes condensed, remembering that when he submitted the application, Lee easily blocked his attack. Sasuke and Rock Lee were about to fight, but Sakura remembered that the registration for the Chunin exam ended at 3 o'clock. So she worriedly said, stop Sasuke, there are only 30 minutes left before the registration ends at 3 o'clock. But Sasuke said confidently, don't worry, it can be resolved in 5 minutes. After that, Sasuke quickly rushed towards Rock Lee, his movements firm and his expression resolute. Rock Lee also seriously got ready. It's coming. I'm sorry, Teacher Kai, I may have to break the taboo and use the trick on my Konoha companions. Then Rock Lee used the Konoha whirlwind and kicked towards Sasuke. Sasuke had a premonition that he was on top and successfully dodged it. The next moment Rock Lee quickly switched and kicked again. Sasuke wanted to defend, but he couldn't keep up with the speed and was kicked away. This made the seventh Hokage laugh. Ninetales, look at him, ha ha ha, he said he could solve it in 5 minutes, and he got slapped in the face, ha ha ha. If only Sasuke, who has opened the 6 Megatama Samsara Eye, was by my side, I could laugh at him without restraint, ha ha ha. The future Ninetales was speechless. Seventh Hokage, you are already a father of 2 children, pay attention to your image. Hearing this, the seventh Hokage slowly restrained his smile. Sure enough, he is my lifelong opponent, anything related to him can easily mobilize my emotions. Sasuke, who was kicked and fell to the ground, struggled to get up, with an expression on his face that said, I was just careless just now I have to be serious. In this case, it's a good opportunity for me to master the use of that. Sasuke's expression showed that he was confident of winning. Then I'll play with you for a while. Sakura was stunned for a moment, and then was shocked. What, is it, that? When Sasuke raised his head again, he revealed a pair of double Megatama Sharingan. Sakura was shocked. It's the Sharingan. Sasuke, when? Why did Sasuke's eyes become the same as Kakashi's, and they were double eyes? Lee's expression at this time was more serious than ever. Is that the Sharingan? Sakura smiled. It's really amazing, Sasuke. If it was the same bloodline limit as when Kakashi-sensei fought Zabuza, then he would definitely be able to see through the thick-browed man's moves. Sakura looked relieved and touched, her big eyes flickering, staring straight at Sasuke as if she was staring at her first love. In the past, if Naruto saw this kind of look, he might be jealous and envious, and then hate Sasuke. But now, he is being taken care of by Bai. How is Bai not prettier than Sakura? Naruto shamelessly changed his mind. He had always liked Sakura, until a boy who was cuter than Sakura appeared in his life. Naruto couldn't control himself anymore. Sakura thought so as expected of the Uchiha clan. Yes, Sasuke can't lose to this guy with thick eyebrows, green tights, and no taste at all. Another kick, from bottom to top, kicked Sasuke high into the sky. The air suddenly became quiet, and Sakura's touched and relieved expression froze instantly. Seventh Hokage, ha ha, I'm almost dying of laughter, I can't take it anymore, my stomach is going to cramp, I really want to let Sasuke see it, I really want to record that scene just now, and show it to some guy with 6 Megatama Samsara eyes, his reaction must be wonderful. Then Xiao Li appeared behind Sasuke in an instant. Sasuke was still floating in the air and couldn't move at all. Xiao Li said lightly then, I will use this trick to prove that hard work is superior to genius. Sasuke was horrified. What do you want to do? Xiao Li's eyes condensed, and the bandage on his hand was untied. I won. Suddenly a turtle stopped Xiao Li. That's it, Li. Then Akai appeared, standing on the turtle, posing a seductive and coquettish move. Really, you are so young, Naruto exclaimed, here comes a guy with thicker eyebrows. Sakura agreed, his eyebrows are thicker, and his hairstyle is more like a watermelon head. Naruto said with a trembling voice, really super thick eyebrows, this is the first time I've seen this. Xiaoli was furious, hey, you guys, stop making fun of Teacher Kai. Then Xiaoli and Xiao Naruto started arguing, and Kai said calmly, Xiaoli, don't be like this. Yes. Guy clenched his fists excitedly, as if he was brewing some kind of emotion that normal people couldn't understand. Baikeilu. Then he punched Xiaoli in the face, and the force was so strong that Xiaoli flew away. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were stunned. Lee, you guy old, teacher. 2 lines of hot tears flowed from Kai's eyes, his expression was full of philosophy, and his voice trembled. Lee. Xiaoli also cried, teacher, I. Enough, Lee, stop talking. Little Lee threw himself into Akai's arms excitedly, teacher. Akai also hugged him tightly. Lee. Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto, 3 faces of disbelief. Sasuke's face was dark, I actually lost to that kind of guy. Akai hugged Lee and cried, yes, this is youth. The 7th generation said, what are they saying? I can't understand a word, I can't understand it. The future Ninetales said lightly, I don't understand it either, maybe only the 2 of them understand each other's feelings. Bai's extremely delicate and beautiful face suddenly dimmed, as if he saw something very dirty. Little Naruto said to Sakura with emotion, I always feel that the atmosphere is not bad. Sakura said in horror, stupid, dangerous, too dangerous, that's the breath of gay men. Bai also looked at Naruto with a look of horror, fearing that Naruto would be influenced by this weird combination and put on a green tights, and his behavior became strange. However, Naruto's aesthetics and values are also incomprehensible to normal people. In the main storyline, Kai once handed Naruto a set of green tights and gave it to him to wear. Naruto was extremely excited and thought it was very handsome, but was rejected by Jiraiya with a frown on his face. P.S. I asked for flowers yesterday, but I didn't expect to get 1,000 flowers. Thank you all so much. I'm so happy because I know that someone is reading the book. By the way, because I watched Naruto a long time ago, I searched a lot of Naruto information when creating this book, and found a lot of interesting things. For example, Kishimoto personally admitted that Sakura was originally the heroine and would be with Naruto. He wanted to make Sakura very cute and added an inner personality with rich inner drama. If the heroine is Sakura, it also corresponds to several inheritances. Kushina has red hair, and Kushina is also scary when she gets angry. Sakura is Tsunade's disciple, and Naruto is Jiraiya's disciple. If they can get together, it is also a kind of inheritance. However, Sakura disgusts Naruto fans. They want to shape her cute, but they often overdo it and become a drama queen, a green tea, which makes people unlikable. So Kishimoto adopted the most popular combination of Naruto and Hinata. Hey, you guys, is Kakashi okay? Sasuke asked back, do you know Kakashi? Kai touched his chin confidently, what are you talking about? Do you know that in the eyes of others, we are eternal rivals? Sakura, Naruto shouted immediately, liar. Xiaoli stood up angrily to protect the dignity of the teacher. What are you talking about? Teacher Kai is really. Kai, however, didn't care at all and said, well, it's better to prove it with your attitude than to talk too much. The next moment, Kai appeared behind the 3 people in a blink of an eye. But there was still one person who took out 1,000 books to guard against Kai. That person was naturally Bai. He didn't know who Kai was, so he had to be alert. What if he suddenly hurt Naruto? Kai waved his hand to indicate that he had no ill intentions. By the way, the record is 50-49. Sasuke was shocked. When did this guy? But Kai grinned, let me make it clear, my strength is higher than Kakashi's. The 7th Hokage was speechless. Did it just depend on rock paper scissors, 50-49? Sasuke turned his head and looked at Kai with trembling eyes. How could it be, so fast? His speed is indeed higher than Kakashi's, is he still human? Even more powerful than that Sharingan Kakashi, damn, this guy is not bluffing. Kai did not care about Sasuke's inner drama, and said to himself, Lee, this guy has caused you trouble, for my sake, please forgive him. Then Lee and you guys, it's almost time to go to the classroom to take part in the Chunin exam. Then Kai looked at Lee, keep working hard, goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, Kai turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. Lee looked at Sasuke again, I have something to say in the end. I came here to confirm my ability. Sorry, I may have lied just now. I am not the strongest genin in Konoha. I am afraid that the strongest genin in Konoha is in my group. I came here to defeat him, and you are also one of my targets. Before the exam, you'd better be prepared. Then Lee jumped to the 2nd floor and disappeared. Sasuke's eyes moved and his fists clenched. He was really frustrated this time. There were many people stronger than him. How could such a weak self go to seek revenge on Uchiha Itachi? At this moment, Sasuke was extremely eager for power. His desire for power was probably planted at this time. Little Naruto said something sarcastic. Tisk, the Uchiha clan is nothing great. Sasuke gritted his teeth. You are so annoying, I will definitely defeat him next time. Humph, he was defeated miserably. Sasuke's eyes were fierce and his expression was struggling. Little Naruto said again, you saw it too, that guy's hands were full of scars, and the guy with thick eyebrows was training very hard, even more diligently than you, it's that simple. Sasuke didn't care. Although little Naruto was defeated, he didn't care much. His competitive spirit was not as twisted as Sasuke's. Before defeating that man, Sasuke would not allow himself to be defeated. Then Sasuke clenched his fists and rekindled his fighting spirit. Interesting, the Chunin exam is becoming more and more interesting now. At this time, a smile appeared on Naruto's face and he said loudly, yeah. Sasuke regrouped and was no longer depressed. Let's go, Naruto, Sakura. Little Naruto clenched his fists, full of momentum. Oh ah. The seventh Hokage hiding in the dark smiled with relief. This is the bond, working hard together and growing together. The three entered the classroom for the Chunin exam, and Bai followed behind. Little Naruto suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, Bai, didn't you also participate in this Chunin exam? Why are you alone? Bai smiled, yes, I am a group by myself, and I am taken special care of. This should have been a very eye-catching statement, but when it came out of Bai's mouth, it didn't make people feel uncomfortable. Instead, it was full of admiration, and only Bai had such strength that he could challenge any genin team alone. This was indeed taking into account the fairness of the Chunin exam. Bai was too strong and needed to be weakened in terms of numbers. In fact, Bai could be recommended to Chunin, he could even be a special jonin, but the third Hokage thought it might be a good idea to let Bai take part in the Chunin exam. It would allow him to see a wider ninja world, and perhaps make some friends in this Chunin exam. In this classroom, little Naruto also met some acquaintances. What, you guys are going to take part in this troublesome exam too? Hearing this familiar catchphrase, Naruto instantly knew who it was. Yo, Shikamaru, Koji. Then little Hinata, Kiba, and Shino appeared one after another. Little Hinata still didn't dare to look Naruto in the eye and turned her head away shyly. This time, little Naruto finally didn't ignore the existence of little Hinata, because Naruto knew that this person might be his future wife. Thinking of the warmth of the daily interactions between the 7th Hokage and Hinata, that feeling was actually not bad. So little Naruto took the initiative to extend his hand to Hinata. Hello, Hinata. Naruto. Then Hinata fainted with a red face, because Naruto rarely took the initiative to talk to her like this. Instantly, the 7th Hokage appeared and supported Hinata. He looked at Naruto with dissatisfaction. How could you let her fall? You should have supported her in the first place. Naruto was stunned. I haven't done anything yet. By the way, why are you here, brother? The 7th Hokage scratched his head awkwardly. Anyway, I will take Hinata to the seat to rest first. Be careful in the future. As expected of a henpecked husband and a wife protecting 7th Hokage, Hinata will not be allowed to have any risk of injury. The 7th Hokage planned to leave. There was nothing interesting to see in the next exam, and it was not a duel. The guy with a head full of blood got a headache just by looking at the text. Sakura covered her mouth and chuckled. She knew that Naruto must be in a difficult situation at the moment. Naruto screamed in pain. Why is it a written test? At this time, Hinata, who was sitting next to Naruto, greeted him weakly. Naruto-kun. It's Hinata. Sorry, I didn't notice you. Hinata blushed. Let's work hard together in this exam. Naruto smiled and nodded. Yeah. At the same time, he compared Hinata with the wife of the 7th generation in his heart. By the way, are they really the same person? Their personalities have changed a lot. Are all girls like this after getting married? Naruto's intuition told him that the 7th generation was afraid that Hinata would be angry. Of course, this can also be explained as the 7th generation simply loving his wife. At this time, the examiner of the first exam, Ibiki, talked about the rules of the exam. The initial score is 10 points. 1 point will be deducted for each wrong answer and 1 point will be added for each correct answer. In this exam, cheating and cheating-like behaviors will be deducted 2 points once they are discovered by the invigilator. In other words, some people may not be able to wait for the final grading and have to withdraw from the exam. Ibiki warned expressionlessly, anyone who cheats shamelessly will destroy himself. Remember this clearly. At this time, dozens of invigilators sitting on the side, in line with Ibiki's words, said in a cold voice, I will observe you at any time. Ibiki said lightly, after all, you are someone who wants to become a Chunin. Since you are a ninja, you must take the exam like an excellent ninja. At this time, Sakura thought calmly, let's not talk about Naruto first. Sasuke and I will definitely be fine. Even if Naruto gets 0 points, as long as Sasuke and I can pull the scores back, there will be no problem. Then Ibiki broke Sakura's fantasy. Then, if one person in the team gets 0 points, all members of the team will be judged as unqualified. Instantly, Sasuke and Sakura were shocked and desperate. This feeling was like being betrayed by a stupid teammate. Naruto's face turned pale because he felt two terrifying murderous auras coming from Sasuke and Sakura. He immediately hugged his arms and trembled. The exam officially began. Naruto would not give up just because he was not good at it. He began to cheer himself up and then read the questions one by one. The first question had a code word, and Naruto took a look and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The second question was about the calculation formula for the maximum range of shuriken darts, and Naruto broke out in a cold sweat again. Then when he looked at the next question, he was desperate and found that he could not answer any of them. On the other hand, Bai was also taking the Chunin exam this time. He looked at the questions carefully and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Tears flowed down his face. He stared at little Naruto, who seemed to be stumped. He originally wanted to help little Naruto cheat after he answered the question himself. But Bai is not good at it either. He followed Zabuza in his childhood. Although Zabuza taught him to learn characters, he never learned anything more advanced. Bai's pretty little face wrinkled up because he couldn't answer the question. Most ninjas are brave and aggressive characters. Most of the ninjas from other countries can't answer the questions. If it is a duel, they will not be scared. Even if they can't win, they have the courage to fight. But it is really difficult to answer this kind of questions. The Sandaime watched the examination scene through the crystal, focusing on Bai. There is no doubt that Bai is the person the Sandaime values the most, because he is very talented and powerful, and may become Konoha, a great super combat force in the future. After obtaining the eternal Mangekyo bestowed by the Lord God, his strength may be above Kakashi. But now, the first round of the Chunin exam has stumped him. The Sandaime is a little worried that it will leave a psychological shadow on Haku of handing in a blank paper. In fact, not only Naruto and Haku, but even an excellent student like Sasuke broke out in a cold sweat after reading all the questions. Really, he can't answer a single question. However, the reason why the exam is so difficult is to attract these candidates to cheat in superb methods that cannot be discovered. Sakura and Sasuke soon discovered this, and Naruto was also sweating profusely. It seems that I can only cheat. As soon as Naruto expressed this idea, Ibuki's eyes looked at Naruto, and Naruto immediately gave in and gave up the idea of cheating. However, Bai was even worse off. He went from sweating profusely to sweating profusely. He was so simple that he never thought of cheating. He would only consider Naruto and help Naruto cheat if he could answer the questions. However, he couldn't type a single question and couldn't even understand many things. These test questions were something that he, a genius who grew up in a wild way, had never seen or heard of before. Sasuke thought anxiously, Naruto, please find out. The real purpose of this exam is to cheat like an excellent ninja, using your own abilities without being discovered. Please realize this, Naruto. Little Naruto's legs were shaking and his face was blue. Bai's eyes were dull, staring at the test paper. He put down his pen and his eyes gradually drifted into the void. It was too miserable. These two people were completely helpless. Then the 8 immortals showed their magical powers, and the others also noticed this. Gaara's sand began to wriggle. Kankuro disguised himself as a puppet of the Invigilator and began to cheat with Kankuro. Kiba is so awesome that he knows dog language, so he lets Akamaru lie on his head to peek at other people's test papers, and then tells him the answers. Abarame Shino relies on insects to cheat. Tenten is also a master of tricks, relying on the reflection of the mirror to tie his sight to his fingers, and control the reflected perspective at will, and even helps Xiaoli to cheat. At this time, Bai, who has the strength of a Jonin, also discovered everyone's little tricks, and suddenly his eyes were clear. He was no longer depressed, and finally had the confidence to help Naruto cheat. After finding out that everyone was cheating, Bai did not hesitate and instantly activated the ability of the Eternal Mangekyo, Chakram Tomb Edge Prison. The next second, an incomparable feeling of oppression descended, and everyone in the room, including the examiner Ibuki, felt a chill down their spines. It felt as if there was something extra in the room, but everything was calm and there was nothing. Was the chill just an illusion? Then everyone returned to the test questions, some cheated, some invigilated. Bai began to seriously copy other people's answers, and cheated through the perspective shared by the shadow. Time was passing by little, and Naruto was getting more and more nervous. He really had no idea what to do. Even if he wanted to cheat, there was no way to get the answers without being discovered. Damn, this won't work. Do I have no choice but to cheat? Thinking of cheating, little Naruto wavered. He was not righteous and refused to cheat. He was afraid that if he cheated, it would implicate Sakura and Sasuke. If Sakura and Sasuke were eliminated because of his cheating, he would feel extremely guilty. At this time, little Hinata blushed and said in a soft voice, Naruto-kun, I'll show you my answer. Naruto couldn't believe it. What's wrong with Hinata? Little Naruto didn't know what Hinata's starting point was, and he didn't know that Hinata did this because she liked him. Little Naruto was thinking wildly, is it some kind of combat strategy that makes me cheat and get eliminated? Hinata doesn't seem like someone who would do something like this. But maybe Kiba and the others asked her to do this. Naruto whispered, Hinata, let me ask you, why are you willing to show it to me? Little Naruto was indeed quite slow, and he never thought that someone would help him just because they liked him. Hearing this, little Hinata's body began to tremble unconsciously, and she felt extremely shy. Just as she was about to answer Naruto's question, her face turned red unconsciously. Well, that's because me. Hinata swallowed her saliva. I don't want to see Naruto-kun get eliminated here. Naruto's blue eyes stared straight at Hinata. Hinata's face turned even redder, and she began to think of excuses. Look, there are only a few of us newcomers, and the exams later will be unsettling. We can help each other. Hearing this, little Naruto smiled. So that's how it is. It seems that I am too suspicious. At this time, little Naruto smiled like a fox who stole a chicken, and was very happy. I am so lucky. Fortunately, Hinata is next to me. Then Hinata brought the test paper as close to Naruto as possible so that he could see the answers clearly. But little Naruto smiled and leaned his head over, but a kunai flew over and pierced the test paper of the candidate at the back table. This scared little Naruto and he quickly dodged. What's going on? I was just about to look at the answers. He was also surprised that the examiner could turn a blind eye to such an obvious and unskilled cheating method. The examinee behind Naruto stood up and said in panic, how could this happen? The examiner said coldly, 5 mistakes, you are eliminated. The eliminated ninja was extremely terrified. How could this happen? Together with this guy's companions, you all get out of the classroom right now. Hearing this, little Naruto's face darkened and his heart trembled with fear. If he had looked, he would have been discovered by the examiner. Fortunately it was the kunai that scared him. The examiner's voice was like a death warrant. Number 23 is eliminated, and his companions, number 43 and 27 are also eliminated. Someone was eliminated, but he refused to accept it, and stood up and roared, asshole, do you have evidence that I made 5 mistakes? An examiner put one hand in his pocket, and instantly appeared and pressed him against the wall with the other hand. Listen carefully, we are the elite among the Chunin, who were specially selected for this exam. We will never misjudge the moment you made a mistake. We need evidence, and this powerful force is the evidence. Instantly, all the genin began to be shocked and scared. Some of them even had psychological trauma. Such great pressure made them lose the courage to be ninjas. Some of them might be depressed for the rest of their lives and give up being ninjas. Naruto also had a look of horror on his face. He really didn't dare to cheat anymore. Hinata urged, look. At this moment, Naruto seemed to notice that a Chunin had recorded it on paper. He was not sure if the person recorded was him, but anyway, he still had 4 chances, and such an obvious cheating method could not continue. Then, in order to appease Hinata's kindness, Naruto smiled confidently. Hinata, you still don't understand. A ninja as powerful as me would not cheat. Hinata looked worried, but, Naruto said seriously, and if I'm not careful, it might implicate you who helped me cheat, and you might be eliminated. Hinata blushed when she heard that. Naruto-kun. Then Hinata whispered, I'm sorry, I did unnecessary things. Little Naruto smiled and said, it's okay. But although the words were beautiful, Naruto had already burst into tears in his heart. But soon he realized that his hand seemed to be held by some invisible existence. Little Naruto was most afraid of ghosts and the like, and he almost screamed in fear. But soon, his held hand wrote and drew on the test paper, and wrote down the answers. Little Naruto looked incredulous, but soon realized that someone must be helping him. Little Naruto couldn't think of who could do such a thing. Sasuke and Sakura probably can't do it, so who else is willing and able to help me? Although the answer is incredible, there is only one left, and that is by Brother Bai. Can he really do such a thing? This is too amazing, but no matter what, I don't have to drag Sakura and Sasuke down with me. Because of Bai's help, Naruto also filled the test paper with answers. The deadline for this exam is 1 hour to answer 10 questions, and the last question will be revealed after 45 minutes. During this period, little Naruto sat in his seat with his arms folded on his chest and was very calm. He was no longer like Alexander, sweating profusely in the original historical process. Finally, Ibiki announced the 10th question. In Naruto's opinion, it didn't matter whether he answered it right or not. Anyway, as long as he didn't get 0 points, Sasuke and Sakura would not be implicated, and he could continue to participate in the Chunin exam. Ibiki said coldly, before that, there is a small condition for the last question. Kakashi, Asuma, and Ui Kurane, who were waiting for the good news outside the house, were sitting on the sofa and chatting. Kakashi said, it's so free without my subordinates around. Asuma said lightly while smoking a cigarette, well, I will definitely be busy soon. Why? Asuma shook off the ash from his cigarette and said, it is said that the examiner of the first exam this year is that Marino Ibiki. Kakashi understood. Now, the first exam is also in danger. Why did they choose this sadist as the examiner? Ui Kurane was puzzled. Sadist. Asuma explained, Kurane, you are still a novice ninja, it is normal that you don't know. Korone indeed had never heard of Marino Ibiki and asked, "Who is he?" Asuma said, "He is a professional in torture and interrogation. Although there may be no physical torture in the exam, he will definitely use mental torture to put psychological pressure on the candidates. After all, he is the captain of the torture and interrogation unit of Konoha Umbu, Marino Ibiki." As Asuma expected, in the classroom, Marino Ibiki's pressure was about to begin. "First, you have to choose whether to answer the 10th question or not." Tamari asked, "Since we have to choose, what will happen if we don't answer the 10th question?" Ibiki said expressionlessly, "If you don't choose, then the candidates will be judged as 0 points on the spot, which means they have failed." All kinds of fancy cheating. The surviving candidates immediately started to discuss what is going on. In this case, then the 10th question must be answered. Why do we have to choose? If you don't choose, you will be eliminated. This rule is too chaotic. Ibiki didn't care about the emotions of the candidates at all, and continued to announce, "There is one last rule. If you choose to answer the question but don't answer it correctly, then the answerer will be disqualified from participating in the Chunin exam forever in the future." The candidates were in an uproar. This is too much. The person who answers incorrectly can only be a genin forever, and his companions will be kicked out of the classroom and fail this exam. How familiar the rules are in front of me, as if I have experienced similar ones in the main god space. However, if you answer the questions incorrectly in the main god space, you will die on the spot. And Ibiki's question is to permanently disqualify you from the Chunin exam, which is exactly the same routine. Ya stood up and roared, "How can there be such a strange rule? After all, many people here have participated in the Chunin exam more than once." Ibiki sneered, "Your luck is too bad. This year I am the rule, and I have already given you a way out. Guys who don't have confidence, then honestly choose not to answer, and take the exam next year or the year after." Such arrogance and domineering, by finally helped Naruto cheat, but now it has become meaningless. The first test was to cheat without being discovered, and many people were eliminated. This time, the test is about courage, and never backing down in the face of huge pressure. However, at this moment, most people have backed down. They don't want to answer the 10th question, and they don't want to be a genin for the rest of their lives. Ibiki sneered sinisterly, and Sakura gritted her teeth nervously. In other words, as long as one of the three of us chooses not to answer, the other two will be judged as failing. Even if all three choose to answer, as long as one person gets the answer wrong, they will all be eliminated, and the person who gets the answer wrong will never be able to participate in the Chunin exam and can only be a genin for the rest of his life. Sakura was suffocated by the pressure. Damn, in this kind of thing, any normal person would not know how to choose. Ibiki stopped laughing and said coldly, "Then, let's start. I abstain, I give up." More and more people were saying they wanted to give up, one after another. Many people left the classroom with their companions. No one wanted to be a ninja for the rest of their lives. Bai was not worried about being a ninja for the rest of his life. He didn't care and there was no pressure. He looked at Naruto. As long as he didn't give up, Bai could still help him cheat. Sakura looked at Naruto worriedly. "Even if I choose to answer the 10th question, I have the confidence to answer it, but Naruto is different. He should choose not to answer and come back next year." The people around him who were shouting to give up continued, but Naruto was reluctant to raise his hand. Sakura was even more worried. That guy, who kept saying that he wanted to be an elite ninja who wanted to become Hokage, kept saying it over and over like a fool. That was not only his dream, but also the meaning of his existence. Becoming a Chunin was too important to little Naruto. "So, I'm sorry, Naruto, I don't want to completely shatter your impossible dream." Sakura slowly raised her hand, and looked at Naruto's back with gentle eyes. He planned to give up, because Naruto still had the chance to take the next Chunin exam. However, an invisible hand pulled Sakura's hand down, and it was naturally Bai's hand. If Sakura gave up, Naruto would also be eliminated, and Bai naturally couldn't let this happen. Then he gently wrote on the back of Sakura's hand, "I'm Bai, I can help Naruto cheat, don't worry, I will copy your answers." Because of Bai's secret help, the three members of Team 7 were very calm. Ibiki said coldly, "Then, I'll ask one last time, who else wants to give up?" The remaining ones are the 12 young warriors of Konoha, the 3 members of Gaara from the Sand Village, and Orochimaru's subordinates from the Sound Village, so they will naturally not give up. Ibiki's extremely serious expression just now turned into a smile. Then, congratulations, you have passed the first Chunin exam." Sakura widened her eyes. "What, so that's how it is, so the test is just courage." Naruto also cheered, "Great." In fact, even without Bai's help, Naruto, who handed in a blank paper, shouted out the slogan of never giving up in the last question. Even if he was a genin for his whole life, he would become a Hokage. Because of this sentence, he stabilized the emotions of those who were wavering, and also made the examiners look at him with admiration. After hearing that everyone had passed the test, Tamari stood up unconvinced. "Wait a minute, if that's the case, then the previous 9 questions are meaningless, right?" Ibiki explained. "The first 9 questions have already fulfilled the purpose of the test. It is to test each of your intelligence-gathering abilities. First of all, the key points of this test have already been mentioned in the rules at the beginning. This method of deciding whether or not to qualify in groups of 3 can put unimaginable pressure on you, which may cause trouble for your teammates. However, the content of this exam is not something you genin can answer, so it will naturally become a cheating method. Most people in the classroom came to this conclusion. To get points, you have to cheat, therefore, this exam is based on cheating. I have selected 2 chinins who know all the answers and have been lurking among you from the beginning. Hearing this, Naruto held his head in disbelief. How can it be like this? Although little Naruto also wanted to cheat, and had cheated with the help of Bai, he did not see through the essence of this exam. He did not try every means to cheat skillfully and at a high level. If it were not for Bai, he would really hand in a blank paper. Other ninjas complained, "This is so difficult, it took me a lot of effort to think of it." Naruto's head was full of black lines, as if among so many people present, only little Naruto did not notice this. In order not to make himself stand out too much, little Naruto squinted and said loudly, "Haha, this is too obvious, it would be strange if you didn't notice it." After that, Naruto wanted to get the approval of others, turned to Hinata and asked, "Right, Hinata?" Hinata said with an admiring expression, "It's amazing, Naruto-kun." Sasuke complained, "This guy didn't even notice and is still pretending." Ibiki said, "But, guys who only know how to cheat with stupid methods are naturally unqualified." Ibiki took off the headscarf on his head. As for why, information is sometimes more valuable than life. Under the headscarf is a bald head, which is not surprising to everyone, but the bald head is full of large and small knife wounds, as well as various scars left by torture. Ibiki shouted, "In missions and on the battlefield, intelligence is something that needs to be fought for with life. The information obtained after being discovered by the enemy or a third party is not necessarily correct. Bringing some wrong information back to the village may bring a fatal blow to your companions. That's why we let you cheat to judge your ability to collect intelligence, and then select the ones with poor ability and eliminate them." After listening to Ibiki's explanation, Temari said, "But I always feel that the last question is a bit unacceptable." Having said that, the last question is the real purpose of this exam. The 10th question is whether to accept or not. I don't need to emphasize again that this is a choice that will make you feel painful. Those who do not choose will be eliminated along with their companions. Those who choose to answer but answer incorrectly will lose the chance to take the Chunin exam for the rest of their lives. This is actually a very dishonest test question. Temari's face was shaken by what she said, and she swallowed her saliva. Damn, how come Konoha is full of such monsters? A blonde middle-aged genin who is so strong that he is perverted, and this bald examiner who is good at psychological torture, each of them is so perverted. Then Temari thought, wait, a lifetime genin. Could it be that the blonde genin who is more powerful than their father the hokage just failed the exam and has to be a genin all his life? He said that he went out of the village to gain experience when he was young, and when he came back, his companions became Chunin and some even became Jonin. Sure enough, it was all a lie, he just failed the exam. Ibiki said again, suppose you become Chunin, and the mission is to seize secret documents. You don't know the number, ability, and other armaments of the enemy ninjas, and the enemy may set traps. Then this extremely dangerous mission is almost a suicide mission. Do you accept it or not? If you value your own life, you will expose other companions in the village to danger and let them accept this dangerous task. Then, can you continue to avoid this dangerous task? The answer is no. There are always some tasks that cannot be refused no matter how dangerous they are. Being able to show courage to one's companions at such times and having the ability to break through difficulties is a qualification that a Chunin must possess as a team leader. In this exam, those who don't even dare to gamble their ninja career, those who pin their hopes on next year or the uncertain future, those who waver and give up their chances, I think these weak-willed wastes are not qualified to become Chunin. And in this classroom, you who choose to answer the questions can be said to be the correct answer to the difficult question of the 10th question. You will face the difficulties you may encounter in the future. You have already broken through your own limits. So I declare that the first exam of the Chunin selection is over. Ibiki put on a smile and looked at the promising reserve players. I wish you all good luck in the exam. Naruto shouted happily. Great, great, yeah. Gaara looked at Naruto calmly. This is the guy the blonde middle-aged man mentioned, the guy wearing an ugly orange coat, his name is Naruto, is he a fool? Ibiki looked at Naruto calmly. Hee, what an interesting guy. Ibiki had just announced the end of the first exam, and Mitarashi Anko couldn't wait any longer, and broke into the room handsomely through the window. She tied the curtain to the shuriken and shot it at the ceiling, the wall, and the ground. The curtain was supported by the shuriken, blocking the blackboard and Ibiki. Mitarashi Anko shouted with blood boiling, now is not the time to be happy, I am the examiner of the second exam, Mitarashi Anko. He stood in front of the curtain, which at this time also served as the background wall of Anko, and it was written on it, second examiner, Mitarashi Anko is here. Sakura was speechless and complained, what a passionate guy, exactly like Naruto. At this time, Mitarashi Anko had a small and delicate face, a hot body, and was wearing fishnet stockings. She was also a beautiful woman with a unique personality. Remember the current Anko, in a few decades, she will be fat, who made him love sweets so much. Red Bean shouted loudly, next, let's go, next game, follow me, come. She clenched her fists and waved them at the ceiling with great momentum and passion. Ibiki came out from behind the curtain, revealing only half of her face. Hey, look at the atmosphere. Instantly, Mitarashi Red Bean's face turned red with shame, and there was a hint of embarrassment in the quiet classroom. Even Naruto, who was also a hot-blooded guy, stared at Red Bean blankly this time. At the door, a domineering white-haired man was watching the scene in front of him expressionlessly. Mitarashi Red Bean noticed the man's gaze and instantly said weakly, second generation master. Senju Tobirama said lightly, it's nothing, it's okay to be a little hot-blooded, as long as you have a clear mind. Tobirama was referring to his eldest brother Hashirama, who was also a fool, always liked to act on impulse and get hot-blooded. But his elder brother was not as ashamed as Anko. He shouted such a childish thing. Just looking at Tobirama made him feel ashamed, but he had great self-control and still maintained a blank expression. Mitarashi Anko asked carefully, Second Dame-sama, why are you here? Tobirama said calmly, I am very interested in the new young reserve of Konoha. Naturally, I have to pay attention to their growth. I am not interested in the first written test. There will be a battle in the next one. I will supervise and protect them. Hearing this, Mitarashi Anko said a little embarrassedly, no need. Although my little strength is nothing in front of the second Dame-sama, it is enough to protect the students. If Tobirama was there, he would not be able to let go, as if he was being watched by a leader, so that he could not show off in front of the genin. Tobirama did not give Anko a chance to refuse. I have decided to be the invigilator. Mitarashi Anko was extremely frustrated, but could only force a smile. Okay then. The second exam was changed to an outdoor venue. A forest was surrounded by barbed wire with a sign saying no entry. All previous Chunin exams were held here. Ordinary people would not enter, and no one would be stupid enough to cross the wire fence to enter. Although it was a place where genin had fought, there were also many traps set up, which is why this place was listed as a restricted area. Those traps set up by the ninjas that were not discovered are naturally very dangerous for ordinary people. Mitarashi Anko pointed behind her and said, this is the venue for the second exam. The 44th training ground is also known as the Death Forest. You will be able to experience it yourself soon. Naruto pouted and looked at Mitarashi Anko in dissatisfaction. Then he pouted his butt, twisted around, pinched his voice, and imitated what Mitarashi Anko had just said in a weird tone. This is called the Death Forest, you will be able to experience it yourself soon. This look really deserves a beating, and the twisting little but is simply ironic. But what Naruto really wanted to express was, no matter how you scare me, I'm fine, I'm not afraid at all. The veins on Mitarashi's forehead bulged, but she smiled. Really, you're so energetic. The next moment, he took out a kunao and shot it at Naruto, piercing Naruto's cheek. Originally, this kunao would have cut Naruto's cheek and shed a small stream of blood as a warning, but Bai appeared beside Naruto in an instant and caught the kunao. The speed was jaw-dropping. The other genin were stunned. So fast, I can't see how he moved at all. Is this the Bai I saw in the main god space? He is really strong. With this kind of strength, combined with the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, he must have reached the level of Jonin a long time ago. He wanted to warn Naruto, but he kicked the iron plate. The veins on Mitarashi's forehead popped up again. Damn kid. Bai smiled and handed the kunao back to Hongdu. Examiner, please take it. Looking at Bai's sweet smile, Hongdu lost her mood and took it expressionlessly. Behind Naruto, there was a strange-looking woman who was staring at Mitarashi Hongdu. She was Orochimaru. That's right, Hongdu was his first disciple. Although he was not very satisfied with this disciple, he still had some feelings for her. Hongdu only learned a little bit of his skills in using snakes, but had no interest in scientific research. Then, Mitarashi Anko took out a stack of consent forms from her bosom. Well, I'll give this to you before we officially start. Naruto asked curiously, what is it? Anko said lightly, someone may die in the subsequent exams, and you are from various ninja villages. In order to avoid future disputes, you must obtain prior consent and sign this life and death agreement. Mitarashi Anko smiled heartlessly. Otherwise, it will become my responsibility, and it will even rise to the responsibility between ninja villages. Then Anko took out the map of the 44th theater and explained, this training ground is a circle surrounded by 44 locked entrances, and there is a river and a tower in the middle of the forest. In this limited area in the domain, the content of your exam is everything that can happen, the battle for the scrolls. Then Mitarashi Anko took out the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth and showed them to everyone. The battle for the scrolls is centered around the two scrolls. Of the 26 teams that passed the first exam, half will get the Book of Heaven and the other half will get the Book of Earth. A team will go to the middle tower to advance. Mitarashi Anko looked at Bai alone. And you, I must warn you, if you come into contact with Kakashi's Team 7, you are not allowed to give any help except fighting, otherwise you will fail directly. This was designed specifically for Bai, and all the genin had no doubts, because they knew Bai's strength, and the relationship between Bai and Xiao Naruto was also well known. If he was not warned, Bai would definitely hunt down multiple teams and then give the scrolls to Xiao Naruto. But although Bai was warned not to help him, Xiao Naruto didn't care at all. He also wanted to rely on his own strength to pass the exam, and there was no way in the first round. But this game tests the combat level and overall ability of each team. It would be a bit unreasonable to cheat in such a game. Bai looked at Naruto worriedly, and seeing that Naruto looked confident, he nodded and agreed without saying anything more. After explaining the rules of the exam, Mitarashi Anko said loudly, "Finally, there is one more thing to note. You are prohibited from peeking at the contents of the scrolls while they are being transported. This is to confirm that you are trustworthy when transporting confidential documents. Then, the place to pick up the scroll is in the small shed at the entrance. Finally, you can choose an entrance to enter. Teams of 3 will set out together, but no 2 teams can choose the same entrance. This exam is like a battle royale in the form of teams. In the eyes of all the candidates, the most dangerous person in this exam should be Bai. Although Bai is alone and looks weak and easy to bully, who knows how terrifying her strength will be after activating the Sharingan? Damn it, if I meet that super cute and harmless guy in this exam, I must run away quickly to prevent him from snatching the scroll away." Before entering the venue, Gaara found little Naruto because of the influence of the 7th Hokage. "Hey, your name is Naruto, right? I am looking forward to your performance, don't let me down," Naruto said enthusiastically. "Do you want to be my opponent? Then you have to work hard too." Little Naruto was so happy. It has always been others who talked to Sasuke, and this time it was finally his turn to be talked to. He was so happy. Gaara snorted coldly, "Boring." Then he took the lead to take Kankuro and Temari to choose an entrance gate, patiently waiting for the moment to enter. Temari smiled and said when she passed by little Naruto, "Little ghost, I tell you secretly, Gaara is looking forward to contacting you." Little Naruto touched his head in confusion. What a strange guy. He was so arrogant when he first came to the village. Tobirama stood in front of the entrance with a calm face, just like an ordinary invigilator. At this time, he saw a blond middle-aged man walking slowly towards him and said, "The future 7th Hokage, you are here too." The 7th Hokage smiled and said, "Hello, 2nd Hokage." Tobirama looked at little Naruto. "So, this kid is you as a child?" It seems that Tobirama is indeed a smart man. He figured it out even though he was not told. "Yes." Tobirama stared for a long time and said lightly, "Your taste in clothes is not good. You should change into a new set, such as black." The 7th Hokage stared blankly at the black tights worn by Tobirama under the blue light armor, and the 7th Hokage laughed dryly, "Ahaha, Lord Tobirama, you don't want to give me a set, do you?" Tobirama was silent for a moment. "I just resurrected, I have no property, I can't give it to you. If you want, you can buy a set yourself, but that store seems to have closed." Tobirama said a little too much. That's because someone actually appreciated his taste in clothes, which made him inexplicably a little happy. It's just a pity that the 7th Hokage can't wear the same clothes as himself and his eldest brother. He, Hashirama and Uchiha Madara all wore black tights underneath. There weren't so many fancy clothes back then. Basically all were black. White was too conspicuous and colorful was too rare. The 7th Hokage was full of black lines on his head. "It's so ugly, how can a man wear tights, like a pervert? It's not as good looking as my yellow." In another place, Naruto met Hinata by chance and greeted her. "Hey, Hinata, what are you doing here?" "Ah, Naruto-kun, that. Hinata blushed instantly, and little Naruto once again thought of the gentle and virtuous beauty beside the 7th Hokage. Is this really the same person? As expected, Hinata is really a weird guy. After each team was equipped, they entered the examination venue one by one. Kiba said confidently, "Haha, when it comes to survival in the wild, Hinata's white eyes, my nose, and Shino's bugs are simply our strengths." Then Kiba reminded Hinata, "Don't show weakness, you have to be fierce." Hinata said weakly, "Yeah." Shikamaru was still listless. "Are you risking your life? It's boring, but it's the only way to do it then, just aim at the scroll on Naruto, it should be much easier." But Koji was still checking the food in the package, potato chips, snacks, and desserts. "Great, they are all brought." Ino looked helpless. "I'm talking to you." Naruto from Kakashi's class shouted, "Great, I won't lose." He did what looked like quite standard boxing moves, left hook, right hook, uppercut. "I will take care of those who dare to approach us one by one." Gaara's team, Kankuro looked at Gaara in fear. "I will have to stay with this guy for the next 5 days, it's scary to think about it." Xiao Li's eyes burned with 2 flames, and his fighting spirit was high. "Teacher Kai, we will work hard and we will definitely win this exam." Then the second Chunin exam finally began. With the order of Mitarashi Anko, the doors of each entrance were opened, and all the genin rushed into the venue. Every second counted. Orochimaru, disguised as a female ninja, said, "Go search for that group of genin." His teammates understood. "Is it the kid in yellow clothes and his teammates?" Ya said with a smile after entering this place. "Hinata, it's up to you." Then the perspective plugin was turned on, searching for the tower in the middle, which was the final destination of the mission. But they were discovered by another team of ninjas, a bunch of little kids, standing in such a conspicuous place to discuss countermeasures. Are you afraid that others can't see them? Although they seem to have detected our presence, they seem to have not yet confirmed our location. Suddenly, their teammates showed signs of abnormality. What's wrong? You look so pale. Something seemed to be wriggling under the team member's clothes. It was a huge leech sucking his blood. Then a large number of leeches fell from the tree and surrounded the three. When the three jumped down from the tree to avoid the leeches, they found that traps had been set up on the ground. Hinata and the other two were all ninjas with the tracking attribute maxed out. How could someone approach them silently without being discovered? The three were killed instantly. Kiba said confidently, we won the game smoothly. Sakura heard the screams and said fearfully, I feel like the atmosphere is getting tense. Naruto was also sweating profusely. He had only been here for less than 5 minutes. No, it's nothing, Sakura. I need to pee. Then Naruto turned around and took off his pants. It turned out that the reason he was sweating was because he was holding his pee. Sakura was furious and punched him. You idiot, what are you doing in front of a lady? Naruto went into the bushes dejectedly. In that case, I'll just go to the toilet. Then Naruto showed a comfortable expression, the state is back. But there seemed to be a battle not far in front of Naruto, and the cold air was wanton. Naruto was extremely nervous. Don't find this place, don't pay attention to the bushes. He had already come out, and it would be miserable if he was discovered. He couldn't just use his sphincter to clamp it immediately, and then pull up his pants and go to fight without wiping his butt. In this situation, he couldn't have the strength to fight. Thinking of the miserable situation after being discovered, Naruto's face turned black. Don't come over, don't come over. After a few screams, the battle seemed to be over. This battle lasted less than a minute. He squatted for only a minute and just pulled it out, and the battle was over. This is too fast. The strength of both sides is not at the same level to end the battle so quickly. One side must be crushing the other side. Naruto thought in horror, who is it, who has such a strong strength? But soon he thought, could it be Bai? Perhaps only Bai has such a strong power. Then Naruto seemed to be discovered, and the footsteps slowly approached. Naruto's face suddenly turned green. If it is Bai, it is safe to be discovered, but even if it is Bai, he can't get close, he will be discovered. Hey, little Naruto, why are you squatting here? Little Naruto said expressionlessly, Brother Bai, you'd better not come over. But Bai was still approaching, with an angelic smile on his face. My luck is really good, I solved a team in one go, and it happened to be the scroll of earth that I needed. Finally, Bai came in front of Naruto, and his angelic smile came to an abrupt end, as if he saw something dirty. Sorry, I disturbed you. After that, countless ice crystals appeared in the sky and went straight to the tower in the center. Bai also disappeared instantly, quickly moving among these countless ice crystals, and arrived at the tower in an instant. Countless genin looked up at the sky. That is Bai's ninjutsu, it's so fast. Has he obtained the scroll and completed the task so quickly? By the way, the people whose scrolls were taken away by Bai are still alive, so Bai naturally cannot kill them. However, he also crippled their hands, leaving them powerless to resist in this exam. After all, he needs to deal with some competitors for Naruto, and he can go to the medical class after the exam. After Naruto finished pooping, he silently wiped his butt and pulled up his pants. Brother Bai, the expression on your face just now as if you saw something dirty is really impressive. Wow, it's a good time to pee, now I feel refreshed. Seeing Naruto coming back, Sakura wanted to punch him. You actually wanted to do that in front of a lady just now. However, Sasuke took the lead and kicked him, with such force that he really meant it. Little Naruto was kicked far away, and Sakura exclaimed, Sasuke, no matter what, you don't have to hit others. Obviously, it was Sakura who took the initiative, but Sasuke's attack was serious. The fight between the two genin was not over yet, and Sasuke did not explain why he hit Naruto. He kept beating little Naruto with one punch, and Naruto's voice trembled. You suddenly do this, what on earth do you want to do? In that case, Naruto also took out his kunai and started to fight seriously, but his skills suddenly became very good. Sakura pleaded, Sasuke, please stop, don't fight anymore. Sasuke glanced at Sakura, look carefully, this man is not Naruto at all. Tell me where the real Naruto is. Naruto exclaimed, what the hell are you talking about? Sasuke said coldly, the quiver of his shuriken is on the right side, he is right-handed. To be honest, your transformation technique is worse than his. The fake Naruto cancelled the transformation technique and sneered, it's really unlucky, now that it's exposed, there's nothing we can do, tell me who has the scroll. If you hand it over obediently, I will spare your life. Sasuke opened his Sharingan and fought with him. His agility was indeed one of the best among the genin. After a battle that was not to be described as difficult, Sasuke stabbed the kunai into the opponent's body. Blood was flowing, and Sakura said worriedly, Sasuke. he was completely unable to help. It was always like this, and it was always Sasuke and Naruto who were fighting. Sasuke roared, "Don't be dazed, this guy must not be alone, his teammates may still be nearby." The injured ninja did not lose his combat ability. He pulled away and prepared to escape. In order to conceal his breath, he came alone. Sasuke did not chase him, but chose to defend. At this time, the real Naruto also came back, and the three of them discussed a code to prevent someone from pretending to be little Naruto. This was not a superfluous act, because soon they ushered in another person pretending to be Naruto, who was exposed because he answered the code correctly. Sasuke looked serious. "Naruto, that guy, can't remember the code at all." The fake Naruto licked his lips. "Haha, since you knew he would forget, why didn't you choose a shorter code?" Orochimaru finally appeared and stared at Sasuke coldly. Sasuke said calmly, "Because I know you eavesdropped on our conversation underground, so I chose this code that Naruto can't remember. So that's how it is. It's more fun than I thought." Sakura frowned. "This guy has such a long tongue, why does it give people such a disgusting feeling?" At this time, Naruto had been separated from his companions, and was alone against Orochimaru's summoning beast, the snake. After a battle, he was soon swallowed by the snake. It is not known whether Naruto can break free. If not, Orochimaru will have to let him go. He does not want to hurt anyone here, just for fun, to test their strength. Orochimaru, disguised as a female ninja, slowly took out his scroll of earth. "You want my scroll of earth very much, because you have the scroll of sky in your hand." "Haha," Ant Snake smiled grimly, stretched out her long and disgusting tongue, rolled up the scroll, and swallowed it into her stomach. "Okay, let's start the battle for the scroll." Sakura and Sasuke were shocked. The skin of the female ninja belonged to someone else, but the cold and gloomy snake eyes belonged to Orochimaru. It gave people an extremely weird feeling, no wonder it made people feel sick. Orochimaru did not attack Sasuke and Sakura, but with just a look, he released all the murderous aura in his body. In those years, he participated in the Ninja World War with Jiraiya and Tsunade. They faced so many difficulties and killed so many people that he couldn't count them all. The murderous aura was like substance, so thick that the air seemed to be filled with the smell of blood. Zabuza scared Naruto so much that he dared not move, and now Orochimaru also scared Sasuke so much that he couldn't move. The murderous aura on Orochimaru was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. It was not something that Sasuke and Sakura, the two genin, could resist. At that moment, they seemed to have two kunao inserted into their heads, and the smell of blood was all around. Sasuke was shocked and said nothing. Once again, he felt the eyes of Uchiha Itachi, and the suffocating pressure came again. It's not that Orochimaru was stronger than Itachi, but Itachi was reserved even when he released the murderous aura to Sasuke. But Orochimaru released it to Sasuke without reservation, which reminded him of his weak self back then and the powerful Uchiha Itachi. Is this an illusion? Sasuke was so irritated by the strong smell of blood that he knelt on the ground and vomited. No, it's not an illusion, it's just pure murderous intent. Who the hell is this guy? Sakura. Sakura. Sasuke looked at Sakura, who was also facing the murderous aura, but Sakura sat on the ground like a duck, lowered her head, and tears fell. When facing Zabuza, although it was scary, she didn't cry. But now, she was scared to tears because of a look from Orochimaru. "No, I have no choice but to run away. If I don't run away, I will be killed." A big snake with a bulging belly swam towards Orochimaru, and the little Naruto in his stomach roared, "Let me out." Naruto wanted to resist and rummaged in the ninja tool bag. "This is the rice ball that I left behind at noon and haven't finished eating." Then the rice ball fell, stained with mucus, and melted instantly. "No, if I don't escape, I will definitely be digested." Orochimaru thought, little Naruto, he should be able to hold on for 5 minutes. If he doesn't escape within 5 minutes, I will have to let him go. After all, he and the 7th Hokage are allies. It's okay to test each other's strength, but if he kills the other, Orochimaru dare not think about the consequences. He doesn't want to fight the 7th Hokage, and the 7th Hokage is outside, he can rush to the rescue at any time. The female ninja looked at the shivering Sasuke and Sakura. Hee, can't move anymore? Sasuke shouted in his heart, "Move, move, I can't wait to die, how can I die in this damn place?" He reached for the ninja tool bag with trembling hands, even just taking out the kunao and it seemed so difficult. Sasuke successfully took out the kunao, but his legs were still shaking. Ant Snake said calmly, "So, what do you want to do?" Another huge murderous aura came, and Sasuke was completely unable to move. Ant Snake slowly approached Sasuke. "Don't worry, I won't let you have any time to suffer, just a moment, he. Orochimaru raised his kunao high. "I wanted you to play with me, but you are so unbearable." He threw the two kunao casually and slowly threw them towards Sakura and Sasuke's heads. Sasuke roared and stabbed his kunao into his thigh. He broke free from the powerlessness brought by fear and hid with Sakura. Ant Snake snorted coldly. "It's not so hopeless. Use pain to eliminate fear." On Naruto's side, the multiple shadow clone technique was activated in the snake's body. The number of clones was so large that it directly burst the snake's body. Naruto, who successfully escaped, gritted his teeth. I am going to be a hokage. How can I turn into a snake's feces in a place like this? At this time, Sasuke and Sakura were hiding behind a tree. Sakura said worriedly, Sasuke, what should we do now? Sasuke covered Sakura's mouth in fear. Don't make a sound. He is nearby and will catch up soon. Another snake climbed up the tree, wrapped around the roots, and attacked Sasuke. There are many ordinary giant snakes like this one in the Ryokai cave whose only advantage is that they are huge, and they are not even worthy of being called summoned beasts. Facing such a snake, Sasuke was also frightened. He seemed to feel the huge murderous aura of his master from the snake. He took out the shuriken and screamed, don't come over. The snake fell down, and Sasuke was still panting and having difficulty breathing. At this time, the skin of the fallen snake's body was broken, and the disgusting woman crawled out of the snake's body. Sasuke and Sakura were shocked. Such a disgusting, powerful, and perverted opponent is something they have never encountered before. You can't be distracted even for a moment. Prey must always be highly nervous and flee, especially in front of the predator. Snake Ant's body was covered with the mucus from the snake's body, which was extremely disgusting. Orochimaru spit out a long tongue, and the next moment his body extended, like a snake, climbing up the tree in circles. Sasuke's horrified expression was beyond words, and Orochimaru was about to pounce on Sasuke. Naruto's shuriken blocked Orochimaru's way, and the three of them looked in Naruto's direction unexpectedly. Sorry, Sasuke, I'm late. At this moment, there seemed to be an exciting drumbeat, and Sakura smiled happily, as if she saw a hero, and shouted, Naruto. As for the secret code, I forgot it. There is no doubt that this is the real Naruto, but it still doesn't work. Sasuke looked at Orochimaru, who was looking at Naruto with a smile. This kid can really escape. Sasuke didn't think that Naruto could defeat Orochimaru after he came. This was an opponent more terrifying than Zabuza. He closed his Sharingan. Please wait a moment. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke in confusion, and so did little Naruto, not knowing what he wanted to do. Sasuke took out the scroll of heaven from the ninja tool bag. As for the scroll, I'll give it to you. Please, take this and go. Little Naruto widened his eyes in astonishment, unable to believe that this was the unruly Sasuke he knew. Hey, Sasuke, what are you doing? You actually took the initiative to give the scroll to the enemy. Are you going to retreat? Orochimaru sneered. I see, you have a good idea. The prey only expects the hunter to hand over other food and then let it go. Sasuke snorted coldly. Here, please accept it. Then he threw the scroll of heaven to Orochimaru. Orochimaru stretched out his hand, ready to catch the scroll of heaven. Although his real purpose was not for this, it didn't matter. He wanted to make Sasuke's Chunin exam more difficult. A black shadow flashed by and took the scroll of heaven one step faster. This person was Naruto. He took the scroll of heaven and used the trunk to gain leverage, bounced and landed behind Sasuke. Sasuke turned his head angrily. Asshole, what are you doing? Don't do unnecessary things. This was the first time that their Team 7 had such a disagreement and a conflict. Little Naruto turned around and punched Sasuke in the face with a heavy punch, and Sasuke was knocked into the air. But he was a genius after all. He supported the branch with his left hand and did a backflip to land on another branch. Sasuke roared, asshole, what do you want to do suddenly? Naruto panted, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. I just forgot the code, so I can't confirm whether you are a fake Sasuke. Sakura frowned. Naruto, what are you talking about? What nonsense are you talking about? Naruto actually knew that since he could take out the 647 Heaven Scroll, he must be Sasuke, but how could the Sasuke he knew do such a thing? In order to survive, can you hand over such an important thing? Although this is just a Chunin exam, what if it is a mission? Can you sell out the village's information in order to survive? In other words, if a powerful ninja wants to kill his companions, will Sasuke betray his companions and send them out to be killed by the enemy in order to save himself? Of course, this is indeed serious. Sasuke just judged the situation and knew that he could not defeat the enemy, so he handed over the scroll to save the lives of Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto. The one in front of them was truly an opponent they could never defeat. Sasuke yelled, "Don't talk nonsense, Naruto. I am real, not someone else's transformation technique." Little Naruto lowered his head so that no one could see his eyes. You're lying, Sasuke is not such a coward. You are definitely not the Sasuke I know. I don't know how strong that guy is, but how can he guarantee that he will let us go if we hand over the scroll? Little Naruto roared, it's you who is so scared that you can't figure out the situation. Sasuke was speechless for a moment. Orochimaru thought the same thing. Don't think that he will let Sasuke and the other two go just because you get the scroll. His test is not over yet. Ha ha ha, Naruto, the answer is correct. Sasuke was really dumbfounded this time. Naruto knew such a simple thing, but he was so naive. Orochimaru said lightly, "I'll kill you and then get the scrolls." Then Orochimaru prepared to summon the summoned beasts, and Naruto rushed up and shouted, "Asshole, stop joking." He rushed towards Orochimaru, but in his heart he was still thinking about the man he loved. "I misjudged you, Sasuke." Orochimaru finally shouted, "Summoning technique." A larger snake was summoned and attacked Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Outside the venue, 3 Chunin examiners found the bodies of the 3 giants, one of whom was the female ninja transformed by Orochimaru. It was extremely cruel, and the whole face was peeled off anyway. Let's tell the examiner Hunga first. Hunga was still enjoying the food happily without noticing anything unusual. Meatballs and red bean soup are a perfect match. He likes sweets so much, it would be strange if he didn't get fat in middle age. She talked to herself, then, after I'm full, I'll go to the tower and wait for those who break through the level. If someone is quick, they should be able to complete the wilderness survival project quickly, like Haku. Hey, we can't be lazy anymore, we have to work hard. Suddenly a Chunin appeared and said, "Something bad has happened, Lady Red Bean." "Well, what's the matter with you coming here all of a sudden?" To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. "We found 3 bodies, and they look a little strange, please come and have a look." Hunga arrived at the scene, and the Chunin explained, from the things they brought and their identification, they are ninjas from Kyuzagukur who registered for the Chunin exam, as you can see. Hunga was puzzled. No face? Yes, it was as if he was melted by some ninjutsu, and his whole face was flat. Then Hunga nervously broke out in a cold sweat. There is no doubt that this ninjutsu is that guy's. Red Bean thought of someone. He touched the curse seal on his neck. If it was that guy, why did he come to take this exam? It seems that the bodies of the 3 Kyuzagukur ninjas have been impersonated. Red Bean ordered seriously, "Tell the Hokage about this as soon as possible." At this time, the 7th Hokage approached with a blank expression. "What happened?" "I am the Hokage." The identity of the 7th Hokage is not a secret in Konoha, but it is hard to say how many people believe in him. Red Bean looked at the 7th Hokage with suspicion, not sure if he has the ability. Then Naruto showed the 9 tails mode, and the golden chakra enveloped his whole body. The abnormality here also attracted the 2nd Hokage. What happened? The 7th Hokage sighed, "Hey, Orochimaru, this guy, I can't help. If I help, I will be exposed. I am an ally with Orochimaru." Red Bean saw Tobirama, and there is no doubt that he is stronger than the aging 3rd Hokage. And there is also a future 7th Hokage, which is almost certain, so he said happily, "I suspect that Orochimaru sneaked into this Chunin exam." Tobirama frowned. "Orochimaru, I remember him, Yuen Fei's disciple, my disciple's grandson." Hunga explained, "Yes, it is this person, he betrayed Konoha a long time ago, and sneaked into this Chunin exam." Tobirama was furious. "How can this be? Konoha can't even deal with such a traitor." Hunga lowered his head. "The 3rd generation is kind and can't bear to do something to his own disciples." Tobirama said calmly, "Then today, I will clean up the mess." The 7th generation comforted, "2nd generation, please calm down, I will go." Tobirama thought for a moment. "Well, let me see how strong you, the 7th generation, are." The 7th generation was speechless. "I'm just being polite, it's impossible for me to really put on a show with Orochimaru on the spot." But since this job was stopped, the 7th generation had no choice, and entered the examination venue with the 2nd generation. The 7th generation began to make hand seals, multiple shadow clone technique. The 7th Hokage showed his strength by creating more than 1,000 shadow clones, and each of them was in 9 tails mode. Tobirama suddenly lost confidence. This is a forbidden technique that I created." But soon Tobirama said happily, "However, I am satisfied to see such an outstanding backup." The 7th Hokage explained, "These shadow clones will surround the examination venue and search for Orochimaru." Tobirama smiled, "That's great." However, the 7th Hokage's ultimate goal was to make a big fuss and let Orochimaru see him. He would understand that he should retreat when the matter was exposed. After summoning the snake, Ant Snake attacked Sasuke first. At this time, Sasuke was already scared, his eyes were shocked, and he even forgot to dodge. His heartbeat resounded through the sky. Sakura shouted worriedly, "Sasuke! In fact, this giant snake is just a little bit bigger, and it is fundamentally different from the 10,000 snakes." Obviously, Orochimaru was letting Sasuke go by not summoning 10,000 snakes. Seeing the giant snake rushing towards Sasuke, Sasuke was still in a daze. Naruto took action. He appeared in front of Sasuke in an instant, and used 2 kunai in his left and right hands to block the attack of the giant snake. He turned his back to the giant snake and faced Sasuke. Sasuke was in disbelief. He didn't expect that at such a critical moment, the one who saved him was this last place person. Little Naruto glared at Sasuke with great disappointment. "You're not hurt, coward." What Sasuke once said to little Naruto, now it's the opposite, which makes Sasuke feel extremely aggrieved. He gritted his teeth, hating his own weakness that he would be protected by Naruto, the last one. Little Naruto's eyes had turned scarlet, his eyes were so fierce that Sasuke didn't dare to look him in the eye. Little Naruto gritted his teeth and said, "This kind of cowardly and incompetent guy is definitely not the Sasuke I know." But Orochimaru stared at Naruto. He found that the seal of the nine tails seemed to be loose. Orochimaru's long tongue rolled towards Naruto and pulled Naruto in front of him. The handsomeness just now was gone. Naruto shouted helplessly, "Asshole, let me go, snake demon." Orochimaru thought expressionlessly, when emotions are high, the power of the nine tails will leak out. After so many years, Kushina's seal seems to be unstable. Orochimaru stretched out his hand to condense chakra. In an instant, the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth condensed on his 5 fingers. Then Orochimaru used his tongue to open up Naruto's belly. On his belly, the seal had already appeared. Look, even the seal has emerged. Little Naruto was terrified. He didn't know what the snake demon in front of him was going to do to him. Orochimaru shouted, "5 elements seal." Then he slapped little Naruto's stomach. Naruto screamed in pain, and the seal of the 9 tails was reinforced again. This was a good thing for Naruto, but at the same time he could not use the power of the 9 tails, even when he was extremely angry and emotional. Sakura also said in horror, "Sasuke, go save Naruto." Sasuke was still in a daze, staring at everything Orochimaru did to Naruto, but he was powerless. Then Naruto's scarlet pupils returned to blue, he lost consciousness and passed out. Orochimaru didn't know what he was thinking. After sealing Naruto, he stretched his tongue into Naruto's ninja tool bag and took away the scroll of heaven in his ninja tool bag. He seemed to be determined to create difficulty for Sasuke's Chunin exam. As for Naruto's posture, it was just that it was implicated. After taking the scroll, she threw Naruto away, and Naruto's unconscious body fell from a height. If he fell to the ground like this, he might be seriously injured. Sakura shouted Naruto's name and threw a kunao at him. The kunao pierced Naruto's clothes accurately and pinned him to the tree trunk. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Then Sakura desperately asked Sasuke, "What's wrong with you, Sasuke?" Sasuke was still in a daze, his pupils were shaking, and no one knew what he was thinking at the moment. Even Sakura had gotten rid of the fear and broke free. Sakura looked at Sasuke in disbelief, the man she loved so much. Sakura looked at Sasuke and whispered Sasuke's name again, with a firm look in her eyes. Naruto is indeed different from Sasuke. Although he is clumsy and in the way, at least he is not a coward. Asking for flowers 0, Sakura cried, "Right, Sasuke." Sasuke gritted his teeth. The reason he was in a daze was at least because he remembered a certain man, Uchiha Itachi. In front of an unknown ninja, he was so disgusting, so how could he defeat that man? Although Shisui's brother, no, it should be called sister, has been resurrected and is also going to kill Danzo with the idea of revenge, but he will become a burden to him. Sasuke remembered what Itachi said, "My stupid brother, if you want to kill me, then hate me, and then live on in an ugly way. Run, run, and desperately grasp every chance to live." No, it's not like that. Sasuke shouted loudly. He roared and the next moment his Sharingan opened. He stared at Orochimaru expressionlessly. Orochimaru raised the corner of his mouth slightly, "Haha, it's indeed the Uchiha clan." Seeing his companions being beaten, his blood began to boil. "Let me slowly test your strength." Orochimaru smiled sinisterly. Sasuke picked up the fallen kunao again and held it in his mouth. "In order to defeat my brother, I must live. I have always believed this, and that is why I am afraid of a life and death duel. But it seems that I am the real fool. Naruto, Sakura, how can I defeat such a powerful opponent if I can't risk my life here?" Sasuke rushed towards Orochimaru in a ninja-like manner, launching a new round of swift and flexible offensive. Orochimaru's speed was extremely fast, even much faster than Rock Lee in normal state. Sasuke, who couldn't even defend against Rock Lee's attack at the beginning, now not only saw it clearly, but his body was also better. Although Orochimaru was letting him go, it must be said that Sasuke has grown a lot. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke calmly, "It's barely okay, he predicted my actions and attacked me accurately." However, Orochimaru had already noticed the huge chakra that was everywhere, and the powerful golden figures were none other than his ally, the 7th Hokage. It seemed that he had been discovered, and it would be bad if he continued playing. While thinking, Sasuke jumped towards the tree branch and pounced on Orochimaru. Got it. The next moment Sasuke grabbed Orochimaru and smashed his head heavily on the ground. After the success, Sasuke kept his distance and stared at Orochimaru, but soon the screaming Orochimaru turned into mud and began to dissolve. "It's a substitute." After realizing that something was wrong, Sasuke immediately jumped onto the branch, and the real Orochimaru appeared instantly. His movements were simple and rough, and his punches hit the flesh. The 650 physical technique from the Sunin level quickly knocked Sasuke to the ground. "Humph, the name of the Uchiha clan is crying, too weak." The next moment, the small bomb tied in advance behind Orochimaru exploded, and Sasuke seized the opportunity to throw out several shuriken with sight tied to them. Using the insight of the Sharingan, he controlled the shuriken and moved them along the trajectory he wanted. In an instant, Orochimaru was tied to the tree trunk, and the next moment Suzuki bit one of the lines, fire style, dragon fire technique. An extremely large flame followed the silk thread and hit Orochimaru. This operation was as fierce as a tiger, it can be said to be extremely exciting, and it was also one of Suzuki's highlights. Sakura was so happy that she thought the battle was over, and walked up to her and asked with concern, "Suzuki, how are you now, are you okay?" The next moment, Orochimaru easily broke free from the rope and walked towards Suzuki and Sakura with his head down. At such a young age, he has mastered the Sharingan. The next moment, Orochimaru's voice switched to the magnetic voice of Snake Uncle, which was much more comfortable than the sissy voice just now. As expected of the person who inherited the Uchiha name, as expected of the younger brother of Uchiha Itachi, Suzuki shouted and tried to break free from the restraints. He could no longer move. He didn't know what kind of ninjutsu Orochimaru had used. "There is a power in your eyes that is stronger than Itachi's." Hearing his brother's name, Suzuki shouted, "Who are you?" Orochimaru took out the scroll of heaven. "My name is Orochimaru. If you want to see me, then do your best to stand out in this exam." The next moment, green flames burned on the scroll of heaven. "Defeat the sound trio under my command." Sakura shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? We don't want to see you a second time." But Orochimaru was extremely confident that Suzuki would want to see him. The next moment, Orochimaru's neck suddenly stretched out and bit the back of Suzuki's neck, giving Suzuki the power of the curse seal. Seeing Suzuki kneeling on the ground in great pain, Sakura said worriedly, "What on earth did you do to Suzuki?" "I just gave him a small gift. Suzuki will definitely like it. I'm very happy to see your strength in all aspects." Then Orochimaru hid in the tree and escaped. He originally wanted to meet his lovely disciple, Mitarashi Anko, but the appearance of the seventh Hokage indicated that he had been discovered, and maybe the second Hokage was on his way. He could only retreat temporarily and continue to lurk in the dark of Konoha. He did not kill anyone in Konoha. "I hope this exam will not end because of his appearance." After Orochimaru left, the seventh Hokage said to Tobirama, "The man has left." Tobirama said lightly, "How did he leave when he was surrounded by you?" The seventh Hokage shrugged. "Although multiple shadow clones can give play to the advantage of strength in numbers and make it more convenient to find people, the movement seems a bit loud. I think they have been noticed." Tobirama did not doubt. "Are there any students injured or even dead?" To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The seventh generation shook his head. "No, although I don't know what his purpose is, it seems that he just values someone among the students and comes to test his strength." "You mean?" The seventh Hokage said calmly, "Uchiha Suzuki." Tobirama understood. "Is that so? It seems that his real purpose is to obtain the Sharingan." The seventh Hokage asked, "Then, do you want to protect it?" Tobirama shook his head. "No need, he has someone else as his guardian." "You mean Uchiha Shisui?" "That's right, he just resurrected. It's natural that he is the most suitable person to protect the Uchiha people." The appearance of the seventh Hokage's many shadow clones refreshed the three views of the genin. Naruto actually has such a powerful guardian. The ninjas from other ninja villages were extremely panicked. Konoha is really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Among them, Gaara and the other two were all frowning. "You call this a genin?" That golden light, at first glance it was not on the same level as them. After the seventh Hokage's shadow clone was removed, the Chunin exam continued. Sakura took the seriously injured Suzuki and the unconscious Naruto to the roots of a tree to take care of them. The trees here are very huge, and the roots are hollow, just enough to accommodate 3 people, and they are also very hidden. In Kakashi's class today, the 2 strongest fighters, Suzuki and Naruto, have lost their ability to fight, leaving only Sakura. Whether it was Zabuza in the past or Orochimaru now, Sakura could not help. She could not intervene in this monster-level battle at all. It can be said that Sakura at this time was the weakest, so weak that she was not worthy of being called a ninja. If she faced the current little Hinata, she might be beaten. So she couldn't even beat the most harmless and gentle Hinata 1.0. Now if she encounters an enemy attack, can she really protect Naruto and Suzuki from the enemy? Akai's class may be the most powerful at present. Whether it is Niji or Rock Lee, their combat capabilities are all Ninkai. Xiao Li and Tian Tian were discussing countermeasures at this time. "We spent half a day to ensure food and water sources. Now almost all teams have stopped their actions. According to the plan, we will go out during this period when everyone is resting. For the time being, the 3 of us will search separately, but no matter whether we are noticed by other teams or not, we will return to this place after the search is completed. Do you understand?" Sakura's situation was pitiful. She was so sleepy, but she couldn't sleep. If he fell asleep, Kakashi's team would be wiped out. Besides, it wasn't that killing was prohibited in this exam. If they were unlucky and met some murderers, it was possible that all 3 of them would die here. I must protect these 2 people. In the bushes not far away, Orochimaru's subordinates, the Sound Ninja Trio, have already set their sights on Sakura, as well as Suzuki and Naruto, who have lost their ability to fight. It's almost time for us to take action. At this time, Xiaoli was searching nearby. He hurried along and found that the fallen leaves on the tree were floating down. He counted them one by one. There are a total of 20 leaves. If I catch all the leaves before they fall to the ground, Sakura will like me. If not, then I will be alone for the rest of my life. After imposing a strange challenge on himself, Xiaoli burned with a raging fighting spirit and started a meaningless challenge. And Niji also gained something. Although he didn't open his Byakugan, he found 3 people squatting in the bushes, but he was not sure who they were. Don't hide, come out quickly. Koji, Ino, and Shikamaru looked nervous. 21 Ino complained in her heart, it's so annoying. We all hid in such a hurry. Shikamaru whispered, really, we were found by the troublesome guy. Ino said, Operation Plan 1, the plan of hiding and waiting for him to walk over has failed. Then Ino said to Koji and Shikamaru, listen, now we can only carry out Operation Plan 2. Hearing this, Koji felt extremely ashamed. Do you really want to do this? Ino glared at Koji. Why, do you have any objection? She encouraged Shikamaru and Koji. It will succeed, believe me. Shikamaru was at a loss. I guess so. Then Shikamaru and the other 2 pretended to be very happy and walked out of the bushes. We actually met last year's top rookie, Hyaga Niji, in a place like this. Shikamaru stuttered. I really want his autograph. Niji had a blank expression and a flat tone. What, it was you guys. Ino was adding drama to herself again. Battle Plan 3, bewitched by my beauty. Ino untied the headband on her head, posed a charming and beautiful posture, and closed one eye. Actually, I've wanted to see you a long time ago, Niji-sama. Niji's anger value really rose. Get out. Then he turned and left. He didn't want to know what the scroll on Shikamaru and the other 2 was, and whether it was what he needed. Ino's forehead veins popped out. Why doesn't my beauty trap work? Ino was furious and punched Nisi's back repeatedly. Damn it, this bastard. However, Nisi, who had his back to Shikamaru and the other 2, said indifferently, you are punching me now, do you want to fight with me? Ino laughed dryly. No, how could that be? Nisi turned his head away. Then get out of here. Taking the scroll from you losers will only become a laughingstock in the village. If this sentence was said to Naruto, he might rush up to him and yell angrily to fight him. But Shikamaru and the other 2 nodded repeatedly. Yes. Then he jumped back into the bushes and hid, not even realizing it. Niji was alone, but they were 3, but they didn't even have the courage to fight. Niji was also shocked by the spineless 3 people, Jane. Just like cockroaches, the 3 people hiding in the bushes panted, and Shikamaru thought calmly, just as I expected, as long as we don't take the initiative, he won't snatch the scroll from weak people like us. Ino regrouped, and the god said, yo now trigger the snatching of the scroll from the guys weaker than us. Shikamaru complained, so, there are no weaker guys than us. Although Naruto in Kakashi's class looked very weak to Shikamaru, he was Shikamaru's childhood playmate after all, and they knew each other well. He didn't know that Naruto had grown a lot recently, but Sasuke in their class was the top rookie this year, and it would be difficult to face him. Then the UI Red class, Kiba and Akamaru were also tough characters that were difficult to deal with, as well as a hidden Ibarame Shino. So, they are really the weakest, so they can only look for players from other villages. At this time, Sakura from Kakashi's class was already drowsy. He had no time left for the night, and this time the main god space did not appear. If the main god space appeared, the night would be extremely safe, and no one could act on their own. They could also be protected by the main god space with great peace of mind, and even discuss countermeasures with Naruto and Sasuke. To read the exciting novel, go to Fulu Novel Network. At this time, the Sound Ninja Trio said lightly, aren't you asleep? Protect them all night, go wake up Sasuke, we want to fight him. This is the task assigned to them by Orochimaru, to defeat Sasuke. Orochimaru did not specifically tell them not to kill, so they would really kill when necessary. Sakura's face shook, these guys. Her hands trembled, and she wanted to touch the kunao. Did she finally need him, the weakest existence, to fight? Sakura said loudly, what did you say? We don't have any scrolls on us anymore. What is your purpose? I know that it was Orochimaru who sent you 650 here, right? What exactly is the strange mark on Sasuke's neck? Why did you make Sasuke like this, and yet you still challenged him? The 3 Otanin were shocked to hear that Orochimaru had already contacted Sasuke. What on earth does that sir want to do? But I can't just sit there and watch this. I'm going to kill that woman, and leave Sasuke to me. The 3 rushed towards Sakura, but tears came out of Sakura's eyes. She was ashamed to say that she had never fought since she was a child. In other words, she didn't know how to fight at all. At this time, a handsome voice sounded. It was Rock Lee. He came, Konoha Tornado. He fought 1 against 3 and kicked the 3 away. Sakura exclaimed, hey, it's this guy, who are you? Xiao Li replied, the blue beast of Konoha, Rock Lee. Sakura asked in confusion, "Why are you here?" Xiao Li replied handsomely, "I will be there when you are in danger. I was just kidding, we just happened to pass by." Sakura said, "But to you, we are enemies. I've said it before, I will protect you until I die." Hearing Sakura's thanks, Xiao Li couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears excitedly. "Success, I succeeded, Teacher Kai." Then one of the sound ninjas attacked Xiao Li, with a strange honeycomb-shaped device on his arm. It was very disadvantageous to Xiao Li's physical skills, and simple defense could not prevent it. However, Xiao Li inserted his hand into the ground and pulled up the roots of the tree on the ground. The huge roots blocked the attack of the sound ninja. Sakura couldn't help but admire, "This person is so strong." Xiao Li looked serious. "I have seen your attack method before, and you can't avoid it by simply dodging, but it is not good for me to fight 1 against 3. I can only take a gamble and defeat you 1 by 1. On the other side, the stupid trio led by Shikamaru have also arrived nearby. Ino complained, "Ah, they look weak, there is no one weaker than us." Shikamaru crossed his arms, "The only ones weaker than us are probably Naruto's team and Team 7. Ino scolded, "Are you an idiot?" Shikamaru stared at Ino with dead fish eyes. "What?" Ino scolded, "Although Naruto and Sakura are indeed useless, Sasuke is very strong. He is the #1 rookie this year." Shikamaru analyzed calmly, "Even if he has good grades in the ninja school, it doesn't mean that he will perform well in actual combat. Who knows, his performance in actual combat might be unexpectedly weak." To some extent, Shikamaru really guessed it right. Sasuke's cowardly and incompetent performance against Orochimaru almost made Naruto and Sakura dumbfounded. But fortunately, he finally came to his senses and displayed superb combat power. Although they still failed to beat Orochimaru, for the genin, they were already very good. Ino, however, was unhappy because Shikamaru said Sasuke was not good enough. Sasuke is the object of Ino's current affection. Sasuke's charm is indeed one of the best, and even Tenten has a good impression of him. But she just thinks Sasuke is very cute, and it's the kind of feeling that a senior sister looks at a junior brother. Shikamaru was full of black lines on his head. What a troublesome guy. As soon as he says something bad about Sasuke, she will be unhappy immediately. Ino had a proud face. Sasuke will not be knocked down, but Sakura is another matter. At this time, Koji, who was sitting on the tree, said lightly, "Sasuke was knocked down, so Sakura is fighting." Shikamaru was shocked. "What's the matter?" After saying that, the 2 of them jumped onto the tree branch and happened to see Sakura and the others who were fighting. On the other side, Hyuga, Neji and Tenten had arrived at the meeting place, but found that Rock Lee had not arrived yet. Tenten complained, "Roll Lee is so slow, he is always very punctual. Did he meet an enemy?" Tenten suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "Did he use that trick?" Neji said indifferently, "This shouldn't be the case." Then Neji gritted his teeth. He remembered how hard Lee worked when they were training together. There were some things that even he couldn't learn, but Lee learned, such as Renge. The Hyuga family are all geniuses who are good at physical skills, but Lee caught up with him with hard work and diligence. How could such a Lee be defeated so easily? Neji remembered what Teacher Kai once said, "Now the Renge trick is listed as a forbidden technique by me, because this physical technique will cause a huge burden on muscle cells. Generally speaking, people can only use about 20% of the original strength of their muscles." Did you hear that? Only 20%. If you use nearly 100% of your strength, your muscles will be damaged, so your brain will suppress this strength. However, this move uses chakra to forcibly release the brain's control and exert a series of high-speed combos. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. In other words, it is a very dangerous physical technique that uses the human body's strength to its limit. Therefore, when you can use this taijutsu, you must meet one condition, that is, to protect an important companion. At this time, Xiao Li untied the bandage on his hand just as Ninkai had guessed every day. "Teacher Kai, I can now use that move without distraction, because now is the time for me to protect the most important person." The Otanin didn't know that Xiao Li was about to use a big move, so he sped up and rushed towards Xiao Li. The next moment, Xiao Li leaned down and kicked the Otoshi ninja in the chin, sending him flying high into the air. Xiao Li followed closely and jumped high up. "It's not over yet." After saying that, he untied the bandage and wrapped it around him, restraining all his movements, and then spun at high speed and fell to the ground. If someone took Xiao Li's move, few people would be able to stand up. Another Otoshi ninja with 3 death words written on his clothes, who could release air waves from his palms, said coldly, "Oh no, he is tied up like this and can't make an effective defense at all. If he takes it hard, it will be bad." Then he stuck his hand into the ground and used air waves on the ground to soften the ground soil and make it like a sponge. The hedgehog-headed ninja who took Xiao Li's lotus flower cried out in pain, but stood up safely. "This move is really terrible. Even if I fell on the ground like a sponge, I was seriously injured." Then the hedgehog-headed ninja attacked Xiao Li. Although his fist didn't hit, Xiao Li was already seriously injured. "Your speed is very fast, but no, our attack is faster than your speed of sound." "My attack is sound." Even if you dodge my fist, the sound will still hit you. Xiao Li was in a very bad situation. The reason why he did not open the 8 gates was that he did not want to be exposed in the second exam. Unexpectedly, Lianhua did not kill the opponent instantly, but made his muscles sore. Even if he continued to use the 8 gates, it would not be very effective. Soon Xiao Li was seriously injured and fell to the ground. It was Sakura's turn to face the 3 sound ninjas alone. Shikamaru and the other 2 were hiding in the bushes. Koji said nervously, "Run, that guy is very dangerous." Ino looked like she was struggling. "You ask me what to do?" Shikamaru said impatiently. "Sakura is alone now, it doesn't look good, do you mind? Weren't you good friends before?" Yes, they were good friends before, but they started to quarrel after they both fell in love with the same person, Suzuki. Ino said helplessly, "I know she is in danger now, but I can't do anything about it, and I can't just rush out." Ino knew that he couldn't just sit there and watch, but his legs were shaking. Just like a newborn deer, shivering, he could hardly stand. Among the new female ninjas, almost none of them could fight, and it was impossible to tell how strong their fighting power was. "If I go out now, I will definitely be killed. They are not kind people." It was Sakura's turn to fight alone. She did not retreat, because behind her were Suzuki, Naruto, and Xiao Li. They fought bravely and fell down exhausted. How could she retreat? Sakura took out the sword, was accurately shot at the 3 people. This was probably the only thing Sakura could do. However, it was deflected by the person with the hole in his palm. The next moment, the female ninja from the Sound Ninja instantly appeared behind Sakura and grabbed Sakura's long hair. The female ninja sneered, "Your hair is much more shiny than mine. If you have so much time to take care of your hair, you should train more." The female ninja said disdainfully, "Sak, go to 650 and catch the man named Suzuki in front of her and kill him." "Oh, sure, that's a great idea." Sakura gritted her teeth, "I won't let you do whatever you want." But she couldn't move her body, she clenched her fists unwillingly, and tears fell again. "I, once again, will only get in the way and become a burden to others." She thought of Suzuki and Naruto, whether it was Zabuza that time or Orochimaru this time. "I was protected by you." Tears continued to flow unwillingly. "I thought that this time, I must protect you. Hey, do it." Then the ninja with the hole in his palm walked towards Suzuki, and Shikamaru exclaimed, "Hey, Naruto and Suzuki are in danger now." Finally, Sakura pulled out the kunai, and the female ninja said disdainfully, "Give up, this kind of thing is useless." But Sakura said lightly, "Is it really useless?" Then, her kunai cut towards her long hair. In order to regain her freedom and protect Naruto and Suzuki, Sakura cut off her hair. This scene shocked Ino, because they had heard that Suzuki liked girls with long hair, but Sakura actually cut off her hair. Is this her determination? "I always feel like I'm a ninja on my own." He always says that he likes Suzuki and always lectures Naruto in a great manner. I can only look at the backs of those 2 people. If Naruto and Suzuki could wake up, how could they let others bully Sakura like this? But now it is Sakura's turn to protect them. "And Xiao Li, you said you loved me, turned your back on me, and fought hard. I seem to have learned something from you. I also want to become like you." After cutting off her long hair, Sakura's forehead protector fell to the ground. Her short hair fluttered and her eyes became unusually firm. Looking at Sakura like this, Ino seemed to have forgotten her. What on earth did Team 7 go through? Why did they change so much when they were still standing on the same spot? Sakura made a seal and the female ninja attacked. "Is this a substitute technique?" The ninja with a hole in his palm said disdainfully. "The right side? Are you looking down on me? You actually used this basic ninjutsu on me." The next moment, Sakura rushed out from the corner, with 6 shurikens in her left and right hands, shooting at him. He could deflect this kind of thing with an air wave, but when he made the starting posture of the air wave, Sakura began to make a seal again. Although the speed was very slow, it was also very standard. The deflected kunai flew towards Sakura, but it was just a substitute. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Ino's eyes widened in disbelief. When did Sakura, a crybaby, grow up to be so outstanding? This time Sakura appeared on top, holding a kunai in her hand and stabbed towards Sakura. "Tisk, is this another stand?" Then a shuriken shot towards Sakura, but Sakura looked determined and let the kunai pierce her arm. Then Sakura's attack arrived, and she stabbed the kunai into Sakura's arm expressionlessly, biting his other arm with her mouth. This was the limit of what she could do. Sakura felt the pain and used his other arm, which was still pierced with a kunai, to punch Sakura on the head. Blood started to flow from her forehead and the corners of her mouth, but Sakura closed her eyes and bit her mouth tightly, refusing to open her mouth. Because if she opened her mouth, Suzuki and Naruto would be in danger. "I am sorry, Suzuki and Naruto, I can only protect you in this most stupid way, even if I will be beaten to death." In the end, Sakura kicked Sakura away, distanced himself, and pointed his 2 open palms at Sakura with great anger. He wanted to kill this little devil completely. Sakura was not afraid, and stared at him fiercely. Sasuke still looked painful, and the power of the curse was eroding his body. Shikamaru exclaimed, "Not good." Ino thought of the crybaby Sakura in the past, and tears rolled in her eyes. Then her eyes became firm. She was obviously scared to death, but for some reason, looking at Sakura like this, she was no longer afraid. She pulled Shikamaru and Koji together to stand in front of Sakura. Sakura asked in surprise, "Ino?" Ino showed a confident expression. "Sakura, didn't we agree that I won't lose to you?" Koji began to cry. Let go of my scarf, I don't want it, I don't want to die yet." Shikamaru said angrily, "Don't move, be quiet." Sak sneered, "Humph, if you want to escape, then go quickly, you fat pig." Hearing this, Shikamaru let go of Koji in shock, and Koji had a blank expression. Who are you saying is a fat pig?" Sak roared, "I told you to get out of the way if you were scared, you pig." Koji was instantly furious and full of fighting spirit. Ino smiled, "Great, he lost control, so lucky." And out of control Koji is still very powerful. One of Sakura's eyes was swollen, and she stared at Ino with half-open eyes. Ino said handsomely without turning her head, "The two behind me are up to you." Then, Ino's team, Pig, Deer, and Butterfly are going to go out. Ino ordered, "Please, Koji, okay." Multiplication technique, next, Konoha fluid technique, meat bomb chariot. Then a huge meat ball rushed towards Zack. Zack roared, "Air-cutting wave." The powerful air wave blocked Koji's attack and trapped him in place, unable to move forward. The next moment Koji jumped high and smashed down at Zack. Seeing this, the hedgehog head rushed over instantly. If no one assisted him, Zack would break his bones if he took this move. The situation was reversed in an instant. One of the three sound ninjas was chased by Koji's meat bomb tank, but he couldn't wait for his teammates to help. Another hedgehog head was also controlled by Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique and couldn't move. The last female ninja was turned around by Ino Shin and completely lost her ability to move. But they didn't know that when they saw the female ninja standing still, they roared, "Jin, what's wrong with you, come over and help." The next moment, Jin, who was controlled by Ino, put a kunai against his neck and said with a smile, "It's over now. If you dare to move, this girl named Jin will die." However, Sak and Hedgehog Head sneered. Sak used air waves on his companion Jin without hesitation. The next moment, Koji roared, "Ino." Then he rushed towards Jin, and the meat bomb tank blocked the attack. Both of them were injured at the same time. The female ninja spit out blood from her mouth, and Ino's body beside her also spit out blood. The female ninja controlled by Ino lay on the ground and said in disbelief, "Who is this?" She actually hurt her companions. The sound ninja sneered, "It seems that if Jin is killed, you will die too. We will do this when we have no choice." At this moment, the duration of Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique also ended, and the situation reversed again. Shikamaru said lightly, "It's over." At this time, Niji of the Kai team felt, "Do you think you have won by bullying a few weak guys? The watermelon-headed guy lying over there is from our team." Niji shouted, "You guys really do whatever you want." He instantly opened his eyes and was full of momentum. Niji is not at the same level as these people. He is very strong, so strong that there is almost no obvious shortcoming or weakness in him. He is not like Rock Lee, who is also very strong, but very single and has many shortcomings. The sound ninja ancestor widened his eyes, and then challenged, "If you feel angry, then come down and fight us." Hyagan Niji meant exactly that. Just as he was about to jump down, he sensed the appearance of a terrifyingly powerful and strange chakra. It was Sasuke's, and he woke up. Niji sneered, "Heh, it seems I don't need to do anything." The next moment, Sasuke slowly stood up like a demon god descending, surrounded by purple chakra, just like little Naruto entering the half-tailed beast mode. Everyone except Niji widened their eyes. Is this Sasuke? Sakura's eyes were filled with horror. Sasuke now looked so weird and scary, with black tattoos all over his body, and his Sharingan was also activated. Sasuke said in a low voice, suppressing his raging anger, "Sakura, who is the guy who hurt you like this?" The sound ninja seemed to know this. The curse seal is actually all over his body. That adult actually gave him the curse seal, and he was able to stand up. In Orochimaru's curse seal experiment, many people died. If possible, they would also like to get the curse seal, but unfortunately his strength may not be enough. Sasuke said angrily, "Sakura, tell me, who hurt you like this?" Sakura was still in shock, staring blankly at Sasuke, who was like a demon. Sakura took the initiative to admit, "It was me." Sasuke stared at the three sound ninjas with fierce eyes. Shikamaru shouted, "Ino, get back to your own body quickly, it looks like you might be affected." Ino was also afraid that she would be beaten by Sasuke. Oh, the heart turn technique is broken. Sakura roared, "This kind of dying guy is not to be feared at all." The hedgehog head said in panic, "Stop it, Sakura, don't you understand the situation? I want to wipe out all these guys in one fell swoop, using the air cutting wave." A terrifying air wave attacked everyone in a large area. The overwhelming momentum seemed to be his ultimate move. When his attack was over, Sasuke instantly appeared behind him, with his back to him, and attacked with his arms backwards, knocking him away. The hedgehog head was shocked. What a fast speed! Just in that instant, he carried his two companions to a safe place. Then Sasuke made a seal, fire style, Phoenix Fire. There were shurikens hidden in the fireball of Phoenix Fire. Sak used an air wave to extinguish the fire style, but the shuriken hit him. Then Sasuke appeared next to Sak again in an instant, restrained his hands, and stepped on his back. Sasuke sneered and exerted a little force. With a scream, both arms were broken. To read the exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Ino was shocked. Is this really Sasuke? Sakura looked at Sasuke with horror, as if she was looking at a pervert with a hobby of sadomasochism. Yes, Sasuke was too cruel now, and broke his hands. Then Sasuke turned his head and looked at the hedgehog head. Then, you are the only one left, I hope you can play with me for a while. In fact, the battle had been watched by the 7th and the 2nd, and they had not thought of taking action, because they knew that even if they could not defeat Neji, they would still feel it. But now the 2nd looked at Sasuke with disgust. This guy reminds me of Uchiha Madara, the 7th said lightly. His heart is kind after all. He will not go to extremes because he is my companion. Hearing this, the 2nd restrained the disgust in his eyes. Okay, trust your companion, you will take care of it, and I will not interfere. At this time, Sasuke slowly approached the hedgehog-headed man, step by step, as if he was going to kill him again. Sakura was horrified. Is this really Sasuke? He thought of that handsome and sunny boy. How could he become like this? With a Sakura couldn't bear to watch Sasuke fall, so she yelled, "Stop!" Then she stood up and chased after him, hugging Sasuke from behind. But Sasuke turned around, staring at Sakura with his Sharingan, and Sakura's eyes were full of tears. Please, stop it. Finally, the black mark disappeared, and Sasuke collapsed to the ground gasping for breath. The hedgehog head breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that we are saved. Then the hedgehog head took out the scroll of earth and handed it to Sasuke. You are very strong, Sasuke, we can't defeat you now, this is compensation, please let us leave here. Although we may have taken it for granted, there is one thing we must confirm. While speaking, the hedgehog head picked up his two companions. In contrast, let's make a promise. In this exam, if there is still a chance to fight you, we will not hide, nor will we escape. Sasuke looked at them and did not chase after them. Sakura shouted loudly, wait, who is Orochimaru? What did he do to Sasuke? And why did he choose Sasuke? The hedgehog head said lightly, I don't know, we were just ordered to kill Sasuke. It seems that we are just used as a whetstone. After the battle, Koji and Shikamaru woke up Naruto with a wooden stick. They hit Naruto's head with a stick, and a big bump appeared. They woke Naruto up simply and roughly. The 7th Hokage held his forehead with one hand. Haha, Koji. Ino helped the injured Lee up. At this time, Tenten also came to Lee and said expressionlessly, Ino, let me take care of Lee. After all, Tenten is much gentler than Ino. Ino nodded stupidly, yeah, okay. The next moment, Tenten shook Lee's shoulders hard, which didn't look like taking care of an injured person at all. Wake up, Lee. When Naruto saw Sakura, he was shocked and ran up in a hurry. Xiao, Sakura, your hair. Ah, you are talking about this, change the image, it's just the image. After the battle here was over, the 7th generation suddenly remembered, oh, by the way, I also want to go to Hinata to take a look. After all, she is my old 650 wife. If she gets hurt, even if it's just a little bit, I will have to kneel on the washboard when I go back. The 2nd generation heard this. He, a single dog, couldn't understand. Are you afraid of your wife? The 7th generation scratched his head and laughed dryly. How can you say I'm afraid? I just don't want to make him angry or sad, that's all. Hinata's combination can be said to be the luckiest. They got the corresponding scrolls less than 5 minutes after they came in, but you had bad intentions. The examiner said that we can pass if we get the corresponding scrolls of heaven and earth. If we get more, Hinata looked worried. But, Hinata's trio was probably the dark horse with the deepest hidden power. You know, Shino was known as the undefeated god of war. He had never been defeated. He looked confident in every battle. Kiba said calmly, of course, if the situation was not good, I would not force myself to fight with others. At Kiba's instigation, Shino used insects and Hinata used the Byakugan to search for other ninjas. However, when they came to the battlefield and squatted, Akamaru was trembling with fear and lay in Kiba's arms. Kiba said calmly, Akamaru is very scared. It seems that the group of people fighting over there are very strong. A red-haired kid with a huge gourd on his back, a fan on his back, and a puppet on his back. Kiba sweated coldly. These 3 strange little kids actually challenged such an opponent. In front of Gaara and the other 2 was an adult ninja leading the team, with murderous aura. An adult genin and 3 little genin were not at the same level at all. At least they were experienced and looked very powerful. Even Kiba would not dare to challenge such an opponent. Kiba began to worry about the safety of these three little brats. Akamara shivered and howled. Kiba translated, he said that the tall man is very dangerous. Hinata was also very worried, that group of people does look very dangerous and powerful. The adult ninja said lightly, boy, even if you want to choose an opponent, you should choose carefully, you will die. Gaara said expressionlessly, don't talk nonsense. Temari Kanjuro said that they were just watching the show, and the real combatant was Gaara, they would not intervene at all, and it was not their turn to intervene. The younger brother is like a fierce big devil. Although it is scary to get along with him, it is really fun to meet an opponent, and he will win without doing anything. What is a win without doing anything? He can win without doing anything in the Chunin exam. Gaara said impatiently, let's start the fight, Uncle Yugakur. Kanjuro was analyzing, who has the scroll? Hey, Gaara, shouldn't we follow them first and find out where the scroll is before we start snatching it? Besides, if the scrolls are the same, there is no need to fight for them. Ya said in disbelief, are these three people fools? They are definitely big fools. They picked this kind of guy who is hard to deal with at first glance. Are they really tired of living? The kind Hinata looked worried, it's over, they are going to be killed. However, Gaara interrupted Kankuro, what does it matter? I will kill all the guys I see. Yeah, Shino, Hinata, and the three people from the hidden rain village who were secretly watching were shocked. Let's start, go to hell, kid, Ninja Rain do 1,000 books. The dense thousands of books in the air attacked Gaara and the other two like rain. There is no dead angle for these thousands of books, up and down, left and right, and they are all controlled by chakra. This is indeed a very tricky ninjutsu, but it is ineffective against Gaara. The falling thousands of books are perfectly defended by Gaara's sand. To read the violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. Is this Senbon rain? Then, I will make it rain blood. Gaara stretched out his hand, sand coffin. Temari and Kankuro sneered with their arms crossed, humph, he's dead, who told him to resist Gaara? The sand wrapped the leading uncle, and then Gaara calmly picked up the umbrella that fell to the ground. It was the ninja tool of the rain village uncle, and he just used it to make 1,000 rains. Gaara held up the umbrella because he didn't want to dirty his clothes. The uncle who was wrapped in the sand then broke away from gravity and flew towards the sky. When he flew to the middle of the air, Gaara stretched out his hand and clenched it tightly, sandstorm funeral. A bloody rain fell from the sky, and the remaining two survivors of the rain village were terrified. The survivor took out the scroll on his own initiative, the scroll is for you, it's right here, please let us go. However, the sand still wrapped them, and then Gaara crushed it indifferently. The seventh Hokage also saw this scene, but did not intervene. Gaara's personality is really twisted now. Is it possible that my persuasion doesn't work? Kiba said nervously. Let's run quickly. If we are discovered, we will be dead. Kankuro picked up the scroll happily. It's exactly the book of heaven that we need. Let's go to the tower. Gaara looked at the bush where Hinata was hiding. Shut up, that's not enough. Kankuro was sweating. Forget it, Gaara. Are you scared, you coward? Kankuro said angrily, we have already got the scroll, and it will be meaningless for you to get more, stop it. Gaara's hand stretched out to the bushes on Hinata's side, trash, don't come to order me around. The seventh generation's face suddenly turned green. Gaara, you dare. Kankuro grabbed Gaara's collar, stop it, you should listen to your brother occasionally. Gaara said expressionlessly, I don't regard you as brothers, if you dare to hinder me, I will kill you anyway. Gaara stretched out his hand again, this time but aimed at Kankuro. Temari also carefully advised 1.0, Gaara, stop it, have you forgotten that, the blonde uncle, there are still people who are stronger than you, don't make trouble anymore, okay, besides, don't say such cruel words, sister begs you to, okay. The hand that stretched out to Kankuro turned and aimed at Hinata again. The veins on the forehead of the seventh Hokage bulged. Although according to the ending, my wife did not die, but your repeated provocations still make me very unhappy. The sand slowly condensed into Gaara's hands. Hinata and the other two were sweating profusely. The seventh Hokage had a blank expression on his face. He was mentally prepared to take action at any time. The sand condensed in Gaara's hands. The seventh Hokage narrowed his eyes and watched the cold sweat flowing down his face. Temari yelled, Gaara. The sand condensed in Gaara clenched his fist. But the seventh Hokage didn't notice any sand around Hinata. The next moment, a plug made of sand appeared in Gaara's hand, blocking the mouth of the gourd. Gaara looked aggrieved. I know. Temari breathed a sigh of relief. Ha, that's great. Temari was really afraid that Gaara would cause trouble in Konoha, which was a place where crouching tigers and hidden dragons were. If Gaara messed around, they would never leave Konoha alive. However, this exam was a life and death agreement, but it was impossible to avoid someone holding a grudge and taking revenge in secret. The seventh Hokage was also relieved, otherwise he would have to do something to his good friend. If the future Gaara knew about it, he would blame himself. Kankuro also breathed a sigh of relief. Tisk, that's why I hate little devils. Hinata and the other two panted heavily. We're saved. Just now, Gaara must have discovered them, as did Kankuro and Temari. Akamera continued to howl, and Kiba finally reacted. What, is that so? Why didn't you say so earlier? Kiba's translation was wrong. In fact, Gaara was terrible, because Akamera smelled the strong smell of blood in the sand. He had no idea how many people he had killed. Then Kiba and the other two did not dare to stay and rush to the tower without stopping. They were the second team to arrive. After they were safe, Kiba explained Akamero actually meant that the little devils from the sand village would kill the big guy. At this time, Bai slowly walked over and said with a sweet smile, "Have you got the scroll?" Kiba hurriedly stepped back a few steps to protect his team's scroll. Seeing this, Bai took out his scroll to reassure them, saying, "I've got it too. Don't worry, I won't steal it from you." At this time, Temeri's voice rang out, "How long will it take?" The Sand Village trio slowly walked in, and they also noticed Hinata and the other two who had arrived at the tower before them. Temeri Kanjuro looked at the three with a smile on his face, which made Hinata and the other two very nervous. However, Bai also looked at Temeri and Kanjuro with a smile on his face, and suddenly, they couldn't laugh anymore. A drop of cold sweat left on their foreheads, and they turned their heads away and dared not look anymore. Now that three teams have passed the exam, Naruto's side is in trouble. The Sound Ninja left behind the Scroll of the Earth. Originally, they had the Scroll of the Sky, but it was destroyed by Orochimaru, so they could only go find another one. But more and more teams were eliminated, and it was hard to say whether they could still find the scroll. So Naruto had a crooked idea and tried to open the scroll and copy a copy of the scroll according to the text on it. A man named Kabuto appeared and stopped Naruto. Sasuke, who went to get water, saw Kabuto put his hand on their scroll and thought he was going to grab it, so he rushed over immediately. After the misunderstanding was resolved, Kabuto said lightly, "It can't be opened. There is hypnosis inside." In the last Chunin exam, everyone who opened the scroll fell asleep until the end of the exam. "Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to steal your scrolls," Sasuke said calmly. "I know, if you wanted to steal them, you could have just taken them away." Kabuto took out his own scroll of heaven and earth and said, "In fact, I have already collected all the scrolls. Well, goodbye, I'm going to find my companions." We got separated. Sasuke's expression wavered for a moment. It would undoubtedly be very difficult to go out and look for the scroll now. He wanted to snatch the scroll from Kabuto, but this man had just helped them, and Sasuke didn't seem to care about it and shouted, "Wait, please fight me." Kabuto looked at Sasuke. "You want to fight with me?" To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Naruto shouted, "Hey, Sasuke, Kabuto just helped us." Sasuke said lightly, "Sorry, we don't have time anymore, I have made up my mind to snatch yours." Kabuto said calmly, "You are lying, you haven't really made up your mind. If you have adapted to this cruel exam, you don't have to ask for my opinion, just take action when I'm not paying attention, this is a ninja." Kabuto said lightly, "I don't hate you, then I will show you a clear way, follow me, we will talk while walking." After listening to Kabuto's idea, Sakura suddenly understood, "So that's how it is, are we going to the tower to ambush those who have already obtained the scroll of heaven and earth?" Then Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura and Kabuto, the four of them, rushed to the tower and encountered an ambush. After defeating it, they obtained the scroll of heaven and earth and successfully passed the exam. When they arrived in front of the tower, the two sides said goodbye, and Naruto smiled and said, "Thanks to you, we can successfully collect the scroll of heaven and earth." Kabuto said modestly, "No, this is the result of your hard work, and your performance is excellent, Naruto." Kabuto gave Naruto a thumbs up. "Then, let's each do our best." Kabuto's two masked companions are also Orochimaru's men. It seems that this is why Orochimaru destroyed the scroll of heaven. The purpose is to let Kabuto contact the three of them. Kabuto, who left Naruto and the other two, came to Orochimaru, and Orochimaru asked, "How is it, did you gain anything?" Kabuto smiled, "Well, more than I thought. All his data in the second Chunin exam is here. This is what you want." At this time, the seventh Hokage walked towards Orochimaru with a stern face. "Hey, I advise you to restrain yourself. It was you who sent people to kill Sasuke." Orochimaru admitted without hesitation, "That was a plan arranged before I met you. Later, I did not cancel it, because since you did not specifically mention this matter, it should be safe. Besides, you even want me to take Sasuke away, which means that it will be good for the future if I take Sasuke away." Hearing this, the seventh Hokage sighed. He seemed to have no way to blame Orochimaru. "Okay, kill less. After becoming Hokage, I will have to kill people, but if I can avoid killing, I will still choose to imprison them. My heart is still the same as the innocent heart of the year, just more mature than little Naruto." Orochimaru understood what the seventh Hokage meant. He didn't like killing people, nor did he like those who killed. Orochimaru laughed. "In the future, the third Hokage died because of me, but you can still accept me like this. It seems that in the near future, many interesting things will really happen. I am already looking forward to it. In the future, don't you want to change anything? Do you need to bring me words?" The seventh Hokage shook his head. "She has nothing to say to you, she has to take care of the children, and has no time to care about you." Hearing this, the confident and calm expression of the snake uncle disappeared immediately. What did you say? Orochimaru couldn't believe it. Why would he put his experience into raising a child? Is his future self also old? Orochimaru actually knew very well that he was not very interested in women. It was unlikely that he would have children with a woman, and Orochimaru did not have any confidants. He did have some female subordinates, but his inner pride would not allow him to have relationships with his subordinates. The only woman who was qualified was Tsunade, but Tsunade simply hated him to death. And Orochimaru did not like Tsunade either, so, could he only have the child himself? Orochimaru broke out in a cold sweat and analyzed calmly. The technology that Orochimaru currently possessed was not enough for asexual reproduction. This was the first time that he saw this extremely frightened expression on Orochimaru's face. Because he remembered a man, an old pervert, the man with long white hair and an extremely wretched look. Is my brain broken? Could it be Jiraiya? Orochimaru did not doubt his charm. The appearance is just a shell, which can be changed at will. As for Jiraiya, as long as she is cute and beautiful, he likes her. Seeing that the snake uncle's expression was green and white, he was still thinking about it, his body was stiff. The seventh generation said lightly, "Don't worry, the child was bred by asexual reproduction with your own genes. He is extremely excellent. Even at the same age, he is better than Sasuke now." This is not a very important secret, so it can be said that there is no situation of being speechless. Orochimaru finally breathed a sigh of relief, but still couldn't understand why his future self put his experience on a child. Is it just like the current self who values Sasuke? The future self also wants to cultivate an excellent child? Later, because there were a lot of people who passed the Chunin exam, a preliminary round was needed. Kabuto Yakushi took the initiative to give up. The first game was Sasuke against Kabuto Yakushi's teammate, the man with sunglasses. The ability of the man in sunglasses is to absorb chakra, and he almost drained Sasuke dry. He couldn't use ninjutsu, so he had to rely on taijutsu in the end, and defeated his opponent with Lion Bullet. After the game, Sasuke was already panting, stroking the location of the curse seal, and Kakashi took him away for treatment. Naruto unexpectedly defeated Kiba, and Neji defeated Hinata. Tenten was unlucky to face his most unfavorable opponent, Temari, who was good at wind escape. The ninja tools couldn't hit him at all, and he was easily defeated. In fact, no matter how others performed in this qualifying match, the highlight moment of SVP, after all, belonged to Rock Lee Ninja. Look carefully, this move was originally meant to defeat you, and was specially prepared for you. The fourth gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu opened, and in an instant Rock Lee's skin color turned red. The violent aura was so terrifying that Gaara was beaten so badly that Shizzy could no longer keep up with Rock Lee's speed. Then Rock Lee's bandages wrapped around Gaara and he used a move called the External Lotus. The lotus in its normal state, after the 8 gates of ninjutsu are opened, is called the External Lotus, and its destructive power is doubled. Ninkai was stunned and broke out in a cold sweat. This guy, is he planning to kill me? However, Xiao Li only hit the sand clone and missed again. So he cheated for 5 minutes, and was banned for 3 years. Until Xiao Li grew up, there was no more highlight worth mentioning. Bai was directly promoted because there were no extra opponents assigned to him. Anyone who disagreed could fight him. I am afraid that except for Gaara, who was not afraid of death and arrogant, no one had the courage to do so. So far, the Chunin exam preliminaries have ended. Returning to their respective clans, Naruto happily opened the door of his house. The figure that haunted him, the woman he thought was just a dream, appeared in front of him. "Mom, I passed 2 Chunin exams." Kushina was learning to cook with Hinata, and she smiled gently when she heard this. "Really? Congratulations, Naruto, your dad will be very happy when he knows." Hearing this, little Naruto's eyes sparkled. "Then, Dad will know about it." Kushina smiled. "Next time I enter the main god space, I will tell him." In the main god space, Naruto cannot see Minato Namikaze, but Kushina can. Hearing this, little Naruto was extremely happy, his face was full of happiness, he was looking forward to his father knowing that he had passed the exam. Although he was also very happy to be praised by his mother, it was still necessary to be twice as happy. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Naruto sat happily at the dining table, his legs swinging, smiling at the 2 people who were busy cooking. Kushina accidentally saw the dirty Naruto, pointed at the bathroom and yelled, "Naruto, go take a shower for me, you are so dirty, do you want to eat like this?" Although he was scolded, Naruto was still very happy and agreed, "Okay, I'll go now." At this time, the 7th generation also walked in, exhausted. He followed a few little ghosts he was paying attention to throughout the whole place, which made him physically and mentally exhausted. But now the time is really leisurely, it is much easier than when he was Hokage. You have to know that when the 7th Hokage was the Hokage, Konoha village was full of his shadow clones, including couriers, guards, and cleaners. Of course, this was only the case when there was no manpower available, and they could still have a good rest at other times. The 7th Hokage is probably the most tired Hokage in history, and it is no wonder that Boruto is dissatisfied. Such a 7th Hokage can't take care of their small family at all. He has put his experience on the village, thus neglecting to care for his family. And there is something that the 7th Hokage is looking forward to recently. Jiraiya is about to appear. The original history was that after the preliminaries, everyone was busy improving their strength at zero time. During this period, Kakashi taught Sasuke Chidori. Naruto also met the lustful sage and learned the Rasengan. Naruto went to take a shower. Kushina looked at the 7th Hokage and Hinata and suggested, "Why don't you bring Boruto and Himawari over here, Sue?" The 7th Hokage had never thought about this before. "This isn't necessary, and we can't waste the Lord God's reward just for a reunion." Kushina said angrily, "Are you going to leave your son and daughter alone?" The 7th Hokage said, "It's okay. I came here, and the Lord God told me that I can go back when I want to, but I can't come back after that. When things here are over, or if I'm needed in the future, I can always go back." The 7th Hokage thought of Sasuke, and, that guy seems to have some way to travel through time and space, maybe he can master this method and come here. While they were chatting, someone knocked outside the house. In fact, there were only Kushina, the 7th Hokage and his wife, and little Naruto left in this house, by now settled in the medicine shop. Although the business was much quieter, there were still people who came to Bai for treatment. Bai's service was very thoughtful. Although it was not to say that the medicine could cure all diseases, there were also diseases that she could not treat. But most of the common diseases such as colds, fevers, poisoning, and injuries could be treated by her, and it was more careful and cheaper than going to the hospital. Sarah felt uncomfortable staying in this house, so she also moved to Naruto's former home, and new furniture was added. The person she is waiting for will not appear until 3 years later. As a queen, she has no means of making a living and relies entirely on the subsidy from the Saname. But the subsidy given to Sarah is a lot, enough for her to live in Konoha without worries. After all, she is a person throned by the Lord God, and the Saname must take good care of her. Recently, Sarah has also begun to learn various ninja-related things. She seems to want to become a ninja too, so that she can help the brave blonde boy in 3 years. The 7th Hokage asked, "Who is it, Kakashi teacher?" The 7th Hokage opened the door curiously, and when he saw the person coming, his hands trembled, with an expression of disbelief on his face. 443 Good, lecherous immortal, why are you here? Kushina hurried out upon hearing that. "Teacher Jiraiya, are you here to see me?" Seeing the 7th Hokage, Jiraiya couldn't help but look at him twice more, because the 7th Hokage gave him a familiar feeling, just like Namikaze Minato. However, they are different after all, and the difference is also very large. First of all, the 7th Hokage is not as handsome as Minato. After all, the 7th Hokage is already a middle-aged man, and Minato was still a young father when he died. Jiraiya smiled, "It's Minato's child. It seems that little Naruto's first wish brought you into this world." The 7th Hokage's eyes were filled with tears, and he hugged him excitedly. "Teacher Jiraiya, I miss you so much." Jiraiya was a little confused. "What's wrong, kid? I don't like men." The 7th Hokage suddenly thought of something and ran to his study. "By the way, Teacher Jiraiya, I have a gift for you." Kushina welcomed Jiraiya into the living room, poured her a cup of tea, and smiled. "I didn't expect to see you again, teacher." Jiraiya asked with sad eyes, "Is Minato doing well in the other family?" Kushina smiled. "Teacher, don't worry about him, he is very happy now, with grandchildren accompanying him." Jiraiya smiled happily when he heard it. "Really, Minato is really blessed." When the 7th generation came back, he was holding the sequel to the basic Intimate Paradise in his hands. "Teacher Jiraiya, look at this, it was created by someone else." Jiraiya took it and took a few glances. The content of the book was extremely explosive, even more erotic than the Intimate Paradise he wrote. And there were even pictures. "Oh wow." Kushina frowned. "Naruto, what are you showing the teacher?" The 7th Hokage then remembered that his mother was still there, so he asked Jiraiya to put it away. Jiraiya was also quite embarrassed, and coughed. "What's wrong? In the future, have I stopped writing, so there are young backups to continue writing?" The 7th Hokage said dejectedly, "Yes, for some reasons, Jiraiya-sensei can't continue writing." Jiraiya had just met the 7th Hokage, but he seemed to be very familiar with him, and the two talked about everything. That feeling was very wonderful, as if they had known each other for many years. In fact, Jiraiya had known little Naruto for a long time, so even when he grew up, Jiraiya would still know him. Moreover, he was willing to listen to everything he said like an elder. Suddenly Jiraiya's expression became serious. "Can you tell me, what happened to that guy?" The 7th Hokage understood. "You mean to ask Orochimaru? He has returned to Konoha and is also working for Konoha. He also has an extremely outstanding child." The tea that Jiraiya had just taken a sip of instantly sprayed all over the 7th Hokage's face. What are you talking about?" Jiraiya's expression was filled with heartache. Who is the child's mother? It couldn't be Tsunade. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The 7th Hokage shook his head repeatedly. No, no, don't worry, Teacher Jiraiya, you still have a chance. Grandma Tsunade chose to die alone. Jiraiya took a sip of tea calmly. I see, am I dead in the future? As expected of Jiraiya, he guessed it by looking at the seventh Hokage's unnatural expression and a few words. But Jiraiya didn't care. He patted the seventh Hoist's shoulder vigorously and said, but since you are here, the future will change. Kushina went upstairs and cleaned up a bedroom. Teacher Jiraiya, you can live here tonight. Oh no, please treat this place as your own home in the future. Jiraiya scratched his head embarrassedly. Aha, that's so embarrassing. Kushina rolled her eyes and said, Jiraiya, didn't you always do this before, coming to my house to eat and drink? Why are you embarrassed now? Have I been away for decades and made you shameless? Jiraiya didn't care. Ha ha ha, then I'd rather obey you than be respectful. At this time, little Naruto came out after taking a shower. Hey, who is this weird uncle? Kushina went up and punched him. This is your father's teacher, show some respect to me. Hearing this, Naruto's eyes sparkled. To be the teacher of the fourth Hokage, he must be very strong. Jiraiya, with a weird gesture, opened his palm to Naruto and introduced himself. I am the Toad Sage of Mayaboku Mountain. Naruto pestered. Then teach me ninjutsu and be my teacher. However, Jiraiya glanced at Naruto indifferently. Humph, I won't accept a kid like you as my disciple. Naruto pouted. The one who was hanging around the women's bathhouse today must be you, uncle. Jiraiya was stunned. He just returned to Konoha today and visited the Konoha women's bathhouse as soon as possible. How could this kid know? Then he ran to see Kushina as soon as possible. He was also very concerned about the temperament of this disciple Minato. In other words, the priority of the women's bathhouse is above Kushina. He only went to 2 places in total, but he met Naruto in both places? Hearing this, Kushina's face was full of black lines. Suppressing her anger, Master Jiraiya. Jiraiya said in horror, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. How could the Toad Sage do such a thing? Little Naruto gritted his teeth. Then there is no other way. Jiraiya asked curiously, what do you mean by no other way? It's not that he didn't want to accept little Naruto as a disciple, but he didn't want him to succeed too easily. I, the Toad Sage of Mayaboku Mountain, can't be such a casual person. Little Naruto said lightly, just let you take a look, that's all. Jiraiya asked curiously, what do you mean? The 7th generation smiled. Little Naruto's unexpectedness was the first, even he himself couldn't guess the little Naruto's train of thought. Naruto said calmly, this is a ninjutsu I just developed, which is more powerful than the seduction technique. When Jiraiya first saw the grown-up Naruto, he didn't know what he wanted to do, and asked curiously, oh, let me see. The 7th Hokage warned expressionlessly, no, Naruto, if you dare to use this trick, you will die horribly. Little Naruto began to make hand seals, but the 7th Hokage instantly interrupted the little Naruto's hand seals, staring at the little Naruto with extremely terrifying eyes. Little Naruto was scared. This was the first time he saw the 7th Hokage angry. But Kushina pushed the 7th Hokage away and said, what are you doing? No matter what kind of ninjutsu little Naruto develops, you should encourage it. Even if it is very simple and weak, you can't curb his genius creativity. The 7th Hokage was speechless, but, Kushina said with a smile, alright, there's nothing to say, you step aside and make room for little Naruto. The 7th Hokage was sweating profusely, and Hinata, a good wife and mother, also came over with a curious look on her face. Originally, the 7th Hokage was just worried that little Naruto would be beaten by Kushina, but now, Hinata is here too. The 7th Hokage also started to get scared. This was not good, maybe he would be beaten too. Well, Hinata was only angry, but she never beat him, but she would kick him out of the house and sleep outside. So the 7th Hokage came forward and put his arm around Hinata's shoulders. Come on, ma'am, we should go to bed. Hinata blushed immediately, but still shook her head. No, I want to see the new ninjutsu that little Naruto has developed. The 7th Hokage was full of black lines. There's nothing to see, really, it's just a very crude ninjutsu. If you want to see it, I'll show you my strange Rasengan. Hinata still shook her head no, I've seen you making Rasengan for several years. Little Naruto doesn't know how to make Rasengan now, right? You should be able to come up with something new. It seems that little Naruto has never used the seduction technique in front of Hinata, and people who have seen little Naruto use the seduction technique, such as the 3rd Hokage, Kakashi, and Jiraiya, would never tell Hinata. This is indeed a secret for Hinata. Hinata gently urged, come on, little Naruto, show us your new ninjutsu. Little Naruto roared with blood boiling. Oh, he made a seal again, ninjutsu, harem technique. Because Kushina, Hinata, and Jiraiya gave him enough space for little Naruto to show his fists and feet. In an instant, the smoke here was boiling, full of smoke effects brought by the shadow clone and transformation. But when the smoke gradually dispersed, the expressions of the 3 people gradually changed, and they began to be shocked and incredible. The seventh generation covered his face. This is good, my lifelong reputation is ruined. Although this is indeed the routine operation of the seventh generation when he was a child, but, since he became Hokage, everyone has selectively forgotten his black history. Never mention these, but now this scene reminds the seventh generation of the past that is unbearable to look back on. Hinata covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes widened, and her face quickly turned red. Kushina was unbelievable at first, and then her face turned red and furious. You kid, who are you? You educated him like this. Is it the dead old man of the third generation? The third generation was innocently caught in the gun. It was obviously little Naruto who learned bad things, but he had to take the blame. Jiraiya was already exhausted from the seduction technique alone, and now here comes the harem technique. Looking at the beauties of all sizes surrounding him, his nose bleeds like crazy. Judging from the amount, it must be half a pound. The seventh Hokage is worried. Can Jiraiya bear it? The impact was too strong, and Jiraiya seemed to be drunk. Ha 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 ha, heaven, is this heaven? Kushina's red hair stood up instantly. She had already made up her mind that when she saw little Naruto one day, she would be gentler to him. She wanted to compensate him for more than 10 years of debt at once, but little Naruto was too irritating, and her defense was broken in an instant. Naruto! Human! Kushina roared, punching Naruto with her violent fist. Because the real body was attacked, the shadow clones were scared and disarmed one after another. Only Naruto's real body was left, and soon his face was bruised and swollen. The seventh Hokage wiped the cold sweat from his head and sighed. Mom is really ruthless. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. At this time, little Naruto's face was really bruised and swollen. Kushina's hands were sore from beating him, so she let Naruto go. The next moment, Naruto's bruised face returned to normal, as if he had never been injured. Although the Nine Tails has been sealed, the existence of the Nine Tails also makes little Naruto's body very special, with extremely strong recovery ability. Coupled with the self-healing ability of the Uzumaki clan, little Naruto is like a cockroach. He has been beaten a lot by Sakura, but he is fine. Who among the others, including Sasuke, dares to take Sakura's fist? Fortunately, Sakura has never beaten Sasuke, otherwise their married life would be worrying. At this time, Hinata was also looking at the seventh generation. Why are you studying such obscene ninjutsu? Hinata blushed when she thought of the scene just now, when the room was full of beautiful girls of different styles without a piece of clothing. The seventh generation opened her mouth and wanted to explain something, but she didn't know how to explain it at all. Finally, she scratched her head with a smile. Well, everyone has a past that they don't want to look back on, right? Hinata didn't make the seventh Hokage even more angry, but joined the battlefield of scolding little Naruto. Kushina asked angrily, tell me, how many people have you used such a dirty ninjutsu on? Hinata said with a serious face, little Naruto, don't use this kind of ninjutsu in the future. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law practiced together and taught little Naruto a lesson. Jiraiya was so shocked that he fainted. He might not wake up in a short time. In fact, Jiraiya is also a guy with lust but no courage. He can have a look, but if he goes further, he will enter the saint mode and think of Tsunade, whom he likes. Little Naruto said pitifully, not many, just a few. Kushina said coldly, who are they among them? Little Naruto said weakly, for example, the third generation grandfather, and Irika teacher, Kakashi teacher, and Sasuke. The seventh generation frowned. There's no need to apologize for this kind of thing. You may not understand the mentality of men. It was very embarrassing for them to be successfully tricked by Naruto with his seduction technique, and they didn't want anyone to know about it. They don't want women to know, because it will make them feel ashamed. Kushina was furious. You mean, you shouldn't apologize if you do something wrong? The seventh Hokage pointed at Jiraiya, then look at Jiraiya-sensei, do you think it's necessary to apologize to him? Kushina admitted this point, and there was really no need to apologize to Jiraiya. However, the Sandaime, Kakashi, Irika, and Sasuke in the same class were different from Jiraiya. They were not lustful people, and they would definitely be angry if Naruto used seduction to trick them. This kind of thing naturally requires an apology. The gentle Hinata had the same idea as Kushina. The seventh Hokage was speechless. It seemed that he really didn't have much say in this family. After nightfall, the main god space came again after a long absence. During the Chunin exam, the main god space was closed for a short time, and everyone was actually happy to enter this familiar space again. The main god space is such a good place, they don't want it to disappear. Not only can they communicate and play with each other at night, but they can also get generous rewards. So such a great place, really don't want it to disappear. The main god said calmly, the Chunin exam has far-reaching implications, so it is hereby closed. Now that the exam is over, I have set questions and ask everyone in the ninja world to answer them. Those who answer correctly will be given the opportunity to revive their loved ones. In this war-torn ninja world, reviving your loved ones is very attractive to everyone. So let's start answering the questions. In the first Chunin exam, who answered the questions by himself without cheating? The video in the air began to play, which was the video of the first Chunin exam. The video stopped abruptly when the candidates started to cheat. Hearing this, Naruto was very excited. He still wanted to revive someone, that is, his father. The 7th generation was also embarrassed because he didn't know the answer. Sakura slowly raised her hand. Lord, if I answer it wrong, what will happen? Because in the previous quiz games, those who answered wrongly would die, and she was afraid this time. The Lord said calmly, of course it's death, I don't need to emphasize this again. If such a threshold is not set, wouldn't everyone be able to answer the questions without thinking and answering casually? Hearing this, Sakura's legs were shaking, and she seemed to want to answer with a trembling look. Sasuke saw Sakura's thoughts and said anxiously, Sakura, what do you want to do? You will die if you answer it wrong. Sakura smiled at Sasuke, but insisted on answering. It was Haruno Sakura. Haruno Sakura did not cheat in this exam. Hearing this, Ino blushed instantly. Not only did she copy Sakura's test paper, she also used the heart turn technique to help Shikamaru and Koji write down the answers. It can be said that when it comes to cheating, Ino is the best MVP of the game. Not only did she cheat herself, she also helped 2 teammates cheat together. The answer is correct. Then, who do you want to resurrect? Kakashi opened his mouth and wanted to say something. He wanted to ask Sakura as a teacher to help him resurrect someone, but if he did that, it would be very unfair to Sakura, and he was not with Sakura now, so he had to give up. Kakashi looked at Linear. At this time, the 2 of them had already caught the masked man. Last time in the main god space, they pounced on the masked man, but the main god space happened to end at this time. And this time in the main god space, they just came in and were at the place where they left last time. Obito panicked. He wanted to activate the ability of the Sharingan to escape into the void, but no one could leave the main god space without permission. Therefore, the ability of the Sharingan was invalid, or it should be said that all space ninjutsu would be invalid here. Kakashi said calmly, wait for the main god to finish asking questions and leave, and then we will ask you carefully. To read the violent novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Lin also nodded seriously, well, it's you, Obito. On Sakura's side, after receiving the reward from the main god, he looked at Sasuke gently, Sasuke-kun, you choose. Sasuke's face changed when he heard this, Sakura, you. Of course he knew how precious this opportunity was. This was a question that Sakura had almost risked her life to answer. He didn't want to accept such kindness, but this was really too important to him. Sakura, thank you, I don't know how to repay you, you seem to have liked me all along, right? I can only promise you. However, Sakura shook her head, I don't want such a promise, one day I want Sasuke to really like me. After that, Sakura said, Lord God, I will give this reward to Sasuke. Yes, rewards like this for resurrecting others can be listened to by others, and naturally they can also be given to others. But the power is given, but it cannot be given to others. The Lord God said lightly, okay. Sakura smiled and said, tell me, Sasuke-kun, who do you want to revive? Sakura knew that the Uchiha clan was completely wiped out, and he must have many people he wanted to revive. It's a pity that she only has one chance to revive, and can only help Sasuke revive one of them. This time Sasuke was really moved by Sakura, because the excitement and joy of seeing his relatives, and the touch of Sakura, made him burst into tears. Sakura covered her mouth and chuckled, this is not like the Sasuke-kun I know. He is always a handsome man with a blank expression. In fact, Sakura was not sure whether her answer was correct. Although it is true that he did not cheat, however, he did not answer all the questions. There are still some difficult questions that she does not know and guessed blindly. Therefore, she really risked her life to test the Lord God's judgment standard. Fortunately, she got it right. And Sasuke also said the name in his heart, Uchiha Mikato. I want to revive my mother Uchiha Mikato, your wish has come true. Then, Uchiha Mikato turned from the area of past ninjas and came to the Konoha area. She already knew everything. She had been staying in the area of past ninjas all the time, watching Sasuke. However, he could only see Sasuke in the main god space and could not see Sasuke's growth in reality. 5.7 This made her feel so unwilling. She really wanted to see more of Sasuke and see how Sasuke grew up in reality. She had noticed the child in orange clothes in the main god space a long time ago. She recognized him at a glance. He was Kushina's child, Naruto. There was also a pink-haired female ninja who always stood with Sasuke in the main god space. She must be Sasuke's companion. She had thought in her heart, it's great, Kushina, our 2 children have been assigned to the same class. And now, she can finally hug Sasuke in reality and accompany her to grow up. Uchiha Fugaku looked at his wife with a gentle smile, go, and accompany Sasuke, including my share. When Uchiha Mikato appeared in Konoha, Kushina happily hugged her as a close friend. I'm glad that you're resurrected too. By the way, Sasuke, who is paired with Naruto, is your child, right? I haven't had the chance to invite her to my home as a guest. Uchiha Mikoto said with a smile, it's not too late to invite her now, let's go together, mother and son. When Uchiha Sasuke was born, Kushina saw him with a big belly. The relationship between the two of them has always been good. Sasuke is 1 year older than Naruto. They also hope that their children can become a bond to each other. And now they are indeed assigned to the same class, forming a bond that cannot be broken in this life. Seeing his mother again after many years, Sasuke had tears in his eyes. Mom. Sasuke threw himself into his mother's arms like a child. Neji looked at him indifferently with a look of disdain. In the Chunin exam, Neji always regarded Sasuke as an opponent who could fight with him. Seeing his opponent like this, he looked very disdainful, but for some reason, he felt a little sad in his heart. Maybe he was also looking forward to seeing his parents again. At this time, in the area of the Hokage family where Neji was, a hand slowly raised up. It was Hinata. Lord God, and I, Hokage Hinata, did not cheat in the Chunin exam. Hearing this, Hokage Hayashi widened his eyes. Really, Hinata, you really didn't cheat? He didn't doubt Hinata, but if she answered wrong, she would die. If Hinata really cheated, even a little, facing the ending of death, no one could accept it. Hinata suddenly remembered that although she didn't cheat, he seemed to want to show the test paper to Naruto to help him cheat. Hinata was not sure at this time, and she became nervous, and her body began to tremble unconsciously. The 7th generation instantly protected Hinata in front of him, staring at the sky above the Lord God's space, waiting for the Lord God's judgment. If Hinata answered wrong, and really wanted to attack her, although this was a fair game, the 7th generation could not accept it. If he couldn't accept it, he would resist. Even if it was the Lord God, he would not give up easily. The 7th generation was more nervous than ever. In this world, even with his power, it would be very slim to defeat the Lord God. The Lord God was silent for a long time and said lightly, the answer is correct. Hearing this, the 7th generation breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Lord's judgment was quite lenient. Then the Lord said calmly, this is a fair game. I must warn you that accepting rewards will inevitably involve some risks. If you can't afford to lose, don't answer. Resistance is useless. Next time you answer a question, please think twice before you act. Tell me, who do you want to resurrect? At this time, Neji couldn't help but look at Hinata. At this moment, he actually wanted to ask Hinata. Beg Hinata to resurrect his father, the father who died for the Hokage family. Hinata noticed Nishi's gaze, and looked at her father, Hokage Hayashi, at a loss. In fact, the reason why Hinata answered was because she remembered that Naruto's father had not been resurrected yet. If Naruto's father was resurrected together, he would be very happy. At this time, Nishi lowered his head. He remembered the preliminaries of the Chunin exam. He wanted to kill Hinata, but he was stopped by 3 senior ninjas. Even so, Hinata was still seriously injured by him. What reason did he have to ask Hinata for help? Hokage Hayashi naturally took Nishi's mood into consideration, but he didn't care. It should be said that any reward in the main god space should be a powerful Konoha. Hokage Hayashi looked at the 3rd generation, choose Namikaze Minato, right. The Sandaime nodded slightly. Then Hokage Hayashi leaned close to Hinata's ear and whispered, resurrect Naruto's father, his name is Namikaze Minato, and you should ask the Lord God in person. Hinata's face instantly turned red with steam. She did want to resurrect Naruto's father. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. But she also knew that this kind of thing could not be decided by her alone, and she had to ask the Hokage family for their opinions. But she never expected that her father would. Could it be that her father already knew that she liked little Naruto? Hinata was shy and anxious, and she didn't dare to think about it at all. In the end, she said with a trembling voice, please resurrect Naruto's father, Namikaze Minato. Hearing this, Naruto looked at Hinata in disbelief. Hinata, you guy. Then tears flowed down. After seeing his mother, the idea of seeing his father became stronger. Unexpectedly, it was Hinata who helped him realize this wish. But, why is this? Kushina punched the little Naruto on the head. Really, haven't you noticed yet? Hinata likes you. Hearing this, the little Naruto widened his eyes in disbelief. Like me? At this moment, the little Naruto finally remembered Hinata and had a deep impression of her. In the future area, Uzumaki Boruto looked at Namikaze Minato. Grandpa, it's great, you can finally reunite with your father. Himawari also said happily, congratulations, Grandpa. Hearing this, Minato rubbed the heads of the two. Don't worry, I will still accompany you when you enter the main god space in the future. The next moment Minato appeared in the Konoha area. He looked at Naruto with a smile on his face. Naruto's eyes were also filled with tears. The next moment, he choked up and hugged her without saying a word. This is his father. His father is a great hero who saved Konoha. And now, his parents are all back by his side. Naruto can finally stop envying other children. Because he, Uzumaki Naruto, also has parents, not some demon fox boy, and even his parents are better than anyone else. His parents' love for him is not inferior to anyone else, and his parents' greatness is also not inferior to anyone else. Seeing Sasuke and Naruto reunited with their parents, Sakura was moved to tears. The loneliest children in Konoha are Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke went to extremes, and if Naruto didn't have Jiraiya, Kakashi, Iruka and others, he might have gone to extremes as well. In the original history, Naruto was luckier than Sasuke after all, and Sasuke was the truly lonely one. Namikaze Minato gently patted Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, let's talk slowly when we get back. Can you let me go first? It seems that something has happened with your teacher Kakashi. Besides, I also want to confirm something. Kushina also remembered something and clenched her fists. Go, Minato. I also want to see the true identity of that masked man and why he wanted to resurrect me in Rin. Although it is unbelievable, the true identity of the masked man is most likely Obito. Apart from those who are still in Konoha, Obito is the only one who may resurrect them. But Obito is dead, but maybe he is not dead. After all, Kakashi did not bring back Obito's body that year, so he might have been rescued by someone. That person is Minato Namikaze? The ninjas from other villages also recognized this person, especially the Raikage, who was gritting his teeth. Damn, this guy actually resurrected. Konoha is now stronger and more difficult to deal with. Minato Namikaze was the most shining guy in the Third Ninja World War. He was powerful, but killed many of their relatives. Many people were staring at him and the little Naruto in his arms with hatred. The reason why the Saname didn't reveal that Naruto was the child of the fourth Hokage was because of this. Some people would hate little Naruto and assassinate him for revenge. But it doesn't matter now. Even if they were known, they didn't have the courage to assassinate little Naruto under the protection of Minato Namikaze. Although little Naruto didn't know what his father was going to do, he still nodded obediently and pursed his lips. Go early and come back early. Kushina clenched her fists at this time, and with a fierce look, she pulled Minato Namikaze's arm and put it on her waist. Use Flying Thunder God and take me with you. Seeing this, little Naruto blushed and covered his eyes. His mother really showed her love regardless of the occasion. Namikaze Minato also had a wry smile on his face, but he still agreed seriously. Then Namikaze Minato reached for his waist and wanted to take out a sword. The sword of ninja love. This was the work of the master Namikaze Minato, but unfortunately he touched nothing. Namikaze Minato suddenly felt embarrassed. Without the Flying Thunder God, could he rush to the place like an ordinary ninja? To be honest, Namikaze Minato had not walked to rush for a long time. The second generation calmly handed over a kunao. Take it, although it is not your sword of ninja love, it is also engraved with the Flying Thunder God marked by me. Namikaze Minato nodded. Thank you. The next moment, Minato shot a kunao towards Kakashi Rin and the masked man. Then he smiled at Naruto. Well, see you later. He was really handsome, and disappeared as soon as he finished speaking. It was like when he fought with the masked man that year, he had time to go back to his home during the battle. He is worthy of being the most handsome man in the ninja world, and his charm is above Sasuke. Seeing this, little Naruto's eyes sparkled. Ah, so handsome. Little Naruto poked Sasuke and said with great pride, see, that's my dad. Sasuke snorted and turned his head away. So what? My dad is no worse than your dad. Uchiha Fugaku also opened his Mangekyo. If he didn't want to, Uchiha Itachi couldn't kill him at all. He is indeed very powerful, but compared with Namikaze Minato, he is indeed a little worse. Uchiha Mikato rubbed little Naruto's head. Congratulations, little Naruto, your parents are back. You must get along well with Sasuke in the future. Your mother and I were best friends back then, and you two must become best brothers too. Little Naruto was obviously very moved. He looked like Sasuke, but Sasuke still looked arrogant. Little Naruto snorted coldly. Humph, I don't want to be brothers with this guy. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Sasuke also had a look of disdain on his face. Who wants to be brothers with this loser? Both of them were arrogant. Whether it was the battle with Zabuza or the battle with Orochimaru, they had actually recognized each other. Uchiha Mikato smiled, took Sasuke's hand, and then took Naruto's hand, and let the two hold them together. However, the moment they touched each other's hands, it was as if they had touched something hot. They really didn't want to touch each other for even a moment, and just separated. Uchiha Mikato was helpless. These two children, and she and Kushina were nothing like back then. Then Namikaze Minato came to the masked man with Kushina. Namikaze Minato stared at the masked man. Who are you? The masked man said coldly, I am Uchiha Madara. Kushina spurted on the spot. Bah, what Uchiha Madara, the guy who hides his true face under the mask. Take off the mask quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Kakashi was ashamed, as expected of the master's wife. She is really domineering. Then Kakashi said lightly, don't say anything, take off his mask, won't you know? However, the masked man did not resist. because he had long known that in this strange main god space, it is impossible to take off clothes, and the mask is naturally the same. Otherwise, there are so many people in the ninja world, what if a few shameless guys appear, and they take off their clothes and look extremely obscene? I'm talking about you, Faden, the guy who likes to take off clothes for the evil god ritual. Seeing this, Kushina was extremely angry. Damn it, are you Obito? The masked man said calmly. So what if you are, so what if you are not, the Obito you are familiar with is dead, Minato said. It seems that you and Obito are indeed related, Kakashi said seriously. If you are really Obito, why don't you return to Konoha? Don't you want to be Hokage? Obito said calmly. Because, Kakashi, I saw you kill Lingen. Ling explained after hearing this. That's not the case. I ran into him and committed suicide in order to protect the village. So what, he failed to keep his promise to protect Rin after all. Minato said calmly, it seems that you are really Obito. Kushina had a complicated expression. You guy, I don't blame you for killing Minato and me, stop talking nonsense, come back to me quickly, don't you even listen to me? The masked man was silent, his heart was struggling. Yes, Rin was back, why should he create a world with Rin? In this world, haven't everyone come back? Kakashi was really discouraged by what Obito said, and he was speechless. Even though Lin had been resurrected, he still felt guilty for killing Lin with his own hands. Seeing the stubborn Obito, Lin, who was always very gentle, wanted to slap Obito in the face. Then Obito looked at Minato Namikaze, and you, teacher, aren't you very powerful? You killed so many people in the Third Ninja World War that other villages were terrified. They set up a village rule for you that it would not be considered a violation if they ran away after seeing you. But why were you not around when we were in danger twice? The leading jonin of other classes have always been protecting their students. You are so powerful, why can't you even save your own students? Hearing this, Namikaze Minato became autistic. I'm sorry, Obito. At this time Kushina roared, what about me? You deliberately chose the period when I was suspected of giving birth to lure out the Nine Tails to destroy the village and kill me. I owe you. Minato, you are my favorite brother, but you disregarded my life and safety. When did you become this kind of person? Hearing this, Obito was speechless. He whispered, I will revive you. As long as I gather all the tailed beasts, I will become a god and create a world where all people can exist. Kushina was a woman, and although she didn't understand the great plan in Obito's mind, she still said it instinctively, but are you really sure? Are you sure that in the world you created, I will still be me? Rin was also extremely disappointed with Obito's stubbornness at this time, and shouted angrily, I'll give you a month. If you don't come back, I will marry Kakashi, get married on the spot. Hearing this, Obito's voice trembled, and his body began to tremble unconsciously. Then, as if he had done it in the past, Obito clenched his fists and roared at Kakashi, damn Kakashi, didn't you agree with me that whoever gets a wife will be a dog? Do you want to be a dog, Kakashi? Kakashi was silent. This. Obito continued to roar, answer me, Kakashi, do you want to be a dog, Kakashi dog? It seems that Obito is anxious. Lin covered her mouth and chuckled, then come back, otherwise, I will marry Kakashi immediately. After saying that, Lin hugged Kakashi's arm in a huff. This scene made Obito angry. Kakashi, you bastard, you dog. Kushina also laughed, then, come back, we don't blame you. Hearing this, Obito looked frustrated. He had countless reasons not to go back to Konoha, but for Lin, he had to go back. Obito returned to his calm and relaxed look and said, we don't have to wait until a month later. Let's do it tomorrow. When the main god space ends, Kakashi, I will take Rin away from you. Namikaze Minato said lightly, are you still obsessed? Obito said lightly, teacher, you don't understand. I can't go back. That plan must be carried out. Even if I go back, your future will still be dead. Obito didn't believe that anyone could survive in that guy's hands. 3 years later, the large-scale Fourth Ninja World War was a contest between the living and the dead. Who can survive facing that terrifying man? It would be better for him to complete this plan by himself, whether he is an undercover agent or a chess piece. He will not let Uchiha Madara be resurrected. He wants to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and become a god himself. He will not give Uchiha Madara this opportunity, and he will not resurrect Uchiha Madara. But if he just leaves, Uchiha Madara still has Nagato as a chess piece, who can also resurrect him. By then, even if he could be happy in Konoha, he would not be able to face Uchiha Madara who had returned from his prime. No matter how harmless and kind Obito was in the past, he has now grown into a cold-blooded chess player. A chess player who uses the entire ninja world as a chessboard. Go back, you guys. The main god space is over. I will go to Konoha. Don't bother me here. In the main god space, Obito really couldn't hide. The Kamui space was sealed and he couldn't get in. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. He couldn't just run around in a panic. That was not his style. Kushina was extremely angry and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Minato Namikaze. He pulled Kushina and said to Obito, "Okay, I will stop you. You can't take Rin away from me." Obito narrowed his eyes and said confidently, "That's not necessarily true." Then Minato Namikaze said lightly, "Let's go, Kushina, don't say any more in Kakashi, Rin, I will protect you at your wedding." Rin blushed. She was actually just angry with Obito. She was not sure who she liked. He hadn't decided whether to choose Kakashi or Obito, but Minato Namikaze's words successfully made Obito grit his teeth. "With your protection, can't I snatch Rin away from me?" Minato and Konan were staring at the extremely cute and beautiful Rin the whole time. Obito noticed the gazes of the two and his expression froze. "You too, do you want to die?" Minato said lightly. "I'll accompany you to the end." Pain said inappropriately. "It takes several floors to carry a bag of rice, Japanese homonym, feel the pain. A bag of rice has to be carried to the second floor. Thinking about the pain, how tired I am to carry a bag of rice. Accept the pain, I have to wash a bag of rice. Understand the pain, a bag of rice, I washed so much mud." A person who knows nothing about pain. At this time, Uchiha Obito looked at Pain coldly. "Nagato, do you want to fight me? I want you to feel the pain too." Obito was furious. But then Obito gave in. "Next time someone from Akatsuki answers the question correctly, resurrect Yahiko." Nagato snorted and accepted the proposal. And indeed, Obito is better at answering questions because he knows too many things and too many secrets. The chances of him answering the questions correctly are still very high. On the contrary, Nagato knows nothing about Konoha, and as it stands now, the problems seem to be concentrated in Konoha. As long as Obito is willing to resurrect Yahiko the next time he answers the question correctly, then he can let go of his personal grudge with Obito. Minato brought Kakashi, Rin and Kushina back to Konoha, and Naruto asked, "Who is that person?" Kushina's expression was obviously disappointed. "That person, like your teacher Kakashi, was once your father's disciple." Hearing this, Naruto said in disbelief, "Teacher Kakashi, he is actually my father's disciple." Then Naruto looked at Kakashi angrily, "Such an important thing, why didn't you tell me?" Kakashi scratched his head embarrassedly. "Well, you didn't ask about this, at this time." The Lord's voice sounded again. "I thought it would be just one quiz game like before. But today it seems there are 2 chances to get rewards." The Lord said calmly, "I will give rewards to the 5 people who performed best in the second Chunin exam. First place, Mizunatsuki, Haku." Then the main god Space played the scene of Haku's battle. To be honest, Haku's battle ended too quickly. Apart from Haku, there were 3 people he defeated. Almost no one knew how he won. Of course, there was also a big little Naruto hiding in the bushes, but Naruto was not seen either. In the picture, Haku's snowflake-shaped Eternal Scar Mangekyo was activated, and its ability was to strengthen the ice attribute. This is somewhat similar to Uchiha Madara's ability. Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo ability is to strengthen all ninjutsu. Although Uchiha Madara never said it himself, this was speculated by the 7th generation. All the ninjutsu he released were terribly powerful. One of his fireballs required a class of water ninjas to defend together. There was also the sky-helping meteor. The normal level of this number should be to summon 1 meteor, but he was able to summon 2. Of course, Uchiha Madara's ninjutsu was so powerful. Was it his own fault? It is unknown whether it is because of his own strength or the amplification of his Sharingan. The Edge Grave Wheel Domain is actually an ability that Uchiha Madara awakened after obtaining the Samsara Eye, not the Sharingan. Just like Sasuke gets the power of the Sky Hand, he can distort space and change positions, which is a great strategic skill, and Bai's enhanced ice attribute can even freeze people. Just by stretching out his hand, 3 ninjas were frozen. Moreover, this kind of soldier is difficult to melt by fire escape, and it takes a very long time to melt. Her battle was not very exciting, because she was killed instantly by him without any suspense. Then the picture should have stopped, but it didn't. Bai's eyes condensed and found someone squatting in the bushes. She walked slowly. Little Naruto panicked. Shame, don't get close, the picture should have ended. Bai's strength is obvious to all, but why does it continue to play? You know, at that time, he was halfway through pulling it out when he heard someone approaching, so he quickly used his sphincter to pinch it off. Such a shameful thing, he didn't want to be publicly punished in front of so many people. Naruto's body was stiff with nervousness, and his face was red. Finally, the picture stopped abruptly. After all, the Lord God couldn't play the picture of Naruto using his sphincter to pinch off in front of so many people. In fact, Bai saw the scene, so when he left, he showed an expression as if he saw something dirty. "Well, Mizunatsuki Haku, your ability is already very strong, so I will give you the most suitable reward for you, to be a girl." Upon hearing this, the entire ninja world fell silent. Everyone knew Haku, the big star. They knew that he was so handsome, but he was actually a boy. However, now, the Lord God, Cheers resounded through the sky. Great, Lord God is wise and powerful. Naruto was also stunned. He didn't understand why everyone was so happy. But then Naruto also smiled foolishly. That's great, Haku, you can be a girl. Then little Naruto finally reacted. Wait, a girl? Bai was so shocked that his body was stiff and trembling. His face had already turned red, and Zabuza in the distance also sighed. Bai, your life in Konoha is great, congratulations. Bai was resistant. Lord God, no, I don't want to become a girl. To read the violent novels, go to Fula Novel Network. You know, every time someone treats him as a girl, she is very resistant. The tone will also become a little cold, which means that Bai doesn't like being treated as a girl. But now, soon, the Lord God's reward was fulfilled, and Bai's chest, which was originally flat, suddenly swelled up. He, who should now be called a female character, has not changed much in his face, but is softer and more beautiful. The lips without lipstick have also become pink, which is even better looking. Little Naruto looked at Bai in disbelief. Sister Bai, you are so cute. Hearing this, Bai's face flushed. Although she still maintained her sweet little face, her forehead had become gloomy, and she said grimly, what nonsense are you talking about, Naruto? Little Naruto touched the corner of his eyes excitedly. I have decided that from today on, I don't like Sakura anymore. Sister Bai, I, like you. Bai couldn't punch little Naruto like Sakura did, but Bai really wanted to hit little Naruto. It was really too much to tease her without considering her extremely nervous mood at the moment. But Kushina punched little Naruto instead. What nonsense are you talking about, Naruto? You are too disrespectful to Miss Bai. Bai heard this and was immediately embarrassed and anxious. Bai, Miss Bai? But thank you, Kushina. But Kushina continued, even if you like her, you should choose an auspicious day, take Miss Bai to see a movie, have a meal, etc., and then go to confess your love. Kushina actually hopes to see little Naruto open a harem. The more daughters-in-law the better. Kushina is very happy that her son is liked by so many outstanding girls. Sarah is the same, Bai is the same, and Hinata is the same. There may be other outstanding women who have not appeared in the future. For example, Shin, the Maiko of the Demon Kingdom, is still a harmless little loli like Naruto. There is also a fiancé who was engaged by Jiraiya without authorization, Nadeshiko Shizuka. And the recently popular female star, the princess of the Snow Kingdom, Hyuka Koyuki. It's just that they haven't appeared yet. If Kushina knew, she would definitely be very happy. Her son is actually liked by so many outstanding women, and as a mother, she is so happy. Kushina accidentally noticed Bai's chest and quickly covered it with both hands. In an instant, Bai's face turned red. Sister Kushina, what are you doing? Kushina complained, how can you not wear a bra, it will be exposed, cover it up quickly, and go buy a bra when you return to reality. Bai's face became even redder when he heard it. Kushina reminded her like she was reminding her son, daughter, being a girl has a lot of things to pay attention to, such as the bathroom, and all kinds of things must be prepared. Anyway, come to my house first after the main god space is over, and I will buy it for you. Bai said embarrassedly, why are you nice to me? Bai actually felt the motherly love from Kushina, which made Bai feel complicated. He didn't know if he was moved or what, but he just felt warm in his heart. Kushina said loudly, hey, of course you have to be nice to your daughter-in-law. Inadvertently exposing his true thoughts, Minato said speechlessly, Kushina, don't match people up randomly, you let Hinata fall in love, it's embarrassing. Kushina said as a matter of course Hinata will also be married, this is called rain and dew are evenly distributed. Minato was even more speechless. He dared to bet that if he looked at other women on the road for even one more time, his legs would be broken. But his son. Of course, Minato was not envious at all. After all, he was a good man and really liked Kushina. It's just that this really makes people speechless. Bai blushed to the point of being embarrassed when he heard Kushina's real purpose. She would not go to her house after the main god space ended like Kushina said. He was even a little afraid to get close to Naruto's house. You know, he was a man before, how could he do this? The main god is the same, and Kushina is the same. Although he didn't hate Naruto, but liked him very much, but there are many forms of love. Why did it become like this now? The second place goes to Gaara. Upon hearing this, Temari and Kankuro were instantly excited. It is finally our turn of the Sand Village, and our Sand Village has also received a reward from the Lord God. Gaara, you long to be loved. I grant you the chance to be resurrected. The object of resurrection is your mother. Upon hearing this, Gaara widened his eyes and said proudly, Humph, I am not worthy of being loved, not to mention that woman doesn't love me either. Temari and Kankuro were very excited. That was not only Gaara's mother, but also their mother. Karura had actually met the 4th Kazekage in the past ninja area, and Karura had resolved the 4th Kazekage's hatred for Gaara. The 4th Kazekage actually loved his wife Karura very much, but Gaara's birth killed Karura, so the 4th Kazekage Raza hated Gaara. Now Raza's heart knot has been untied, and he feels guilty for what he did. He said to his wife Karura, go, explain it clearly to Gaara, and love him well. Karura smiled and nodded, of course, I will. The Lord's inventory was not over yet. Third place, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke's screen began to play, whether it was the battle against Orochimaru, the awakening of the power of the curse seal, or the battle against the three sound ninjas. Although he was very timid in the early stage against Orochimaru, he relied entirely on Naruto's output. But after waking up, his performance was still extremely outstanding. The awakening of the curse seal against the three sound ninjas was a one-sided slaughter. Uchiha Sasuke, I give you. After thinking of what Bai had been given, Sasuke's face turned green all of a sudden. I hope it's not a reward for sex change. If it is, Uchiha Sasuke, will commit suicide on the spot. Sakura was also horrified. What would she do if Sasuke turned into a girl? The Lord said calmly, Uchiha Sasuke, you long for family affection, so I will give you, Uchiha Sarada. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. In the future ninja area, Sarada was stunned for a moment. Hey, is it your father when you were a child? Sarada looked at Sasuke with the Rinnegan and said, Dad, what should we do now? Sasuke with the Rinnegan said lightly, there's no way, you should be like the 7th generation, you can come back at any time, and you can't go back after you come back, just treat it as a trip. Then Sarada, who was the same age as Sasuke, appeared beside Sasuke. She looked embarrassed, but she couldn't say the word dad for a long time. Sasuke was shocked, who are you? I have never seen you in the former Uchiha. Sarada was extremely embarrassed. I'm from the future. Finally, Sarada stomped her feet and shouted shamefully, you are my dad. Sarada felt so ashamed to call a guy of her age dad. Sasuke was stunned, and Sakura was also stunned. Sakura's inner personality began to roar, who did Sasuke and this girl give birth to? However, Sarada stepped forward and took Sakura's hand with a sweet smile on her face, and you are my mother. Hearing this, Sakura's face instantly turned red and she was panicked. Ha ha ha, you, what are you talking about? Ha ha ha, Ino clenched her fists in anger. Damn it. Sakura is smiling. She must be so happy right now. The Lord God began to count the fourth person. Hyaga Niji. Hyaga Niji's fighting power was so strong that he also crushed Sasuke without any suspense. However, since Sasuke encountered a stronger opponent, he was ranked 4th. Hyaga Niji, you are very concerned about your father's death, so I will revive your father. Hearing this, Hyaga Niji was shocked for a moment, and then excited. Hearing that the top 3 have been selected, Naruto was so anxious. What about me? What about me? Uzumaki Naruto, how can I not be on the list? 5th place, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto performed very well in the battle with Orochimaru 1.0, and even overshadowed Sasuke in the early stage. However, after Orochimaru sealed the 9 tails and then fell into a coma, Sasuke stole the limelight. Uzumaki Naruto, you are best at the technique of multiple shadow clones, so I will strengthen your shadow clones. Each of your shadow clones can withstand up to 2 attacks. Don't look at this small enhancement. In the past, the shadow clones were destroyed by 1 attack, but now they can withstand 1 attack and will be removed by the 2nd attack. And no matter how many shadow clones Naruto creates, this amplification effect is still effective. It is simply a big enhancement of the shadow clone technique. After all the rewards were distributed, the Lord disappeared, leaving the Lord's space to the people in the ninja world. This time, the rewards for outstanding performance were obviously a bit worse. Sure enough, the rewards for the quiz game were the most abundant. Even if it was a resurrection, you could specify who to resurrect. The most generous reward was naturally a wish, and then it was also good to choose one of the blood limit. After the resurrection, Kururo hugged his youngest child, Gaara, and Temari Kanjuro also hugged him. Temari was moved and said, Mom, I miss you so much. Kanjuro also cried like a child. Kururo gently hugged his 3 children. That's great, I can be with you in the future. The most unbelievable and helpless person among them was naturally Gaara. His green eyes flickered, but he did not resist Kururo's embrace, but felt very enjoyable. Is this a mother's embrace? Then Gaara asked in confusion, Mother, don't you hate me very much? Hearing this, Gaara hugged her tighter. Silly child, how could your mother hate you? But Yashimaru said. Karu said guiltily, I'm sorry for making you misunderstand. It was your father who ordered Yashimaru to lie. Yashimaru loves you very much too. Also, I hope you don't hate your father. He has realized his mistakes. He just transferred the hatred of my death to you because he loves me. Gaara was at a loss when he heard this. He suddenly changed from a hated child to a loved child. This change was something Gaara couldn't accept for a while, but he really liked this feeling. Sasuke's side is more funny. The Lord God actually brought Sarada here. That's right, what Sasuke longs for most is his family, and Sasuke has become very gentle since he gave birth to Sarada. However, Sasuke is still the cool and arrogant now. Hey, are you really my daughter? Sarada opened the 2 Megatama Sharingan dissatisfiedly. Look, these are the eyes of the Uchiha clan, and you passed them on to me. In fact, Sarada is very unfamiliar with Sasuke, and she doesn't know her father when she was a child. He is more familiar with the 7th Hokage, and he ran over happily after seeing the 7th Hokage. Compared with his father Uchiha Sasuke, Sarada is closer to the 7th Hokage. And Naruto's child Boruto adores Sasuke more, which is also quite interesting. The 7th Hokage caressed Sarada's head lovingly. Haha, you're here too. Boruto would feel lonely without you. Sarada said indifferently. What does it matter? Anyway, Mitsuki is with him. Then Sarada whispered. By the way, when Dad was young, he looked so fierce. Hearing this, the 7th Hokage scratched his head awkwardly. Ha ha, well, he will change in the future. Then Sarada looked at little Naruto again. Besides, when the 7th Hokage was young, he was stupid. The 7th Hokage suddenly stopped laughing. Then Sarada told the 7th Hokage a hot news. By the way, Dad said that after the Chunin exam and the battle in the Valley of the End, he would bring Boruto and Himawari here. The 7th Hokage smiled and said, is that so? I knew he couldn't help but come. In fact, Sasuke had brought Boruto to the 5 Hokage period before, but he didn't want to change history, so he went back without changing anything. But this time, since the Lord God is involved, it doesn't matter whether the past will be changed, because the past has already changed. Then Sasuke must have a lot of regrets that he wants to make up for example, Uchiha Itachi. Will he bring Itachi back personally? In fact, Uchiha Itachi is also on the rescue list of the 7th Hokage, but if Sasuke goes to rescue him personally, the effect will obviously be better. To read the exciting novels, go to Fulu Novel Network. After the main god space ended, the Uchiha clan's territory can be said to be very lively. Originally, there was no one except Sasuke, but now there are Sarada, Uchiha Mikato, and Uchiha Shisui. When Uchiha Shisui saw Sarada, he was extremely embarrassed. Mikato smiled. I don't recommend Shisui-chan to be my daughter-in-law. Shisui, who has always been calm and composed, was embarrassed and blushed and couldn't speak. Uchiha Mikato thanked her. Thank you for sacrificing so much for Itachi. I believe Itachi will make you happy. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui's brain stopped working instantly and she waved her hands in panic. No, we don't know whether it will develop like this or not. Please don't say such things. Then they looked at Sarada. And you are Sasuke's future daughter. I'm really happy to see you. Sarada said embarrassedly. Grandma, I'm also very happy to see you alive, not in a photo. Uchiha Mikato looked into the distance, not knowing what she was thinking. If Itachi could see you, he would be very happy, right? Itachi must want to see his little niece, too. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke said dissatisfiedly, Mom and Sister Shisui, why are you all thinking about that guy? He is no longer the Itachi you know. Upon hearing this, Mikato, 413 and Shisui didn't know how to explain to Sasuke. Itachi has his own reasons. Sasuke roared hysterically at the stubbornness of his relatives. Even in no matter how hard you try, you shouldn't kill all the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Mikato pulled Sasuke's hand helplessly and explained, back then, the Uchiha clan members were very dissatisfied with the village and wanted to rebel, so they found your father and wanted him to join them. With so many people, Fugako had no choice but to agree to it on the surface, but the Konoha high-ranking officials found out. If it were you, what would you do? On one side is the village, and on the other side are your family members, and the third generation. He would not allow the Uchiha clan to rebel. There is even Danzo. In the eyes of the Uchiha clan, he coveted his conspiracy, which directly intensified the rebellion of the Uchiha clan. Things are irreversible. Your brother can only continue to be loyal to Konoha. Mom and Dad were both conscious and took the initiative to let him kill them. The pain your brother is carrying is incomprehensible to you. Mom and Dad only suffered a momentary pain, so, Sasuke, please promise me that you will not hate your brother anymore, okay? It took Sasuke a really long time to finally accept Itachi's difficulties, but he still didn't want to accept the fact that Itachi still loved him. How could the guy who wanted to kill him with his eyes and scared him to death love him? But even if Sasuke knew all this, it still couldn't change the fact that he was an avenger. He would still go looking for revenge, but the target of revenge was Danzo. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan could never be treated as if it had never happened. The resentment in his heart must be vented to someone, and the real mastermind Danzo became the only choice. Shisui said calmly, during the time when you were taking the Chunin exam, I had been lurking in the route and obtained a lot of information about Danzo. He has done far more bad things than these. He hurt Uchiha and Konoha. I have already handed these to the Sandaime and the Nidaime-sama to have a look. They not only support us in revenge, but are also willing to send Jonin to go with us. Shisui said calmly, but I can't wait. During the Chunin exam, the Jonin have important tasks. After it's over, they have to deal with a lot of commissions from the village. It may take a long time for them to be free, so my plan has not changed. After the Chunin exam, we will set off to the Hidden Rain village to find Danzo. The sight came to Bai's medicine shop, the second floor was for living and the first floor for business. After the main god space ended early in the morning, Bai found that something was wrong with her body. Even the voice became more delicate and more pleasant. Bai hid in the quilt and didn't want to get up at all. Really, so shy. But he couldn't hide like this forever. The most urgent thing was to buy some underwear to wear. So Bai hurriedly found a loose kimono to put on and tiptoed downstairs. Bai was afraid of being noticed like a thief, and carefully opened the shutter door with one hand. However, outside the house, a group of Konoha people had been waiting for a long time. Bai exclaimed and closed the shutter door in an instant. What a joke! How could she open the door like this with her face flushed now? Moreover, Bai didn't plan to open the door today. There was no other way. Bai went back to the second floor, opened the window on the second floor, and looked down. There were so many people waiting for her to open the door for business. Bai didn't even understand why so many people came to see her today. Bai activated the Wheel of Graves, summoned a shadow of himself, and went to the women's clothing store with the money. By writing a note, he asked the clerk to get him a set of underwear, wrapped it in a kimono and brought it to Bai. Bai breathed a sigh of relief, put on the newly bought underwear, and his previous kimonos that looked more neutral, and finally he could go out. Bai looked particularly beautiful today. When he walked on the street, passers-by gave him a kind smile. As if to congratulate her for becoming a girl, Bai lowered his head and gritted his teeth. It was obviously not a good thing. She was obviously having a headache, but why did everyone look happy for her and congratulate her? This day, Bai met Kakashi, Rin, Minato, and the 7th Hokage. At the 7th Hokage's house, the 7th Hokage went out with Minato to look for Kakashi early in the morning, because they knew that the masked man could enter Konoha village and take Rin away at any time. Although he understood that little Naruto wanted to spend more time with his father, Minato Namikaze was also very worried about Obito. So Kushina had to stay to comfort Naruto and tell him the stories of their older generation and the former Minato team. Bai came forward and said, "Hello, Mr. Kakashi, and Mr. 7th Hokage, what are you doing here?" Seeing Bai, Kakashi said happily, "Bai, you came at the right time, stay and help." Bai said without hesitation, "Of course, no problem, Mr. Kakashi has helped me a lot, I just don't know how to repay you." After understanding the situation, Bai also surrounded Lin and protected her. Obito said that he would go to Konoha after the main god space ended. To read the violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. With Obito's time and space ability, he can travel very fast, and he may appear in Konoha at any time. Therefore, Kakashi and others are like this, as if they are facing a great enemy. Kakashi didn't know what Obito had experienced over the years, and he grew up so fast that he could fight with Minato Namikaze more than 10 years ago. Minato first slapped his palm on Lin's back and engraved the Flying Thunder God mark. Then he said, "This time, even I am not completely sure that I can protect Lin from him. More than a decade ago, I fought with him." Kakashi didn't know this news. He was shocked. How is it possible? More than a decade ago, Obito was just a child. Minato nodded, "Yes, although I defeated him, it was a narrow victory. I couldn't even protect Kushina, I only protected little Naruto." How could it be? So what Master Kushina said was that Obito killed her, and that was worth the Nine Tails Rebellion. But no matter how Kakashi thought about it, he couldn't understand why Obito would do such a thing. You know, during Kushina's pregnancy, Minato gave him a task, which was to protect Kushina. The purpose was to allow Kakashi, who had lost two important companions in succession, to find new meaning and regroup. Let him get out of the haze of losing his companions and welcome the birth of little Naruto together. But later, not only did Kakashi not get out of the concealment, but even his master and master's wife all sacrificed and left him. He was really close to the edge of collapse during that time, and he was in a daze all day long. He didn't know how he got through it, but now he knows that the instigator turned out to be Obito. At this moment, all the guilt, and self-blame disappeared. Instead, he didn't understand Obito, which could be said to be heartbroken. He made up his mind to catch Obito and ask him clearly. In other words, they must work together to defeat Obito Lu. In the Hidden Rain village, the masked man approached Uchiha Itaki. "Itaki, I want to ask you to do me a favor." Uchiha Itaki refused without hesitation. "Help you rob a woman?" Before Obito nodded, Uchiha Itaki said indifferently, "I won't go." Obito said indifferently, "I will exchange the life of Uchiha Sasuke with yours." Uchiha Itake's expression was indifferent. "Now, I can also refuse you with Lin's safety." The confrontation between Uchiha Itaki and Obito could not end easily. He did not want to be controlled by others, so he said coldly, "Sasuke is the reason for my survival. If you do something to him, you should know the consequences. I will do my best to stop your plan and take revenge on you. You know, I can do this. Now, you no longer have Kota Amatsukami, and the trump card that I fear the most has disappeared. How can you know how many trump cards I have not revealed?" Itaki Uchiha sighed, "Only this time, I just happened to go to Konoha to see my relatives. From now on, don't threaten me with your family, or I will fight you to the death." Obito gave in. Okay, just this time. Then Uchiha Itachi said calmly, are we the only two? Are you sure that two people can break into Konoha and snatch people? Zetsu is one of Obito's trump cards and his most reliable ally at present, but Black Zetsu will not take action. Then bring some White Zetsu to resist the miscellaneous soldiers, which is still quite useful. As for the others, Obito thought of Nagato, or maybe that guy 770 could try again. Since he has already agreed that the reward from the main god space will be used to resurrect Yahiko next time, I believe Nagato should let go of his personal grudge with him. So Brother 2 found Nagato, took off his mask and crushed it. Under the mask was Obito's handsome face. Although half of Obito's face has been disfigured, it has to be said that the gloomy temperament of the whole person is really very charming. At this point, masks and the like are no longer important to him. He will never allow Rin to marry Kakashi. Kakashi, this dog, finally broke his promise to him, and it was the second time. The first time was that he did not protect Rin well, and the second time, whoever marries a wife is a dog. If you don't want to be a dog, just reject Rin. Brother 2 walked in front of Nagato and Konan. This was also the first time that Nagato and Konan saw Obito's true face. Nagato, let pain accompany me to rob a woman. Konan stood in front of Nagato, what if we refuse? Obito's eyes suddenly darkened, if you refuse me, give me back the samsara Nagato stopped Konan, okay, but you have to abide by the agreement and help me revive Yahiko. Obito said calmly, okay, I have 3 ways to revive Yahiko. The main god space, the reincarnation, and the impure world resurrection. Among them, the price of the impure world resurrection is the lowest, and it is not considered a breach of promise. As for the 7th generation shadow clone, the blonde middle-aged man known as Uzumaki Menma, it is a pity that the shadow clone cannot last for several days and has disappeared long ago. At this time, Deidara came over curiously, and after seeing Obito's true face, his curiosity was instantly satisfied. A face full of comfort, he had wanted to see it for a long time. However, Obito's eyes looked at Deidara, who was still just a little kid, with a gloomy look. Senior, you also want to help me rob a woman? Obito's voice turned into a fee eyes. Veins popped up on Obito's forehead instantly. Under normal circumstances, he would have confronted him, but now, looking at Obito's expressionless face, he didn't dare to say a word. Deidara coughed, okay, since Afiai has spoken, I'll help too. However, Obito refused, no, you're too weak, I only need 3 people to go. Hearing this, Deidara was instantly annoyed and cursed regardless of the consequences. Afiai, you bastard, you actually look down on me, look down on my art. Obito said coldly, don't get me wrong, I'm not the Afiai you know, I don't care about your friendship. At this time, Deidara actually felt fear and cold all over his body. To read violent novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Afiai wiped his mouth and said, don't be sad, senior, after we come back, we still have a chance to have fun. After all, Afiai still cares about Deidara, and Deidara feels much better. Go, and I don't want to play with you. Then, a circle of ripples enveloped Uchiha Itachi, Obito, and Pain. The next moment they appeared in Konoha. His space can allow living people to enter and teleport. It's just that Obito didn't want to expose his Kamui space before, so he never brought living people in. This time, in order to hurry, Uchiha Itachi and Tendo Pain were directly teleported to Konoha. Obito and Pain floated in the sky, searching for the location of Kakashi and others. Obito can also float. When he annihilated the first members of the Akatsuki organization, he flew into the air and killed everyone with wooden spikes. Minato's eyes condensed, here they come. At this time, by use the ice mirror to surround Lin, and the Will Graveside Prison and Susanoo were activated together, and 2 Susanuos blocked Linear. This is Bai's strongest state at present. Minato shouted, mission, capture Obito alive. Minato's team is dispatched. Kakashi instantly became full of fighting spirit, long time no see, teacher. A sort of love shot Obito, followed closely by the Flying Thunder God, and a Raise-Non attacked Obito in the sky. The Raise-Non and Minato passed through Obito together. Now Kakashi can't use Kamui, so naturally he can't enter the Kamui space. In this battle, Obito couldn't think of how he would lose. What's more, Obito is still in a state of pseudo-immortality, and any injury can be restored by the white Zetsu cells. Even if his chest is pierced, he will not die. With the assistance of Uchiha Itachi and Tendo Pain beside him, how can I lose this battle? Ignoring Minato's attack, Obito rushed to the ground without hesitation. He didn't want to kill anyone here. He had only one goal, that is, to take Lin away. Pain said coldly, Tensiang Tianyan. The gravity sucked in the direction of Linear. As long as Lin was sucked over, she would be pulled into the Kamui space the moment Obito approached. As long as Lin entered the Kamui space, they won. No one except Obito could release her. Kakashi couldn't do it now. The strength of the enemy and us can be said to be extremely different. At this time, the 2nd generation noticed the abnormality here and joined the battlefield, but he couldn't help much. Because of a problem on Pain's side, the Tensei was interrupted. And the Tensei Tensei was exactly the most important skill this time. With it, Obito could snatch Rin elegantly without having to fight desperately with the former Minato team. So Obito yelled, "What's going on, Nagato?" Fortunately, Jiraiya didn't come this time. Nagato wanted to solve it alone, and specifically asked Jiraiya not to take action, as this was a matter between him and his students. Obito saw the 7th Hokage who was confronting Pain. "It's you. I have already reached an agreement with Nagato, why are you trying to stop us?" The 7th Hokage said calmly, "Because Lin is someone close to me. If you want to take her away, you must ask her opinion, whether she is willing to go with you. If you take him away by force, I will stand in front of you." After saying that, the 7th Hokage created 3 shadow clones, one to fight Itachi, one to fight Uchiha Obito, and the other to fight Nagato. Whether it was Uchiha Itachi's side or Obito's side, the shadow clones did not play a very good role. Only Pain, who was too familiar with his skills, succeeded in suppressing him. Uchiha Itachi was really tricky for the 7th Hokage because he was good at illusion, and Uchiha Obito was good at time and space ability, and he couldn't hit him at all. At this time, the Konoha reinforcements felt that a large group of Umbu rushed out, and the white Zetsu brought by Obito also appeared one by one. It was really a big scene, but Minato said, "Stop, we will solve our own battle, don't let the subordinates take action." Obito readily agreed, "Okay, as long as you don't send the minions to interfere, I won't let White Zetsu take action." Although White Zetsu is weak, they are numerous and it doesn't matter if they are killed. Moreover, in the 4th ninja world, it was actually White Zetsu who killed the most enemies. Using White Zetsu and the opponent's cannon fodder is a sure win. Then the 7th Hokage remembered that Obito's hollowing was time limited, so he created more shadow clones, which surrounded Obito and attacked him with the black jade stick. In this state, Obito couldn't even move half a step. The reason why Obito could continue to walk in the hollow state was because his feet were solid. However, now, his legs were also the target of the 7th Hokage's attack, and he couldn't materialize them at all. Obito gritted his teeth, "Asshole, you're really hard to deal with." Pain used the 10,000 pointed tenbin to help. Pain stared at the 7th Hokage, waiting for his thoughts. He knew that without the 7th Hokage's consent, he might not be able to release the 10,000 pointed tenbin. The 7th Hokage sighed, "Forget it, since you have reached some kind of agreement, then continue to defend, I won't hinder you." Then the shadow clones around Pain withdrew, and a 10,000 pointed tenbin sucked all of the 7th Hokage's shadow clones and Obito over. Finally, no longer under attack, Obito hollowed out and got rid of the 10,000 pointed tenbin, rushing towards Rin. Minato, who was blocking him, and Kakashi's attacks were all dodged by the hollowing. The last defense in front of him was Haku, who wrapped Rin in an ice shield. However, Obito passed through without any hindrance, and his expression was excited. "Rin, come with me." Although Rin was protected by everyone, she was not afraid of Obito. "Since you are still alive, why don't you come back?" Obito gritted his teeth, "Because Kakashi, that guy, watched you die without saving you." Kakashi also heard it, his eyes were shocked. "If that can be considered as watching you die without saving you, then it is indeed." Minato entered the ice shield with Flying Thunder God and protected Linear by found that his Susanoo was completely unable to attack. If he attacked rashly, he might destroy many Konoha buildings. Then he had to try the Rinnegan. So Bai's shadow attacked Obito, but Obito didn't even notice it. Obito couldn't see the shadow that could only be seen by the Rinnegan. Obito spat out a mouthful of blood and then he continued to hollow out, but time was running out. "If you want to reminisce about the past, we can talk about it later. Follow me first." After saying that, a Kamui sucked Lin, and the strange door of time and space opened. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. The range of Kamui is much larger than Kakashi's, and Kakashi's Kamui is just a small mouth. But Obito can suck in the whole person, but Minato appeared in an instant and took Lin away. It's true that Kamui space takes time to form, not to mention that it is only a single eye. Zero ask for flowers if it is double-eyed, it is the strongest state, and it can suck people in almost without any obstacles, but Obito in the single-eye state can't do it. Damn, he can't take Rin away without Pain's help. "Nagato, why are you in a daze? And Uchiha Itachi, did I ask you to come here just to make a cameo appearance?" Uchiha Itachi said indifferently, "You know, I can't move freely in this place." Obito understood what Itachi meant. This was Konoha, and he didn't want to hurt innocent people, so he didn't dare to use large-scale techniques. But then, the illusion pulled Kakashi, Minato, and the 7th Hokage into it. Minato and the 7th Hokage both entered the Sage mode to remove the illusion. The principle of the illusion is to interfere with the chakra in the opponent's body and produce illusions. However, the natural chakra in the Sage mode is difficult to be interfered with, and even if the 7th Hokage didn't have the Sage mode, he could break the illusion with the help of the Nine Tails. In the early stage, illusions were indeed invincible and difficult to break, but in the later stage, almost no one used them, because in the later stage, there were too many means to break illusions. Killer Bee, as a perfect Jinchuriki, could also break the illusion with the help of the Eight Tails. Now only Kakashi was beaten to a pulp in front of the illusion. Uchiha Itachi looked at the 7th Hokage and Minato in surprise, since they could break his illusions so easily. Obito, I can't do anything except illusions. He didn't want to release large-scale ninjutsu in Konoha, and the only illusion he was good at was easily broken by others. At this time, the 7th generation judged the time, and 5 minutes should have been up. Then the 7th generation forcibly used the black stick of the Seeking Jade to break the white ice cover and entered it. Without hesitation, he swung the black stick at Obito and broke one of Obito's arms and one of his legs. That was actually white Zetsu. Obito didn't even scream or feel pain, and his face was still expressionless. Even if the impure world reincarnation was interrupted by the Seeking Jade, it could not be restored, but the cells of white Zetsu were special, but it was impossible to recover casually in a short time. The future Rinnegan Sasuke is much stronger than Obito. Although he didn't win the fight with the 7th Hokage, he didn't lose either. Now the one-eyed Obito is indeed easier to deal with. As long as we take advantage of the 5-minute limit of his ability to hollow out, we can win. It's over, Obito. Namikaze Minato sighed and said, come back, Obito, we all want you to come back. Lin also looked at Obito with tears in her eyes, don't continue to be stubborn, okay, come back, Obito, our Minato team can still be the same as before. Obito's tears also flowed down. He could actually leave now. Although the hollowing was limited to 5 minutes, the recovery time was also fast. I can't go back. If I go back now, what will I do with all the things I have done so far and all the people who have sacrificed? I must complete the plan and revive all those who have sacrificed so far. Kakashi felt mixed emotions as he looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar Obito in front of him. He recalled the past with Obito. That was when Obito tried to save him, but he was pinned under a boulder, and the enemy was coming soon. Kakashi pounded the ground in pain. What kind of jonin is this? What kind of captain is this? Obito said weakly, congratulations on becoming a jonin, Kakashi. I'm the only one who hasn't prepared a gift for you. I'm giving you this Sharingan of mine. Thinking of the scene of parting with Obito, Kakashi was already in tears. He roared, besides the main god space, is there anything else that can resurrect the dead? Come back, Obito, please. Obito said calmly, yes, after I become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, I will release Tsukuyomi to the entire ninja world and create a world where everyone is happy, without disputes and pain. Kakashi was shocked, but those are illusions, there is no meaning at all. Obito retorted, once there was nothing in my heart except pain, what meaning did the world have for me, so I abandoned everything. Aren't you the same, always in pain, in front of Lin's tombstone, in front of my tombstone, so, what's wrong with the world of illusion? Reality is too cruel, it will only make the pain in my heart grow greater sometimes, it makes people unhappy, and sometimes, it makes people unable to lend a helping hand in time, just like I did before. Obito suddenly roared loudly, just like I did before, I didn't catch up with that. I'm right, Kakashi, how can you fill the void in my heart if you stay in this world? At this time, Lin hugged Obito, but I have been resurrected, I will fill the void in your heart, okay, with a trembling voice, for fear that he would be rejected by Obito. And Obito's expression was also moved. At this time, his legs and arms had grown back. The 7th Hokage also knew about the white Zetsu cells, so he wanted to kill Obito. In the last battle, Obito's chest was pierced by Kakashi, but he did not die immediately. After he became the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, he changed the ending of death. Therefore, Obito's vitality is extremely tenacious. At this time Kushina also rushed over and punched her hard. This familiar fist seemed to bring her back to her childhood self. Obito covered his head in surprise. He hadn't been beaten for many years, and since he made up his mind, no one dared to attack him. But the master's wife is still the same as before. If she does something wrong, she will be beaten. Obito suddenly couldn't hold it anymore and burst into tears. Obito took Lin's hand, come with me, Lin. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Kakashi couldn't understand why, even now you still don't want to stay in Konoha, still want to leave. Obito said lightly, you don't understand, Kakashi, because Uchiha Madara left behind a backup plan, I haven't figured it out yet. The 2nd generation was shocked. Sure enough, is Ban still alive? I have not seen Uchiha Madara in the past ninja camp. Obito said, no, he is dead. To be precise, he died not long ago, more than 10 years ago, and died of old age. This sentence made the 2nd generation even more unbelievable. How is it possible? He was killed in the battle with my eldest brother. He just faked his death to trick you guys. The reason why Uchiha Madara was not seen in the ninja camp in the past of the main god space, I think it is probably because he is not really dead, because he will be resurrected, so he cannot be classified as a deceased ninja. Namikaze Minato stopped Kakashi's reluctance and asked seriously, then Obito, will you still be the enemy of Konoha? Obito hesitated and said, I'm sorry, teacher. Although I don't want to, I still want to get the 9 tails. Hearing this, Kushina was instantly furious and was about to punch him again. You little bastard, you not only attacked the teacher's wife, but also my son. This is too much. I don't remember educating you to be such an ungrateful guy. The seventh Hokage said at this time. Obito, maybe there are other ways, such as the reward of the Lord's wish. You can directly become the 10 tails Jinchuriki without depriving the tailed beast. Namikaze Minato said, I don't know what your difficulties are, and you have to leave and can't return to Konoha, but I hope you can promise me not to do anything to Konoha. Obito nodded gently, okay. Then Namikaze Minato looked at Lin again. Then Lin, do you choose to stay in Konoha, or go with Obito? Lin had almost no hesitation on this point. I choose to go with Obito, I can't let him go. 5.5 Kakashi didn't feel disappointed after being dumped, because Kakashi never showed any love for Lin from beginning to end. The one who really liked Lin was Obito. It's just that Obito was afraid that he couldn't compare to Kakashi. After all, Kakashi was so outstanding back then, and he became a jonin at a young age. He was afraid that Lin would like such an outstanding Kakashi, so he made an agreement with Kakashi that whoever married the wife would be a dog. Of course, Obito had already made up his mind when he made the agreement, and he would be the dog. Although Rin didn't know where Obito was going to take her, she nodded and said, okay, but you have to promise me that you won't do bad things anymore, or I'll go back to Konoha. This is just like telling a man not to like other women, or I'll go back to my parents' home. Obito was really obedient in front of Rin and agreed again and again. Uchiha Itachi said lightly, I'm not leaving, you go back first. Nagato also said, pain is just a ninja tool, I can summon back at any time. Then Nagato asked through pain, senior brother Menma, did you finally stand on the side of Master Jiraiya? The seventh Hokage said calmly, actually, that's not my real name. I am the future seventh Hokage of Konoha, and Konoha is my village. I'm sorry, Nagato, I lied to you before, but I am indeed Jiraiya's disciple. I sneaked into the Akatsuki organization to monitor the actions of the Akatsuki organization and to protect you. Anyway, Nagato has no plan to attack Konoha at the moment, so he said lightly, well, I'll still call you Brother Menma. I don't want to be an enemy of Brother Menma. The seventh generation smiled and said, I don't want to be an enemy of you, and the lovely Zionin. The next moment, Pain was summoned back by the summoning technique, leaving only Uchiha Itachi, looking at everyone expressionlessly. Kakashi said vigilantly, Uchiha Itachi, you who destroyed your own Uchiha family, what on earth do you want to do in Konoha? Uchiha Itachi was very arrogant, I'm just a thug who came with Obito, and I'll take a look at my stupid brother by the way. Kakashi didn't know the plan of the top management, and only the Sandaime knew about it. Uchiha Itachi was not an enemy, but others still regarded him as an enemy. The next moment, Shisui came late with Suzuki. Seeing Shisui, who had turned into a woman with a curvy figure, Uchiha Itachi turned his head away with an unnatural expression. This time, Suzuki didn't lose his mind and rush up to Itachi because Uchiha Mikato told him the truth. But he still shouted excitedly, is what mom said true? Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi widened his eyes. It seemed that there was no point in denying it now. Uchiha Itachi turned around and left. He had already seen Suzuki, and Shisui was there to protect him, so he was safe. Besides, Uchiha Itachi really didn't know how to face Shisui now. Shisui yelled, Itachi, stop right there. I already know about your affairs. What else are you going to do? Come with me to kill that guy Danzo, and the problem will be solved. Uchiha Itachi was in a complicated mood. Shisui, big brother, I don't know how to face you. Uchiha Shisui looked at his current female body, and his face suddenly turned red and embarrassed. Stupid, it's better to be the same as before. My body has only undergone a little, small change, but my concern for you is still the same as before. Suzuki was very excited. Hey, stop right there, I still have a lot of questions to ask you. Itachi said lightly, ask later, you won't listen to me now. Suzuki shouted, why me, why am I the only one who survived? Although Shisui and Mikato had already told him, because Itachi loved his brother very much. Itachi also found it difficult to answer this question. Such corny words were not something that a cool guy like Uchiha Itachi could say. So he said expressionlessly, because you didn't know anything at the time, whether it was the stupid ideas of the Uchiha clan or anything else, to you were just a child, and it wasn't all for you. I wanted to be punished by you, a member of the Uchiha family. To read violent novels, go to Fila Novel Network. To do this, I took advantage of the hatred in your heart towards me, but now I have failed. Then crows circled, and then Itachi disappeared in front of Suzuki and rushed to the Uchiha clan's territory. Mikato seemed to have a premonition of something, and looked towards the door. Is it you, Itachi? Seeing his mother again, Itachi's performance was not much better than Suzuki, and tears also flowed down. Mikato said gently, now, can't you go back to Konoha? Itachi said calmly, I want to come back, but I don't know how to face Suzuki and Shisui. In other words, Itachi wanted to escape, and he needed to keep an eye on the Akatsuki organization. Itachi never thought that he, who had done such a thing, would have to linger in this world. He wanted to be punished by Suzuki and face death. Death is the best destination for Itachi. He never thought about living. Mikado seemed to understand Itaka's thoughts and scolded, indeed, living is painful for you, but it's different now. Shisui has sacrificed so much for you. She knows that you are lonely alone, so she became a girl to accompany you. Marry her. Itaka panicked instantly. Mother, what are you talking about? Brother Shisui, how can I marry brother Shisui? Mikato said angrily, you have to call me sister now. No matter what, I became like that because I was worried about you. I want to be with you. You can't let me down. At this time, Shisui also appeared at the door, but when he heard Mikato's 773 words, he dug his toes on the floor in embarrassment. Although Itaka's illusion worked on Suzuki, it didn't work on her, so she followed Itaka's trail and came here. But no matter how awkward it was, Shisui went up to him, took Itaka's arm and said, thank you for your hard work over the years, Itaka, but I'm not mentally prepared for what Aunt Mikado said. In fact, when I was resurrected, I didn't think it through and thought too much. I thought you would end up alone. No girl would like a guy like you, so. But to be honest, now that I think about it, I'm not mentally prepared to do that. Itaki was deeply moved. Shisui, thank you. I'll leave Suzuki in your care. I still have to go back to Akatsuki to monitor them. At this time, Sarada poked her head out from behind the door timidly and called out shyly, Uncle. Hearing this, Itaka's eyes suddenly lit up and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What is your name? My name is Sarada. My father never mentioned you, but my mother told me. Itaka said with relief. I see, this is indeed his style. For Itaka, the appearance of Sarada was like a warm light in his miserable ninja career. But it was still not enough to illuminate the darkness in his heart. The destruction of the Uchiha clan by his own hands was a knot in his heart that he could never get around. Obviously, Sarada didn't know what to say to Itaki. She actually lied. Not only did Suzuki not tell her, but even her mother didn't tell her. It was Sarada herself who saw Itaki in the photo and was very curious about who this big brother with a very warm smile was. Why did she take the initiative to ask her mother when she was holding her father when he was a child? In the future, Itaka seemed to have disappeared, and few people would even mention his existence. Just like an insignificant little transparent, to be honest, Sarada was very curious about this uncle. In fact, even if he asked his mother Sakura was vague and couldn't explain clearly. She only told Sarada that this was her father's brother, that is, her uncle. It seems that Suzuki had not even told his mother Sakura about Uchiha Itaki and their past experiences as brothers. After entrusting Suzuki to Shisui and meeting his mother Uchiha Mikato, Uchiha Itaki no longer had any attachment to him. Shisui smiled bitterly. You are so cunning, Itaki. You actually entrusted your brother to me. Itaka smiled. How can you be so cunning? You entrusted your eyes to me and then committed suicide without even a chance to refuse. The two smiled knowingly. At this time, Sarada asked cautiously, Uncle, are you leaving? Itaka gently tapped Sarada's brow. Sarada did not understand the meaning of this action, but just blushed. I'm sorry, little niece, I don't have any gift for you, maybe next time. Uchiha Mikato covered her mouth and chuckled when she saw this scene, just like she treated Suzuki. Sarada said firmly, Uncle, I want to follow you. Just as she was about to take a step to leave, Itaka stopped puzzledly after hearing this. Why? Sarada analyzed calmly. Look, my future companions are all led by senior ninja teachers. I can't go back to the past just to see my father when he was a child. Of course, I also want to become stronger. After all, being a hokage is my dream. But here, my father can't teach me anything. The only person who can teach me is you, Uncle. Uchiha Itaka refused without hesitation. No, it's too dangerous to follow me, you should give up this idea. Sarada pouted. Why? No, I'm not afraid of danger, I will follow you. Sarahana grabbed Uchiha Itaka's clothes tightly with a firm face. Because he was too serious, he even used the Tumagadama Sharingan. Seeing Sarada's serious face, Uchiha Itaka couldn't do anything with this little niece. Okay, I will try my best to protect you. Hearing this, Sarada was ecstatic. Great. Uchiha Shisui said in disbelief. Itaki, are you really going to take this brat with you? Sarada was furious. I'm not a brat, I've been an excellent ninja for a long time. Itaka said with a wry smile. I really can't refuse my little niece's request. Shisui was speechless. This is really not like your style, Itaki. You obviously refused Suzuki several times. Since it has been decided to travel with Itaki, Sarada said goodbye to Uchiha Mikato. Then, Grandma, I will follow my uncle to practice. Uchiha Mikato smiled and waved her hand. Go, and be sure to return safely. And Itaka, you must take good care of your little niece. It is conceivable that when Uchiha Suzuki returned home and learned the news, he felt very anxious and even a little sour. Practicing with his brother was his childhood dream, although their relationship has broken down now. But what's wrong with Itaki? He actually brought his future daughter to practice with him. To read exciting novels, go to Fulu Novel Network. At the same time, Obito had already brought Rin to the hidden rain village. Just in time to see this scene, Kakuzu handsomely carried a large sack and handed over all the money he earned today. Of course, it is unknown whether he handed over all the money or kept some private money. Konan touched the heavy sack and said inadvertently, "It's lighter than last month." Kakuzu heard this and instantly frowned, but Konan just mentioned it casually and didn't pursue anything. "Thank you for your hard work, Kakuzu." At this time, Pain had been summoned back by Nagato and was standing silently behind Konan. It was like the leaders of the two evil forces. Kakuzu, an honest man, dared not speak out. "Konan, why do you want so much money? Does the development of Akatsuki really need so much money?" Konan said calmly, "It's too little." Kakuzu was puzzled. "What do you mean it's too little? You are too narrow-minded. The money you have saved for decades is piled up in your piggy bank, except for rotting in mold. The goal of our Akatsuki organization is to bring peace to the world. Only by handing over all the money can you realize your own value." Kakuzu complained, "What does world peace have to do with me?" Kakuzu actually wanted to say, "Akatsuki, you don't pay salaries, and you even take it from employees." Konan said expressionlessly, "You are a veteran of Akatsuki, an important figure. Akatsuki is not only ours, but also yours. Shouldn't you do your best to maintain Akatsuki's daily expenses?" Pain's circlet eyes looked at Kakuzu coldly. Zhao. Kakuzu dared not speak out again. "Okay, Jin." Looking at Kakuzu's back, Konan smiled with relief. It was an extremely wise decision to bring him into the Akatsuki organization. Nagato actually knew that Konan was secretly buying detonating tags, and he also knew that these detonating tags were used to prevent Uchiha Madara. But now, with senior brother Uzumaki Menma here, is it really necessary to continue collecting these detonating tags? But no matter what, as long as Konan is happy, it's fine. As long as it can add some strength to Konan and fight against the real evil forces, it's worth it no matter what. In this way, even if he breaks up with the masked man in the future and his life is coming to an end, Konan can still have a secret trump card. Konan opened the bag of money that Kakuzu had just handed in. It was so heavy that she wondered how many detonating tags she could buy with it. Konan tapped the money one by one, and each time she counted out 100, she tied them up with a bandage and placed them neatly on the table. Seeing this, Pain pulled a chair and sat down, and also helped Konan to put up the money. Uchiha Obito opened the door with Rin and saw this scene. Konan looked at Obito expressionlessly. Pain stood up awkwardly. He was at least the leader in public, and he still had to retain the necessary dignity. Pain said coldly, "What's the matter?" Obito pointed at Rin. "I want to give her some money to buy furniture and clothes." Pain said lightly, "Go find Kakuzu." Obito shook his head. "He doesn't recognize me, but only you. It was you who pulled him into Akatsuki back then." Pain snorted coldly, grabbed a stack of money that Konan had just counted and threw it over. Obito looked stern. "Not enough." He looked at Lin, then at Obito. "It's enough. How much can he spend on furniture and new clothes?" Obito said coldly. "I want the best, the standard of the daimyo mansion." Pain's eyes widened. "I don't agree with extravagance. We plan to spend the money on improving combat power, but you let your woman 777 enjoy life." The two leaders of the Akatsuki organization, one bright and one dark, argued endlessly, but Lin pulled Obito. "Forget it, it's already a lot. When I was a ninja, I didn't see so much money in a year." Hearing this, Obito finally calmed down and took Lin away to buy furniture. Pain was still angry. "Obito, this guy, is increasingly looking down on me." Konan comforted him. "Don't be angry. He just got a girlfriend. It's normal for him to be excited." Then Konan asked, "How did you get Kakuzu into the Akatsuki organization back then?" He loved money like his life, but he was willing to hand over the money. Pain's thoughts drifted away, recalling the past when he brought Kakuzu into Akatsuki. Decades ago, in a forest, Kakuzu was shirtless, with several scars from sewing on his body, and 4 masks on his back, representing his 4 lives. He pinched a man's chin and lifted him up. Words of this level are not worth much. Pain walked slowly from the shadows and approached Kakuzu. "Immortal Ninja Kakuzu, I invite you to join Akatsuki." Kakuzu asked. "Akatsuki?" Zetsu, who followed behind him, explained, "It is an organization established to create true peace." "Humph, I don't care about organizations or anything like that. I'm only interested in money now." Pain said calmly, "It doesn't matter whether you are interested or not, just join." What an arrogant way of speaking. He seems to be a fool who doesn't know his own limitations. "Although it doesn't look worth much, you have already offended me." Kakuzu clenched his fists, and the black lines in his body were spreading. Pain said calmly, "Want to fight with me? Come on." Pain took 2 steps forward. "If I win, I will accept you into Akatsuki." In an instant, smoke and dust rose up, and when the smoke dissipated, Kakuzu half knelt on the ground, panting. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Others joined Akatsuki while standing, but only he joined the Akatsuki organization on his knees after fighting with the leader. At that time, Pain also said, "Come on, we can give you a salary and a place." So, this good salary, is it referring to the big white job? After listening to Pain's memories, Xionin covered her mouth and chuckled, and suddenly felt that Kakuzu was a little pitiful. It is easy to understand why Kakuzu is willing to hand over the money. Compared with money, he cares more about his own life. The battle with Pain had already convinced him. After all, he was a guy who could throw shurikens from 800 miles away. Downstairs, Obito took Rin to visit the hidden rain village. Rin was really a very gentle girl and would not embarrass Obito. Obviously, there were too many things to say and too many questions to ask, but she knew that some questions might embarrass Obito. For example, why did Obito not return to the village? What was the plan he mentioned? There must be something hidden behind the scenes. Who helped Obito who was about to die? And he cured Obito. There were really too many questions, too many to count. But Rin already knew Obito's attitude, and he didn't want to say it. If Lin insisted on asking, I believe Obito would tell her, but the gentle Lin would not force Obito. After growing up, Rin looked really beautiful, and Obito always looked at Rin with a dazed look. The two of them stayed together just like in the past, but there were fewer things to say. In the past, Obito always mentioned Kakashi, but now Obito no longer mentions Kakashi. The two came to the furniture store, and Lin just picked the most ordinary bed, a desk, a wardrobe, a chair, and a mirror. The things were also very affordable and cheap. Obito wanted to buy the best for Lin, but Lin didn't care about those flashy things. After paying the bill, Obito sucked all the furniture into the Kamui space, which scared the boss. Then he went into the clothing store. Pockets are popular in the hidden rain village, and there are also rainproof clothes. Those clothes with black background and red cloud patterns of the Akatsuki organization actually have rainproof functions. After all, the hidden rain village is the base camp, and it is impossible without rainproof. After buying things, Lin sighed, damn it, I really didn't expect you to become so strong. You are stronger than Kakashi. Obito was not happy about this. If he had surpassed Kakashi in the past, he would have been very surprised. But now Obito seems to have a very indifferent attitude towards everything except linear. Obito looked downcast. So what if I'm stronger than Kakashi? I still couldn't catch up after all. Lin comforted him. Even if I couldn't catch up, it's not your fault. I didn't want to be caught by the mist ninja for experiments and become the Three Tails Jinchuriki to attack Konoha. I ran into Kakashi's rakery. Now that I think about it, I feel really sorry for Kakashi. He must have been living in the shadow of my death. But Obito suddenly covered his eyes and said unwillingly, but, I happened to catch up with the moment when you ran into Kakashi's rakery. If I had been a little faster, even if it was only 30 seconds, 20 seconds, or even 10 seconds, I could save you and change this tragedy. Lin didn't know what Obito said, but she covered her mouth in disbelief. Suddenly, Lin broke down and said, I am such a fool. I thought I was brave enough to sacrifice and save the village, but I didn't expect that all this was caused by my death. If I didn't commit suicide, Kakashi wouldn't be in pain, and you, Obito, would be able to catch up, and the deaths of Kushina and Minato wouldn't have happened. Lin felt extremely guilty at this time. She found that she couldn't stop crying and didn't think of asking Obito to comfort her. She turned around and walked back. Obito was stunned on the spot, stretched out his hand to keep her, but finally followed him. I'm sorry, Lin, I shouldn't have said this to you. Obito really didn't expect that the words he said out of regret would be interpreted in Lin's heart like this. Kakashi, Rin, and Obito, the fate of the three people is entangled, as if everyone is guilty, self-blaming, and blaming themselves, if they had done better at the time. But in fact, only the 7th generation knows that all this was planned by Uchiha Madara. This is why Uchiha Madara cannot be cleared. Even Obito eventually became his ally. Without Obito, he could not defeat Kaguya. Uchiha Madara's ending was a bit tragic. After defeating Kaguya, he was vomited out and lay on the ground dying. After so much effort, his dream was over, while Hashirama's dream continued in Konoha village. In the end, it turned out that he was wrong, and a generation of heroes fell. Lin, don't be sad, it's not your fault. At this time, Obito didn't know what to do, and didn't know how to comfort Linear. In Konoha village, at the home of the 7th Hokage, the previous apprenticeship of Jiraiya ended in vain because she fainted due to the stimulation of little Naruto's harem technique. However, after Jiraiya woke up, little Naruto approached him again and asked to be his apprentice. This time Jiraiya did not make things difficult, for fear that Naruto would use some harem technique to embarrass her. In fact, Jiraiya did not hate harem techniques. It's just, this kind of ninjutsu should be released when there are only two people, such as in a secluded place, to be released alone for him to see. There must not be any women around, especially Kushina, otherwise he would be beaten. Namikaze Minato smiled and said, then I'll leave it to you, Master Jiraiya. Jiraiya frowned and complained, by the way, Minato, since you're resurrected, why don't you teach your son yourself? Minato clasped his hands together and said, sorry to trouble you, master. The Sandaime asked me to discuss the position of Hokage, so I'll leave my son in your care. Jiraiya looked helpless. Minato, you're still the same. Well, since you've asked me like this. Little Naruto said expectantly, then what are you going to teach me, my lecherous sage? Jiraiya said disdainfully, what a strange name. It's not respectful to your master at all. Little Naruto grinned, and Kushina said coldly, Naruto said you're lecherous. Is that wrong? Kushina warned little Naruto with a scary expression before leaving, you must never go to strange places with Master Jiraiya. Jiraiya and little Naruto looked scared at the same time, and an embarrassed expression, ahaha, then let's go. Kushina put her hands on her hips, really, this child is really worrying. Namikaze Minato looked at the newspaper and learned about the recent events in Konoha village, and said gently, what does it matter? Sooner or later, he will become very outstanding. After all, he is a great ninja who can become Hokage. Kushina's eyes suddenly brightened and she laughed in surprise, ha ha ha, my dream when I was young was to become the first female Hokage in history. It was just robbed by you, but my son is also the future Hokage, so our family has produced 2 Hokage in total, ha ha ha, it's really happy. Namikaze Minato also laughed, so you still remember it, I thought you just mentioned it casually back then. Anyway, Kushina never mentioned becoming Hokage again, perhaps because she wanted to see Minato become Hokage one day. Now that Namikaze Minato has been resurrected, it is natural that the 3rd generation should give up the power. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Zero Flowers requested the Sandaime was only forced to continue to be the Hokage after the death of the 4th Hokage. Since the 4th Hokage has returned, Minato Namikaze is still the Hokage. When he was resurrected, the 4th Hokage still wore his divine robes, and he didn't even need to make new clothes. This afternoon, all the villagers of Konoha will be summoned to announce that the 4th Hokage will continue to be the Hokage. When the 4th Hokage appeared at the meeting place of Konoha, all the older generation shed tears. The death of the 4th Hokage is a pain in everyone's heart. Now seeing him back, I am really very happy. It's as if I saw the new atmosphere of Konoha. Konoha village with the 4th Hokage must be different from the 3rd Hokage period. The older generation of villagers, especially those who have been on the battlefield, greeted the 4th Hokage with tears in their eyes. The 4th Hokage is really very popular in Konoha, and Minato Namikaze also responded with a smile one by one. As Minato Namikaze walked, he sighed, Konoha has really changed a lot, but Ichiraku Ramen has remained standing. Minato Namikaze greeted the owner of the ramen shop, hey, Brother Hand is very happy to see you again. Uncle Ichiraku smiled, it's the 4th Hokage, your son looks so much like you. Uncle Ichiraku's daughter Ayame smiled when she saw the 4th Hokage. She was just a little girl back then, and her father was still very young, and she knew the 4th Hokage who had not yet become Hokage. At that time, Minato Namikaze often brought Kushina to the store to eat ramen. Icarus said with a smile, we took good care of little Naruto. Namikaze Minato smiled especially happily, little Naruto, thank you for taking care of me. Then Minato came to a crowded place, and when he looked up, he saw a medicine store. When he walked into the store, he saw a beautiful lady with long hair getting medicine for a patient. Namikaze Minato said with a smile, hello, Miss Bai, I know everything about you in the main god space. Are you dating little Naruto now? After hearing Bai's denial, Namikaze Minato smiled awkwardly. Oh, I see. I'm sorry I misunderstood. Bai smiled gently. No, it's okay. Then Namikaze Minato said, by the way, Bai, why doesn't your medicine shop have a name? Wouldn't it be too impersonal to just call it a herbal shop? Bai understood what Namikaze Minato meant, so he bowed respectfully. Please, Lord Minato, give me a name. Namikaze Minato smiled awkwardly. Ahaha, Lord Minato, it really is a bit. Then Namikaze Minato coughed and stared at Haku for a long time. If Minato wasn't so handsome and Naruto's father, Haku would have thought he was a pervert. He thought about it for a long time, so long that an hour passed. During this period, Haku didn't wait any longer and ran the herbal medicine shop as usual to treat patients who came to seek medical treatment. Not only was Namikaze Minato's naming level ugly, but it also took a lot of time. Haku really shouldn't have expected it. But Haku really didn't know about this. Namikaze Minato was a guy who made a raisonnan in 3 days and spent 3 years thinking of a name. Finally, Namikaze Minato clapped his hands. I thought of it, why not call it, Bai Shinsu, the herbal medicine shop? In an instant, everyone, including Haku, was shocked by this name. What a shit. But he is not only handsome, but also the newly resurrected 4th Hokage, so no one dared to say anything. Namikaze Minato scratched his head awkwardly. It seems that you don't think it sounds good? A villager said, Minato-sama, you probably have something urgent to discuss with the 3rd Sama, so I won't waste your time. Namikaze Minato then remembered, oh, yes, I really forgot just now, so sorry everyone, goodbye. Bai's big and bright eyes turned into dead fish eyes, looking at the direction where Namikaze Minato left. Is this person Naruto-kun's father? Although she was indeed shocked by the thunder, she still covered her mouth and chuckled, thinking that Naruto's father was very interesting. Then Namikaze Minato met Sarah again, but he didn't think there was anything wrong, because his memory was also erased by himself. But Sarah angrily grabbed Minato Namikaze's collar. Hey, Konoha ninja, tell me how to erase the memory. Minato Namikaze looked embarrassed. May I ask, who are you? I don't think I've ever seen you. Why do you have a deep hatred for me? Sarah finally calmed down and told Minato Namikaze everything about the Lost Tower. To put it simply, when Minato Namikaze was on a mission, a future ninja traveled through time, and in order not to change history, he erased the memories of both parties when he returned. It was that simple, but Minato Namikaze was stunned. Has this happened before? Sarah frowned and puffed up her lips. So, tell me quickly, he has completely forgotten about me. How sad I must be. Minato Namikaze broke out in a cold sweat. Oh, girl, calm down and listen to me. Sarah let go of Minato, crossed her arms and listened expressionlessly. Namikaze Minato smiled awkwardly. I do know the ninjutsu to erase memories, but there is no solution to this jutsu. Sarah was dumbfounded when she heard this, and then left in despair. Minato was very disappointed. Did he do something wrong in the past? Separated two young people? To read the exciting novel, go to Fulu Novel Network. The more Minato thought about it, the more strange it became. He couldn't do such a thing, unless this person was related to Konoha and was a key figure. He didn't want to change history. Then Namikaze Minato embarked on the journey to find the Sandaime again. He had a smooth journey and came to the Hokage building and met the Sandaime. The Sandaime smiled and said, "It's great to see you alive. I can finally retire." The Sandaime sighed, "Oh, my old bones. If I couldn't find a successor, I would have wanted to retire a long time ago. It's great that you're back. The people of Konoha will gather this afternoon, and then we will go on stage together." Then, the Sandaime handed Minato a bamboo hat with the word fire embroidered on it. "Then I will once again hand over the important task of Konoha to you." Namikaze Minato said seriously, "Please rest assured, Sandaime." At this time Kakashi jumped in through the window. "Minato-sensei, the security forces have been deployed, and they are ready to gather the people of Konoha at any time." However, Minato Namikaze's eyes were not on Kakashi's words. He looked at the book in Kakashi's hand, Intimate Paradise. Minato looked at Kakashi with sympathy. "You are not a child anymore, it's time to find a girlfriend." Kakashi didn't expect this to happen, and he stood there in a daze. The Intimate Paradise in his hand suddenly looked ugly, however. Mr. Minato's peculiar brain circuit is still the same as before. Only when facing a crisis, Mr. Minato will become extremely serious and reliable. Usually, he is a little childish, like a child with a childlike innocence. Then Namikaze Minato began to read the recent situation of Konoha presented to the Hokage. The first abnormal thing was that the fourth-generation Kazekage left Konoha before the end of the Chunin exam. This move is puzzling, but the other party is also a shadow, and should be given enough respect, so there is no excessive questioning. And this fourth-generation Kazekage is naturally pretended by Orochimaru. As for why he left, the reason is even simpler. This life-loving snake has already felt the danger. There are many strong people in Konoha now, and it is possible to overturn if you are not careful. Orochimaru no longer dares to stay in Konoha. In fact, there is another point, that is, to use Sasuke's desire for revenge and his 5.5 hatred for Uchiha Itachi to attract him to find himself in order to seek power. This plan may not be able to go on, now that Uchiha Sasuke's mother has returned, and Uchiha Itachi even came to Konoha not long ago. Although I don't know what Itachi has done, there are more and more variables now, and Orochimaru can't continue to stick to the original plan. Giving up the plan is not a big deal for Orochimaru, and now he is no longer so eager for a young and potential body. In the scroll given to him by Ant Snake in the future, he can use his own body to become immortal and young. Of course, there are still some disadvantages, that is, the room for advancement is limited, and it is impossible to evolve his own bloodline limit like the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya taught Naruto the art of summoning spirits, but Naruto's chakra was so low that he could only summon the tadpoles from Mount Mayaboku. Jiraiya then unlocked the 5-element seals for him, allowing him to absorb the chakra from the 9 tails again. Jiraiya then threw Naruto down the valley, at a critical moment of life and death, and it was also the first time that Naruto entered the special space where the 9 tails was sealed. "Hey, little brat." Naruto was scared. Is this the demon fox living in his body? The 9 tails at this time was not as fierce as before. It was listless and lazy, as if it had lost its goal in life and was lying there bored. Naruto pointed at the 9 tails and roared, "Since you live in my body, you have to pay rent to me with your chakra." The 9 tails was listless. Okay, I'll listen to you." It has to be said that the ideological work done by the 9 tails in the future is still effective. Although it will not take the initiative to help Naruto, it has acquiesced to letting Naruto extract its chakra at will. It really gave all the authority to Naruto, and he can mobilize more chakra than in the original history. With the blessing of the Nine Tails chakra, even the Toad Boss, who was one of the best fighters in Mayaboku Mountain, was summoned. Holding a pipe, he was domineering, like a dark and evil force. "It was you, the little brat, who summoned me." Then Gamma Boss jumped up and jumped off the cliff, trying to throw the weak guy to the ground. He didn't recognize little Naruto yet, and he hated weak little brats standing on him. Who were the ones standing on him? Either Jiraiya or Namikaze Minato. Which one was not a well-known and powerful ninja? A little brat like Naruto was not qualified to stand on it. But in order to make Gamma Boss recognize him, Naruto desperately grabbed Gamma Boss and didn't let him fall. Even if he was knocked unconscious in the end, he still held on to Gamma Boss tightly. After Naruto fainted, he fell off the Toad Boss and was caught by the Toad Boss with his tongue. "Humph, this kid has great perseverance. If he is given a few more years, he might become an outstanding ninja," Jiraiya said with a smile. "Of course, don't you see whose disciple and whose son he is?" Hearing the latter sentence, Gamma Boss carefully looked at Naruto's quiet sleeping face. Could it be that this is the descendant of Minato? Jiraiya nodded in agreement, and Gamma Boss laughed immediately. He had fought side by side with Minato Namikaze in the past. Such master-disciple inheritance, father-son inheritance, in this ninja world, is easy to be recognized by others. Just like when Gamma Boss was seriously injured after the battle with Pain, he asked his son Gamekaki to help Naruto. From then on, Bunta retired and Gamekaki served as Naruto's exclusive summoning beast, which is also a kind of inheritance. At the same time, Sasuke was also receiving special training from Kakashi, and even taught Sasuke the Thousand Bird. The genin of Konoha village are all working hard to train for the final duel of the Chunin exam. A huge change has also taken place on Hyaga Niji's side. His father Hyaga Hisashi has resurrected and told him the truth of the past. In order to untie the knot in his heart, he knocked down Hyaga Hayashi, who disagreed with this matter. There were other people from the Hyaga family and the Sandaime Hokage around to witness, although I also hate the main family, and I still hate it until now. Because of this, I don't regard you as a member of the main family, but as a brother, and I will protect you with my death. For me, this is my own choice. A kind of freedom to me that Ninkai has seen has always been humble, so I understand my own will better, so I hope you can tell Ninkai that I was not killed to protect the main family. Instead, he died with his own will to protect his brothers, his family, and the village. Even if it's just once, I want to defy the rules of the Hyaga family and choose my own destiny, that's all. This is the truth behind the death of Niji's father. He did die in place of Hyaga Hayashi, which made Niji resent the main family. Now that he has been resurrected and told the truth of the past, Niji has let it go. In fact, a long time ago, he was determined to protect the main family and his sister, Hyaga Hinata. But his father's death twisted his heart and made him hate the main family. Now that his heart knot has been untied, perhaps during the Fourth Ninja World War, Niji's death was also to protect Hinata and Naruto as a brother. He did not do it because the branch family had to protect the main family's rules, but to protect his sister as a brother. Sister, protect the family, and protect Konoha. When Naruto's special training was over, he mastered the summoning technique and had a summoning beast. It was already dusk. On the way home, Naruto saw that the villagers of Konoha were all happy, as if something very happy had happened. Naruto was dirty because of the special training. Facing these villagers, he was still walking alone in silence as before. He didn't want to have any conversation or touch with them, because he would be disliked. However, the owner of a mask shop handed him a mask with great guilt. "I'm really sorry for the past, Naruto." There was also a snack seller, who immediately filled a bag and handed it to Naruto the moment he saw Naruto. Naruto looked at everyone in astonishment. What's wrong with everyone? Then, people came to give things, apologize, and care one after another. Naruto was stunned by the scene in front of him. Someone suddenly saw, "Look, that's the son of the fourth Hokage, he is the child of the Hokage." To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. More people gathered around, showing their care, or some people came to apologize and make amends, and some people simply admired the fourth Hokage and fell in love with Naruto. Perhaps in history, Naruto has never received so much kindness. For a while, Naruto couldn't stop smiling. But when the crowd dispersed and Naruto returned home, he felt extremely lonely. He wanted to be recognized by the villagers, but not in this way. He wanted to save the village with his own efforts and let the villagers recognize his strength. Little Naruto looked incredulous, and he was holding a lot of bags in his hands, gifts from various snack bars and clothing store owners. They didn't give things to little Naruto simply because he was the child of the Hokage. It was because of the guilt in their hearts. They used to hate little Naruto so much. But this afternoon, the Hokage summoned the people of Konoha and announced that the fourth Hokage would continue to serve as the Hokage. And the fourth Hokage also told them the truth of the year. In order to protect Konoha, he sealed the 9 tails in his son's body. Although some people are still very afraid of little Naruto, along with fear, there is also sympathy. In any case, the fourth Hokage sacrificed himself, even his children, to seal that monster. They used to hate little Naruto so much, of course they would feel guilty, and if they feel guilty, they must compensate. Kushina looked at the big bags in Naruto's hands. Oh, little Naruto, you are really popular, or is it a privilege to be the son of the Hokage? Although Kushina was resurrected and could take care of Naruto and stay with Naruto, they didn't know how miserable Naruto's past was. I don't even know how the villagers of Konoha used to hate Naruto, dislike Naruto, and drive him away. Even if he gets so many gifts now, it's not worth being happy. The number of gifts represents how many people feel guilty about Naruto. And these guilts are basically exchanged for driving away, hating, and even scolding. So the poor little Naruto now gets so many gifts, which also represents how many times he has been scolded and driven away. Kushina is still happy that little Naruto has received so many gifts, and the nervous little Naruto is actually very happy. Although Namikaze Minato felt that something was wrong, he couldn't figure it out for a while, so he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Just think of it as the villagers of Konoha giving his son gifts as a welcome to him. In the evening, Kushina and Hinata prepared dinner, and the ground rumbled as if there was an earthquake, and a huge toad appeared in the yard of the 7th Hokage's house. Minato opened the door and looked. Teacher Jiraiya, you are back. Why didn't you come back with little Naruto? Then Minato looked at Gamma Boss happily. Oh, it's Bunta. Long time no see. Bunta also smiled. Namikaze Minato, it's nice to see you again. How about it? Have you become my son's summoning beast? Hee, all of us in Jiraiya's lineage have become comrades with you, this feeling is great. Bunta was actually quite relieved. It's a pity that the boy is still a little weak. The 7th generation calmly drank tea in the house. Now the home is getting warmer and warmer. If Himawari and Boruto come together in the future, it will definitely be more lively. The 7th generation didn't know when Sasuke with 6 Megatama was going to bring them over. I hope it will be soon. He can't wait. With the change of history, there is another interesting place, that is Sarada and Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi naturally wanted to meet up with the shark-faced Kisame as soon as possible. When Kisame saw Sarada, his expression was playful. Itachi, who is this guy? Is she your illegitimate daughter? Sarada crossed her arms and shuddered with disgust. This shark-faced guy looks disgusting. Sarada obviously didn't want to talk to Kisame, but Kisame was very interested in Sarada. Hey, little sister, I'm very scary, I will eat children. As he said this, he showed 2 rows of sharp teeth and stared at Sarada fiercely. At this time Uchiha Itachi could no longer bear it. Kisame, that's enough. Itachi seldom spoke in such a harsh tone, and it really scared Kisame. Of course he knew that Sarada was brought by Itachi and couldn't be touched, so he was just teasing the child. How come Uchiha Itachi even cares about teasing a child? Could this child really be Itachi's illegitimate daughter? To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Hoshigaki Kisame turned his gaze back to Itachi and said in shock, you protect her so much, is this guy really your illegitimate daughter? Itachi wanted to deny it, but the other world couldn't explain Sarada's origin. At this time, Kisame remembered that it seemed that in the main god space, the main god gave Sasuke relatives. Could it be this little guy? But there are many kinds of relatives, and I don't know whether this little guy is Itachi's child or Sasuke's child. Uchiha Itachi said lightly, she is my niece, she will follow us in the future, if I am not around, please protect her for me, Kisame. Kisame was even more surprised. What, Uchiha Itachi, who killed his own clan, can actually take care of children? Indeed, this is not in line with Uchiha Itachi's personality in Kisame's mind. The collapse of personality is often a very troublesome thing. So Uchiha Itachi said lightly, you don't understand the eyes of our Uchiha clan, the Sharingan from my relatives can help me evolve into the eternal mark Mangekyo, that's all. Hearing this, Sarada looked at Itachi in disbelief, but Sarada was a smart person and quickly figured out why Itachi said that. So Sarada pretended to be like, I know this, but I follow Uchiha Itachi to gain strength and practice, so I don't care about this. Kisame was skeptical, as expected of Uchiha Itachi, he is so cruel that he doesn't even let go of such a young child. However, Kisame is the one who, although smiling, is ruthless when he really starts to fight. In order to prevent Kisame from hurting Sarada, although the probability of this should be small, Itachi still sealed a ray of Amaterasu flame in Sarada's Sharingan. The condition for activation is that Kisame swings a knife at her, or does anything to hurt her. At this time, Sarada also wanted to understand why Itachi was unwilling to take her with him at the beginning, so this is the danger Itachi was referring to, and Sarada thinks there may be more dangerous people in the future. Then Sarada asked expectantly, by the way, does your organization have 3 ninjas named Suijutsu, Yugo, and Karen? Uchiha Itachi shook his head, not yet. How, will they join the Akatsuki organization in the future? Sarada nodded, and Itachi asked, then what kind of people are they? Everyone in the Akatsuki organization is a dangerous person, and Itachi must be wary of everyone, so he wants to get information about these 3 people in advance. Sarada said, these 3 are members of the Eagle team where Dad is, and they also like to wear the same clothes as you. History has changed now, and the experiences of Suzuki that Sarada told us cannot be used as a reference. Although Uchiha Itachi was very concerned about why Suzuki joined Akatsuki and what role Obito played in it, but Uchiha Itachi did not ask. Hoshigaki Kisame said, "It's getting dark, let's find a place to camp." In the past, the life of their Akatsuki organization was basically to use the sky as a blanket and the ground as a mat, and find a thicker branch to take a nap and rest after a battle. But now it can't be like this. The little princess of the Uchiha family is here, how can she sleep in the wilderness? Uchiha Itachi said lightly, "Kisame, you go find a place to stay, you can't use force, just give money." Kisame complained, "Why me?" Uchiha Itachi covered his eyes, "My eyesight is not very good at night." Kisame muttered and complained and left, and from then on Kisame was destined to become a tool to take care of children. The night main god space descended, and the position of Minato's class was very embarrassing. They happened to appear in front of Obito, but Rin looked depressed and not as cheerful as usual. Minato and Kakashi were both furious. "Obito, what did you do to Rin?" Obito hesitated for a moment, and finally lowered his head without saying a word. Minato gritted his teeth. "Rin, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have let Obito take you away. I thought that with you by my side, Obito would become sunny again, but I didn't expect that." Kakashi said the following words, "I didn't expect Obito to be worse than a beast." Obito was speechless, it seemed that he was misunderstood. Lin shook his head and explained, "It's not what you think, Obito didn't bully me." Minato, Kakashi turned and looked at Obito and waited for his explanation. Obito sighed, if he didn't say something, he might get in trouble. Lin just felt that all the sadness was caused by her suicide, and she felt guilty. Lin said lightly, "Isn't it, because my death implicated so many people?" Hearing this, Kakashi and Minato instantly understood Obito's current embarrassing situation. There is no way to comfort him, because this seems to be the fact. Although this blames Lin, the cause of everything is indeed Lin's death. Kushina sighed and hugged Lin silently. Everyone in Minato's class was in a low mood. But, why, Lin has been resurrected. Not only did she not usher in joy, but she was tortured in her heart. When Suzuki saw Naruto in the main god space, he sneered in a bad tone, "Oh, I didn't expect that your father was actually the Hokage. You must be very proud now." The little Naruto, who was immersed in joy, was instantly furious when he heard this. "Asshole Suzuki, what, you seem very unhappy." The seventh Hokage also looked at Suzuki in confusion. His mother had obviously returned to his side, but why did the darkness in his heart still not disappear? Perhaps the pain that Uchiha Itachi brought him on the night of the genocide was too deep. At this time the voice of the Lord God sounded, "Who is the real murderer behind Rin's death? If you answer correctly, you will be rewarded with resurrecting any one person." Hearing this, the first thing Kakashi and Obito thought of was the Hidden Mist Village. But who in the Hidden Mist Village was it? An old man in the main god space had a blank expression on his face as if it had nothing to do with him. He was Uchiha Madara. To be precise, he was just a remnant soul. Although he appeared in the main god space, he was a dead person in reality. Therefore, he did not have the right to answer questions, but it did not mean that he could not answer. Black Zetsu was right next to him, and he could let Black Zetsu answer the questions. To read the violent novels, go to Falu Novel Network. But he didn't want to. Just to resurrect one person, did I, Uchiha Madara, need to use the main god space to resurrect myself? Or, he didn't want to give up the flag of Obito, and he would not give up his plan for the sake of the petty gains in front of him. If he answered this question, wouldn't he be just like a pathetic old thing? He deserved it, of course. Danzo. Danzo answered the question and got 2 resurrection opportunities, but the 2 people who were resurrected became his enemies. So, what a ridiculous guy, and he, Uchiha Madara, would not expose himself as the mastermind behind the scenes. Black Zetsu is the incarnation of his dark will, loyal to him. How could he answer questions without his permission? However, Black Zetsu's pupils widened at this time, and he was hesitating. At this time, the people of the Hidden Mist Village answered, "It's me, I am the leader of that time, and everything is planned by me." The Lord said indifferently, "If you answer wrong, you will be erased." Then this person disappeared instantly, and was directly and decisively erased. There was no pain, no screams, and a person disappeared quietly. At this time, everyone in the ninja world realized how terrible the Lord God was. This was also the first person to answer the wrong question. Maybe he was very sure that he was the mastermind behind the scenes, but maybe he was caught in someone else's illusion. However, the people of the Hidden Mist Village were shocked. "Why did you answer wrong? It was indeed arranged and planned by our Hidden Mist Village, and it was also the order of the leader of the team." Obito looked incredulous. What was going on? Generally speaking, this kind of question where the person who answered the wrong question dies is basically answered by the person involved. Others will not answer this question based on their own guesses. If they answer it wrong, they will die. The price is too high. At this time, a strange voice sounded. It was the voice of Black Zetsu. "Let me answer this question." Nagato looked at the crowd in the distance in confusion. He was very familiar with that figure. Obito was also very familiar with it. It was the voice of Black Zetsu. Ban, who always planned everything, widened his eyes in disbelief. He also knew the answer, but he didn't want to answer it. If he answered this question now, all his plans would be ruined. And he had a backup plan for resurrection, so he didn't need this reward at all. Black Zetsu, you. Uchiha Madara gnashed his teeth and said angrily, "It's not too late to shut up now. Aren't you the incarnation of my dark will? Why did you betray me?" Black Zetsu said indifferently, "I'm sorry, Ben, I lied to you." Black Zetsu didn't want to hide anymore, because the real opportunity had arrived. All his calculations were just to resurrect Kaguya at Satsuki. Uchiha Madara also looked at Black Zetsu in disbelief. He had never thought that Black Zetsu would betray him. The next moment, the Lord God revealed the answer, and the video played the scene. A person's legs were off the ground, and he was lifted up in the air by another person. The curse seal I set on your heart disappeared. How did you remove it? The view slowly moved upwards, and the two parties appeared. The one who was lifted into the air was Obito, whose heart was pierced by Uchiha Madara's hand and was lifted into the air. Obito answered with difficulty, "I deliberately let Kakashi pierce my body to remove the curse seal." The scene of Kakashi's kunai piercing Obito's heart flashed across the screen, and his inner monologue also appeared. "Now I can only do this kind of thing." Kakashi's kunai pierced Obito's heart, and Obito's black stick also pierced Kakashi's body, but he did not aim at the vital points. Obito explained, "Because if I want to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, I must remove that thing. I have made a bet with my life, I will not let you have your wish." Uchiha Madara sneered in the Six Paths Sage mode, "No, your actions are completely in line with my plan, and even exceeded my expectations." Obito, who was lifted in mid-air, trembled. "What's so funny?" Uchiha Madara said lightly, "The curse seal set in your body. If you try to erase it from your body, the curse seal will inhibit such action. You seem to have known it, Obito. I have placed curse talismans in your bodies, so you naturally cannot commit suicide, because you are all important chess pieces of mine." At this time, Obito finally discovered something unusual and asked in confusion, You? Uchiha Madara's eyes became strange, and he sneered, "Well, I don't know what kind of cause and effect it is, but you two used the same method and used the same person to eliminate it, which is really interesting." Obito thought of Lin and roared, "Is it Lin?" "That's right, the plan to make that little girl the Three Tails Jinchuriki and make her run wild in Konoha was made by me, not the Hidden Mist Village. She used Kakashi's attack on the enemy and sacrificed herself to save the village. That was also in my plan. The purpose is to make you fall into darkness and become my pawn." Obito gnashed his teeth, "Asshole, you deliberately let me. I deliberately picked the time when Minato was on other missions, leaving Kakashi alone, having someone capture Rin, and controlling the Hidden Mist Village ninjas to hunt them down. This was all my plan." At this time, a close-up of Obito's face was given. Obito, who was possessed by Black Zetsu, had wide eyes and clenched his teeth. The pain in his eyes was beyond words. Uchiha Madara continued, "This is also to observe how much power you can release. The White Zetsu instigated you and happened to leave the underground at that time. Do you think it was all accidental?" At this moment, Obito's expression seemed to have lost his vitality, and his face was dejected. The picture also stopped abruptly at this moment. This scene is probably only understood by a few people. For example, those involved in Minato's class, and the first and second Hokage who knew Uchiha Madara. And the old man in the main god space had a wavering look in his eyes. His future self was so proud of himself that he told Obito about this. It's over. His plan was ruined. After reading this, Obito would definitely turn against him, and Black Zetsu would also betray him. At this moment, Uchiha Madara seemed to have suddenly aged a few years. Only Nagato was left, but Nagato was the most unstable factor after all. The probability of mistakes in his link was the highest, and Black Zetsu, who was left behind to correct the mistakes, betrayed him. As wise as Uchiha Madara is, he no longer knows how to resurrect himself. Maybe he can only wait for the main god to count the strongest ninjas, and he will definitely be on the list. Maybe he can only rely on this to resurrect. To read the violent novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The voice of the main god said slowly, "Then, who do you want to resurrect?" Black Zetsu laughed crazily and said the name he had been thinking of for 1,000 years, "My mother Kaguya." The seventh Hokage sighed helplessly when he heard that. He didn't expect that even Kaguya was resurrected. But the current Kaguya would not be the opponent of the seventh Hokage. He was sure that he could defeat Kaguya alone. Zero asking for flowers. In fact, Kaguya is not even as difficult to deal with as Six Paths Uchiha Madara. His combat experience is too rich. In comparison, Kaguya is like a child holding a gun in her hand, and she needs others to teach her where to shoot. When the mainline ninja area appeared in Kaguya's area, the seventh Hokage appeared in front of her in an instant. The seventh Hokage smiled gently, "Let's not fight, okay?" The expressionless and silly Kaguya looked at the seventh Hokage, and feeling the familiar chakra on him reminded her of her two children. When Kagaya remembered that she was sealed by her 2 children, she still felt heartbroken, and veins bulged on both sides of her cheeks. That was the state when the Byakugan was opened, and also her combat state. The 7th Hokage continued, I know that everything you did back then was to prepare for the war and welcome Atsutsuki Toji. You were worried that your 2 children were too weak and didn't want to involve them. You wanted to fight alone, but you pushed them to the opposite side of you. They became your enemies and sealed you. The next moment the 7th Hokage size became incomparably confident, but what I want to tell you is that at Atsutsuki Toji, I have defeated him and sealed him with my other companion. The factors that make you feel scared no longer exist, and I was able to do all this because I believed in the power of my companions. If you can tell your children what happened back then, and believe in their strength, if the 3 of you join forces, then the Tao family will never be your opponent. The Nanami's mouth-to-mouth was really powerful, and it made Kagaya dumbfounded. She was stunned on the spot, and her eyes were no longer on. The Nanami smiled gently, you have also seen everything that has happened so far in the main god space. For example, didn't Haku's child and his relationship with Zabuza move you? Under the persuasion of the 7th Hokage, Kagaya fell into deep thought. The 7th Hokage whispered, would you like to live with me in Konoha? I believe that you will like this place. There are some kind people here. I will protect you and will not let anyone hurt you. Kagaya said lightly, why, don't you want to destroy me? The 7th generation fell into memories, because in the future, I have sealed you once, and I don't want to seal you a second time. Or in other words, you are different from Tao and others. Those guys are evil, but you are kind deep in your heart. In other words, the 7th generation feels that Kagaya Atsutsuki can still be saved and is worth saving. Believe in the old man Ryudeo, and be more willing to see a mother who trusts humans again. Kagaya said lightly, 783, I used to believe in humans, but he hurt me deeply, and my maid died to save me. At first he cared about me and wanted to protect me. Since my belly got bigger, there was only humiliation and resentment in his eyes. Hearing this, the 7th generation was dumbfounded. What do you mean? The 7th Hokage suddenly blushed and pointed his fingers. Wasn't Kagaya a child born in this way? He and Hinata, but in this way and that, had Boruto and Himawari. So the 7th Hokage hurriedly confirmed, do you have, this, how to say this, Hinata, you come. The 7th Hokage blushed as he called Hinata over. It was hard for a grown man to confirm this. Hinata was called over, her face was also red, and she stood in front of Kagaya and hesitated. Kagaya frowned immediately, what's wrong? If you have anything to say, please say it. In the end, the 2 of them talked in private. Under Hinata's hints, they finally figured out that Kagaya reproduced asexually. No wonder, why would a human man betray Kagaya? Maybe in this man's eyes, Kagaya betrayed him first. In the Naruto comics, Kagaya came and ended the war with her powerful strength. With the worship and blessings of the people, Hamura and Hagoromo came into being. The anime was added by the production team themselves, so it seems abrupt, and therefore the comic setting is adopted. Then the 7th generation explained awkwardly, Kagaya, please don't hate humans, because in that man's heart, you betrayed him first, and few men can accept such a shame. Kagaya didn't understand at all, right or wrong, I don't care anymore, okay, I'm willing to believe in humans again. The 7th generation breathed a sigh of relief, that's great, in fact, Hokage has been resurrected in the future world, and I hope you can participate in the battle then. Hearing this, Kagaya shrank back in fear. I don't know how to fight. The 7th generation smiled, you lied. If you follow the main plot, you will fight me, and you will be ruthless when you attack me. Kagaya's eyes became timid. No, I dare not attack the Atsutsuki clan. I have a low status in the Atsutsuki clan, but I am just a maid. The 7th generation said helplessly, well, I will fight. If I am really scared, it doesn't matter if I hide. But then the 7th generation looked at the black Zetsu hiding in Kagaya's sleeve and said lightly, Kagaya, please eliminate this guy. I must give an explanation to those who have been hurt by him in the ninja world. Hearing this, Kagaya protected Black Zetsu. No, Black Zetsu is a good boy, unlike Hamura Yui. At this time, the 7th generation could not help frowning. In 1,000 years, Black Zetsu really did too many bad things. To read the violent novel, go to Fila Novel Network. Even Uchiha Madara was blackened because of Black Zetsu's conspiracy, and then Uchiha Madara killed more and more people. The 7th Hokage can tolerate Kagaya Atsutsuki, but cannot tolerate Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu stared at the 7th Hokage. You said you came from the future, which means that the resurrected mother was sealed by you. In order to show his strength, the 7th Hokage entered the Fairy Fox mode, and the Megatama appeared behind him. Not only that, but he also took out the truth-seeking Jade Cane. Black Zetsu said lightly, Mother, it's okay. The meaning of my existence is to resurrect Mother. Since Mother is alive, I can also dissipate. As soon as the voice fell, in order to allow Kagaya to live better and be protected by the 7th Hokage, Black Zetsu chose to dissipate on his own. The Lord God announced, today's quiz game is over, and we look forward to seeing you next time. At this time, Minato's class was in a complicated mood. I see, so that's how it is, then Lin, none of this is your fault, you don't have to feel guilty. Obito gritted his teeth, damn it, that guy Uchiha Madara. Obito wanted to run over and kill Uchiha Madara immediately, but Uchiha Madara was already a dead man. Minato understood Obito's mood at the moment and said with a serious expression, let's go to Minato's class for special training. After Uchiha Madara is resurrected, we will stop him together. Kakashi, Rin and Obito regrouped as if they were back in the old days. Okay, Minato said with a smile. Obito, you can come back to Konoha now. But Obito smiled bitterly, I actually don't want to go back to Konoha, because I don't want to go back to atone for my sins. Minato said with a smile, how can it be atonement? You killed Kushina and me, and we didn't blame you. Moreover, you resurrected Kushina and Rin. What else have you done to Konoha? Obito said lightly, Uchiha, the genocide of the Uchiha was done by Uchiha Itachi and I together. Minato sighed, then we can only look forward to the next time the Lord God gives a reward for any wish. If you wish for the resurrection of the entire Uchiha clan, then you and Uchiha Itachi can return to Konoha without having to feel like atonement. Kakashi said speechlessly, if we make such a wish, will Uchiha Madara also be resurrected? Minato was embarrassed, then add some restrictions, avoiding Uchiha Madara should be okay. Obito, who started the Fourth Shinobi World War, knew that he was deeply sinful, and was unwilling to return to Konoha to atone for his sins. Instead, he chose death and went to another world with Rin, leaving Kakashi, the troublesome guy, alone. As everyone finished reminiscing about the past, the main god space was also coming to an end. The seventh generation and Hinata woke up from their beds one after another. Hinata worriedly asked, can I really trust Kaguya? The seventh generation said, otherwise, I can't seal Kaguya by myself, I can only fight her head-on, which will be a disaster for the entire ninja world. Besides, don't you think Kaguya is too pitiful? She came to this world like a blank sheet of paper. Whatever color she was stained with was caused by this world. However, at this time, a portal opened in front of Naruto and Hinata, and a white-haired cataract woman came out of the portal. She stood lightly on the bed of the seventh generation and Hinata was frightened so much that her face turned red. She hurriedly began to put on her clothes, and the seventh generation did the same. You, what are you doing? You can't appear in someone else's room like this. Kaguya said lightly, didn't you say that you wanted me to live with you in Konoha? 02 Kaguya asked expressionlessly, why did you take off your clothes? Hinata and the seventh Hokage blushed together, sleeping, it's sleeping, do you sleep with clothes on? Finally, the seventh Hokage put on his clothes and took Kaguya to the living room. At this time, Jiraiya had just brushed his teeth. Seeing such a beautiful woman, he couldn't help but said, oh, beautiful woman, do you want to go out with me tonight and have a drink? Kaguya slowly opened her palm towards Jiraiya, and Naruto panicked and quickly pressed down Kaguya's palm. The Kosha Heibone will die if stabbed. Even a powerful character like Uchiha Obito died at the Kosha Heibone. Although Obito was suspected of letting her go, he used Kamui to move away the Kosha Heibone that was shooting at Kakashi, but he was hit, even though he still had his Izanagi to use. But it's also true that if his Izanagi is used, there will be no Kamui for both eyes. Although Jiraiya also knew about Kaguya's existence in the main god space, he didn't know about Kaguya's origin and how terrifying she was. The seventh generation I cautiously leaned close to Jiraiya's ear and said, this woman is 100 times more powerful than Tsunade. Jiraiya didn't believe it, how is this possible? Tsunade is the most violent woman I have ever seen in my life. How can she be 100 times stronger than her? The seventh generation I said lightly, anyway, don't be a hooligan to her, okay, you will die. Jiraiya was not convinced, nonsense, am I, Jiraiya, the kind of person who acts like a hooligan casually? After saying that, Jiraiya really patted his butt and left. After all, he was a smart man. The woman who could make the seventh Hokage so nervous must be very scary. At this time, little Naruto also came downstairs. After seeing Kaguya, he greeted her enthusiastically, hey, a beautiful big sister I don't know. For the current little Naruto, he has become accustomed to the fact that strangers often appear in his home. And when Kaguya saw little Naruto, he also felt the familiar chakra. After all, little Naruto and Sasuke are also the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura's chakra, although it is a bit outrageous that chakra can be reincarnated. But Kaguya, as the founder of chakra, she only recognizes this. Looking at little Naruto, he was like seeing his own child. However, she did not have a gentle smile or other interactions like an ordinary mother. She just stared at little Naruto blankly, expressionless and silent. Well, seventh brother, I'm leaving. Today is the final round of the Chunin exam. I'm going to meet up with Kakashi-sensei. The seventh Hokage smiled and waved his hand, we will come together to watch the game then. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. At this time, Kushina also got up. She searched the house for Minato but couldn't find him, so she asked the seventh Hokage, have you seen your father? The seventh Hokage shook his head, no. Kushina stamped her feet in anger. Obito had made an appointment to come to Konoha today, but Minato went to find Kakashi without calling her. Kushina didn't plan to call her son for this matter, neither the 7th Hokage nor Naruto. After all, this was their Minato class's business, and after the reunion, they planned to go for a barbecue, still at the same place that Obito came last time, when Kushina felt that all the people in Minato's class were present. Kushina said angrily, "Minato, why didn't you call me? Although I'm not in Minato's class, I'm your wife and the master's wife of these little brats." Kakashi said helplessly, "The little brats have grown up, and we look older than you now." Kushina snorted coldly, "Humph, no matter what, in my opinion, you are still the little brats of the past." Then the few of them went to eat skewers. Obito seemed very restrained and cautious. The scene in front of him was so beautiful, just like the past. Obito was afraid that this was a dream. Then Minato said, "I plan to select the 5th generation recently." Kakashi asked curiously, "Teacher, didn't you just take over the 4th generation yesterday?" Minato said seriously, "I feel that there will be a battle with Uchiha Madara in the future. I want to improve my strength. I want to practice in seclusion, whether it's firing 783 ninjutsu or getting familiar with the current ninjutsu. I hope to help more on the battlefield in the future." Moreover, in the scene in the main god space, Obito was suspended in the air, and it seemed that he was no match for Madara at all. This made me very worried. In fact, because of my death, my strength has naturally stagnated over the years. Without using Flying Thunder God, I am not sure I can win even against Kakashi. Kakashi seemed to be looked down upon, and was speechless. "What do you mean even if I fight against Kakashi?" Minato smiled awkwardly, "Ha ha ha, sorry Kakashi, I took you as a reference without paying attention." But anyway, they already understood what Minato meant, that is, they had to speed up their training. "So, Obito, do you have any ideas?" Obito glanced at Kakashi and Minato and shook his head. "In fact, I still don't know how to remove the curse seal in my body. In the future, if the plan is carried out later, he can take a risk and let others pierce his heart. Because of Hashirama's cells, he can move for a while longer." Uchiha Madara placed a curse seal on his chest that year, one of which was to prevent him from hurting himself, and the other was to prevent Obito from becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. But whether there were more, Obito didn't know. Without removing the curse seal, Obito dared not act rashly, for fear that Uchiha Madara had some other calculations that he had not seen through. The Minato class confirmed the future development direction at the dinner table this time, which was to become stronger. Then Kushina stood up. "By the way, Naruto's Chunin exam is about to begin, let's go and watch it together." When several members of the Minato class came to the Chunin exam site, it happened to be Naruto versus Neji. At this time, Neji was not as twisted as before because of his father's enlightenment, but he still didn't take Naruto, who was 1 year younger than him, seriously. Even though the fact that he was the son of the Hokage had been exposed, it was true that he was the last one. In terms of chakra control and ninjutsu release, even Sakura was better than him. Although Naruto's actual combat power was more than that, Neji still wouldn't regard him as his opponent. His only opponent was Sasuke. It's just a pity that he didn't face Sasuke, but faced Naruto, who was at the bottom of the group, which made Neji very unhappy. Minato shouted loudly without hesitation, "Naruto, do your best, your parents are watching you here. It's really shameless." To be honest, Minato is much better than the 7th generation as a father. The 7th generation also watched Boruto's Chunin exam, but he didn't show his emotions on his face. Obviously, he was looking forward to it, but pretended to be indifferent, maintaining the style of the Hokage, which made Boruto very disappointed. Even if he occasionally showed a little concern for Boruto, it was just a taste. And Namikaze Minato could shout such a corny words in front of so many people. But this sentence did inspire little Naruto, making him happy and shouting, "Oh, I will definitely win, just watch me." Kakashi said, "Obito, I always think he is very similar to you when you were a child." Obito looked at him expressionlessly, and he seemed to feel his own shadow in the little Naruto. "So, do you think he will win?" As for whether he can win, even Kakashi is not very optimistic. Well, Neji is an elite, there is still a gap in their strength. But, this was the first time that Naruto was so unexpected, as if he could always create miracles. At this time, the 7th Hokage also brought Hinata and Kagaya over, and Naruto saw a few familiar people cheering him up. In fact, it was not just these, even the ordinary civilians of Konoha began to cheer for Naruto. "Master Naruto, come on, son of the Hokage, come on. How can the child of the Hokage lose to his peers?" Even if Minato Namikaze has just been resurrected and has no time to teach Naruto. But in their opinion, as he has inherited the excellent genes of the Hokage, little Naruto will definitely win. Encouraged by so many people, Naruto became more motivated. He used a technique of multiple shadow clones, and the number was directly over 100, and the chakra was simply ridiculous. The Nine Tails has now opened up all the permissions to call on its chakra, so Naruto can really release the number of people without caring. Not to mention anything else, constantly releasing multiple shadow clones can tire Nisi half to death. And the most perverted thing is that Naruto's shadow clones can each withstand one attack because of the reward from the main god. If it is an attack like a knife stabbing into the body, it will still be directly released. And Niji's attacks are basically all palm and fist techniques. Being able to withstand such an attack twice is really as disgusting as eating shit for Niji. The combat effectiveness of little Naruto's shadow clones is not high, but the disgusting and annoying level is absolutely first-rate. Like a group of buzzing flies, such a disgusting ninjutsu has to be performed twice, which is simply disgusting. To read the violent novel, go to Feel a Novel Network. Now this little Naruto is more difficult to deal with than the original Naruto in history, mainly because the chakra has increased, and the shadow clone is even more disgusting. Kaguya looked at the two children fighting below. She regarded the little Naruto as her grandson, and there was also a Sasuke, who were the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura's chakra, and Niji's Byakugan also originated from her ancestor. It was really like watching two juniors fighting. However, Kaguya was completely uninterested in such a weak fighting method. In the end, Naruto won in an unexpected way. The shadow clone lay on the ground to block the hole, while the little Naruto dug through the ground with his nails and sneak attacked Niji to win. Kaguya commented, under the Byakugan, everything is exposed. How could he be attacked like this? The seventh Hokage said, but his Byakugan was closed. He underestimated his opponent and thought he had won. In any case, even as a genin, Niji had much more combat experience than Kaguya. Although Kaguya was strong, her combat experience was always her shortcoming. She was also the weakest at Satsuki. Then Sasuke fought against Gaara. After Sasuke's special training by Kakashi, his speed had caught up with Lee. Gaara was injured, and Shikaku went berserk. When it found that the mother of the Six Paths sage was watching it, it immediately became more obedient than anyone else, and did not dare to make trouble here, and fled outside. Temari Kankuro quickly followed, letting Shikaku go berserk. This was their plan for the Sand Village to destroy Konoha, and Sasuke also chased after him. But what they didn't know was that Orochimaru had terminated the plan without even notifying them. Their team leader, Maki, found the body of the fourth Kazekage while looking for him, and only then did he realize that the fourth Kazekage was someone else in disguise. He hurried back to inform Gaara and the others, but Gaara was already. Konoha went berserk. Just like the original history, Naruto finally arrived, but he was no match for Gaara, Zhao Qinhao, Tsunade. The summoning beast summoned Bunta, who was unwilling to fight this kind of thing. To help Naruto, Gamekiki on Naruto's head lied, "Dad, this guy bullied me." Bunta was furious, and after a fight, he was still defeated. Naruto's transformation technique turned Bunta into a nine-tailed demon fox. The real big scene is coming, and the seventh generation stopped those who wanted to intervene. This battle is extremely important and is the key to gaining Gaara's recognition. Naruto narrowly won the battle against Shikaku, who was in a dozing state. Although Gaara has received love now, he is still puzzled by Naruto's strength. Naruto told his own story. The two were born in the same family and had similar experiences. Gaara smiled. Is this the Uzumaki Naruto that the seventh Hokage had mentioned? He was even better than he had imagined, and he could actually defeat him. Because Gaara's battle with Bunta destroyed too many places, the Chunin exam was forced to be suspended, and the ninjas began to work together to repair it. Sasuke was also injured and was recuperating in the hospital. Naruto and Jiraiya set out to find Tsunade. The purpose of finding Tsunade was to let her become the fifth Hokage. Minato planned to hand over the government affairs to the fifth Hokage, and he would practice and prepare for the war. The second Hokage put a kunao engraved with the Flying Thunder God into Naruto's ninja bag. As for Tsunade, I will go and persuade her, it will be much faster. I will come when you see her. Naruto was puzzled, and Jiraiya smiled and said, haha, the second Hokage is Tsunade's grandfather. Then Jiraiya taught Naruto the Rasengan along the way. When Naruto was finally able to pierce the ball with chakra, Jiraiya handed over the father and son popsicles as a reward. He also gave the bigger one to Naruto and encouraged him with a smile. The process of learning Rasengan was very hard for little Naruto, who often practiced alone from morning to night. Rasengan could only be comprehended by Naruto alone, and Jiraiya 783 could not help. During this period, Jiraiya became a familiar face in many entertainment places, and would only go to check on Naruto's training progress in the evening. After a few days, Tsunade was completely unavailable, and little Naruto complained, "What? I can't find her anywhere, and you took me running around everywhere, but there was no clue at all." Jiraiya took little Naruto to stop in front of a store. "Anyway, let's eat here first." Little Naruto took a look and then exclaimed, "Ah, isn't this an izakaya? I have told you many times, I am still a child." Jiraiya said calmly, "Stupid, I didn't ask you to drink, just eat some snacks. You don't have to choose a place like this to eat, you can go to a ramen restaurant or something like that." Jiraiya mocked, "You're so stupid, the so-called intelligence is found in places like this." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiraiya looked in the direction of the farthest corner and was stunned for several seconds. Tsunade's face was flushed and she was a little drunk. She looked at the two people at the door and didn't recognize them immediately. Shizun's expression was directly stupid, staring at Jiraiya blankly. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. Well, Tsunade was drunk, huh? Then Jiraiya pointed at Tsunade and exclaimed, Tsunade. Tsunade also stood up. Jiraiya, why are you here? Jiraiya said happily, finally found you, I'm so tired. Naruto looked at Tsunade in disbelief. Is that Sister Tsunade? Tsunade had drunk a little wine at this time, and her drunken face was red, not to mention how beautiful it was, so Naruto mistakenly thought it was his sister. Then Naruto thought in disbelief, is she really 50 years old? This is a fraud. What he meant was, she was still pretending to be young at her age. But compared with Kaguya, who was thousands of years old, she was still a small witch compared to a big witch. Then the four of them and the pig sat at the same table and ate. So, why did you come to me? Jiraiya said calmly, then I'll be frank, the village needs you to be the 5th Hokage. Tsunade was not interested. Isn't Minato back? To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Jiraiya said, he wants to practice and prepare for future battles against powerful enemies. What about your answer, will you accept it? Tsunade was stunned for a while. That's impossible, I refuse. Jiraiya smiled, I remember this sentence, when I confessed to you before, you used the same words to reject me. Little Naruto chattered in disbelief, why is it this guy? This guy is the 5th generation Hokage. His dream was to become a Hokage, but the village wanted him to be the Hokage, but he refused. Little Naruto was very upset. Tsunade glanced at little Naruto, this guy is different from your previous disciples. He is not good looking, not only in speech but also in brains. Naruto roared, what did you say? Jiraiya said calmly, compared to the 4th Hokage, no matter who it is, they will be inferior. After all, that guy is the best ninja in history, with rich ninjutsu talent, clear mind, and is loved by everyone. Moreover, he is as handsome as me. Tsunade said calmly, but even the 4th Hokage died very quickly. He risked his life for the village. Although the 4th Hokage has been resurrected now, she is talking about the past. It is a foolish thing to do to easily block or even lose one's life. My grandfather and the 2nd generation Hokage, although they wanted to quell the war the most, they didn't realize their dreams until they died, and they died in vain for the village. Jiraiya said lightly, you have changed, Tsunade, I don't know what you think in your heart, but I didn't expect you to say such a thing. Tsunade sneered a few times, don't look at me like this, I am also in my 50s, and time will change people. Tsunade took a deep breath and then said lightly, Hokage is rubbish, only idiots will do it. There are two people she didn't mention, one is her dead boyfriend, and the other is her brother, both of whom are guys who keep shouting that they want to be Hokage. Naruto was furious and rushed up to beat Tsunade, but he was grabbed by Jiraiya, stop, this is an izakaya. Naruto said aggressively, dare to insult the Hokage and my father in front of me, no matter what kind of woman you are, I will beat you up. Tsunade looked at Naruto expressionlessly, then stepped on the table arrogantly, you dare to talk to me like that, go outside and get beaten. As soon as the voice fell, Tsunade's expression became extremely unnatural, and her face gradually turned red. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and she carefully retracted her legs, because there was suddenly an extra person behind Naruto, and this person's forehead veins were already popping out, and his heart was boiling with anger. He had arrived a long time ago, heard the whole conversation, and saw Tsunade put her legs on the table, a scene without the image of a lady. Tsunade's face turned green. Second grandfather Tobirama roared, little Tsunade, come with me. Tsunade begged for mercy, I won't dare to do it again, next. I won't dare to do it again next time. Tsunade was called outside, and the grandfather and grandson fought. Tsunade is not someone who can be suppressed by seniority. Seeing Tobirama's flying thunder god show Tsunade, little Naruto felt happy and proud all the way. The grandma-level figure who slandered the previous Hokage was beaten after all, but Tsunade didn't try with all her strength. She didn't dare to use her full strength, which might really cost someone's life. Tobirama might not be able to withstand her strange strength, and even if Tobirama has talent, Tsunade is 50 to 10 years old. Her combat experience is definitely not worse than Tobirama's. Fortunately, the existence of Flying Thunder God saves her from having to fight Tsunade. Otherwise, Tobirama might be embarrassed and defeated by his granddaughter. Little Naruto smiled foolishly, but he didn't know what he missed. According to the original development, little Naruto moved Tsunade and Tsunade kissed her. Even if he knew he missed a kiss, he would definitely say in a very proud way, who cares about the kiss of a 50-year-old grandma? On the way, Tobirama scolded Tsunade, no matter what, we didn't die in vain, but for the village, to make more people live. Tsunade certainly understood, but each of the Hokage had a relationship with her, two were relatives, one was a teacher, and the 4th generation was also Jiraiya's disciple. The 4 generations of Hokage were all related to her, and the original history of the generations of Hokage were all dead. Her boyfriend and brother also wanted to be Hokage, and everyone died. It's no wonder that Tsunade would be disgusted with being a Hokage. On the way, Tsunade looked at little Naruto strangely. You said, this little guy is the son of the fourth Hokage. Jiraiya nodded with a smile. You were not in the village when the fourth Hokage became Hokage, and you were not there when the Nine Tails attacked you, so this is the first time you see little Naruto. Little Naruto pouted and clenched his fists. No matter how you look at Hokage, my goal will never change. Sooner or later I will become Hokage to show you. Then little Naruto thought of the seventh Hokage, put his hands on his hips and smiled contemptuously. To be honest, the future seventh Hokage has been reserved by me. Tsunade stared at little Naruto with dead fish eyes without trust. Jiraiya explained, yes, the seventh Hokage is in Konoha village now, and this little guy really became Hokage. Tsunade said in disbelief, how is it possible? When did the Hokage become so casual? Even such a rubbish that can't even use the Rasengan can become Hokage. Little Naruto at this period was really not outstanding in Tsunade's eyes. He seemed to be learning the Rasengan recently, but he couldn't even use the Rasengan now. Naruto said angrily, it's just the Rasengan. I will learn it and show you in a week. Just like the original work, Tsunade and Naruto made a bet again because of the Rasengan. Unexpectedly, 7 days later, Naruto was dirty and had many injuries from practicing the Rasengan, but these injuries were repaired by the Nine Tails. It was this little Naruto who rolled out a Rasengan and handed it to Tsunade proudly. Tsunade was moved by Naruto's seriousness. At this moment, Naruto's figure seemed to overlap with his brother and boyfriend. She gave the necklace on her neck to Naruto and kissed him on the forehead with a gentle smile. Well, you have to become a Hokage as soon as possible. The second generation had already used the Flying Thunder God to return to Konoha. 7 days later, Tsunade and others returned to Konoha after traveling all the way. As for why it took so long, every time she saw a casino, Tsunade, the big fat sheep, couldn't help but go in and lose money. Jiraiya was speechless. Tsunade, where did you get so much money? The Senju family has fallen, and you are no longer the princess of the Senju family. Tsunade said indifferently, as one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, I can get a lot every month, and you have never received any, right? Hee, your share has also been received by me. The way to receive it is to send it through the summoning beast. Jiraiya was dumbfounded when he heard it. You spendthrift woman, you took all my wages for decades. Tsunade said awkwardly, not all of it was spent, I saved some for you. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Jiraiya stretched out his hand indifferently, give it here. Tsunade fumbled in her pocket, took out a few coins and handed them to Jiraiya. Jiraiya's forehead veins popped up when he saw this, but since Tsunade was the woman he liked, Jiraiya endured it. Then Tsunade walked into Konoha happily. After becoming Hokage, she had a lot of money again, and she could win back the money she lost from the casino. Zero seeking flowers, Tsunade was full of fighting spirit, clenched her fists, and was full of confidence. As soon as she entered Konoha, Tsunade saw a lady in white flying in the air of Konoha, shopping with Hinata as if she was buying groceries. Hinata smiled and took Kaguya Atsutsuki's hand and walked into a women's clothing store. Come on, I'll take you to buy some beautiful clothes. The clothes you are wearing are too big and don't fit you at all. Kaguya Atsutsuki shook her head expressionlessly. Hinata continued to pull, but couldn't move. The strength was completely not on the same level. Hinata continued to persuade, come on, you will look very beautiful after dressing up. Atsutsuki still shook his head. Hinata pouted and looked helpless, just once, just wear it once. Kaguya Atsutsuki still shook her head. Jiraiya said with a lewd look, I agree with this idea, Tsunade, you go and help, you see how big and heavy her clothes are, it's so inconvenient for her to move, but she is thin-skinned and embarrassed, so it took a lot of force to pull her into the clothing store. Tsunade looked at Kaguya and saw that she was not someone to be trifled with. She was not a brainless idiot like Jiraiya. In the distance, Hinata was really at a loss. If only Ino was here, she would turn to Kaguya and help her change clothes. It seemed that this group of backups had no respect for Kaguya as their ancestor. They actually wanted to treat her like a doll. But Kaguya didn't understand the ways of the world and didn't see it. The reason she didn't want to go to the clothing store was just because the clothes she was wearing were in the style of the Atsutsuki clan, and she didn't want to change them casually. Even if he was the weakest Atsutsuki, he shouldn't wear the same clothes as these mortals. His level should be higher than theirs. In the Atsutsuki clan, the level is very important, so Kaguya would never degenerate and wear human clothes. Unless one day, she is really led astray by Hinata. Kaguya Atsutsuki has a very high status in the 7th Hokage's family, and she is not worshipped as a mascot. Kaguya is also a real ancestor, and the 7th Hokage will respond to her requests. The premise is that it cannot be a rude request, such as killing someone. The 7th Hokage has only one request for Kaguya, that is, not to kill people casually. In terms of killing or not, Kaguya's feelings are really weak. Whoever provokes her may be killed by her at will. But the 7th Hokage specifically told her not to kill people, even if you cripple her limbs, you can't kill her. The 7th Hokage wants to judge for himself whether the person who provokes Kaguya should die, but Kaguya does not have this judgment ability. Usually Kagaya stays at the 7th Hokage's house, with Hinata and Kushina. Among them, 787 Hinata is the most gentle, and Kagaya is more willing to get along with Hinata. Looking at her white eyes and Hinata's temperament, they are very similar to Kagaya. Watching Kagaya and Hinata leave, Tsunade asked, "Who is that white-haired woman? She gives me a feeling that she is not easy to mess with, maybe even I can't beat her." Tsunade can be said to be one of the strongest female ninjas at present. The only ones who are qualified to fight with her are Mizukage Mei Terumi and Akatsuki's Konan. But Kagaya, a woman she has never seen before, makes Tsunade feel afraid. Jiraiya was not sure and scratched his head. Well, she seems to be an acquaintance of the 7th Hokage, and seems to have a very transcendent status. I don't know. Toad Sage may know, but I didn't ask him. Jiraiya really guessed it right. The Toad Sage really knew Kagaya. More than 1,000 years ago, the Toad Sage had seen the Six-Path Sage. Now this toad is more than 1,000 years old, and this lifespan is also very outrageous. Then Jiraiya asked little Naruto to go home with Kagaya and Hinata, and he accompanied Tsunade to the Hokage building. After going to the Hokage building, the 4th Hokage was not there. He went to Mayaboku Mountain to learn fairy arts. The 4th Hokage could use fairy arts, but he was not very good at it, and the duration was not long enough. So the 3rd Hokage and Tsunade completed the work of handing over the position of Hokage. It was not that the 4th Hokage was no longer Hokage after the 5th Hokage appeared. He is still the Hokage. It's just that he can be a little lazy now. When encountering important matters, the 2 Hokage still need to discuss together. As for the 3rd Hokage, he is really an old man. He really doesn't want to be tired anymore. At such an old age, he still has to fight. It's too hard. Even in the 4th Ninja World War, there was the 3rd Hokage, and there was also an Onoki. These 2 old men were really forced to fight at such an old age. It's really pitiful. As for Naruto, he happily caught up with Kagaya and Hinata. Kagaya looked at Naruto expressionlessly. "I watched your battle." Naruto looked excited. Oh, how about it, am I good?" Kagaya said lightly, "As my child, you are too weak." Naruto was stunned. "Oh, isn't my mother Kushina?" Although Naruto should be the chakra reincarnation of Kagaya's grandson, Kagaya does not treat family affection in this way. Satsuki Hagoromo and Hamura were both children born by Kagaya with the blessings of the people. Even if they get married and have children, and pass on this chakra to the next generation, in Kagaya's heart they are still her own children. In other words, Kagaya's understanding of family affection is not blood relationship, because she did not give birth to the next generation through blood. She only recognizes chakra, and Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are also the reincarnations of her children's chakra. But now, her child's chakra has been inherited by Naruto and Sasuke. Kagaya didn't know how to explain, "I am your chakra mother," or in other words, "Your chakra originated from me. Although I was once betrayed by my 2 children and sealed, I am willing to believe in you in the future." Hearing this, Naruto cursed, "Children seal their mothers, this is worse than beasts." To read the violent novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Although it felt strange, Kagaya was very happy to hear Naruto say this. But in fact, the reason why the 6-Path Sage betrayed was because Kagaya was just like Uchiha Madara, believing in her own power, very extreme, and hurting many people to feed the sacred tree. Even the 6-Path Sage's girlfriend was chosen to feed the sacred tree, which made the 6-Path Sage hate Kagaya zero. In fact, the power of Naruto can be divided into 2 types. One is the radical faction that believes in its own power, and the other is the Bond faction that believes in the power of its companions. Now that the 7th generation has spoken, Kagaya is really willing to believe in the 7th generation and her own children. She could also stop feeding the sacred tree, because the 7th Hokage promised to help her resist the Otsutsuki clan. Therefore, Kagaya has been truly won over to become one of her own, and has become someone who believes in her companions. But even so, the current little Naruto is too weak, so weak that Kagaya can't stand it. Then Kagaya said lightly, "Go home, after lunch, I will give you special training." Hearing this, little Naruto was ecstatic. "I learned a very powerful ninjutsu, it won't hurt you." Kagaya said lightly, "No, I'm stronger than your father." Naruto pouted, "Stop lying." Kagaya was indifferent and didn't have a competitive heart, so she didn't pay attention to little Naruto. She was thinking about how to train little Naruto, not to kill him, but to help him become stronger. But each of her skills is incredibly destructive, and she will die if she touches it. At this time, Kagaya was screening in her mind which skills can be used on little Naruto and which skills cannot be used. Once used, little Naruto will be killed instantly. Hinata was also happy for Naruto 5.5. "That's great, Naruto." Kagaya looked at Hinata, especially at the Byakugan. "My Byakugan is very strong, I can teach you." Hinata didn't know what special abilities Kagaya's Byakugan had, but she felt that there was no need for her to fight, and it didn't matter whether she learned it or not. But she remembered that when fighting against pain, she stood in front of Naruto. If she was strong enough at that time, perhaps the situation would be different. It's interesting to think about defeating pain by herself. When he got home, the 7th generation was shocked. "Hinata, are you saying that Kaguya is going to give you special training?" The 7th generation knew Kaguya's terrifying power very well. She was really strong except for her lack of combat experience. She had control and output, and she also had a skill that could kill anyone in one hit, no matter how strong they were. Kill Grey Bones. Are you crazy? Want to simulate a battle with Kaguya? First, Hinata was given special training. Hinata was ready with the double lion fist. The 7th generation also learned the double lion fist, which was learned from Hinata. It can greatly enhance the power of physical skills and is indeed very suitable for Hinata. Kaguya said lightly, "Feel my Byakugan skill. I hope you can learn something from it." Then Kaguya narrowed her eyes and glared, "Bien pressure." In an instant, Hinata groaned, as if she had suffered an unparalleled impact. However, Kaguya was holding back, and Hinata did not suffer too much damage. If this move is used against Naruto's shadow clone, it can also be wiped out instantly. If the pressure is released without reservation, it can tear an ordinary person into pieces. This depends on the strength of the body. It is a powerful skill that can kill ordinary soldiers in seconds. Even Kaguya's Byakugan can release illusions. She used this move to control Hamura and then let Hamura attack Kagoramo. If Hinata can learn the pressure, it would be very good. As for illusions, don't consider it. The next scene is more shocking. Kaguya opens the Byakugan and uses rabbit hair needles to shoot Hinata from a long distance to hit her. Hinata can learn this. She can use Senbon to replace the rabbit hair needles. Kaguya has shown Hinata how to use the Byakugan, and the rest depends on Hinata's own understanding. But except for shooting Senbon to hit her from a distance, Hinata really has no confidence that she can learn the rest. She even feels that her Byakugan is completely different from Kaguya's and is not at the same level. Then it was Naruto's turn to ask Kaguya for advice. After seeing Kaguya's strength, Naruto screamed excitedly. The next moment, Kaguya activated Aim no Monica and brought everyone to the desert world. If they fought here, they would not have to worry about the aftermath of the battle destroying the house of the 7th generation. As soon as little Naruto entered this space, he used the multiple shadow clone technique, and relied on the shadow clones to roll balls and quickly used the Raiznan. Countless Naruto rushed towards Kaguya with Raiznan. Kaguya used the Byakugan to suppress Naruto's shadow clones, but all the little Naruto just flew backwards and fell to the ground, and did not dissipate. This is the ability given by the Lord God, so Kaguya glared at it again, and all the shadow clones disappeared, leaving only Naruto's body. Then Kaguya clenched her fist and punched in front of herself. At the same time, she activated her pupil ability, Yomi Harasaka. She opened a cave in front of her and teleported her fist in front of Naruto, so little Naruto was inexplicably knocked out. Kushina cheered Naruto up, "Stand up, Naruto, fight back, even if it's just one punch, don't give up easily." However, Kaguya's fists always hit at all kinds of weird angles, and Naruto was still beaten even though he was thousands of meters away from Kaguya. Damn, so strong, I can't think of any power to resist. But soon little Naruto thought of a trick, a ninjutsu that allowed the weak to defeat the strong. Even Kakashi, the 3rd Hokage, Irika, and Jiraiya were all killed instantly. There was no way to resist. Little Naruto laughed confidently. He never thought that he might be beaten by Kushina after using this trick. Facing any powerful opponent, never giving up is his ninja way. Since he really didn't know how to defeat Kaguya, he had to try the trick to see if he could kill Kaguya instantly. This was one of his best ninjutsu. Then little Naruto rushed towards Kaguya while making seals with both hands. Shadow clone technique, but Kaguya's fist did not stop and continued to hit little Naruto. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Little Naruto relied on the shadow clone to throw his body towards Kaguya. Falling from the sky, Kaguya stretched out her fist again, making an uppercut posture. The bruised little Naruto raised a confident arc at the corner of his mouth, and the 7th Hokage was shocked. Could it be that? The 7th generation's idea came true. The next moment, the smoke effects of the shadow clone and the transformation technique began to spread. When the smoke dissipated, Naruto shouted ninjutsu, reverse harem technique. Because of the blessing of the 9 tails chakra, the number of shadow clones is shocking. At such a young age, he has created thousands of clones. Performing transformation techniques at the same time, the power is simply shocking, enough to kill any female ninja in seconds. Then a group of naked men smiled ambiguously and made all kinds of charming movements in front of Kaguya. The man standing in front of Kaguya was very familiar. It was the 7th generation. Little Naruto turned into the 7th generation. In an instant, Hinata's face turned red. The 7th generation was facing Kaguya, and only Kaguya could see it. Others could only see his butt. The 7th generation was really stupid at this moment, and the whole person was not good. Now it's not just Kushina who wants to beat Naruto, even he can't bear it anymore. 787 Kaguya's face was visibly red, and she was stunned and forgot to attack little Naruto. At this moment, Kagaya's young heart suffered an unparalleled devastating blow. From now on, she can't even look directly at the 7th generation. As soon as he sees the 7th Hokage, he might think of the scene before his eyes. Kushina opened her mouth wide with a look of surprise. Little Naruto refreshed her worldview once again. Then little Naruto lifted his transformation technique. Good opportunity, watch me. He punched Kagaya in the face with little power and knocked her to the ground. Although Kagaya reacted quickly and used her time and space ability to escape, she was still touched by little Naruto after all. Although she was completely crushed by his strength, she was hit by a punch. Little Naruto laughed happily. Yeah, Mom, I'm awesome, I hit her. Whirlpool. Whirlpool. Naruto. Human. Kushina looked like a demon king descending, her hair standing up in anger. In the evening, nothing happened in the main god space. The next day, Naruto really ran to find Kakashi after dinner, just like the 7th generation said. They were in Kakashi's class and received a mission. Before officially starting this mission, Kakashi asked them to go to a movie. After a few days of calm, Sasuke has returned to normal and is no longer a barrel of explosives that can be ignited at any time. Hinata shook her head helplessly as she watched Naruto leave, but she still felt a lingering fear when she thought of the reverse harem technique yesterday. Kushina asked, "Why, are you going to watch a movie today?" Hinata smiled and nodded. Kagaya-han wants to watch it very much. Grandma, why don't you come too? Kushina smiled happily. Okay, this family is getting more and more lively now. In fact, Kushina and Minato are both orphans. They enjoy living in a home like this with many people and a warm home. Hinata, Kushina, and Kagaya set out together. When they passed by Bai's herb shop, they saw two people from the Hyuga family taking care of it. Hinata asked curiously, "Why are you here? Where is Bai?" The two people from the Hyuga branch family said respectfully, "Miss, it was Master Hyuga Hayashi who saw that Bai couldn't handle it alone, so he sent us here. Miss Bai should be protecting Master Naruto now, right?" This was actually what the Sandaime had specifically told him before he retired. How could he let Bai, who has such a strong fighting power, do some trivial things that don't matter? Of course, Bai should be placed in the most suitable position. Although protecting Naruto is still a waste of talent, Bai will definitely help when a battle occurs. Then the three of them came to the cinema. As soon as they entered the cinema, they heard a familiar roar. It was little Naruto. Hinata wondered, isn't little Naruto a ninja? How come he is so free and has time to watch a movie? The status of a ninja is like a formal job, and they often need to complete the commission tasks of the village to earn rewards. These missions cannot be ignored. The missions will pile up. Unless there is a special reason, all ninjas must complete a certain number of missions every month. Kushina interrupted, I remember that. Kakashi told me that they received a mission to protect Fenghana Koyuki, the heroine of this movie. It is reasonable for them to watch their movie before getting to know their employer. When she heard about Naruto, Kagaya's head immediately drooped, and she recalled some bad memories. That unbelievable scene that polluted the pure heart, I still can't let it go. Then I walked into the cinema and the movie started. The sky was dark, the wind and rain were raging, and the tip of the kunai was scattered all over the ground, and there were many corpses. The swordsman knelt on one knee. We have reached a dead end. The monk lay on the ground. I'm afraid we can't complete this journey. Another man lay on a tree trunk. Let's stop here and give up. The four people who came to watch the movie were Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Haku, and Hinata. Among them, little Naruto and Kagaya were completely immersed in the plot. Little Naruto was so nervous that cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and Kagaya was also staring at the development of the plot with her eyes fixed. Princess Fenjayun spoke, we still have hope, I firmly believe that, but, Princess. The princess turned around, revealing an extremely beautiful face. She was beautiful, strong, and brave. Don't give up. Then the bad guys appeared, and the princess was surrounded and fell into a bitter battle. Naruto said nervously, danger. Princess Fenjayun. Sakura said speechlessly, that's a movie, just a movie. But Kagaya took it seriously. Seeing that the princess was in danger, she rolled her eyes and glared at her, wanting to kill the person behind the princess in seconds. Kagaya sat in the third row. All the people in the front row fainted because of the huge shock wave, but Kagaya seemed to have seen nothing and was immersed in the plot. Kagaya's skills are invalid and cannot be used on enemies in the movie. To read the violent novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Then Princess Fenjayun turned around and killed the enemy handsomely. But there were more and more enemies standing up around. Hinata shamefully pulled Kagaya's hand. That's a movie, just like telling a story, don't use skills randomly, it's super embarrassing. The villain smiled evilly, give up. Princess Fenjayun said handsomely from behind, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will try my best and will definitely open up a brand new path. Hearing this, Kagaya's eyes were obsessed. She was impressed by the strength, beauty, and bravery of the woman in front of her. She was exactly the same as she was in the past. Princess Fenjion was then surrounded by rainbow chakra and killed the villain in seconds. Little Naruto shouted excitedly, "Ha ha ha, well done, Princess Fenjion." Then the people in the cinema couldn't stand it anymore, and threw garbage, drink bottles, clothes, etc. in the direction of little Naruto and Kaguya. They were so angry that they couldn't stop. "This is a movie theater, be quiet and don't use ninjutsu." The garbage thrown at Kaguya, Hinata, and Kushina was all sucked into the space-time cave. The garbage thrown at Naruto and others was also blocked by with ice, but they were still kicked out of the cinema. On Kaguya's side, the boss recognized Kushina, the wife of the fourth Hokage, and Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, and pretended not to see them. Kaguya watched with relish. Hinata looked helpless, and decided to buy a videotape to watch at home in the future. Naruto, who was kicked out, stared at the poster of Princess Fenjion with a depressed look. "I don't know where there is a princess like Princess Fenjion. She is beautiful, strong, and brave. If I can fight for such a princess, as a ninja, I am willing." At this time, the sound of horse hooves sounded, and the next moment a white horse jumped over the wall, and a beautiful, strong, and brave princess appeared in front of little Naruto. But she didn't even look back, and rode away directly, and there were pursuers behind her. Little Naruto was stunned for a moment, and after reacting, he rushed over without hesitation, followed by Sasuke and Sakura. This group of pursuers was ridiculously weak, and was easily dealt with by the three genin and tied together. At this time, Kakashi appeared. "What are you doing?" Sasuke said expressionlessly. "I'm killing time." The next moment, Kakashi appeared in front of the pursuers, untied them one by one, scratched his head and apologized. "I'm so sorry." Seeing Sakura and Sasuke's puzzled faces, Kakashi said indifferently, "These people are the employers of this commission." A white horse was drinking water by the stream, while Fengwa Zyaksu squatted beside it, deep in thought. No one knew what she was thinking about. Naruto asked with a serious look on his face, "Are you okay, my princess?" Fengwa Zyaksu tilted her head slightly and looked at Naruto. Soon Naruto's seriousness could no longer be suppressed, and he laughed. "How about my line?" He held the back of his head with both hands, which was Naruto's habitual action. "Sister, you are the real Fenjianji, right?" I was so moved after watching the movie starring my sister." Little Naruto imitated Princess Fenjion with a serious face. "Don't give up." This sentence made me burst into tears. However, Fengwa Zyaksu directly rode on the horse and rushed towards Naruto, forcing him to get out of the way. However, there was a river on the side, and Naruto fell directly into it. Fengwa Zyaksu rode away without looking back. Naruto was talking to himself the whole time, and Fengwa Zyaksu didn't say a word. However, Naruto was faster than the horse, walking side by side with the horse and catching up. As if he didn't care about what had just happened, he shouted excitedly, "After watching my sister's movie, I am also full of energy." After seeing the horse speed up, Naruto simply jumped on and sat in the back. "After watching my sister's movie, I will not give up. I must work hard to become Hokage." Little Naruto kept chattering, but Fengwa Zyaksu said nothing from beginning to end. The horses were going too fast and several children who wanted autographs appeared in front. Fengwa Zyaksu got up angrily. "Stop it. What's the point of asking for my autograph? It will eventually be forgotten and gathered dust in an unknown corner. It's useless, boring, and like a fool." Fengwa Zyaksu walked away angrily. The adults around them muttered, "It's so disappointing. You're so arrogant just because you have a little popularity." Then Fengwa Zyaksu changed out of her costume and put on a modern windbreaker, which made her look even more beautiful. But Naruto followed her stealthily, and she couldn't get rid of him no matter how hard she tried. After all, Naruto is also a ninja, and his physical fitness is not comparable to Fengwa Zyaksu's. Fengwa Zyaksu quickened her pace, but Naruto did a hook and appeared in front of Fengwa Zyaksu in an instant, scaring her to the ground. The next moment, Naruto laughed happily, showing 2 rows of teeth, and handed over the signature board and marker. Fengwa Zyaksu said helplessly, "I know." Naruto laughed happily. "Great, what's your name?" "Uzumaki Naruto." "Okay, Uzumaki Naruto, right?" Fengwa Zyaksu began to sign, and little Naruto exclaimed, "Sister, you smell so good." Then little Naruto couldn't help but look at Fengwa Zyaksu's chest, which was a very beautiful pendant. Little Naruto was fascinated by it, but Fengwa Zyaksu made a move to put her hair behind her ears, touched the earrings, and pressed lightly, and little Naruto began to scream in pain. Fengwa Zyaksu said lightly, "This is a spray specially used to deal with perverts." Little Naruto, who covered his eyes, bumped into a pile of wood and was crushed in it. Fengwa Zyaksu picked up the signed signature board with an expressionless face, tore it into pieces in front of little Naruto, and threw it on the ground. "Humph, what an idiot." Then she hid in a tavern and complained, "Don't be ridiculous, who wants to go to the snow country? It's just full of unpleasant memories." Naruto was relentless and found her angrily. "I found you, Fenjianji, although I know this is not your real name, and I don't know how great actors are, but you actually trampled on my pure heart. I will never forgive you." To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Fanghua Xiaoxiu laughed at herself, ha ha ha, actor? Amazing? Being an actor is just the lowest level job, and it is also the job of the lowest level people. The angry Naruto was stunned for a moment, and she continued, it is really stupid to act out a fake life according to the script written by others. In the story, she is a brave and beautiful princess, but in reality, she is a cowardly princess who fled her country. She was fed up with all this, and full of resentment towards herself for being so incompetent. The director came in a panic, Ms. Sweji, the ship to the snow country is about to depart. Zero asking for flowers. Fanghua Xiaoxiu drank wine. I don't want to play Fen Jianji anymore, you can find another actor. The two began to quarrel, Kakashi said lazily, then there is no way. Then he decisively took off the eye mask and activated the Sharingan. On a soft princess bed, Fanghua Xiaoxiu gradually woke up. Why do I feel that my body is shaky? Did I drink too much yesterday? The director opened the door and said lightly, this is not an illusion. Fanghua Xiaoxiu suddenly remembered something, and the sound of hurried footsteps was heard. She opened the door of the ship and said in a panic, what's going on? At this time, they had appeared on the sea and headed to the snow country. Kakashi said to Naruto and the other two, we must protect her no matter what happens. This is a very important A-rank mission. Then Naruto looked at Bai, who had been following Kakashi. This kind of mission will be easy with Bai's sister here, right? Well, that's true, but you can't let your guard down. The ship arrived at an ice island, and the director decided to shoot a fight scene there. Facing the camera, Fanghua Xiaoxiu's temperament is completely different from that in reality. She can show her beautiful, brave, and strong side in front of the camera. But during the filming, the real enemy appeared. They were the ninjas from the snow country, who were sent to capture Fanghua Xiaoxiu. Kakashi and others went out to fight, but Fanghua Xiaoxiu stayed where she was because of fear. She thought of her father's death, the burning palace, and herself when she was young and weak. Fanghua Xiaoxiu screamed in horror, I won't go to the snow country anymore. When she regained her composure, the crisis had been resolved, and Bai and Kakashi ended the battle easily. Naruto looked at Fanghua Xiaoxiu worriedly, and Bai looked at Naruto expressionlessly. It should be said that Bai seemed to care about the concerned and worried look in Naruto's eyes when he looked at Fanghua Xiaoxiu, but he had never looked at her with such eyes. For some reason, Bai felt a little sour. It might be because she became a girl, her mind began to be a little wrong, and she became more concerned about Naruto's death. After everyone was safe, they sat in the carriage, and the agent told the truth. The princess of the snow country disappeared many years ago. That's why I couldn't tell you how happy I was when I found out that Her Royal Highness was starring in the movie. The agent said with tears in his eyes, Her Royal Highness really survived with great difficulty. At this time, Fanghua Xiaoxiu said expressionlessly, it would have been great if I had died at the time. Princess, please don't say such things. For us, the princess is still alive is our greatest hope. Fanghua Xiaoshui recalled the scene of her father's death and said coldly, she is alive, but my heart is dead. Since then, my tears have dried up. The agent wiped his tears. After that, I finally became Xiaoxiu's agent, and I have been waiting for an opportunity to bring Her Royal Highness back to the snow country. Then the agent simply knelt in front of Fanghua Xiaoxiu, Princess Xiaoxiu, no matter what, please defeat Nudao and become the new monarch of this country. I, the third wife, will protect Her Royal Highness the princess at the cost of my life. He knocked his head heavily on the ground, but Fanghua Xiaoxiu still looked at him expressionlessly. Please, stand up with us and resist no matter what. Fanghua Xiaoshui said calmly, I don't want to, don't joke, we can't. However, the people of the snow country, that has nothing to do with me, I refuse. Just give up, you are such a fool. No matter how hard you try, you can never defeat Nu Tao. Bai said calmly, I am stronger than him. Fanghua Xiaoshui looked down on him, humph, you don't even have a forehead protector on your head, are you a ninja? Fanghua Xiaoshui lifted Bai's chin, what a beautiful face, but so fragile. The next moment, Bai instantly twisted Fanghua Xiaoxiu's arm behind her back. In pain, even the desperate Fanghua Xiaoxiu screamed. But Naruto scolded, stop it, Bai sister. Hearing this, Bai became even more angry and let go of her hand angrily. At this time, the director wiped his mouth and said, because there is a future only when you see the dream, it's not bad, it's a very suitable theme for the finale of Fenjianji. What, you still plan to continue making the movie? That's right, think about it, there will be no second chance to make a movie with a real princess. When such a movie is released, it will definitely be a big hit. Kakashi said lightly, I rescued you that year, I was powerless at that time, and could only take you to escape. Now that Nu Tao and others know about it and have sent pursuers, you have nowhere to escape. Only by fighting can you survive. Naruto laughed, okay, the mission continues, we must let Fen Jianji return to the snow country and defeat the bad guys completely. Fanghua Xiaoxiu struggled, reality is not a movie, there is no happy ending in reality. After saying that, Fanghua Xiaoxiu returned to the room in a daze. But soon the agent sent a message, oh no, Xiaoxiu is missing. Kakashi said, search separately from here, and use the radio to contact after finding her. Naruto looked dissatisfied and stared at the snow-covered jungle at the foot of the mountain. Because of her fast pace, Fenghua Xiaoxiu fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Lying on the snow, she remembered her father's words when she was young: look carefully, and you will see the future. Xiaoxiu, a child, stood in front of the mirror and wondered, I can't see anything. Her father confirmed, you can see it, yes, you can see it in the spring. Spring? Fenghua Xiaoxiu opened her eyes. Father is lying, isn't there no spring in this country? Really, how many times do you have to run away before you are satisfied? Naruto's voice came, his face expressionless and extremely serious, everyone is waiting for you. Fenghua Xiaoxiu struggled to get up, and then she was carried on Naruto's back and hurried on. Why do I always get found by you? This is a mission. No matter how unwilling you are, I will always follow you. I can recognize the sweet smell of my sister. Perhaps Naruto has not yet realized the strangeness of his words, but Fenghua Xiaoxiu still has no expression on her face. Even if I go back, I will just continue to be an actor. I don't care about other things. At this time, the two people walking in the tunnel heard a whistle, and a truck hit them. Naruto turned around and ran with Fenghua Xiaoxiu on his back. I will be caught up. Naruto roared, I will not be caught up by him, there is absolutely no escape, but I won't give up. Fenghua Xiaoxiu screamed, there's no point in running, it's all over. I won't let it end, I will never give up. Isn't that your line? But it is the ninja way that I have been implementing throughout my life. Naruto quickened his pace, faster and faster, and finally escaped with Fenghua Xiaoxiu. Naruto laughed happily, ha 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 ha. Fenghua Xiaoxiu was stunned and looked at Naruto in astonishment. Her heart seemed to be touched. However, Nudao's voice came from the truck, you've made me suffer, Xiaoxiu. Fenghua Xiaoxiu's eyes were astonished, Fenghua Nudao? Then the two were arrested and locked up in prison. Because Naruto was a ninja, his hands were tied and hung in the air, unable to move. Fenghua Xiaoxiu said lightly, you are in such a mess. Naruto had a blank expression, aren't you the same? Yes. Little Naruto said seriously, spring, what do you mean there is no spring? My father told me that in spring, you will see beautiful meadows full of flowers and you can run freely on them, so don't give up and believe in the future. Spring will surely come. After my father died, I was not there. I don't care about anything, I escape, I deceive myself, I keep playing myself, I can only be an actor like this. Naruto gritted his teeth, held the blade hidden in his collar with his mouth, tried to cut the handcuffs, but accidentally dropped it to the ground. Fenghua Xiaoxiu's eyes were calm, you see, in the end I can only give up. Naruto's expression was very calm, after giving up, it will definitely be very easy. He thought of his childhood, when no one pays attention to you, you will think that this is nothing, but in fact it is extremely painful. However, I have companions, and I worked hard with them, never gave up, and finally got a good result. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. An electric current came from Naruto's handcuffs, making his expression hideous and painful, but he didn't stop talking, if I give up, both my dream and everything else will be over. Your father and your agent are not wrong, and I want to prove it to you. The current was getting stronger and stronger, and Fenghua Xiaoxiu's eyes were filled with worry. Don't do this, stop it. In the end, miraculously, little Naruto used brute force to break free from the handcuffs. This scene also made Fenghua Xiaoxiu's eyes widen in shock, and little Naruto stood up shakily. It's okay, I'll go save you now. His hands grabbed the cage, but it sent a current several times stronger than before, and little Naruto fainted on the ground. Soon the guards arrived. This guy, when did he break free? Then they opened the door and went in to check the situation, but were knocked down by little Naruto in an instant, and the key was taken away. He smiled confidently, well, I told you, don't underestimate ninjas. Fenghua Xiaoxiu narrowed her eyes and snorted. Then Naruto took Fenghua Xiaoxiu's hand and began to run away. Nudao and his men blocked the way. This time Fenghua Xiaoxiu did not escape. He wanted to fight with Naruto, but it was a pity that the two were defeated and still couldn't win. Naruto stumbled to his feet and looked at Fenghua Nudao, who was confidently wearing strange armor. Xiaoxiu exclaimed, stop it, Naruto, this time, you will really die. Little Naruto said lightly, believe me, as long as sister, believe me, I will not lose. Hearing this, Nudao's expression was ferocious, go to hell. The power of the punch was earth-shaking, perhaps because of the blessing of the strange armor zero. Little Naruto fell into the water. Fenghua Xiaoxiu looked at the direction where little Naruto fell into the water in shock, and knelt on the ground with a look of despair. Sure enough, it still doesn't work? Obviously you've tried so hard. Nu Tao turned to look at Xiaoxiu, then, it's your turn. But Naruto's voice sounded from behind. He had climbed up and circled to the back without knowing when, and was using his shadow clone to condense the rays. It's not over yet. The real end is that justice defeats evil, and then we get a happy ending. At this moment, Fenghua Xiaoxiu finally stopped restraining her emotions and shouted, Naruto, I believe you, you said that you want to be Hokage, and Hokage is the most powerful ninja, and now you are also recognized by me, Fenjianji, as the strongest ninja. The seven-color chakra is a legend of the Snow Country, but Naruto's Rasengan flashed with seven-color chakra and attacked Nudao. Sakura exclaimed, the seven-color chakra is just like in the movie. Bai instantly appeared behind Nudao and froze his body, making him unable to dodge the Rasengan. At the moment the battle ended, a miracle really happened. The Snow Country, which had been snowing all year round, really welcomed spring. It turned out that his father had already developed a device to melt ice and snow, and its key is Fenghua Xiaoxu's pendant. The director shouted, "Ah, did you shoot this scene? It's really amazing." Fenghua Xiaoxu also looked at everything in front of her in disbelief. Believe in the future, then spring will definitely come. It turns out that my father has already done it, but he just wants me to open it with my own hands. She remembered the conversation with her father. If spring comes, what does Xiaoxu want to do? Xiaoxu's childish voice said in her childhood, I want to be a princess, beautiful, gentle, strong, and a partner of justice. At this time her father told her the answer, look, you are a very beautiful princess standing in front of the mirror now. Thinking of the conversation with her father, Fenghua Xiaoxu couldn't help but shed tears. After the incident, Fenghua Xiaoxu ascended the throne and became the queen of the Snow Kingdom. She was beautiful, strong and brave. The people in the audience happily congratulated the newly crowned queen. She looked up at the sky. In the end, the device was not completed. Little Naruto asked, does that mean it will turn back to winter? No, if we continue to develop on the basis of that device, the land of learning will one day become the 5.5 of the land of spring. Sakura said, but it's a pity to give up being an actor, since you are so popular. Hyuka Koyuki said, who said I want to give up? I want to be the monarch of the land of snow and an actor. Also, Naruto, you must come to the Snow Country to find me in 3 years. Naruto was puzzled. Why? Fenghua Xiaoxu said dissatisfiedly, don't ask why, aren't you my fan? If you come, I will let you be the male lead and act with me. Hearing this, little Naruto was instantly overjoyed. Really? Fenghua Xiaoxu smiled very sweetly. Yes, then, goodbye. Little Naruto's hands were shaking. I haven't asked for the autograph yet. At this time, Bai's pretty face was frosty and gloomy. She has already given it. Then Bai took out an envelope and handed it to little Naruto, but her expression at this time was so terrible. When little Naruto took the envelope and took out the photo inside, he was snoring after the battle. Fenghua Xiaoxu kissed him lightly, and on his lips, and wrote 2 people's names on it, and drew a heart in the middle of the names. When Bai secretly saw this photo, he didn't know why he felt very, very angry. Naruto's face was flushed. It's a rare opportunity, I should wait until I'm a little more handsome. Ah. Fenghua Xiaoxu waved to Naruto as she walked away. Don't forget me when you return to Konoha, and don't forget the 3-year agreement. I'm a sabbat of Hyuka Koyuki couldn't keep Naruto because she knew that his goal was to become the Hokage and the most powerful ninja in the village. How could she keep a man with dreams and ideals? She just hoped that he would come to find her in 3 years and visit the Snow Country. By then, the Snow Country might become the Spring Country. Hyuka Koyuki was flirting with little Naruto. Bai saw it and was very anxious. Although little Naruto was dazed and didn't seem to notice Hyuka Koyuki's strange feelings for him, but even so, Bai was still very anxious. Only she was a man before, so she couldn't express her admiration for Naruto, even though she has become a girl now, but it's still so strange. She was really embarrassed to take the initiative to kiss Naruto like Hyuka Koyuki did. Unless Naruto took the initiative to tease her, it would be difficult for Bai to take the initiative. But how could a 20-year-old idiot like Naruto tease her? After the incident in the Snow Country was over, the 4 of them planned to sink the ship and return to Konoha. At this time, the Santa Lady presented Naruto with a gift from the Snow Country, some valuable gold and silver. Although it was not much, it was able to express the Snow Country's feelings. The Santa Lady smiled and said, Naruto-kun, the Snow Country would like to invite you to be the consort. Although the princess, no, now the queen, I can see the feelings of Her Majesty the Queen for Naruto-kun, so I took the initiative to send a deposit on behalf of Her Majesty the Queen. As for what kind of deposit it was, of course it was the dowry. Little Naruto said blankly, what is a consort? Sakura was already blushing at this time. Fool, Naruto, a consort is. Naruto interrupted with a smile, as if he knew a lot. He is a very powerful official, sure. Although I can't stay in the Snow Country forever, I can still come and see him occasionally to show off my power. A majestic scene of himself appeared in his mind, and Naruto was so happy that he flew up. Ha ha ha, power, being an official, ha ha ha. The third wife was stunned, and nodded reluctantly. It can be considered an official, second only to one person and above 10,000 people. Bai was dumbfounded. I was still hesitating, and the Queen of the Snow Country attacked Naruto? Bai couldn't help but grab Naruto's arm, but couldn't say a word because he had no position. Naruto looked at Bai strangely, and then said without hesitation, okay, I will be the prince consort, so I will accept the deposit for being an official without hesitation. Although there was not much gold and silver, there were 20,000 taels, equivalent to 1 million RMB. This money was indeed far from Asuma's head, 35 million taels, but this is only a partial deposit. When little Naruto completes the 3-year agreement, the entire Snow Country can be his. The next generation of the queen and little Naruto must be the future monarch of the Snow Country. Seeing that little Naruto accepted it, the Santaifu left with satisfaction. He wanted to tell Fenghua Xiaoxu the good news. In the palace, Fenghua Xiaoxu blushed and couldn't speak after hearing this. Even though he hinted to little Naruto that he would come to the Snow Country to see her in 3 years, he also left him an ambiguous photo as a signature. But he never thought of telling her so bluntly that this queen likes you. How embarrassed is Fenghua Xiaoxu to express her love to a child who is 3 years younger than her? Ah, the old cow eats tender grass, I'm so shy. Fenghua Xiaoxu said with a trembling face, how could you do this? You made such a promise without permission. I never said I would let her be my consort. But Fenghua Xiaoxu couldn't hide the joy on her face. Santaifu apologized without hesitation, it's all my fault. I will take back the deposit immediately. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Fenghua Xiaoxu hurriedly stopped Santaifu, let it go. So, Naruto became the nominal consort of the Snow Country. Sakura finally told Naruto the meaning of consort with a blushing face. Naruto widened his eyes in surprise. What? That is to say, I want to be Fuka Koyaki's husband in the future? Sakura looked at Naruto like he was a fool. Yes, you have already accepted the deposit, do you want to break your promise? Naruto was stunned, but deep down, he was a little happy. After all, Fuka Koyaki was her favorite female star. Bai made up his mind. 3 years later, I must get it over with before Fuka Koyaki. Although Bai didn't quite understand the meaning of hard work, this was almost what she meant. On the way back to Konoha, Bai clung to Naruto more than before. It also made Naruto remember the sweet smell on Bai's body. Originally, he only remembered the scent of Fuka Koyaki. This time, Bai always got too close, so he remembered it too. Although it was very faint, it was very fresh and smelled good. At this time, Naruto still had a long way to go before he could become the Hokage and the strongest ninja. But he was already the strongest ninja in the Snow Country. He was also Her Majesty the Queen, personally acknowledged, the strongest ninja. The satisfaction brought by this 203 honor blessing from Her Majesty the Queen seems to be no less than becoming a Hokage. Little Naruto returned home, and the Yondaime also returned. His face turned pale, and he thought of the delicacies of Mayaboku Mountain. He missed his family's cooking very much these days and wanted to eat some normal food. But after eating, he had to go back to Mayaboku Mountain to strengthen his fairy skills. Soon Namikaze Minato noticed the gold and silver in little Naruto's hands. Kushina also saw it and exclaimed, Naruto, where did these come from? Naruto was embarrassed and hesitated to tell his experience in the Snow Country. He was afraid that his parents would be angry if he became the prince consort of the Snow Country without permission. However, Namikaze Minato and Kushina were not angry. Instead, they asked again and again with a look of surprise, what, the princess of the Snow Country, what does she look like? Is she pretty? Little Naruto was a little impatient with the questioning. Oh, it's Princess Fen Jiun, the actress who played Princess Fen Jiun. Let me tell you, I didn't expect that she is also a real princess in reality, and now she has been crowned as the queen. In an instant, Kushina fainted with joy. Namikaze Minato also jumped up and down like a child. I'm going to be a father-in-law. I'm going to be a father-in-law. I just wanted to say, hearing Minato Namikaze say with great joy that he was going to be a father-in-law. Kushina, who had fainted, also stood up and looked at Minato Namikaze with a look of surprise. Then I am the mother-in-law, I am going to be a mother-in-law. Minato Namikaze was happy. I am going to be a father-in-law. Little Naruto was speechless. These two, their brains are probably abnormal. Only Hinata was not happy for little Naruto. She had a dark face. Although I know that history has changed, this little Naruto's life experience is different from that of the 7th generation. But still, it's not very comfortable. Besides, little Hinata hasn't grown up yet, and she is still a shy girl. How can she compete? Minato Namikaze pulled Kushina. Let's go. Since we have already accepted the dowry deposit from Her Majesty the Queen, we should also give a betrothal gift. Kushina agreed of course, and wanted to finalize this matter, leaving them no room for regret. Kushina said, but we don't have money. Namikaze Minato blushed and gritted his teeth. I get a lot of money as a Hokage. I'll go and order it down. Kushina said helplessly, but you are no longer the current Hokage. Although you still have money, it has been reduced by half. In the past, Namikaze Minato didn't care about how much money he had, as long as his family was happy. And even if the salary of the previous generation of Hokage was half of that of the current Hokage, it was still a salary that ordinary people couldn't earn in a year. But, my son is too powerful. He found a wife who turned out to be Her Majesty the Queen. Her Majesty the Queen easily gave a deposit equivalent to RMB 1 million. As a hokage and the head of a village, I can't be too shabby, right? But after all, Minato had just been resurrected not long ago. Not only had his salary not been paid, but he had even taken a little advance. What should I do? Where can I make money? At this time, Namikaze Minato stared at Bai. By the way, since he became a girl, Bai's medical store business has been booming. Namikaze Minato thought of Hinata Hyuga and Hayashi Hyuga, the father and daughter. The Hyuga family is very rich. As a relative, it shouldn't be difficult to borrow some money. It's not difficult indeed. He is not only Hinata's father-in-law, but also the hokage of the village. He will give face to you no matter what. But the question is, what is your purpose? You want to borrow money from the Hyuga family to give a betrothal gift to another woman. Do you want to be scolded? Sure enough, when Namikaze Minato went to the Hyuga family to borrow money happily, it was a happy time at first, and Hayashi Hyuga was very happy. But when asked about the purpose, Namikaze Minato began to hesitate, and finally he told the truth because he was not good at lying. He was directly driven out of the Hyuga family by the furious Hayashi Hyuga, which was really infuriating. At the same time, he looked at Hinata, the disappointing Hyuga family, who was so weak and didn't even know that her husband was going to be taken away by someone. But Hyuga Hayashi couldn't be angry with little Hinata. After all, she was just a child. How could she compete with those girls who were 2 or 3 years older than her? Then Namikaze Minato was ashamed. Now he could only go to Bai. After explaining his purpose to Bai frowned. No, Namikaze Minato wondered. Why? Don't you care about little Naruto? It's such an important matter for little Naruto to get married. Why don't you lend it to him? Bai gritted her teeth, but couldn't tell Namikaze Minato the real reason, because she was jealous and felt sour. Bai snorted coldly. She didn't expect that the beautiful face that was always gentle and kind would show such an emotional expression as a snort. Lord Minato, you should find someone else. Besides, I don't have the final say on the money. There are also Kakashi, the Sandaime, and the shares of the Hyuga family. Hearing this, Minato Namikaze had to give up. But what about the money? He was really anxious. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. My own son has hooked up with the queen. As a father, how can I not pay the bride price? Bah, how can I say it's hooking up? It's obviously the free love of two young people, so romantic. Just like him and Kushina back then, and Kushina was also very anxious. My own stupid son, how can he be worthy of this? How can he be worthy of this? But as a mother, I must pay the bride price, Kushina asked the 7th Hokage, but the 7th Hokage spread his hands and said, I have been the Hokage for decades, and Hinata has been in charge of the money. Kushina turned to Hinata, who frowned and said, Mother-in-law, you really take it for granted. How could I be willing to pay for such a thing? Kushina was helpless, and then Kushina and Namikaze Minato both thought of one person, teacher Jiraiya. They had their eyes on the royalties that Jiraiya earned from writing novels. Even the senior ninja Kakashi couldn't put it down, and there were many readers among the people. In fact, Jiraiya was very rich, but he just didn't show it. Jiraiya saw Namikaze Minato and Kushina looking at him, and then they put their hands together and said, please, for the lifelong happiness of little Naruto, please. Jiraiya looked at the two of them with dead fish eyes. There is really nothing I can do about you, since you said so. Jiraiya fumbled from his arms, and generously took out RMB 200,000 and handed it to Minato Namikaze. Minato was dumbfounded, although 200,000 is a lot, but teacher, how could your royalties be only this much? The other party is the queen, 200,000 is not enough. Fuka Koyuki, who was far away in the snow country, might not know that her future father-in-law was busy with their marriage. This is too anxious, to be honest. Fuka Koyuki is not that anxious, it's just 3 years, she can wait, Jianyos, but Namikaze Minato, Kushina seems to want to marry Fengwa Zyatsu home immediately. Are all parents like this? Jiraiya spread his hands, there is no more. Tsunade, that guy, always asks me to borrow money, owes me so much money, let's see how she pays it back. Then Jiraiya smiled lecherously, ahahaha, when the time comes, she can only promise to marry me, ahahaha. Minato looked at Jiraiya speechlessly. Anyway, thank you for the 200,000 yuan, teacher. If there is more, Minato doesn't know who to borrow from, so he has no choice but to buy something with the 200,000 yuan. One day later, Namikaze Minato, Kushina, and 6 female Umbu Jonin from Konoha personally went to the snow country to pay a visit to the queen. By the way, after Danzo was captured by Akatsuki, the route had been merged into the Umbu. Konoha could also mobilize more ninjas. Report, Your Majesty, there are several Konoha ninjas visiting outside. and one of them is the Hokage. Hearing about the Hokage, Fuka Zaiatsu remembered that this was Naruto's dream. Now the Hokage is standing outside the door. Although Fuka Zaiatsu is not a ninja and does not know how powerful the Hokage is, according to Naruto's judgment, he must be a very remarkable person. Fuka Zaiatsu said, "Please come in." Although the number is not large, Namikaze Minato still prepared a lot of gifts, such as Konoha's cloth, weapons, and scrolls with sealed ninjutsu. Some powerful ninjutsu are stored in it to ensure the safety of Her Majesty the Queen. Fuka Zaiatsu was stunned. "I feel the friendship of Konoha, thank you for the gift of the Hokage." But Namikaze Minato was not serious at all, and smiled gently. "No, Your Majesty, I am not here as the Hokage today, I am here as a father." Fuka Zaiatsu was stunned. Father? Could it be? Looking at the golden hair of the person in front of her, Fenghua Zaiatsu thought of little Naruto. Instantly, Fenghua Zaiatsu's heartbeat accelerated. She felt difficulty breathing. Kushina looked at Her Majesty the Queen in front of her, very happy and very satisfied, and said, "We are Naruto's parents. Today we specially send you a gift, although it's not much to show our love. And these 6 Jonin of Konoha, we will stay to protect the safety of Her Majesty the Queen." Fuka Koyuki fell off the queen's throne in fear. Kushina exclaimed, and instantly appeared beside Fuka Koyuki and helped her up. Looking at Kushina, or should I say looking at her future mother-in-law, Fuka Koyuki felt terrible. Such a big scene really scared her. The Santaifu also looked at Namikaze Minato in disbelief. That is the cage of a village, he would come in person. I didn't expect Naruto's father to be the Hokage. The two presented the deposit of the betrothal gift, and Kushina's face was serious. "From now on, you are an engaged couple. If that kid forgets your 3-year agreement, I will tie him up and bring him here." It might be the first time in her life that Fenghua Zaiatsu felt so passive, so blushing, and so at a loss. Just like that, Her Majesty, the newly crowned queen, was tricked by little Naruto's parents into becoming their daughter-in-law? Although Fenghua Zaiatsu was quite happy, it was still so fast. After a brief exchange, Namikaze Minato left the Flying Thunder God mark. Occasionally, he would take Kushina to care about his future daughter-in-law. After watching the two go away, Fenghua Zaiatsu seemed to collapse and lay on the throne. Little Naruto's parents are still really impatient. At the same time, the queen's cheeks flushed, a beautiful blush appeared on her face, which meant that she was now the fiancée acknowledged by Naruto's parents. Fuka Koyuki bit her lips tightly, trying to restrain herself from laughing out loud. Santaifu showed a relieved smile. It was really thanks to his unauthorized behavior. Otherwise, how could they alarm Naruto's parents? In fact, he knew that Fuka Koyuki's idea was just to wait. Naruto is still too young now, just wait until he grows up. But humans are often the most unstable creatures. It is possible that Naruto will forget her in 3 years. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. In the house of the 7th Hokage, Kagaya and Hinata were watching TV. Unexpectedly, the advertisement for the final episode of Fenjianji shot by the director has been released, and the scene of little Naruto handsomely defeating the villain came into view. Hinata covered her mouth and chuckled. "Naruto, he has been very brave since he was a child." But Kagaya couldn't sit still. She stood up and stared at the TV screen, especially at little Naruto. Hinata asked curiously, "Kagaya, what's wrong with you?" Kagaya at Satsuki threw her sleeves and said domineeringly, "I also want to be on TV." Hinata blinked blankly when she heard that. Kagaya said coldly, "Isn't it possible for me? I am stronger than him. I have been a princess, a queen, and even a goddess." Hinata was stunned. She really didn't know what to do now. She quickly called the 7th Hokage over and explained the situation. The 7th Hokage was also stunned. "How about I send you to the crew of Princess Fuyu?" Kagaya was obviously moved, her face flushed slightly. Her dream would soon come true. Although this dream was born only a few days ago, it was also a dream derived from her watching the movie. The 7th Hokage shook his head and smiled bitterly. "My father Namikaze Minato has gone to Mayaboku Mountain. When he comes back next time, I will ask him to use Flying Thunder God to take you there." As for why Minato Namikaze was asked to take her there, it was because Minato had already met Fuka Koyuki. It would not be appropriate for him to go, and it would not be so abrupt if someone familiar introduced her. Kagaya was patient, she was looking forward to seeing herself on TV and in movies. As for what role she would play, she didn't really care, she just thought it would be fun to see herself on TV. This kind of simple wish is probably something that any child would have, even little Naruto is no exception. Now Fuka's crew has only made a trailer, and the finished film will take time to be polished and perfected. And they are already planning a new movie project. She wants to be both the actor and the queen. On Naruto's side, he met Shikamaru and Koji, so he took out the photo of himself being kissed by Fuka Koyuki and showed off. Stupid duo, you will definitely project me, I got a signed photo of Fuka Koyuki. Shikamaru looked at him dismissively. "Humph, you just received the mission to protect Fenjianji. What's so difficult about begging for an autographed photo during the mission? But when little Naruto took out the photo mysteriously, Shikamaru and Koji's eyes widened. Especially Koji, whose eyes narrowed in shock. You must be kidding me, that Fen Jiunji, that popular female star, how could she kiss Naruto? It's okay to kiss on the cheek, but this is a real kiss. Shikamaru grabbed Naruto's arm and yelled, "You idiot, don't you know what a kiss means? That's something only lovers or married couples would do." Naruto asked curiously, "Didn't Sasuke and I kiss before?" Little Naruto looked disgusted. Could it be that Sasuke and I have to become lovers, or husband and wife? Shikamaru was speechless. That time was different, that was just an accident. If a girl takes the initiative to kiss you, it means that this girl likes you. Little Naruto blushed instantly, like me? Shikamaru sighed, "Forget it, Koji, let's go and ignore this idiot." Little Naruto has been huddled up in a ball because of shyness, and the huddled look is really disgusting. At the same time, Shikamaru clenched his fists. Damn, although I think women are troublesome, this guy Naruto, actually has girls like him. And it's a popular female star like Fuka Koyuki. This time, Shikamaru admitted that he was indeed fooled by little Naruto. At night, the main god space arrived as scheduled, but this time there was a big stop. The main god said lightly, "The main god space is temporarily closed, and the main line of Shippuden 3 years later will come again." Most people in the ninja world are still disappointed about this. Even if the rewards are out of their reach for many people, this space undoubtedly provides a place for free communication. Not only that, if you work with your brain, you can communicate together at night, and you can still be energetic during the day. It's as if a lot of extra time has been added out of thin air, and this space is extremely safe. You can even negotiate with hostile forces by entering this space without fear of being killed. But from now on, the main god space will be closed and will open again in 3 years. And what exactly does the main god mean by the main line of Shippuden? People in the ninja world don't understand. During the day, when they came to Kakashi's class, this time Sasuke rarely took the initiative to find Naruto. "Hey, Naruto, I'm leaving." "What do you mean?" Sasuke said calmly, "I want to go for revenge with Shisui, and after the revenge is completed, I want to train to become stronger." Naruto said in panic, "Why, I will come back after the revenge is completed, and I can even go with you, and if you want special training, wouldn't it be better if we go together?" Sasuke shook his head. "No, I'm tired of staying here with Kakashi, doing the tasks of ordinary genin every day, catching cats, cleaning. I don't want to waste my time on these things. Besides, this time I am saying goodbye to you, not looking for you to discuss things. Goodbye." Then Sasuke left without looking back. He had to become stronger no matter what. His mother was back, so he would not allow anyone to hurt her again. She needed the strength to crush everything and protect the people she cared about. As for Naruto, this guy could barely be considered as his protection. Looking at Sasuke's departing back, Naruto clenched his fists, his face full of unwillingness. Team 7 became dull without Sasuke. A few days later, Jiraiya found Naruto. "I'm leaving Konoha and going out to collect materials. How about you come with me?" His father, Minato Namikaze, also went to Mayaboku Mountain to practice every day, as if everyone was trying to become stronger, but he was the only one standing still. So little Naruto had a serious expression. "Okay, I'm going," Jiraiya said, "then go back and prepare," and set off in 7 days. In the Konoha Hokage building, Tsunade was looking at the list of genin with a headache. Many genin were on missions now, and Sasuke had left the village, leaving only Hinata, Naruto, and Koji. Tsunade sighed, "There are only these 3 left, none of them can lead the team, and even Haku was sent out by me to perform a dangerous mission, and he won't be back for the time being." Shizen said, "But this time we are just escorting a merchant team, no matter who we send, it won't be a big deal." Tsunade said, "The problem is not the difficulty of the mission, this is a commission from the land of vegetables. If possible I would like to send a more reliable team over there. I used to receive care from the mayor of the city there." Shizen said, "Yes, he paid for you the huge gambling debt that Lady Tsunade owed without saying a word." Tsunade recalled, "It was a small but peaceful and beautiful capital." Then Naruto took on the last mission before leaving the village and headed for the land of vegetables. Running all the way, little Naruto was in high spirits. This was his last mission and he had to do it beautifully. Hinata said weakly, "Naruto-kun, slow down." Soon the caravan appeared in front of them, and Naruto shouted, "We are ninjas from Konoha village, and we have accepted the commission to protect you." A young man dressed in men's clothes with an overly delicate face said vigilantly, "Konoha ninja village? She is the princess of the land of vegetables." In order to return to her homeland more safely, she and 2 guards sneaked into the merchant team. Naruto introduced himself, "My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and the forest protector on my head is from Konoha village." Hinata said weakly, "In order to prove our identity, Lord Hokage gave us this, please accept it." After opening it, the caravan's expression relaxed. "I see, then I'll trouble you to protect me." After crossing the mountain road, the team rested on the spot and started chatting. "Our vegetable country is a small country located deep in the mountains. The residents love nature and care about others. It used to be a paradise. Speaking of these, the caravan was not very interested, and Naruto asked, since it is such a good place, why do we still need to hire guards? At this time, the princess dressed as a man gritted her teeth and said, "It is because we are used to a peaceful life that we are targeted. They say they love nature and care about others, but in the end, the people of Vegetable Country are just a bunch of good people. Now is a chaotic world, and it is foolish to trust others." The old lady of the caravan said dissatisfiedly, "Please don't say bad things about Vegetable Country. The city lord there takes good care of us merchants. He is a kind-hearted person." The princess snorted coldly. That was her father, but her father was worthy of the country and the people, but not her daughter. Vegetable Country struggled to survive among the major forces. In exchange for peace, he sent his daughter to the hostile country as a hostage. Now she has finally made it and can return to her own country. Naruto said dissatisfiedly, "This guy, his attitude towards the old lady is so bad, it's really annoying." Then Naruto, Koji, and Hinata jumped to a high place to investigate the surrounding environment, but saw black smoke. Princess Harina's two guards talked in a low voice, "It seems that they are chasing us. Lord Harina is in your hands. What are you going to do? If we are attacked here, there will be too many things to protect, so I will cover your retreat." The enemy's real target is the princess, not the merchant team, but Naruto and his friends are only protecting the merchant team. This sudden accident has made their mission difficult. Princess Harina said expressionlessly, "Okay, go ahead, Kakuna shook, yes, Lady Harina." Hinata jumped to Naruto's side at this time. "Naruto, I have already set the trap." Naruto said lightly, "Hinata, you worry too much." Hinata came back and found that there was one person missing in the team. "Mr. Lily, where is Kakuna shook?" To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Naruto was also surprised. Yes, how come he suddenly disappeared? Well, he had some personal matters to attend to, so he left first. Then Kakunashuk died in the face of a powerful enemy ninja, and the caravan found a place to rest. Koji said, "Are the traces of ninja fighting we just discovered really coming this way? But it's strange, their target shouldn't be the caravan, we've already gone around it." Princess Harina wiped her mouth and said, "What's wrong? Did you say those people caught up with us?" The princess said without hesitation, "Then we should divide the caravan into two teams, one team of slow runners, the elderly and children, and one team of fast runners, the young people. 3 of you ninjas, 1 will protect the fast team, and 2 will protect the slow team. Act separately to avoid the risk of being wiped out and increase the chances of the leading team to escape." Another guard of the princess couldn't bear it and said, "In this way, won't the elderly and children be put at risk?" The princess said calmly, "I just said something reasonable. If we gather together, we might get wiped out. Am I wrong? It's decided then, let's divide the team into 2 groups." Koji said, "Then, I'll leave it to you, Hinata, Naruto and I will stop the pursuers behind us." Hinata nodded seriously, "Okay, I will protect them." The guard said worriedly, "Princess." Harina said lightly, "You should understand what your mission is, isn't it to protect my safety? Anyway, as long as Kakunashuk defeats the enemy, everything will be solved. Only I cannot get into trouble, the land of vegetables needs me." Zero asking for flowers at this time. Naruto said, "Koji, you protect these old people and children, I'll go to the trap to take a look. Waiting to be attacked is not in line with my character." Naruto, who left the team, found Kakunashuk's body, and returned to the team anxiously, only to find that the old people and children were safe and sound. According to some minor details, this team of old people and children did not have what the enemy ninja wanted. So little Naruto hurriedly caught up with Hinata's team, and Koji shouted, "Hey, wait a minute, it seems that someone among us is hiding something very important, most likely related to why we are being hunted down." Although Koji looks fat and not very smart, his brain works better than Naruto at critical moments. "I think it's, Brother Haru, Yorinobu, you are hiding something." Harina said, "How could it be, what do we have to hide?" Naruto roared, "Stop pretending, Kakunashuk has been killed." Upon hearing this, Princess Harina and Lily were shocked. How is it possible?" Under pressure, another guard knelt on one knee. "The one next to me is actually the only daughter of the daimyo of Vegetable Country, Princess Harina." Upon hearing this, the old man in the caravan who had just been used as bait said kindly, "It turns out to be Princess Harina, you have really grown up." Naruto exclaimed, "So, it turns out that you are a princess, a girl, little brother." Then Lily explained why they had to hide it. They were targeted by an evil ninja who coveted the position of daimyo of Vegetable Country. Kakunashuk and I were ordered to escort the princess, but we have limited abilities, so we mixed into the caravan and sent a commission to Konoha village in the name of preventing thieves. Hinata didn't understand, "Why did you hide such an important thing from Konoha village?" Princess Harina said, "How could I tell you, my escape as a hostage is top secret, and what can I do if I tell you, you will just panic and flee." After being sold as a hostage by her father, she no longer trusts anyone, but she still wants to revive her country. Naruto said seriously, how could we escape, and if we knew the truth earlier, maybe Kikunosuke wouldn't have to die. Princess Haruna said disdainfully, is that so? Maybe one of you died for Kikunosuke. Koji said dissatisfiedly, it's okay for us, but you also involved the elderly and children. Little Naruto said in disbelief, is your plan just to use grandma and children as bait so that you can escape? Haruna admitted without hesitation, yes, so what? If anything happens, I am the only bloodline of the daimyo in this world. As long as I am alive, even if the country of vegetables is destroyed, I can revive it one day. Naruto said angrily, what do you think of human life? As he said that, Naruto didn't care whether she was a princess or a girl, he clenched his fists and hit her. Haruna exclaimed, but her guard was the first to put his face forward and took the punch. He begged, I'm sorry, please forgive her. Naruto looked at Lily Nobu in disbelief. Why would he protect such a person? Haruna said calmly, isn't your mission to protect me? Naruto clenched his fists angrily, you guy, why are you still saying such things? Please wait a moment, Naruto. Then Yorinobu looked at the princess, Princess Haruna, my mission is indeed like this, but their mission is not like this. The mission they accepted is only to escort the caravan, not to protect us. Hinata said, indeed, the mission we received is a D-level mission to escort merchants, and protecting important national personnel is an A-level mission. The level difference is too big. Haruna said in disbelief, are you going to abandon me? Naruto said expressionlessly, didn't you just say that you didn't trust us? Yorinobu said seriously, I will protect Her Highness the Princess at the cost of my life. Shut up, Yorinobu Yuki. Kikunosuke is your senior. How can you possibly defeat an opponent that even he couldn't defeat? If that time really comes, then this is our fate and we can only accept it. By the stream, Princess Haruna had taken off her hat, her long brown hair draped over her shoulders. Since she was already exposed, there was no need to hide, she sat on the stone with a blank expression. Little Naruto was apologizing to Lily Nobu, I'm sorry, I couldn't stop myself for a moment. Lily Nobu said dejectedly, you don't have to mind what I said, but please forgive Princess Haruna, the land of vegetables is a small country. In order for the country to survive, Princess Haruna was taken hostage and sent to another country since she was a child. In times of war, this is common in small countries. Although Fenghua Xiaoxiu's snow country is also small, at least Nudao has a strong armed force, and now Fenghua Xiaoxiu has inherited its equipment and laboratories. The snow country can be regarded as a country with armed forces, but the vegetable country is a country with basically no armed forces. Even if it has, they are weak guards that even Naruto can't beat. Lily Nobuyuki said lightly, when she escaped from other countries, she had lost the feelings of trusting others. Princess Haruna is also a victim of this war. After the rest, the caravan left, and Haruna frowned and said, why let them leave, they are still useful. Naruto said dissatisfiedly, why are you still saying this, they even threw away the goods for business for you. Then, we should also leave here, it's very dangerous here. Lily Nobu said seriously, no, if we lose track, they may be attacked again. Naruto said lightly, yes, that's it. This time it's our turn to be bait and protect them. Haruka frowned but couldn't do anything about them, it's up to you. At night when they were setting up camp, the enemy attacked, and the three men stayed behind to cover their retreat, while Hinata protected Princess Haruka and escaped. Although Princess Haruka looked very strong like a tomboy, she was an ordinary person after all, and a woman, and soon she was out of breath. Let me rest for a while. The well-behaved Hinata stopped, okay, we'll wait for everyone here. Hinata poured a glass of water and handed it to her, and Haruka took it and drank it all in one gulp, panting. No need to wait, I'll take a short break and continue on my way. You can take me directly to a safe place, but Naruto and the others haven't yet. Don't worry about them. After all, it's all your fault that things turned out like this. If you hadn't stopped and waited, and used the caravan as bait, we would have escaped long ago. Hinata was shocked and sweat dropped. Bait? Kikunosuke has already. So what? Since it is your duty as ninjas to risk your lives for a mission, shouldn't Kikunosuke have died a worthy death? Even Kikunosuke, as long as I am alive, I can revive the kingdom of vegetables. Little Hinata couldn't accept it. Princess Hinata, you won't understand. I was taken hostage and separated from my parents since I was a child. I suffered so much in other countries since I was a child. At that time, I realized that it was extremely stupid to expect sympathy from others, especially for someone like Naruto who is always emotional. He is not qualified to be a ninja at all. Hinata's expression was serious and earnest. Princess, you are. What do you know about Naruto? Naruto has no parents since he was a child. He grew up alone. In order to become Hokage and to get everyone's recognition, he worked hard, but he didn't become extreme, and he would not use other people as stepping stones to escape alone. Haruna said angrily, can Naruto and I be the same thing? She meant that Naruto did not have any responsibilities, but she did. She had to carry a country on her thin shoulders. Then Haruna asked seriously, Hinata, do you like Naruto? Hinata blushed and did not deny it. I understand. let's wait for everyone here. Hinata, your backpack must be heavy. I'll help you put it down. Hinata turned around, thank you, but Haruna picked up a stone from the ground and knocked Hinata unconscious. She roared, I can't die here. Hinata didn't want to leave, so she could only go alone. Now she would not trust anyone. A moment later, Naruto shook off the pursuers and found Hinata. Hinata woke up slowly. Where is the princess? I said I would wait for you here, but she took advantage of my back. Naruto said in disbelief, how can you, a ninja, be plotted against by a weak and amateur woman? Hinata blushed. Yes, I'm sorry. Naruto said calmly. So, she is alone now? Hinata said worriedly. Naruto, we should go back to the village first and seek the instructions of the Hokage. No, there is no time. I have dealt with one evil ninja and there are 2 more left. To read the exciting novels, go to Fulu Novel Network. If she is found by the evil ninja, she will be killed. Hinata said, but this is not a formal mission after all, and we don't know if we can deal with the other 2. Naruto turned his back to Hinata. Maybe, you are right, but she is now running for her life alone, just to seek a glimmer of hope. I cannot agree with her words, but I don't know why, I can't leave her alone. Hinata smiled with relief. This is the Naruto she likes. They didn't know each other in childhood, but Naruto stood up for her and was beaten black and blue by 3 gangsters. Naruto, I'll come too. Little Naruto said confidently, Hinata, Lily Nobuyuki is injured, you and Koji go take care of him. Then he chased forward alone, but he was attacked by the evil ninja Magnet Man and was pressed under a boulder and could not move. Hinata rushed over and opened her Byakugan to block Naruto. Tell me quickly, where is the princess? Don't you want to protect that boy? Or, have you defeated my ego? Hinata looked at the direction of little Naruto. If I tell you, Naruto will never forgive me. 0. Naruto was almost out of breath and said, Hinata, run away. Hinata gritted her teeth. It was impossible for him to leave Naruto alone. She would stand with Naruto, whether now or in the future. Hinata fought with the opponent, but that was not an opponent she could defeat, and she was soon injured. But she also discovered the weakness of the opponent's ability. There is a way that may be able to defeat him. Hinata returned the injury with an injury. Her finger pointed at the opponent's runaway point, causing his magnet ability to go out of control. His own ability became a strong magnet and was soon submerged by the magnetic sand, and his fist also hit Hinata's stomach and spit out a mouthful of blood. In order to protect Naruto, the little Hinata, who was not afraid of life and death, said firmly, it's me who will go to hell, and you too. Then Hinata rushed forward and the 2 fell off the cliff. Hinata fell off the cliff because she was entangled by the opponent's chain. In this way, Naruto is safe, and then the quicksand under the cliff submerges the 2. At the critical moment, Naruto was knocked away by the pile of stones by the rushing Koji. Naruto immediately used the shadow clone to build a ladder and rescued Hinata. Hinata's expression after being rescued is innocent and cute, and her eyes are full of trust. Naruto, Koji. It's no wonder that the 7th generation would choose Hinata as his wife. Who wouldn't like such a wife? Hinata has fought for Naruto too many times. The time when she fought against Nisi in the Chunin exam was also because of Naruto's encouragement to never give up. Hinata was almost beaten to death in order to prove herself to Naruto and to prove her own ninja way. 2.0 Originally, Nisi was reluctant to do it, but after Hinata was encouraged by Naruto, she was like a chicken with blood, not afraid of death or injury, so Nisi was enraged. Naruto asked puzzledly, strange, where is the Magnet Man? Hinata said weakly, he should be stuck in the quicksand. Naruto said in disbelief, hey, Hinata, did you do it? Hinata smiled happily, well, I tried very hard. Naruto scratched his head embarrassedly, Hinata, you are so awesome, you can beat a guy that I can't even beat. Hinata narrowed her eyes in exhaustion. I'm so happy to receive Naruto's praise. Hinata then took out the forehead protector that Naruto had just dropped from her chest and handed it to him, saying seriously, our mission is not over yet, Naruto, please protect Princess Haruna. Naruto took the forehead protector carefully and put it on his head. I promise you with this forehead protector that I will protect the princess. After letting Koji and the others take care of Hinata, Naruto went to look for Princess Haruna alone. He then found Princess Haruna by a stream, where she was resting by the river because she was tired. Great, Princess Haruna, I finally found you. Little Naruto smiled and slowly approached, put his face close to her with concern, wanting to help her up. Princess Haruna opened her eyes hazily, and blushed instantly when she saw little Naruto's face approaching her. Don't come over. She instinctively pushed forward with both hands and pushed little Naruto into the river. Little Naruto said in despair, you are too much, I came to find you with good intentions. Haruna sat on the ground awkwardly. I'm sorry. Little Naruto climbed ashore and sat next to Haruna. Why did you run away alone? Princess Haruna said lightly, you are not reliable at all. No matter who is sacrificed, I will live. As long as I am alive, there is hope for the revival of the kingdom of vegetables. Princess Haruna's eyes were firm. This is the most important thing. I am a victim. As long as I make this appeal, other countries will help me. When I take back the country and succeed to the throne as the legitimate heir, people will surely gather back and return to the original vegetable country. Naruto said expressionlessly, I don't think so. Princess Haruna bit her lip tightly. Do you want to say that the vegetable country will not be revived? I didn't say that. I just imagined myself as a resident of the land of vegetables. Imagine if I were Yuri Nobuyuki, and there were ninjas like Kakunashuk who sacrificed themselves for you. I would not be willing to protect a daimyo like you. Princess Haruna was almost crying, but she was already broken, and she grabbed Naruto's collar and said, What do you know about me? How much do you know about me? What kind of life I led as a hostage, can you imagine? I was under surveillance 24 hours a day, without a single moment of my own time, and was alone every day. It was in this kind of life that my body broke down, and I fell on the bed dying before I was finally released back to my homeland. Princess Haruna roared, Naruto, tell me, were all the sufferings I endured to protect the land of vegetables wrong? Then why did my parents abandon me and make me a hostage? He is so gentle and kind to other people, why is he so cruel to me, his daughter? Princess Haruna screamed with tears in her eyes, Answer me, Naruto. Little Naruto looked sad, but said nothing. Princess Haruna said lightly, I won't rely on you, I will go alone. Wait, I'll go too. I promised Hinata that I would protect you. Haruna asked in astonishment, Hinata? She had attacked Hinata with a stone, knocked her unconscious, and escaped alone. She didn't understand why Hinata still cared about her. You said that you didn't accept the mission to protect me, but why do you still want to protect me? Naruto said, As for me, it's not just me, but also Hinata and Koji. We just don't want to see the people in front of us get hurt and sad. Then the two continued on their way and encountered the last evil ninja, who was the leader and the strongest among them. Little Naruto was in a tough fight and pulled Princess Haruna to escape. A large-scale explosive ninjutsu came, and Naruto threw Princess Haruna to the ground without hesitation and pressed his body on her. Using his body as a shield for her, Naruto's blood flowed on Princess Haruna's face. She said in disbelief, Naruto, why do you want to protect me like this? Yeah, I don't know why. A few more drops of Naruto's blood dripped onto Princess Haruna's fair and beautiful face. She was so moved that she shed tears and whispered his name, Naruto. Then Naruto pulled her to a rock. I'll divert his attention, and you take the opportunity to escape. This kind of thing was no pressure for Haruna, but for some reason, this time, she nodded hesitantly, worried about Naruto's safety. Seeing Naruto step forward again and willing to be a bait, the evil ninja sneered, You are really the same as the daimyo of the vegetable country, a goody-goody and a big fool. Princess Haruna, who was hiding behind the rock, condensed her eyes, Same as your father. For us who usurped the country, the daimyo is really stupid. He said sarcastically. The daimyo knelt on the ground and begged us not to let the people of this country suffer. Please, you can do whatever you want to me, but please promise me one thing. This country is a weak country sandwiched between big countries. Without the power of the people, the country cannot prosper. For the prosperity of the country, every citizen must be cherished and no one can be sacrificed. Please treat the people as family members and don't let them suffer. Naruto said, It is because of such a daimyo that this country can always maintain peace. Humph, I don't care about these. I just want to make money from the people. It was because he was such a goody-goody that he had to let his daughter be a hostage. It seemed like it was 10 years ago, before he was killed by me. To read the exciting novel, go to Fula Novel Network. The Sound Ninja recalled the words of the daimyo. Because of the pressure from the big country, many people sacrificed, domestic riots occurred frequently, and the country was on the verge of collapse. I had to make a painful decision and had to let my daughter, who was more important than my life, be a hostage. Haruna will definitely not forgive me. The daimyo clenched his fists. You will not forgive me, a cold-blooded father who sacrificed his daughter for national peace. Naruto said lightly, He is a great man, I can't hand over the country of vegetables to someone like you. Shadow Clone, raised on, with great difficulty, Naruto finally defeated her. At this time, Shizen led the team, and Shikamaru also rushed to the scene to solve the remaining forces of the evil ninja and deter other countries in the name of Hokage. Princess Haruna ran to the evil ninja and wanted to make the final move to avenge her father. Do it, you and I are the same kind of people, we can sacrifice anyone for our goals, and we prefer to take revenge by ourselves. Princess Haruna's eyes wavered, she roared, but failed to stab the kunao. No, I'm not like you. Then Princess Haruna leaned her head on Naruto's arms and cried. After the incident, Haruna put on the queen's clothes and built a tombstone for the sacrificed Kakunashuk. At this time, she had grown up and understood the meaning of the people. Naruto behind her comforted her, You can overlook the entire vegetable country from here. Kakunashuk will definitely always protect everyone. Then Shizen stepped forward, then Princess Haruna, we'll say goodbye. Iai Nobuyuki said enthusiastically, Thank you, Naruto 080, Hinata and Koji. Princess Haruna, wearing the queen's clothes and makeup, looked better than usual. Shizen, I have an unreasonable request. What's up, Princess Haruna? It is my responsibility to carry on my father's will and protect the land of vegetables. To fulfill this responsibility, I want to borrow someone from the Konoha ninja village. Haruna said seriously, I hope you can lend me Naruto. Then Haruna walked towards Naruto. Please, Naruto. When she said the word Naruto, she was extremely gentle. I want you to help me revive the country of vegetables. That was a unique confession from the queen. Although the meaning was not obvious, it needed to be savored. Hinata didn't understand and stared blankly. She had no idea that Princess Haruna was trying to steal her man. And Naruto didn't understand either. Sorry, I can't promise you. Princess Haruna's eyes were dim and tears were flashing. Naruto explained, I still have to go back to my companions, practice hard, become stronger, and then become Hokage. Princess Haruna looked relieved. In this case, it is not convenient for me to keep you, Naruto. I promise you that I will work towards my father's ideal, without sacrificing others for survival, and work hard to build such a peaceful country. Naruto slapped his chest hard. Yeah, then we have an agreement. The spring breeze brought the rape flowers in the field and blew Princess Haruna's hair. She smiled gently and waved to them. Thank you, Naruto. Naruto also turned his head. 3 years later, when I come back from practice, I will come to see you again. Watching Naruto leave, Yuri Nobuyuki asked, will he really come back? Princess, you like him, don't you? Princess Haruna's face flushed instantly. She was no longer aggressive, as if everyone owed her something. She said very weakly, yes, so what, but, will he like me? Naruto has shown his dissatisfaction with her more than once. Would Naruto really like her like this? No matter what, if he doesn't come to find me in 3 years, I will go to Konoha to find him. Lily Nobuyuki said with a smile, the princess has changed now, I believe he will like you sooner or later. At the house of the 7th Hokage, little Naruto was ready to say goodbye to his family. Before leaving, the 14th Hokage also came back from Mayaboko Mountain specially. Then Naruto, be careful on the road, I hope you will become stronger soon, take this flying thunder god seal, I will find you. The 7th Hokage said that there was nothing special to say, but he still reminded the Nine Tails, don't come out to hurt people. 3 years later, depending on how you perform, I can consider helping you unlock the seal. Kushina also said, remember, little Naruto, don't go to some strange places with Jiraiya. Also, don't use seduction techniques or harem techniques anymore. Listening to the concerns of his family, little Naruto nodded vigorously. Then, see you in 3 years. After Naruto left, the 7th Hokage said to Minato Namikaze, by the way, Dad, Kaguya wants to be an actress, please go to the snow country and put her in the crew of Kaze Hanakoyuki. Kaguya, who had been waiting for a long time, flushed with excitement, and looked at Minato Namikaze with anticipation. Minato Namikaze scratched his head, okay, I'll go now. A few days later, a familiar figure appeared in front of the 7th Hokage. Naruto, long time no see. The hoarse voice belonged to Orochimaru. Oh no, it was Orochimaru. Naruto said in disbelief, why are you here? The beautiful Lady Snake said calmly, well, I want to see an old friend. Are you referring to Jiraiya? Aunt Snake's pretty face was gloomy. How could I possibly want to see him? Without waiting for the 7th Hokage to ask, Aunt Snake said, I want to see an old friend of Akatsuki. The 7th Hokage was speechless. Don't think I don't know you, you don't have any friends in Akatsuki, many people even want to peel off your snakeskin after seeing you. Aunt Snake laughed, that's right, but now I am, even if I face Itaki, he can't hurt me at all. Besides, I'm here to find Haiden. I'm curious about why he didn't die. By the way, since he is immortal, how did he die in the end? The 7th Hokage said expressionlessly. Shikamaru said that he starved to death. Aunt Snake was very surprised by this answer, and she was also amused while holding her belly. Then you can go to the land of rain to find him. You shouldn't need my help. Snake Aunt said lightly, of course not, I also want to meet my past self and Tsunade, and let Orochimaru return to Konoha in advance. I hope that Konoha can grow stronger now. Snake Aunt actually has another purpose, to cooperate with her past self and develop some experiments together. So Snake Aunt walked on the street and was instantly discovered by Kakashi and other senior ninjas, who stood in front of Snake Aunt with a solemn look. Kakashi was shocked and said, Orochimaru, how did you become so young? As for the characteristics of female appearance and male voice, it is an old tradition of Orochimaru, and Kakashi didn't care. To read the violent novel, go to Fulu Novel Network. In fact, Kakashi has also been developing the power of the Sharingan recently. He can't use it skillfully now. Even with Obito's teaching, he can't use it as skillfully as Obito. Snake Aunt raised her hands, I have no hostility. The 7th generation and I are from the same era. The 7th generation appeared instantly. Yes, she is not an enemy. In the Hokage building, when Tsunade saw Aunt Snake, she was shocked. After she was told that she was from the future, Tsunade covered her mouth and laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. Ha ha ha, you are really perverted. Aunt Snake couldn't laugh anymore, and stared at Tsunade coldly. In fact, he didn't suggest teaching Tsunade a lesson here. He had been stronger than Tsunade since the beginning, not to mention that Aunt Snake was from the future, so her strength was even more unfathomable. Sorry, I understand. You want Konoha to accept Orochimaru's return. You will convince Orochimaru, right? Tsunade thought again and again, okay, since the 7th Hokage is the guarantor, I will believe him. Then Ant Snake left Konoha village, and no one knew where she was going. A month later, from Orochimaru's underground base, curses were heard, asshole, the evil god will not let you go. You ugly, dirty, smelly snake, the evil god will not forgive you. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Orochimaru's forehead, and he looked at Ant Snake. I am very surprised that you came, but how did you tie him up? Ant Snake said lightly, Haiden is the man I am most curious about, no doubt about it. Looking at the young and beautiful Ant Snake, Orochimaru swallowed his saliva. You can't be. Ant Snake's face condensed. I mean immortality, what are you worried about? Orochimaru laughed dryly, that's fine. Then Feijuan was sliced and studied by the two Orochimaru. Ant Snake gave an analysis. It's a pity that after a piece of meat was cut off, he couldn't grow it back, and unlike ordinary people, he couldn't repair it. Or, it took a long time to repair a large area of injury. The defect of this body is really big. In other words, can I only sew it back by the angle? Snake Auntie was wearing white rubber gloves, and holding a piece of Fei Duan's meat in her hand. Fei Duan's eyes were already bloodshot. Asshole, I will kill you. Snake Auntie sneered, don't be so irritable, being studied by me may not be bad for you, maybe I can help you fix this defect, so that your recovery ability can catch up with ordinary people, or even surpass it. Although there is no way to make your head grow back after it is cut off, it is still no problem to grow the skin quickly after it is cut off. Fadian refused without hesitation, I don't want it, I don't want to improve any recovery ability. What if my head is chopped off and I stutter all of a sudden, how can I fight it back, asshole? Orochimaru asked Ant Snake, how about it, do you have any idea? Why can this guy survive even after being beheaded? Feijuan roared, Lord Evil God will not let you go, don't let me go, I will definitely kill you. Ant Snake said, I remember that this guy seemed to be able to return 100% of the damage if he licked other people's blood. Then Ant Snake bit her finger and handed her hand to Feijuan. Feijuan was ecstatic upon seeing this. He opened his mouth, a drop of blood slowly dripped towards Haiden. Orochimaru quickly covered Haiden's mouth and yelled at Ant Snake, are you crazy? Orochimaru could understand that if it was him, he would indeed risk his life for the experiment. But the problem is that this is his own life. He is not so great as to die generously for the experiment. Ant Snake said lightly, don't panic, he is tied up and can't commit suicide. Besides, there is a time limit after licking the blood. When his skin returns to normal color, the effect will disappear. After that, Ant Snake handed the blood over again. After receiving Ant Snake's blood, Haiden smiled morbidly. His eyes were bloodshot and the corners of his mouth were raised. Ha, you are dead. After that, Haiden bit off his tongue without hesitation. Seeing Ant Snake was safe and sound, 080 Haiden was shocked, but his tongue was broken and he couldn't even speak. Ant Snake looked at Feijuan like an idiot. Idiot, I pretended to cut my finger, that was your own blood. Feijuan struggled when he heard that. Without his tongue, he couldn't speak. Ant Snake said indifferently, be good, stick out your tongue, I just need you to be quiet. Orochimaru had a speechless expression, my future self is really too perverted, playing with people's hearts like this and letting him bite off his own tongue. In fact, this is not the main purpose. Ant Snake really wants to see Feijuan's ability. Now she has seen it, it's just that the skin has become darker. However, she can't see anything abnormal. Why can Feijuan return a percentage of damage? After 7 days, Feijuan has obviously lost weight. It's true that he is not dead, but it doesn't mean that he won't be exhausted to death. After being experimented on by Orochimaru and Ant Snake for 7 consecutive days, he was haggard. The tongue was returned to Feijuan and reconnected for him. Feijuan still said stubbornly, evil, Lord Evil God. Finding that shouting at the Lord of Evil seemed to be useless, Feijuan had no choice but to change people. Keiku, Kakuzu, Pain, Konan and the others will find you. Ant Snake said lightly, I can barely be considered a subordinate of the 7th Hokage. Your leader Pain and the 7th Hokage's fellow apprentices, do you think you are more important in Pain's heart, or am I more important in the 7th Hokage's heart? Do you want to make a bet? Feijuan's face suddenly turned green. He didn't want to bet. Pain only regarded him as a thug. Without him, Pain could still find the next thug. Then Ant Snake suddenly thought of something. By the way, a guy like him who is so stubborn and arrogant, if he turns her into a girl, can he still be so arrogant and stubborn? Hearing this, Feijuan's face was horrified, and his pupils bulged with bloodshot again. Damn, bastard, you dare. A new round of transformation has begun. In a certain gold exchange, Kakuzu wondered, strange, that guy Feijuan, why can't I find him, even the leader Pain doesn't know where he is. Hey, if something happens to that guy, I'll have to trouble to train the next person, so let's go and rescue him. But after Kakuzu searched for a few days, well, forget it, this guy Feijuan, he won't die anyway, if he doesn't make money to hand over to Konan, I'm afraid Pain will have opinions. 3 days later, Orochimaru went to Tsunade with a cooperation project. He could bring the ninjas of the Sound Village to Konoha as human resources. At the same time, Orochimaru also hoped to get help from Konoha, such as equipping him with a medical team, so that many of his precious experimental subjects would not die easily. Ant Snake also completed the transformation of Feijuan, and his voice became extremely delicate and pleasant at this time. Asshole, the evil god will definitely kill you. Since you treat me like this, you just wait, I will kill you sooner or later, kill you. Ant Snake narrowed her eyes and listened with enjoyment. Sure enough, after becoming a girl, even if I curse, it sounds very pleasant. Go away now. I have no interest in you. You are already a worthless experimental subject. As for the Lord Evil God you mentioned, I will look up information about him. The blonde Queen Fei Duan, who turned into a girl, snorted coldly, Lord Evil God, you can't see him whenever you want, and Lord Evil God will not see someone like you who has no faith. Ant Snake laughed playfully, oh, you mean you have seen Lord Evil God? To read the violent novels, go to Phelan Novel Network. Fei Duan said without hesitation, of course, someone with pure faith like me has naturally seen Lord Evil God. Ant Snake said expressionlessly, take me to see him, or I will kill you. Fei Duan just thought it was funny, ha ha ha, can you kill me? Ant Snake said grimly, if I tie you up and sink you into a cesspool for 7 days and 7 nights, do you think you can survive? Hearing this, Fei Duan couldn't laugh anymore. This androgynous stinky snake is really annoying. Faden, shut up and stop talking. What, so you don't plan to take me to see Lord Evil God? The white-haired lady with a slick back hair looked weak. You can't see him. Ant Snake sighed, she had expected it, the existence of such an illusory evil god. Probably only a psychopath like Feijuan would believe in it. Ant Snake untied Feijuan's bandages and threw him out of the laboratory like trash. Go away, you are abandoned. Hearing this, Feijuan tightened her clothes pitifully. Her body felt so strange now, she was not used to it. She wanted to say a few harsh words, but when she thought of Ant Snake's scary face, she thought better of it. Kakuzu, Brother Kakuzu, she was going to find Brother Kakuzu to take revenge. As for whether Kakuzu would be implicated, Feijuan didn't care. He just couldn't swallow this breath. If it really doesn't work, call Konan over as well. It was Konan who pulled her into the Akatsuki organization back then, so there is still some affection between them. When Haiden found Kakuzu, who widened his eyes in disbelief. Why did this blushing and shy white-haired lady look so much like Haiden? I am Haiden, for real. Kakuzu. After trying very hard to explain, which was actually just cursing Ant Snake, the stinky snake, Kakuzu used his smart brain to integrate Haiden's messy words and finally understood what happened. It has nothing to do with me. Although Orochimaru's bounty is high, he is not easy to catch. I don't want to make a wasted trip. So Haiden found Konan, and Konan's explanation was even simpler, with just 2 words, I won't go. Since Naruto and Jiraiya left, Konoha village has also ushered in a brief peace. Time flies and it is 3 years later. Naruto and Jiraiya travel around the world, and Minato Namikaze often comes to see them. On this day, Minato Namikaze said something meaningful. Naruto, I don't know if this is a coincidence. Look at the tower in front of you. It is the place where I sealed the dragon vein many years ago. The tall and handsome Naruto jumped and looked at it, and said nonchalantly, what is the dragon vein? Minato Namikaze lowered his head and thought, actually, I don't want to talk about the dragon vein, but I think this tower is very important to you. Naruto grinned, since it is so important, let's go and take a look. The 3 came to the tower, and Minato Namikaze frowned. He seemed to have forgotten a lot of things, but his instinct told him that he should let little Naruto unseal. So Minato told him how to remove the seal. Go ahead. Naruto didn't know what was waiting for him, so he said uncertainly, then, I'll go? Minato nodded encouragingly, and Naruto slowly stepped forward and removed the seal. In an instant, a beam of light swallowed Naruto. Jiraiya wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Minato. He'll be fine. At this time, the centipede who had been hiding here and studying the seal for many years jumped into the light with great excitement. Naruto was confused and unconscious, but he heard a beautiful song, the light rising from the heights of Lulin, a mixture of emotions, the dragon vein that must be protected, the sword shooting, looking up at the sky, the dust, the storm is coming. This song is really beautiful, especially when it is sung in Japanese. It is very touching. Naruto was awakened by this gentle voice. He woke up from a ruin and looked around, trying to find the place where the song came from. The blazing sun is blooming, and the flowers are dancing in the air. It seemed to be the voice of Sister Sarah. After Sister Sarah moved to Naruto's former residence, he often heard Sister Sarah singing this song. The girl's voice became sad, and there were 2 tear marks on her eyes. It turned out that she was hiding here crying and singing this song. The inheritance is in the spiral. Hey, where is this place? Sarah was startled and looked at Naruto in surprise, then ran away in a panic. Naruto hurriedly chased after her. Wait a minute, you are Sarah's sister, right? Naruto was stopped by the closed door before he could catch up with Sarah. Naruto looked up and found that there was an exit above, so he went all the way up. When he left the underground, he could see beautiful and magnificent towers. The architecture here is really unique and one of a kind. Wow, what place is this? It's so beautiful. Then Naruto was attacked by puppets. He is now incredibly strong, but even stronger than in history, because he learned the Sage mode in advance. He can even mobilize the Nine Tails chakra infinitely, and his powerful strength can kill the puppets instantly. At this time, a masked ninja appeared. You are so awesome, look at the forehead protector on your head, you are from Konoha. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The masked ninja slowly took off his mask, revealing only the forehead protector. We are also Konoha ninjas. But Naruto instantly recognized his voice and said in surprise, "It's Dad, why are you here too, when did you come?" Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment. Kushina had only been pregnant for a short time. How could his son be that big? But Naruto really couldn't tell the difference between the two Minatos, because Minato died too quickly. He would die in a year, and his appearance and voice would hardly change. Zero, please give me flowers. Zero. Naruto took off Namikaze Minato's mask with a smile. Hee, it's you, Dad. Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment, but he didn't say anything because he was always gentle. I see, the centipede is from the future, it seems you are also. By the way, Dad, where is this place? Minato said calmly, this is Lulin. How is it possible? Has Ran been destroyed long ago? Hearing this, Minato became more and more convinced of his guess. He put on the mask again, but his eyes were fixed on Naruto. Then he said indifferently, can you leave this city first and go to Konoha, okay? After we complete this mission, we can have a good chat, but now. Naruto said without hesitation, no, you are afraid that I will be in danger. My training with the lustful sage has not yet ended. How can I go back to Konoha early? Hearing this, what Minato of this era was stunned. Lewd, sage? This should refer to Jiraiya sensei. Then Minato chuckled, it really looked like him. Then Namikaze Minato and the other two disappeared in an instant. They planned to quickly complete this mission. Naruto jumped to a high place. By the way, is this really Lulin? That red-haired girl must be Sister Sarah, I want to see her. Naruto was attracted by the cheers. Queen, Queen. Naruto was stunned and then approached the tall building. At this time, Sarah slowly walked out. Hey, how come she is the queen? And hasn't Sister Sarah always been in Konoha? Sarah's appearance also didn't change at all, so Naruto couldn't recognize her. At this time, Sarah was pushed off the tall building. Naruto jumped on her without hesitation and hugged her in his arms like a princess. By the stream, Princess Haruna had taken off her hat, her long brown hair draped over her shoulders. The stubborn Naruto stared at Sarah and said, Sister Sarah, how did you become so? Naruto didn't know how to describe it, so he gestured with his hands. How did you become so petite? You used to be much taller than me. After the panic, Sarah no longer called Naruto a pervert. That's right, she just fell from a height, and fortunately Naruto saved her. Although the princess hug made her very shy, Humph, thank you just now, and we are about the same age, why do you call me sister? At this time, Naruto finally came to his senses. They haven't seen each other for 3 years, so it seems acceptable that he is taller than Sarah now. Sarah didn't doubt that Naruto knew her name. After all, she was the queen of Lulin, and it was normal for someone to know her name. At this time, there were still 2 clear slap marks on Naruto's face. By the way, why did you fall from a height just now? Hearing this, Sarah's expression became hesitant. Just now, it seems that someone pushed me. Naruto was shocked. What, is someone trying to take Sister Sarah's life? Sarah denied it. How could it be? This is impossible. No one in Lulin would want to hurt me. Listen to the cheers. My people welcome me so warmly. How could they possibly want to harm me? But you were indeed pushed by someone. Sarah lowered her head. She was kind-hearted and would rather believe that she was wrong than to believe that someone else wanted to harm him. She shouted, I must have been wrong. At this time, Minato Namikaze appeared in front of Naruto in an instant. Koji and Shino Abarame's father surrounded Naruto. Minato's voice was still gentle, you didn't keep your promise. Didn't I ask you to leave here? It's very dangerous here. Naruto said embarrassedly, there's nothing I can do about it. Sister Sarah fell from the tower in front of me. How could I not save her? Sarah pushed Minato Namikaze away with dissatisfaction and stood guard in front of Naruto. Who are you? Naruto smiled and said, it's okay, they are not enemies. This person is my father. Namikaze Minato was instantly embarrassed. Although it was unbelievable, he still couldn't adapt to the sudden appearance of such a big son. Then Naruto asked in disbelief, by the way, Dad, why am I here? I was sucked in by a burst of light and appeared here. Originally, there was just a desert here. Minato sighed and said, I really can't do anything about you. I didn't want to tell you. Then Namikaze Minato took off his mask, and Koji and Chino's father also took off the masks on their faces. I will explain to you as much as I can. We have accepted a confidential mission and rushed from Konoha. Indeed, this is not the Lulin you know. If my idea is correct, you should have come to this world from the future. Am I right, Namikaze Menma? Hearing this, Naruto was surprised. Dad, my name is not Namikaze Menma. Instantly, Namikaze Minato was tangled like a child. This. What kind of name did I think of? Obviously Namikaze Menma sounds good. Then Namikaze Minato stopped struggling and continued to explain. The reason why I didn't want to tell you before is because 6 years ago there was a person from the future who, like you, suddenly visited. This ninja was named Beiju. Sarah, who was squatting in front of the window and looked extremely lonely, shouted, "Shut up, you people, stop lying, okay?" The person who came to this country 6 years ago was not a ninja named Beiju, but an outstanding man named Enlushin. Now, as a minister, Enlushin has inherited his mother's legacy and is working hard for the country. He is a peace-loving man, so it is absolutely impossible for him to develop the kind of weapons you are talking about. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Namikaze Minato said lightly, "Your Majesty, I am sorry that you were deceived by that man." Sarah pointed at Minato angrily. "I can't believe such words, you are more suspicious." After pointing at Minato, she angrily pointed at Naruto, turned around and walked away arrogantly. "This look is so cute." Naruto blushed, and then asked with concern, "Sister Sarah, where are you going?" Sarah snorted coldly, "I won't listen to you easily, I want to confirm it myself." Namikaze Minato said to Naruto, "We still need to continue investigating this city, so I'll ask you to protect Her Majesty the Queen." Naruto said without hesitation, "It's our duty to protect Sister Sarah." Namikaze Minato asked curiously, "Sister?" Naruto nodded, "Yes, in the future, Sister Sarah will live in my room. The strange thing is that she hasn't changed at all." Namikaze Minato was sweating profusely. "Live, together?" Naruto waved his hand, "You guys go and do your work, I'll go and protect her, and I'll deal with Enlushin." "No, it's Beiju." Namikaze Minato threw a sort of ninja love, "Take it, I'll show up when you're in danger." Sarah, who left alone, was furious. "You obviously don't know anything about Enlushin, neither Naruto nor those ninjas are talking to themselves. I will prove that Enlushin is innocent." However, as they were walking, the dignified princess of Lulin was kidnapped in broad daylight, and they were a group of people wearing veils. Taking the princess to the dark room did not hurt her. The leading woman stepped forward to confirm, "Are you the real Lady Sarah?" Sarah was obviously very scared, but she held her neck high like an elegant 2.0 white swan. "I am Queen Sarah. If you want to take my life, you should come here openly. Give it back to us soon." Sarah was stunned. "Ha! Give it back to you," the woman threatened. "Otherwise, we don't know what terrible things we will do." The masked men raised their farm tools one by one, looking aggressive, but they were all a group of children and women. Sarah was frightened by these women and children, and her eyes flickered. Naruto roared and opened the door. "Sarah, stay away from these people." He took out his kunai and prepared to fight. Help me, don't kill me." The fat boy who shouted "Don't kill me" said weakly, "We are not suspicious people." The leading lady bowed, "I'm so rude, my name is Masako." The fat boy said weakly, "We just have something to ask for help from Lady Sarah." Naruto was surprised. "What's going on, and did you just beg for help?" Sarah was also surprised. "What do you want me to give you back?" Masako thought for a while and then said, "Follow me." The group walked into the sewer and flipped out of the manhole cover like rats. They didn't want to be attacked by Enlushin's puppets, so they had to do so. Such a beautiful country of Lulin, but the people can only live like rats, humbly. To some extent, this is really sad. But after getting out of the manhole cover, they saw the night sky, brightly lit, and countless fireworks in the sky were venting their love for the queen. Seeing this scene, Sarah showed a joyful smile that healed people's hearts. "It's particularly beautiful to appreciate the grand parade here," Naruto said helplessly. "I'm saying you've been assassinated, and you still have the mood to appreciate this." Sarah said happily, 02 This grand parade was arranged and initiated by Enlushin. He and his people used this activity to encourage me, who was extremely sad because of the sudden death of my mother. The fat boy said to spoil the fun. "Oh, is that so? That's too weird." Sarah frowned. "What's weird?" The fat boy said. "Everyone, they have been treating Lady Sarah as a princess, and they are all laughing at you, and we are no exception." Upon hearing this, Sarah seemed to have heard something very horrible, and her eyes widened in disbelief. "Princess?" Masako pushed the fat boy hard. "Idiot, shut up. Obviously this is the fact." "I'm very sorry, Your Majesty, but you can't blame him for saying that, because everyone's family was captured early one morning. I heard that it was Lady Sarah's order." Sarah scolded. "Nonsense, I have never issued such an order." "Is it true? My father and brother were captured. They only captured men, leaving only women and children like us." Yako said calmly, "I heard that they were forced to work as laborers somewhere in this country to build weapons for war. So, we women and children have no choice but to pick up weapons and come to you. However, we do not want to hurt Lady Sarah. It's just that if we rashly appear on the street, we will be attacked by puppets." Sarah was shocked. Attacking by puppets? She knew that those puppets were made by Enlushan to protect him. In this way, Lulan Kingdom would have military strength, and the people would not need to sacrifice. She always thought this was a good thing. Naruto said lightly, "Sure enough, it's the same as what my father said." Sarah still didn't believe it. This must be a lie. If so, why are there so many people holding a grand parade for me and welcoming me so warmly? The fat boy said lightly, "Where are the people welcoming you?" Sarah said angrily, "What are you talking about? Aren't so many people on the street welcoming me with joy?" At this time, Naruto discovered something unusual and threw out a shuriken to cut the puppet rope hanging in the air. In an instant, the people who were cheering just now fell to the ground one by one. Naruto went up and dragged back a puppet. "Look, it's a puppet, they are all puppets." To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. In an instant, Sarah widened her eyes in disbelief. At this moment, she wanted to cry. The scene in front of her was too terrible. However, the more terrifying thing is still to come. On the high platform where Sarah was pushed down, a puppet Queen Sarah was slowly walking out. The real puppet, the queen is a puppet, and the people are also puppets. This instantly made the country full of weirdness. Sarah looked at her puppet in disbelief. What is going on?" Naruto said, "It seems that the centipede guy is going to turn you into a puppet too, so that he can better control the country." Sarah's emotions collapsed instantly. "Liar, this is not true, this is not true." She ran out in great sorrow, and Naruto quickly caught up with her. Sarah hid in the corner and sang the song, "The dragon vein must be protected." The voice was extremely sad. Naruto said, "This song, when I just met you, you were also singing it. Moreover, I have heard it many times. In my era this song was taught to me by my mother. When I was young, Enlushan advised my mother to use the power of the dragon vein for the sake of her people. The power of the dragon vein controlled by my mother was combined with Enlushan's technology." Sarah said dejectedly, "At that time, Lulan was still very small, just a town. With his help, Lulan developed into a country with thousands of towers in a blink of an eye. But my mother died suddenly before she could realize her dream, and only Enlushan stayed with me." Naruto encouraged, "Your mother should have left you something very precious." "Yes, so, think back to what your mother cherished, and you should know what to do now. Go do what you should do, and never give up easily. I will always be by your side. I will fight for you to the end as long as you will." Sarah cheered up. What should she do now? Need she say more? Of course, she should defeat Enlushan. Sarah said seriously, "First, we must confirm the real situation of this city. My mother passed on her ability to sense dragon veins to me, and only the queen can do it. We just need to confirm where the pipe is connected to." Naruto said with great enthusiasm, "Okay, let's do it." Naruto led Sarah to the sewer and promised the girls, "If we find your family, we will definitely rescue them. You just wait outside." Sarah also said, "I promise you in the name of the queen." Naruto opened the sewer. "Then let's go, Sister Sarah." Sarah snorted, "Don't call me sister anymore, we are almost the same age." After saying that, Sarah climbed down the sewer, but because it was too deep and there was no place to step, she got stuck there. Naruto, who jumped down first, raised his head and stared at Sarah blankly. Just below her skirt were Naruto's blue eyes of curiosity. Sarah grabbed the edge of the well awkwardly, but she was a weak woman and had no strength. If she knew that Naruto's pair of innocent blue eyes were looking up at her skirt, she would be even more embarrassed. "Naruto, help me. What's wrong, Naruto? Why are you daydreaming?" Okay, coming." After saying that, Naruto lifted her up slightly, carried her to the ground safely in a princess hug. The moment she landed on the ground, Sarah's face suddenly turned red, remembering that Naruto seemed to be in a daze just now. When he answered, his voice was trembling. Sarah turned around and slapped him in the face. "You rude guy, you saw everything?" Naruto covered his red face in a daze. "Well, no, I didn't." Sarah kicked him again angrily. "You rude guy, you idiot." But soon Sarah couldn't care less about being shy, because she saw a group of male laborers below, being driven to work by puppets. Some people fell down due to exhaustion, but they would be whipped by puppet soldiers. In order not to be beaten, everyone could only work hard. They were helping Enlushan to make more puppet soldiers, and after these puppet soldiers were blessed by the dragon veins, they could move continuously without providing additional chakra. As long as this factory continued to work, Enlushan's soldiers could be produced continuously. How could the flesh and blood of any human country resist such a puppet army? Naruto asked, "What should we do now?" He wanted to know Sarah's opinion, because she was the queen of this country. Although Naruto said that it was very strange now, how could Sister Sarah of Konoha village be the queen? Sister Sarah would occasionally come to see him and care about him, but Naruto had never asked about her story. And Sarah never mentioned her own story, she just wanted to wait quietly, waiting for Naruto to grow up. Waiting for Naruto to travel through the past and see his past self, he would definitely remember it. Then this wait lasted for 3 years. He may be the first girl in the world to fall in love with Naruto, even earlier than Hinata, because she had already fallen in love with him before Naruto was born. Sarah looked at the tragic situation in her country and made a decision with her expression, I must stop all this. Then Sarah pointed to a place below, please take me there, please Naruto, I can cut off the dragon vein there. Hearing this, Naruto slowly approached Sarah and picked her up. This was the 3rd time that Sarah was carried by Naruto as a princess after just a few meetings. Sarah endured the shame in her heart and was actually a little used to it. Not only did he pick up Sarah, he also said confidently, Sarah, you have to hold me tight. Hearing this, Sarah gritted her teeth and hugged Naruto's neck tightly. After arriving at the location, Sarah stepped forward alone and stretched out her arms. I order you in the name of the queen to cut off the dragon vein torrent and suppress your power. Sarah's palm emitted a purple light, and the power of the dragon vein disappeared instantly. Sarah said, it's all right now. I have completely cut off the dragon veins flowing into the factory. However, at this moment, Lushan suddenly appeared and activated the puppet with the dragon veins stored in his body. To read the exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Your Majesty, what are you doing in a place like this? Sarah exclaimed, and Lushan? What? He is in Lushan? Sarah scolded, I will not allow you to use the power of dragon veins for war. Stop the development of puppet weapons immediately and release the people who are serving. And Lushan said lightly, then, I can't let you live anymore. It's enough to use a puppet queen to replace you. Because my puppet army has been built, I no longer need you to control the power of the dragon veins. Naruto created 4 shadow clones to protect Sarah. He said lightly, you must have killed Sarah's mother, so I will let you die here today. Sarah pursed her lips. Since Lushan was such a person, her mother's sudden death must have been caused by him. Sarah covered her face and sobbed. She never thought that Lushan, who had been with her after her mother's death, was the murderer of her mother. Naruto roared, now is not the time to cry. My clones will escort you. You still have a mission to complete. Go, Sarah. Sarah gritted her teeth. Naruto was right. She did have an unfinished mission. She wanted to rescue the Lulan people who were serving. Sarah immediately ran to the arsenal and personally uncuffed them. Take off the handcuffs quickly, please follow me, your families are waiting for you up there, come up there. As for Naruto, his 3 years of training have cultivated a good habit, no matter whether the opponent is strong or weak, he will just go up and use his ultimate move. Sage Mode, Wind-Style Raisin Shuriken. Centipede also summoned a giant puppet to wrap itself, but the giant puppet was instantly destroyed by Naruto's Wind-Style Shuriken. Namikaze Minato and the young Kakashi he brought out specially for training appeared at the same time, but the battle was already over. Looking at the fragments of the giant puppet, Namikaze Minato still reminded, it's best not to let your guard down, this guy's ability is unfathomable. Do you think you can defeat me like this? Then, the power of the dragon vein controlled more puppet parts and reassembled a larger puppet. To deal with him, it is not enough to be powerful enough, but to close the dragon vein first. Only by closing the dragon vein can the defense be broken. Naruto stood on the puppet helplessly and kept breaking its limbs, but it, with good money, could keep repairing itself. This kind of puppet can't hurt Naruto in Sage Mode at all, but Naruto can't kill him either, which is very tricky. On the ground, Sarah successfully brought out the serving people and reunited with their families on the ground. Sarah shouted, everyone, get out of here quickly, it's very dangerous here. The huge puppet came to the ground like a mad-tailed beast, wreaking havoc. Sarah worriedly said, Naruto. But Naruto said helplessly, Sarah, I will find a way to block it here, you take everyone away from here quickly. Sarah looked at Naruto worriedly. The puppet was too big, and she was worried that Naruto could not deal with ZA. With Naruto helping them drag the giant puppet, they are safe for the time being, but they can't stay here for long. The disadvantage of Lulan's tall tower-shaped buildings has already appeared at this time, that is, it will fall down at a touch. With the movement of the giant puppet, the collapsed building will hit them at any time. Sarah is obviously just a weak woman, but at this moment she is extremely determined. Because she is not only a weak woman, but also the queen of this country, he must protect everyone here. Everyone, please follow me, let's go to the central square. But it's very dangerous there. The fat boy believed Sarah without hesitation, and he said to his family, Dad, brother, let's go together. Sarah said sincerely, please everyone, please believe me. Masako smiled and said to the civilians around her, everyone, let's believe in our queen. Obviously this is just a 15-year-old girl, but the men who were just rescued by Sarah chose to believe, I know. After arriving at the central square, Sarah said, this is surrounded by the most densely populated area of towers, so the puppet monster will not be able to approach here, and even if the tower falls down, there is a spacious place to hide. However, the monster discarded some parts, made itself smaller, and easily passed through the tower, and became huge again. Sarah. Then the dragon veins chakra line shot toward Sarah, controlling her like a puppet. Under Sarah's horrified eyes, her hand was controlled by the centipede and pinched her neck. The fat boy went to help and tried to pull Sarah's hand away, but was punched away by Sarah. The centipede sneered, "You are a stupid and incompetent puppet princess. Your life is over. Go to die honestly." Seeing this, Naruto jumped high and jumped off the body of the giant puppet. The chakra knife cut the silk threads. She hugged Princess Sarah again. This is the 4th time. Naruto gave Sarah the most princess hugs in his life. Although there is Hinata, Hinata will be hugged more in the future. Naruto said seriously, "Sarah, you are not a puppet princess. You have to do what you should do now. Go and seal the dragon vein completely, and I will kill it instantly." Then Naruto handed the chakra knife to Sarah. Looking at Naruto, Sarah had the courage. "Do what I should do, is that right?" Then Sarah had a firm expression, stabbed the chakra knife into her robe, and then took off the troublesome princess dress. There was another skirt inside, which cut her from the thigh, revealing a pair of extremely beautiful legs. Naruto was stunned for a moment. So beautiful. Sarah rolled up her long hair. "For the sake of my people, I conceal the source of the dragon veins. The inner court where you first met Naruto, as long as you reach there, the power of the dragon vein cannot be affected, and Lushan cannot get close." Then the queen looked at her people. "Everyone, there is a safe place near the dragon vein. Once you get there, the puppets can't get close." Masako, the fat boy, encouraged loudly, "Let's go, everyone, go quickly." And Lushan roared, "Sarah, I must kill you." Naruto roared, "Go, complete your mission, I will stop him." Thousands of shadow clones surrounded the giant puppet monster, making it unable to move. The most perverted thing is that these shadow clones need to be hit twice to be eliminated. It was still a reward bestowed by the main god back then, but now the main god space has not descended for 3 years. I really miss it. Sarah arrived at the inner court. The aftermath of the battle between Lushan and Naruto affected here. The mechanism of the door was broken and could not be opened. Sarah tried her best to open the door. Her people were still waiting, and her people were hurt. How could she let these people be stopped outside the door? Sarah shed tears and slapped the stone door hard. "Please, open it quickly, open it quickly." With her true feelings, Sarah actually resonated with the power of the dragon vein, and the power of the dragon vein wrapped around the chakra knife, emitting a purple light. Sarah stared blankly, and then with a firm look in her eyes, she inserted the sword into the stone door. The stone door finally opened, and her people rushed in happily, smiling and welcoming the victory. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. But they found that there was one person missing from the stone door. It was Sarah, who was still standing outside the door. "I still have things I need to do." Sarah found Naruto and said loudly, "Everyone has gone to a safe place, so I can do it now." Sarah said, "If we don't block the source of the dragon vein, and Lushan's power will continue to flow. Don't worry, I will definitely seal the dragon vein." Then, "Please, Sarah." Sarah pursed her lips. "After killing Lushan, can you not go back?" Naruto was stunned. Then Naruto fell silent. Fengwa Zyuxu, Princess Harina, they all wanted to keep Naruto, but they were all rejected by Naruto. But this time, for some reason, the words of rejection could not be said. Maybe it was because Naruto had grown up and understood the relationship between men and women. But Lushan had already caught up with them, and there was no extra time left for them. Sarah gritted her teeth. "I will seal the dragon vein right now, and the rest is up to you, Naruto. Defeat him." Naruto replied loudly, "Okay." Naruto once again, wind style, raisin shuriken, threw it at the giant puppet. It was destroyed in an instant, but soon the power of the dragon vein repaired it again. But the time that the raisin shuriken bought Sarah had allowed her to complete the seal. Namikaze Minato exclaimed, "I want to go down to help, but my son is so strong that he may not need me." Tai Chi Raise Nan, there is no chance to perform it. Sure enough, at the moment of sealing, several shadow clones appeared again, casting raisin shuriken at the giant puppet. The battle was won, and it was finally won. Sarah walked towards Naruto happily, and Naruto also wanted to pick up Sarah. But Naruto's body began to glow. Minato Namikaze said, "It seems that you are going back now." Minato Namikaze hesitated for a moment and said, "I think it's better for us to erase each other's memories. I'm afraid of changing the future." However, Naruto thought of Sarah in Konoha village. She said that she forgot something very important and she was still waiting for him. Naruto, not his own son, refused his suggestion to erase his memory. Was it for this girl? Namikaze Minato's eyes were dim, but his own son would soon return to the future. Sarah also knew what was about to happen, and burst into tears in an instant. "Naruto, you are a heartless man, you peeked under my skirt and hugged me so many times, how do you want me to marry in the future?" Naruto was stunned. "Oh, yes. I'm sorry." Sarah continued to output, "Is a word of sorry useful?" But seeing that the light on Naruto was getting brighter and brighter, Sarah couldn't help but hug him. Sarah was crying and looked at Naruto pitifully. Naruto was not really sad, because he knew that Sarah would appear in Konoha. But Sarah didn't know, she thought she would leave Naruto forever, and there would be no possibility for the two to meet again in this life. Even if they met again, she would be an old lady by the time Naruto was born. Thinking of this, Sarah broke down and cried. Naruto looked at Sarah's face, which was so close to him. "Do you want to kiss me?" The intimacy paradise of the lustful ancestors has a detailed description, and even a description of what happens after the kiss. After hesitating for a moment, Naruto no longer hesitated, and kissed her with his pursed lips. For a moment, Sarah was stunned, but she did not resist, and closed her eyes and shed tears. She would soon be separated from Naruto, so what would be the use of kissing her? The light became brighter and brighter, and Naruto's body slowly became transparent, as if he was about to disappear. At this time, Namikaze Minato slapped Naruto's back with his hand, and Naruto's body, which was about to disappear, materialized in an instant. Namikaze Minato smiled and said, "Don't leave in a hurry, stay and get married before leaving." Hearing this, Naruto was stunned, and so was Sarah. After all, she and Naruto had just met, and if she hadn't seen that Naruto was about to disappear, she would never have kissed him. How could this queen be such a casual woman? But now, Naruto didn't seem to be leaving for the time being. Sarah's face flushed instantly. She slapped him and screamed in shame, "You rude guy, you have molested this queen time and time again." Hearing this, Naruto felt wronged and anxious. "You were the one who took the initiative to kiss me." Sarah screamed in shame, "Aha! Shut up, shut up, shut up." Looking at this scene, Namikaze Minato was extremely relieved. Like Kushina, both have red hair and a bad temper. Thinking of how he accidentally upset Kushina, Namikaze Minato broke out in a cold sweat. "I hope Naruto's married life will not be like mine." Namikaze Minato smiled and said, "How about you two get married first?" Sarah blushed and said in a soft voice, "Not so soon, we've only known each other for a day." Namikaze Minato said helplessly, "But my seal will only last for 3 days at most. There is a huge force trying to pull Naruto back to his world." Hearing this, Sarah no longer blushed. She looked at Naruto seriously and asked, "So, Naruto, are you willing to marry me?" There is no doubt that if Naruto dares to refuse, he will be beaten to death in Lulin. The people of Lulin roared, "If you dare to refuse, I will never let you leave Lulin alive today. Yes, yes, our queen has taken the initiative to propose marriage. If you dare to lose face for Her Majesty the Queen, I will kill you." The people roared, Just try to refuse one." Naruto smiled bitterly. He didn't think of refusing. "It turns out that Sister Sarah and I have such a past. It's really romantic. I hope that my future sister Sarah won't wait too long." However, at this moment, after 3 years of Naruto's training, she looked the same as before, without any aging, but her personality was much more mature. A series of memories suddenly appeared in her mind, which were caused by Naruto's sudden travel through time. She grabbed the hem of her skirt with a flushed face, holding it tightly. Her face was red and almost dripping with water. "Get married? I am actually Naruto's wife, and we are still having our wedding night." Lulin, after a great war, the beautiful Lulin was almost destroyed in half. Fortunately, the palace tower was safe and sound. It was safe and sound after careful observation. It was just right to use the various lights and festival props of the grand parade held by Beiju to hold this wedding. It was really a national effort, and everyone was spontaneously holding this wedding for them. Masako smiled and took Sarah's hand and said, "Now, the bride and groom need to separate. I will prepare a wedding dress for you." Naruto was also pulled away. Come on, you are the groom, you can't do without a dress. I work in a tailor shop, I will make it for you for free. I hope my tailor shop is still there." In this way, the bride and groom were temporarily separated. To be honest, Sarah was reluctant to leave. It was only 3 days, and she would be alone after 3 days. She wanted to spend more time with Naruto. She didn't know that the Lord God had sent her to the main storyline. She would still be able to meet Naruto in the future. This wedding was a happy event in Naruto's heart. But Sarah still had a gloomy color in her heart. She had to give birth to offspring with Naruto no matter what. Otherwise, after Naruto left and she died, Lulin would no longer have a queen. Their queen had a tradition, that is, she could not give birth to a boy. She hoped that Naruto would like a daughter. In any case, their daughter would be able to see her father in the future. But it might not be the case for her. She might sacrifice herself for the people of Lulin, and she might not live to that time. Sarah's heart was full of sadness. She wanted to show her most beautiful appearance to Naruto. Even if they would eventually separate and be torn apart by this difficult to cross torrent of time, she wanted Naruto to remember her forever and not forget her. Since she was already exposed, there was no need to hide. She sat on the stone with a blank expression. Little Naruto was apologizing to Lily Nobu. "I'm sorry, I couldn't stop myself for a moment." Lily Nobu said dejectedly, "You don't have to mind what I said, but please forgive Princess Harina. The land of vegetables is a small country. In order for the country to survive, Princess Harina was taken hostage and sent to another country since she was a child. In times of war, this is common in small countries. Although Fenghua Xiaoxiu's snow country is also small, at least Nudao has a strong armed force, and now Fenghua Xiaoxiu has inherited its equipment and laboratories. The snow country can be regarded as a country with armed forces, but the vegetable country is a country with basically no armed forces. Even if it has, they are weak guards that even Naruto can't beat. Lily Nobuyuki said lightly, when she escaped from other countries, she had lost the feelings of trusting others. Princess Haruna is also a victim of this war. After the rest, the caravan left, and Haruna frowned and said, "Why let them leave, they are still useful." Naruto said dissatisfiedly, "Why are you still saying this? They even threw away the goods for business for you." "Then, we should also leave here, it's very dangerous here." Lily Nobu said seriously, "No, if we lose track, they may be attacked again." Naruto said lightly, "Yes, that's it, this time it's our turn to be bait and protect them." Haruka frowned but couldn't do anything about them. "It's up to you." At night when they were setting up camp, the enemy attacked, and the three men stayed behind to cover their retreat, while Hinata protected Princess Haruka and escaped. Although Princess Haruka looked very strong like a tomboy, she was an ordinary person after all, and a woman, and soon she was out of breath. "Let me rest for a while." The well-behaved Hinata stopped. "Okay, we'll wait for everyone here." Hinata poured a glass of water and handed it to her, and Haruka took it and drank it all in one gulp, panting. "No need to wait, I'll take a short break and continue on my way. You can take me directly to a safe place, but Naruto and the others haven't yet. Don't worry about them. After all, it's all your fault that things turned out like this. If you hadn't stopped and waited, and used the caravan as bait, we would have escaped long ago." Hinata was shocked and sweat dropped. "Bait? Kikunosuke has already." "So what? Since it is your duty as ninjas to risk your lives for a mission, shouldn't Kikunosuke have died a worthy death? Even Kikunosuke, as long as I am alive, I can revive the kingdom of vegetables." Little Hinata couldn't accept it. "Princess Hinata, you won't understand. I was taken hostage and separated from my parents since I was a child. I suffered so much in other countries since I was a child. At that time, I realized that it was extremely stupid to expect sympathy from others, especially for someone like Naruto who is always emotional. He is not qualified to be a ninja at all." Hinata's expression was serious and earnest. "Princess, you are. What do you know about Naruto? Naruto has no parents since he was a child. He grew up alone. In order to become Hokage and to get everyone's recognition, he worked hard, but he didn't become extreme, and he would not use other people as stepping stones to escape alone." Haruna said angrily, "Can Naruto and I be the same thing?" She meant that Naruto did not have any responsibilities, but she did. She had to carry a country on her thin shoulders. Then Haruna asked seriously, "Hinata, do you like Naruto?" Hinata blushed and did not deny it. "I understand. Let's wait for everyone here. Hinata, your backpack must be heavy. I'll help you put it down." Hinata turned around. "Thank you." But Haruna picked up a stone from the ground and knocked Hinata unconscious. She roared, "I can't die here." Hinata didn't want to leave, so she could only go alone. Now she would not trust anyone. A moment later, Naruto shook off the pursuers and found Hinata. Hinata woke up slowly. "Where is the princess? I said I would wait for you here, but she took advantage of my back." Naruto said in disbelief, "How can you, a ninja, be plotted against by a weak and amateur woman?" Hinata blushed. "Yes, I'm sorry," Naruto said calmly. "So, she is alone now?" Hinata said worriedly. "Naruto, we should go back to the village first and seek the instructions of the Hokage." "No, there is no time. I have dealt with one evil ninja and there are two more left. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. If she is found by the evil ninja, she will be killed." Hinata said, "But this is not a formal mission after all, and we don't know if we can deal with the other two." Naruto turned his back to Hinata. "Maybe, you are right, but she is now running for her life alone, just to seek a glimmer of hope. I cannot agree with her words, but I don't know why, I can't leave her alone." Hinata smiled with relief. This is the Naruto she likes. They didn't know each other in childhood, but Naruto stood up for her and was beaten black and blue by 3 gangsters. "Naruto, I'll come too." Little Naruto said confidently, "Hinata, Lily Nobuyuki is injured, you and Koji go take care of him." Then he chased forward alone, but he was attacked by the evil ninja magnet man and was pressed under a boulder and could not move. Hinata rushed over and opened her Byakugan to block Naruto. "Tell me quickly, where is the princess? Don't you want to protect that boy? Or, have you defeated my ego?" Hinata looked at the direction of little Naruto. "If I tell you, Naruto will never forgive me. Zero." Naruto was almost out of breath and said, "Hinata, run away." Hinata gritted her teeth. It was impossible for him to leave Naruto alone. She would stand with Naruto, whether now or in the future. Hinata fought with the opponent, but that was not an opponent she could defeat, and she was soon injured. But she also discovered the weakness of the opponent's ability. There is a way that may be able to defeat him. Hinata returned the injury with an injury. Her finger pointed at the opponent's runaway point. causing his magnet ability to go out of control. His own ability became a strong magnet and was soon submerged by the magnetic sand, and his fist also hit Hineda's stomach and spit out a mouthful of blood. In order to protect Naruto, the little Hineda, who was not afraid of life and death, said firmly, "It's me who will go to hell, and you too." Then Hineda rushed forward and the two fell off the cliff. Hineda fell off the cliff because she was entangled by the opponent's chain. In this way, Naruto is safe, and then the quicksand under the cliff submerges the two. At the critical moment, Naruto was knocked away by the pile of stones by the rushing Koji. Naruto immediately used the shadow clone to build a ladder and rescued Hineda. Hineda's expression after being rescued is innocent and cute, and her eyes are full of trust. Naruto, Koji. It's no wonder that the 7th generation would choose Hineda as his wife. Who wouldn't like such a wife? Hineda has fought for Naruto too many times. The time when she fought against Nisi in the Chunin exam was also because of Naruto's encouragement to never give up. Hineda was almost beaten to death in order to prove herself to Naruto and to prove her own ninja way. 2.0 Originally, Nisi was reluctant to do it, but after Hineda was encouraged by Naruto, she was like a chicken with blood, not afraid of death or injury, so Nisi was enraged. Naruto asked puzzledly, "Strange, where is the magnet man?" Hineda said weakly, "He should be stuck in the quicksand." Naruto said in disbelief, Hey, Hineda, did you do it?" Hineda smiled happily, "Well, I tried very hard." Naruto scratched his head embarrassedly, "Hineda, you are so awesome, you can beat a guy that I can't even beat." Hineda narrowed her eyes in exhaustion. "I'm so happy to receive Naruto's praise." Hineda then took out the forehead protector that Naruto had just dropped from her chest and handed it to him, saying seriously, "Our mission is not over yet, Naruto, please protect Princess Haruna." Naruto took the forehead protector carefully and put it on his head. "I promise you with this forehead protector that I will protect the princess." After letting Koji and the others take care of Hineda, Naruto went to look for Princess Haruna alone. He then found Princess Haruna by a stream, where she was resting by the river because she was tired. "Great, Princess Haruna, I finally found you." Little Naruto smiled and slowly approached, put his face close to her with concern, wanting to help her up. Princess Haruna opened her eyes hazily, and blushed instantly when she saw little Naruto's face approaching her. Don't come over." She instinctively pushed forward with both hands and pushed little Naruto into the river. Little Naruto said in despair, "You are too much, I came to find you with good intentions." Haruna sat on the ground awkwardly. I'm sorry." Little Naruto climbed ashore and sat next to Haruna. "Why did you run away alone?" Princess Haruna said lightly, You are not reliable at all. No matter who is sacrificed, I will live. As long as I am alive, there is hope for the revival of the kingdom of vegetables." Princess Haruna's eyes were firm. "This is the most important thing. I am a victim. As long as I make this appeal, other countries will help me. When I take back the country and succeed to the throne as the legitimate heir, people will surely gather back and return to the original vegetable country." Naruto said expressionlessly, "I don't think so." Princess Haruna bit her lip tightly. Do you want to say that the vegetable country will not be revived?" "I didn't say that. I just imagined myself as a resident of the land of vegetables. Imagine if I were Yuri Nobuyuki, and there were ninjas like Kakunosuke who sacrificed themselves for you. I would not be willing to protect a daimyo like you." Princess Haruna was almost crying, but she was already broken, and she grabbed Naruto's collar and said, "What do you know about me? How much do you know about me? What kind of life I led as a hostage? Can you imagine? I was under surveillance 24 hours a day, without a single moment of my own time, and was alone every day. It was in this kind of life that my body broke down, and I fell on the bed dying before I was finally released back to my homeland." Princess Haruna roared, "Naruto, tell me, were all the sufferings I endured to protect the land of vegetables wrong? Then why did my parents abandon me and make me a hostage? He is so gentle and kind to other people, why is he so cruel to me, his daughter?" Princess Haruna screamed with tears in her eyes, "Answer me, Naruto." Little Naruto looked sad, but said nothing. Princess Haruna said lightly, "I won't rely on you, I will go alone. Wait, I'll go too. I promised Hineda that I would protect you." Haruna asked in astonishment, "Hineda?" She had attacked Hineda with a stone, knocked her unconscious, and escaped alone. She didn't understand why Hineda still cared about her. "You said that you didn't accept the mission to protect me, but why do you still want to protect me?" Naruto said, "As for me, it's not just me, but also Hineda and Koji. We just don't want to see the people in front of us get hurt and sad." Then the two continued on their way and encountered the last evil ninja, who was the leader and the strongest among them. Little Naruto was in a tough fight and pulled Princess Haruna to escape. A large-scale explosive ninjutsu came, and Naruto threw Princess Haruna to the ground without hesitation and pressed his body on her. Using his body as a shield for her, Naruto's blood flowed on Princess Haruna's face. She said in disbelief, "Naruto, why do you want to protect me like this?" "Yeah, I don't know why." A few more drops of Naruto's blood dripped onto Princess Haruna's fair and beautiful face. She was so moved that she shed tears and whispered his name, "Naruto." Then Naruto pulled her to a rock. I'll divert his attention, and you take the opportunity to escape. This kind of thing was no pressure for Haruna, but for some reason, this time, she nodded hesitantly, worried about Naruto's safety. Seeing Naruto step forward again and willing to be a bait, the evil ninja sneered, "You are really the same as the daimyo of the vegetable country, a goody-goody and a big fool." Princess Haruna, who was hiding behind the rock, condensed her eyes, "Same as your father. For us who usurped the country, the daimyo is really stupid," he said sarcastically. The daimyo knelt on the ground and begged us not to let the people of this country suffer. "Please, you can do whatever you want of me, but please promise me one thing. This country is a weak country sandwiched between big countries. Without the power of the people, the country cannot prosper. For the prosperity of the country, every citizen must be cherished and no one can be sacrificed. Please treat the people as family members and don't let them suffer." Naruto said, "It is because of such a daimyo that this country can always maintain peace." "Humph, I don't care about these. I just want to make money from the people." It was because he was such a goody-goody that he had to let his daughter be a hostage. It seemed like it was 10 years ago, before he was killed by me. To read the exciting novel, go to Fula Novel Network. The Sound Ninja recalled the words of the daimyo. Because of the pressure from the big country, many people sacrificed, domestic riots occurred frequently, and the country was on the verge of collapse. I had to make a painful decision and had to let my daughter, who was more important than my life, be a hostage. Haruna will definitely not forgive me. The daimyo clenched his fists. "You will not forgive me, a cold-blooded father who sacrificed his daughter for national peace." Naruto said lightly, "He is a great man, I can't hand over the country of vegetables to someone like you." Shadow Clone, Rei's Nan, with great difficulty, Naruto finally defeated her. At this time, Shizen led the team, and Shikamaru also rushed to the scene to solve the remaining forces of the evil ninja and deter other countries in the name of Hokage. Princess Haruna ran to the evil ninja and wanted to make the final move to avenge her father. "Do it, you and I are the same kind of people, we can sacrifice anyone for our goals, and we prefer to take revenge by ourselves." Princess Haruna's eyes wavered, she roared, but failed to stab the kunao. "No, I'm not like you." Then Princess Haruna leaned her head on Naruto's arms and cried. After the incident, Haruna put on the queen's clothes and built a tombstone for the sacrificed Kakunashuk. At this time, she had grown up and understood the meaning of the people. Naruto behind her comforted her, "You can overlook the entire vegetable country from here. Kakunashuk will definitely always protect everyone." Then Shizen stepped forward, then Princess Haruna, "We'll say goodbye." Iai Nobuyuki said enthusiastically, "Thank you, Naruto 080, Hinata and Koji." Princess Haruna, wearing the queen's clothes and makeup, looked better than usual. "Shizen, I have an unreasonable request." "What's up, Princess Haruna?" "It is my responsibility to carry on my father's will and protect the land of vegetables. To fulfill this responsibility, I want to borrow someone from the Konoha ninja village." Haruna said seriously, "I hope you can lend me Naruto." Then Haruna walked towards Naruto. "Please, Naruto." When she said the word Naruto, she was extremely gentle. "I want you to help me revive the country of vegetables." That was a unique confession from the queen. Although the meaning was not obvious, it needed to be savored. Hinata didn't understand and stared blankly. She had no idea that Princess Haruna was trying to steal her man, and Naruto didn't understand either. "Sorry, I can't promise you." Princess Haruna's eyes were dim and tears were flashing. Naruto explained, "I still have to go back to my companions, practice hard, become stronger, and then become Hokage." Princess Haruna looked relieved. "In this case, it is not convenient for me to keep you, Naruto. I promise you that I will work towards my father's ideal, without sacrificing others for survival, and work hard to build such a peaceful country." Naruto slapped his chest hard. "Yeah, then we have an agreement." The spring breeze brought the rape flowers in the field and blew Princess Haruna's hair. She smiled gently and waved to them. "Thank you, Naruto." Naruto also turned his head. 3 years later, when I come back from practice, I will come to see you again." Watching Naruto leave, Yuri Nobuyuki asked, "Will he really come back?" "Princess, you like him, don't you?" Princess Haruna's face flushed instantly. She was no longer aggressive, as if everyone owed her something. She said very weakly, yes, so what, but, will he like me?" Naruto has shown his dissatisfaction with her more than once. Would Naruto really like her like this? "No matter what, if he doesn't come to find me in 3 years, I will go to Konoha to find him." Lily Nobuyuki said with a smile, "The princess has changed now, I believe he will like you sooner or later." At the house of the 7th Hokage, little Naruto was ready to say goodbye to his family. Before leaving, the 14th Hokage also came back from Mayaboku Mountain specially. Then Naruto, be careful on the road, I hope you will become stronger soon, take this flying thunder god seal, I will find you. The 7th Hokage said that there was nothing special to say, but he still reminded the Nine Tails, don't come out to hurt people. 3 years later, depending on how you perform, I can consider helping you unlock the seal. Kushina also said, remember, little Naruto, don't go to some strange places with Jiraiya. Also, don't use seduction techniques or harem techniques anymore. Listening to the concerns of his family, little Naruto nodded vigorously. Then, see you in 3 years. After Naruto left, the 7th Hokage said to Minato Namikaze, by the way, Dad, Kaguya wants to be an actress. Please go to the snow country and put her in the crew of Kaze Hanakoyuki. Kaguya, who had been waiting for a long time, flushed with excitement, and looked at Minato Namikaze with anticipation. Minato Namikaze scratched his head. Okay, I'll go now. A few days later, a familiar figure appeared in front of the 7th Hokage. Naruto, long time no see. The hoarse voice belonged to Orochimaru. Oh no, it was Orochimaru. Naruto said in disbelief, why are you here? The beautiful Lady Snake said calmly, well, I want to see an old friend. Are you referring to Jiraiya? Aunt Snake's pretty face was gloomy. How could I possibly want to see him? Without waiting for the 7th Hokage to ask, Aunt Snake said, I want to see an old friend of Akatsuki. The 7th Hokage was speechless. Don't think I don't know you. You don't have any friends in Akatsuki. Many people even want to peel off your snakeskin after seeing you. Aunt Snake laughed. That's right, but now I am. Even if I face Itaki, he can't hurt me at all. Besides, I'm here to find Haiden. I'm curious about why he didn't die. By the way, since he is immortal, how did he die in the end? The 7th Hokage said expressionlessly. Shikamaru said that he starved to death. Aunt Snake was very surprised by this answer, and she was also amused while holding her belly. Then you can go to the land of rain to find him. You shouldn't need my help. Snake Aunt said lightly, of course not. I also want to meet my past self and Tsunade, and let Orochimaru return to Konoha in advance. I hope that Konoha can grow stronger now. Snake Aunt actually has another purpose, to cooperate with her past self and develop some experiments together. So Snake Aunt walked on the street and was instantly discovered by Kakashi and other senior ninjas, who stood in front of Snake Aunt with a solemn look. Kakashi was shocked and said, Orochimaru, how did you become so young? As for the characteristics of female appearance and male voice, it is an old tradition of Orochimaru, and Kakashi didn't care. To read the violent novel, go to Fulu Novel Network. In fact, Kakashi has also been developing the power of the Sharingan recently. He can't use it skillfully now. Even with Obito's teaching, he can't use it as skillfully as Obito. Snake Aunt raised her hands. I have no hostility. The 7th generation and I are from the same era. The 7th generation appeared instantly. Yes, she is not an enemy. In the Hokage building, when Tsunade saw Aunt Snake, she was shocked. After she was told that she was from the future, Tsunade covered her mouth and laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. Ha ha ha, you are really perverted. Aunt Snake couldn't laugh anymore, and stared at Tsunade coldly. In fact, he didn't suggest teaching Tsunade a lesson here. He had been stronger than Tsunade since the beginning, not to mention that Aunt Snake was from the future, so her strength was even more unfathomable. Sorry, I understand. You want Konoha to accept Orochimaru's return. You will convince Orochimaru, right? Tsunade thought again and again. Okay, since the 7th Hokage is the guarantor, I will believe him. Then Aunt Snake left Konoha village, and no one knew where she was going. A month later, from Orochimaru's underground base, curses were heard. Asshole, the evil god will not let you go. You ugly, dirty, smelly snake, the evil god will not forgive you. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Orochimaru's forehead, and he looked at Aunt Snake. I am very surprised that you came, but how did you tie him up? Aunt Snake said lightly, Haiden is the man I am most curious about, no doubt about it. Looking at the young and beautiful Aunt Snake, Orochimaru swallowed his saliva. You can't be. Aunt Snake's face condensed. I mean immortality, what are you worried about? Orochimaru laughed dryly. That's fine. Then Feijuan was sliced and studied by the two Orochimaru. Aunt Snake gave an analysis. It's a pity that after a piece of meat was cut off, he couldn't grow it back, and unlike ordinary people, he couldn't repair it. Or, it took a long time to repair a large area of injury. The defect of this body is really big. In other words, can I only sew it back by the angle? Snake Auntie was wearing white rubber gloves, and holding a piece of Fei Duan's meat in her hand. Fei Duan's eyes were already bloodshot. Asshole, 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 I will kill you, kill you, kill you. Snake Auntie sneered. Don't be so irritable, being studied by me may not be bad for you. Maybe I can help you fix this defect, so that your recovery ability can catch up with ordinary people, or even surpass it. Although there is no way to make your head grow back after it is cut off, it is still no problem to grow the skin quickly after it is cut off. Fadian refused without hesitation. I don't want it. I don't want to improve any recovery ability. What if my head is chopped off and I stutter all of a sudden? How can I fight it back, asshole? Orochimaru asked Aunt Snake. How about it? Do you have any idea? Why can this guy survive even after being beheaded? Feijuan roared. Lord Evil God will not let you go. Don't let me go. I will definitely kill you, kill you. Aunt Snake said, I remember that this guy seemed to be able to return 100% of the damage if he licked other people's blood. Then Aunt Snake bit her finger and handed her hand to Feijuan. Feijuan was ecstatic upon seeing this. He opened his mouth. A drop of blood slowly dripped towards Haydn. Orochimaru quickly covered Haydn's mouth and yelled at Ant Snake, "Are you crazy?" Orochimaru could understand that if it was him, he would indeed risk his life for the experiment. But the problem is that this is his own life. He is not so great as to die generously for the experiment. Ant Snake said lightly, "Don't panic, he is tied up and can't commit suicide. Besides, there is a time limit after licking the blood. When his skin returns to normal color, the effect will disappear." After that, Ant Snake handed the blood over again. After receiving Ant Snake's blood, Haydn smiled morbidly. His eyes were bloodshot and the corners of his mouth were raised. "Ha ha ha, you are dead, dead." After that, Haydn bit off his tongue without hesitation. Seeing Ant Snake was safe and sound, 080 Haydn was shocked, but his tongue was broken and he couldn't even speak. Ant Snake looked at Feijuan like an idiot. "Idiot, I pretended to cut my finger, that was your own blood." Feijuan struggled when he heard that. Without his tongue, he couldn't speak. Ant Snake said indifferently, "Be good, stick out your tongue, I just need you to be quiet." Orochimaru had a speechless expression. My future self is really too perverted, playing with people's hearts like this and letting him bite off his own tongue. In fact, this is not the main purpose. Ant Snake really wants to see Feijuan's ability. Now she has seen it, it's just that the skin has become darker. However, she can't see anything abnormal. Why can Feijuan return a percentage of damage? After 7 days, Feijuan has obviously lost weight. It's true that he is not dead, but it doesn't mean that he won't be exhausted to death. After being experimented on by Orochimaru and Ant Snake for 7 consecutive days, he was haggard. The tongue was returned to Feijuan and reconnected for him. Feijuan still said stubbornly, "Evil, Lord Evil God." Finding that shouting at the Lord of Evil seemed to be useless, Feijuan had no choice but to change people. "Keiku, Kakuzu, Pain, Konan and the others will find you." Ant Snake said lightly, "I can barely be considered a subordinate of the 7th Hokage. Your leader Pain and the 7th Hokage's fellow apprentices, do you think you are more important in Pain's heart, or am I more important in the 7th Hokage's heart? Do you want to make a bet?" Feijuan's face suddenly turned green. He didn't want to bet. Pain only regarded him as a thug. Without him, Pain could still find the next thug. Then Ant Snake suddenly thought of something. By the way, a guy like him who is so stubborn and arrogant, if he turns her into a girl, can he still be so arrogant and stubborn? Hearing this, Feijuan's face was horrified, and his pupils bulged with bloodshot again. "Damn, bastard, you dare. A new round of transformation has begun." In a certain gold exchange, Kakuzu wondered, "Strange, that guy Feijuan, why can't I find him? Even the leader Pain doesn't know where he is. Hey, if something happens to that guy, I'll have to trouble to train the next person, so let's go and rescue him." But after Kakuzu searched for a few days, well, forget it, this guy Feijuan, he won't die anyway. If he doesn't make money to hand over to Konan, I'm afraid Pain will have opinions. 3 days later, Orochimaru went to Tsunade with a cooperation project. He could bring the ninjas of the Sound Village to Konoha as human resources. At the same time, Orochimaru also hoped to get help from Konoha, such as equipping him with a medical team, so that many of his precious experimental subjects would not die easily. Ant Snake also completed the transformation of Feijuan, and his voice became extremely delicate and pleasant at this time. "Asshole, the evil god will definitely kill you. Since you treat me like this, you just wait, I will kill you sooner or later, kill you." Ant Snake narrowed her eyes and listened with enjoyment. Sure enough, after becoming a girl, even if I curse, it sounds very pleasant. "Go away now. I have no interest in you. You are already a worthless experimental subject. As for the Lord Evil God you mentioned, I will look up information about him." The blonde Queen Fei Duan, who turned into a girl, snorted coldly, "Lord Evil God, you can't see him whenever you want, and Lord Evil God will not see someone like you who has no faith." Ant Snake laughed playfully. "Oh, you mean you have seen Lord Evil God? To read the violent novels, go to Fila Novel Network." Fei Duan said without hesitation, "Of course, someone with pure faith like me has naturally seen Lord Evil God." Ant Snake said expressionlessly, "Take me to see him, or I will kill you." Fei Duan just thought it was funny. "Ha ha ha, can you kill me?" Ant Snake said grimly, "If I tie you up and sink you into a cesspool for 7 days and 7 nights, do you think you can survive?" Hearing this, Fei Duan couldn't laugh anymore. This androgynous stinky snake is really annoying." Faden, shut up and stop talking. "What, so you don't plan to take me to see Lord Evil God?" The white-haired lady with the slick back hair looked weak. You can't see him." Ant Snake sighed. She had expected it, the existence of such an illusory evil god. Probably only a psychopath like Feijuan would believe in it. Ant Snake untied Feijuan's bandages and threw him out of the laboratory like trash. "Go away, you are abandoned." Hearing this, Feijuan tightened her clothes pitifully. Her body felt so strange now, she was not used to it. She wanted to say a few harsh words, but when she thought of Ant Snake's scary face, she thought better of it. Kakuzu, Brother Kakuzu, she was going to find Brother Kakuzu to take revenge. As for whether Kakuzu would be implicated, Feijuan didn't care. He just couldn't swallow this breath. If it really doesn't work, call Konan over as well. It was Konan who pulled her into the Akatsuki organization back then, so there is still some affection between them. When Haiden found Kakuzu, who widened his eyes in disbelief. Why did this blushing and shy white-haired lady look so much like Haiden? I am Haiden, for real. Kakuzu. After trying very hard to explain, which was actually just cursing Aunt Snake, the stinky snake, Kakuzu used his smart brain to integrate Haiden's messy words and finally understood what happened. It has nothing to do with me. Although Orochimaru's bounty is high, he is not easy to catch. I don't want to make a wasted trip. So Haiden found Konan, and Konan's explanation was even simpler, with just 2 words, I won't go. Since Naruto and Jiraiya left, Konoha village has also ushered in a brief peace. Time flies and it is 3 years later. Naruto and Jiraiya travel around the world, and Minato Namikaze often comes to see them. On this day, Minato Namikaze said something meaningful. Naruto, I don't know if this is a coincidence. Look at the tower in front of you. It is the place where I sealed the dragon vein many years ago. The tall and handsome Naruto jumped and looked at it, and said nonchalantly, what is the dragon vein? Minato Namikaze lowered his head and thought, actually, I don't want to talk about the dragon vein, but I think this tower is very important to you. Naruto grinned, since it is so important, let's go and take a look. The 3 came to the tower, and Minato Namikaze frowned. He seemed to have forgotten a lot of things, but his instinct told him that he should let little Naruto unseal. So Minato told him how to remove the seal. Go ahead. Naruto didn't know what was waiting for him, so he said uncertainly, then, I'll go? Minato nodded encouragingly, and Naruto slowly stepped forward and removed the seal. In an instant, a beam of light swallowed Naruto. Jiraiya wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Minato. He'll be fine. At this time, the centipede who had been hiding here and studying the seal for many years jumped into the light with great excitement. Naruto was confused and unconscious, but he heard a beautiful song, the light rising from the heights of Lulin, a mixture of emotions, the dragon vein that must be protected, the sword shooting, looking up at the sky, the dust, the storm is coming. This song is really beautiful, especially when it is sung in Japanese. It is very touching. Naruto was awakened by this gentle voice. He woke up from a ruin and looked around, trying to find the place where the song came from. The blazing sun is blooming, and the flowers are dancing in the air. It seemed to be the voice of Sister Sarah. After Sister Sarah moved to Naruto's former residence, he often heard Sister Sarah singing this song. The girl's voice became sad, and there were 2 tear marks on her eyes. It turned out that she was hiding here crying and singing this song. The inheritance is in the spiral. Hey, where is this place? Sarah was startled and looked at Naruto in surprise, then ran away in a panic. Naruto hurriedly chased after her. Wait a minute, you are Sarah's sister, right? Naruto was stopped by the closed door before he could catch up with Sarah. Naruto looked up and found that there was an exit above, so he went all the way up. When he left the underground, he could see beautiful and magnificent towers. The architecture here is really unique and one of a kind. Wow, what place is this? It's so beautiful. Then Naruto was attacked by puppets. He is now incredibly strong, but even stronger than in history, because he learned the Sage mode in advance. He can even mobilize the 9 Tails chakra infinitely, and his powerful strength can kill the puppets instantly. At this time, a masked ninja appeared. You are so awesome, look at the forehead protector on your head, you are from Konoha. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The masked ninja slowly took off his mask, revealing only the forehead protector. We are also Konoha ninjas. But Naruto instantly recognized his voice and said in surprise, it's Dad, why are you here too, when did you come? Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment. Kushina had only been pregnant for a short time. How could his son be that big? But Naruto really couldn't tell the difference between the 2 Minatos, because Minato died too quickly. He would die in a year, and his appearance and voice would hardly change. Zero, please give me flowers. Zero. Naruto took off Namikaze Minato's mask with a smile. Hee, it's you, Dad. Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment, but he didn't say anything because he was always gentle. I see, the centipede is from the future. It seems you are also. By the way, Dad, where is this place? Minato said calmly, this is Lulin. How is it possible? Has Ran been destroyed long ago? Hearing this, Minato became more and more convinced of his guess. He put on the mask again, but his eyes were fixed on Naruto. Then he said indifferently, can you leave this city first and go to Konoha, okay? After we complete this mission, we can have a good chat, but now. Naruto said without hesitation, no, you are afraid that I will be in danger. My training with the lustful sage has not yet ended. How can I go back to Konoha early? Hearing this, what Minato of this era was stunned. Lewd. Sage? This should refer to Jiraiya sensei. Then Minato chuckled, it really looked like him. Then Namikaze Minato and the other two disappeared in an instant. They planned to quickly complete this mission. Naruto jumped to a high place. By the way, is this really Lulin? That red-haired girl must be Sister Sarah, I want to see her. Naruto was attracted by the cheers. Queen, Queen. Naruto was stunned and then approached the tall building. At this time, Sarah slowly walked out. Hey, how come she is the queen? And hasn't Sister Sarah always been in Konoha? Sarah's appearance also didn't change at all, so Naruto couldn't recognize her. At this time, Sarah was pushed off the tall building. Naruto jumped on her without hesitation and hugged her in his arms like a princess.